Quick Transmigration Canon Fodder's Record of Counterattacks Chapter 1996 to Chapter 2081. How could Xianxia be so cruel? That was her mother, and he didn't care about her feelings at all. He said he would whip her mother's corpse. Xianxia looked at Xianxia with grief in her eyes, as well as some hatred, confusion, and heartache. The martial artists around them were all speechless. They didn't expect there to be such a history. The previous leader of the demon sect had been poisoned to death by Xianxia's wife. And now he was going to whip the corpse of someone who had been dead for many years. Most people were shocked that Xianxia had left the corpse until now. It was really disgusting. He didn't even let the dead rest in peace. No matter how much he loved his wife, he didn't have to do this. He didn't want the soul of a dead person to rest in peace. Xianxia looked at Xianxia leisurely and said coldly, "If I don't whip this vicious woman's corpse, I won't be able to relieve the hatred in my heart." Xianxia raised his hand and had his men smash the ice coffin. Xianxia looked at Xianxia with pleading eyes. "Please don't do this. Don't hurt my mother. Please. I cannot hurt your mother, but I have one condition, and that is that you are not allowed to get married. Come with me." Xianxia made the request. His purpose was to disrupt the wedding banquet. Xianxia was the daughter of the woman in the ice coffin. There were still some things that she needed to repay. How could she marry someone else? He wouldn't allow Xianxia to marry another man without his permission. Again. Why couldn't this man care about her feelings? Why did he always use such a method to force her? Xianxia was speechless. How did she become a bystander again? Why did she have so little screen time? She was the groom, wasn't she? Everyone was probably rushing to whip the corpse, so they didn't care about a groom who was robbed of his bride. Stop, don't smash it. Xianxia saw the people from the demon sect using hammers to smash her mother's ice coffin. If they broke it open, her mother's face would be revealed, and her corpse would be whipped. She would become a laughingstock. Stop. Xianxia looked at Xianxia. Have you thought about it? Have you decided to come with me, or have your mother's corpse be whipped? Xianxia's heart hurt. Her sword wound hadn't healed yet, and after being provoked like this, blood flowed out of the wound again and gradually soaked the wedding dress. I. Xianxia was so conflicted that she wanted to die. She shouted at Xianxia, "Just kill me. How could I bear to kill you?" Xianxia smiled faintly. "You are my boss. I can kill anyone but you." Xianxia smiled slightly. Was this a knowing blow? As expected, Xianxia saw that Xianxia's expression was a bit strange. No matter how good he was to you, you wouldn't take it to heart. If a person who was very, very bad to you suddenly treated you a little better one day, you would be grateful to him. Old man Qin couldn't stand his beloved wife being humiliated like this, and his daughter being threatened like this. With an ashen face, he rushed towards Xianxia, wanting to snatch the ice coffin. But this time, Xianxia had brought a lot of people. It was probably because of the failure last time. This time, Xianxia had brought a lot of experts from the devil sect. If it was just Wangjian Villa, they really couldn't defeat them. Xianxia wasn't afraid of Xianxia, who was half buried in the ground. He was afraid of Xianxia, who had been expressionless the entire time, as if this matter didn't concern him. Old man Qin rushed over but didn't gain any advantage. After a few rounds, he was injured by Xianxia. He fell to the ground and couldn't get up, vomiting blood. This made old man Qin's face even paler. "Dad." Xianxia quickly ran to her father and cried, "Are you okay, Dad? Don't scare me, Dad." Xianxia screamed at Xianxia, "How far do you want to go before you are satisfied? I can die, but I have to die. For my mother. I have to atone for my mother's sins." Xianxia saw Xianxia like this, and his eyes flashed. He said coldly, "I don't need you to die. Don't you want to atone for your mother's sins? Then from today onwards, you are my slave. Otherwise, your father will die today, and your mother's corpse will be whipped." Xianxia walked out slowly with his sword in hand. He said to Xianxia, "Have you forgotten about me? I am the main character today. You want to steal my wife and kill my father-in-law. You have to ask me if I can do it." Xianxia sneered. You think too much. You haven't even had a ceremony yet. How can you be husband and wife? Don't make things up for yourself. Ningxu raised his sword and ignored Situ-sun. He went straight for the ice coffin. If he tried to steal it, the ice coffin would melt, and the body inside would be exposed. Hold him back. Don't let him steal the coffin, Situ-sun quickly said to his subordinates. He didn't dare underestimate Ningxu's fighting ability. Ningxu was like a wolf in a sheep's pen. He had infinite strength, and the sword aura he released was hard to defend against. Ningxu mobilized the qi in his energy center and used all his strength to lift the ice coffin. The ice coffin flew into the air, and Ningxu jumped up. He used his hand to support the ice coffin and snatched it. Situ-sun's expression was ugly. This man was Xianxia's fiancé. Men always competed with each other, especially when they were fighting over a woman. Situ-sun wanted to snatch the ice coffin that Ningxu was holding. The two of them fought fiercely, and the people around them enjoyed watching. They saw that Ningxu was holding the ice coffin with one hand and fighting Situ-sun with the other. The power of the Wanjian Villa's eldest disciple was beyond everyone's imagination. Ningxu released a ray of sword aura. The sword aura was very sharp, and Situ-sun had no choice but to dodge. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage. This gave Ningxu a chance. Ningxu supported the coffin with one hand and placed it in front of Xianxia and her father. He said to Xianxia, "Sister, I have taken back the coffin of the masteress. You don't have to be threatened by Situ-sun anymore. You don't have to leave with him." Xianxia's expression was a bit strange. She nodded and said, "Thank you, eldest brother. Thank you for not letting my mother suffer the humiliation of being whipped." "Thank you." Ningxu looked at Xianxia and asked, "There's nothing to thank me for. Can we continue the ceremony now?" "Eldest brother, something like this happened." Xianxia looked hesitant. She thought she was going to die, but she didn't expect things to turn around. Now that her mother's ice coffin was back, it seemed like nothing could threaten her. "You're worried about Situ-sun causing trouble, aren't you?" "Don't worry, I'm here. He can't do anything to you. I will protect you." Ningxu smiled. "Yes, you two can go through the ceremony," Xianxia's father said weakly. Situ-sun laughed. "I'm sorry, but you two might not be able to go through the ceremony because I smeared poison on the ice coffin. Nianji, your eldest brother is going to die from the poison." Ningxu thought, drama queen. Situ-sun's expression was smug as he smirked. "Chong Xifeng, you're poisoned." Ningxu almost couldn't help rolling her eyes. "You're the one who's poisoned." "I'm not poisoned. This poison is colorless and odorless," Situ-sun said. "This is the demon sex poison. Only I have the antidote." "So?" Ningxu looked at Situ-sun. He spoke as if he was telling the truth. Ningxu was very sure that she was poisoned and that Situ-sun was lying to her. More accurately, he was lying to Ningxu. "In a month, you'll die from the poison. Your entire body will rot, and you'll feel no pain. You'll look like a ghost." "Only I have the antidote," Situ-sun said with a smile. Ningxu said, "You're really amazing. You can actually accurately predict when the poison will take effect. You're amazing, you're amazing. Why do you want to die in a month and not right now?" "I want the poison to take effect in a month. I'm happy." "You're already poisoned, but you have to wait for the poison to take effect. Doesn't that feel great? Fear, terror, helplessness. After the poison takes effect, you won't die immediately. You'll have to endure the extreme itchiness every day. You'll want to peel off your skin and scratch yourself until your bones are exposed. You won't die at that time. You'll keep scratching." Situ-sun's words were very disgusting. The martial artists present couldn't help but look at him strangely. Some even reprimanded the demon sect for being too vicious to come up with such a poison. A warrior would rather die than be humiliated. With such a poison, there was no way to live or die. Ningxu's mouth twitched. How scary. Situ-sun was purely spouting nonsense. Xianxia was pale with fear. She looked at Situ-sun in horror. "How did you become like this? How can you be so scary?" Antidote, hand over the antidote. Situ-sun smiled, revealing his white teeth. I've always been this scary. Don't forget that I'm a member of the demon sect. If the demon sect isn't evil, then who is? If you come with me, I'll give you the antidote so that your senior brother won't die. He won't itch to death. Situ-sun extended his hand to Xianxia. Come here. I'll give you the antidote. Ningxu grabbed Xianxia's wrist. I'm not poisonous. You don't have to go over. Let's get married. Don't fall into her trap. She's here to ruin our marriage. Senior brother. Xianxia looked at Ningxu with tears in her eyes. Are you really okay? Ningxu nodded and gently said, I'm really fine, trust me. Situ-sun grinned and said indifferently, you can give it a try. See if the poison will take effect after a month. If you don't want your senior brother to die an ugly death, come over here. I have the antidote here. Situ-sun took out a white porcelain bottle and shook it. The antidote is inside. As long as you come over to my side, your senior brother won't die. Ningxu said directly, Junior sister, I'm not poisonous. I'm not afraid of death. Even if I'm poisoned, I can't let you go with him. He'll find a way to torture you. But senior brother. Xianxia hugged Ningxu and wailed. I really don't dare to gamble with your life. What if you're really poisoned? What if you're really poisoned? What if you're really poisoned? I can't just watch you die. Ningxu's expression was indifferent. Do you want to go with Situ-sun? I really can't watch you die. This whole thing started because of me. I don't want to see anyone die because of me, especially you, senior brother. You're the person I cherish. I can't watch you die like this. But I'm not poisoned. You have to believe that I'm not poisoned. If you go with Situ-sun, your life will be ruined. Ningxu said. What would the underworld say about Xianxia if she left with Situ-sun in front of so many people? This time, Situ-sun had come to steal the bride secretly. This time, he actually made a big fuss. If Xianxia left with Situ-sun, it would be cutting off all escape routes. Situ-sun had cut off all escape routes for Xianxia. From now on, Xianxia would only belong to Situ-sun. What a scheming boy. Father Qin's face was ashen as he said, Nianji, you can't go with Situ-sun. If you go with him, I'll pretend I never had a daughter like you. Father Qin's words were very harsh. He wanted to sever their relationship as father and daughter. Xianxia stared blankly at her father and said in a trembling voice, Father, but senior brother is poisoned. If he says he's not poisoned, then he's not poisoned. You have to believe him, Father Qin said. Qin Song wasn't sure if his disciple was really poisoned, but Xianxia couldn't leave with Situ-sun. Right now. At the end of the day, Father Qin was still biased towards his daughter. It was normal for them to be close and distant. Ningxu's expression didn't change at all. But father, eldest senior brother has been poisoned. It's such a vicious poison. How can I watch him lose his life and suffer so much pain? Xianxia struggled to no avail. Her entire body trembled. She didn't know what to do either. If she left with Situ-sun, her father would sever their relationship as father and daughter. But if she didn't leave with Situ-sun, what would she do about senior brother's poison? Looking at the enigmatic Situ-sun, Xianxia really couldn't make up her mind. What should she do? What should she do? Situ-sun grinned and sneered at Qin Song. You're indeed a sinister and cunning person. You took advantage of the time when my godfather was in seclusion to hook up with that vicious woman and let her marry you. In the end, you even poisoned my godfather. Now, in order to protect your own daughter, you want to sacrifice your eldest disciple. TSK, tisk, what nonsense are you talking about? Suqin and I are truly in love. Qin Song was so angry that she almost spat out blood. She turned to Xianxia and said viciously, You're not allowed to leave with him. I won't allow it. Do you want to be an unfilial daughter? Xianxia was frightened by Qin Song's words. Her body trembled and she couldn't stop crying. Finally, she said, Father, I can't watch senior brother die like this. I have to save him. Pfft. Qin Song's face turned red and she spat out a mouthful of blood. She looked even more defeated and her eyes dimmed. She looked at her own daughter with a hollow gaze. Father, father. Xianxia's tears burst out like a flood. She couldn't stop them. Don't touch me. If you want to leave with that demon, you're no longer my daughter. Xianxia waved away Xianxia's hand that was about to support her. Xianxia didn't think that her father's attitude would be so firm and cold. It made Xianxia feel wronged. No one supported her decision. And her father, who had always loved her, was treating her so coldly. 39/39163/L She had been forced to do this. The father she loved the most was treating her like this. Xianxia couldn't hold back her tears. Xianxia wanted to cry all the tears she had in her life. She hadn't cried like this yet. There would be many more abusive relationships in the future. The tears she shed today were all from yesterday's mistakes. Ningxu didn't know why Xianxia felt wronged. She wanted to jump into Citizen's arms, but she had to find so many excuses for herself. Ningxu said, "Don't be afraid. Even if you're poisoned, I can detoxify it. There are so many miracle doctors, and I can go to Miracle Doctor Valley. It's just poison. It's not that scary. Plus, I'm not poisoned. No one in the martial arts world can detoxify my poison. It's exclusive," Citizen said. Ningxu, you talk too much. You can only fool an ignorant girl like Xianxia. Plus, these two people are both scheming. With such a title, they hit it off immediately. I'm sorry, Senior. I can't let you die, Senior, Xianxia said with her eyes closed. Xianxia said with her eyes closed. She knelt in front of Xianxia and kowtowed loudly. She cried, "Father, your daughter is unfilial." Xianxia. Xianxia closed his eyes. She had clearly left with Citizen, and the future would be like hell. Why had she been so stupid to follow him? He didn't know what kind of story his daughter would be told in the future. It would be a romantic affair. Xianxia stood up from the ground and slowly walked towards Citizen. Citizen had a smile on his face. Perhaps in Xianxia's heart, her senior was someone who had chosen to be poisoned in order to have her love. Even if he was poisoned, he still wanted to marry her. He loved her so much that in order to repay her senior, he had almost sacrificed himself for her senior's life. The people present were all knowledgeable and experienced in Jianghu. They all showed a look of disdain, but their hearts were as clear as a mirror. Looking at the stunned Ningxu, they were full of sympathy and gloating. Ningxu chuckled inwardly when she sensed the gazes of the people around her. It was even better to get rid of Xianxia this way. If she was the fiancé she had dumped for more than 10 years, she would have been labeled as a scumbag. She had repeatedly said that there was no poison. Even if there was poison, she wouldn't be afraid. Under the threat of Xianxia severing their father-daughter relationship, Xianxia flew gracefully towards Citizen. Don't affect me from becoming a tall, rich, and handsome man. Don't affect me from wielding the sword to the end of the world. Don't affect me from floating and helping the world. Every step Xianxia took was very difficult. Step by step, she walked in front of Citizen and said fiercely, "Citizen, I hate you. I don't care if you hate me or not. From now on, you're my slave. Atone for your mother's sins." Citizen didn't shy away at all as he hugged Xianxia's waist. Xianxia's face flushed red. She struggled with all her might and pulled at her wound. Her heart ached. "Haha." A crisp female voice sounded. A woman in a red robe walked out and walked to Ningxu's side. She said, "Xianxia, are you stupid? Whether or not you're poisoned, she'll leave with the demon sect. It's useless no matter how much you try to keep her." Ningxu looked at the girl. Her hair was combed into a high ponytail that hung down her back. She wore a simple female riding outfit with a soft whip tied to her waist. She looked very valiant and formidable. "Who are you?" Ningxu asked. Did she have a grudge against Xianxia? She was so direct and so satisfying. "I mean Nanlian. I'm a disciple of Lingyun Villa," Nanlian said straightforwardly. Nanlian said straightforwardly, "You can't get married today because your junior sister has never thought of marrying you because she has an affair with someone from the devil sect. Don't you think you're stupid?" Ningxu was speechless. Although my sister is telling the truth, don't call me stupid. Xianxia saw a woman suddenly appear and speak so crudely. She bit her lip. Ningxu asked, "Senior brother, do you know her?" "You're mine now. You still have the heart to care about other people." Situ-sun put an arm around Xianxia's waist. Ningxu thought, Why did the whole world turn green? "I don't know her." "Junior sister, it's not too late to turn back," Ningxu said. Situ-sun, the antidote. Xianxia bit her lip and asked Situ-sun for the antidote. She then said to Ningxu, "Senior brother, I don't want you to die. I want you to live. Live well." Situ-sun grinned and took out a porcelain bottle. He threw it directly at Ningxu. Ningxu didn't catch the bottle. It fell to the ground and shattered. A pill rolled out. He wasn't going to eat it. It wasn't poisonous before. If he ate the pill, he might really be poisoned. It would be strange if Situ-sun let him go. Situ-sun's possessiveness made him dislike Xianxia, especially when she was Xianxia's fiancée. "Senior brother?" Xianxia saw Ningxu like this and was shocked. "Senior brother, what are you doing? Nothing is more important than your own life." Her grievances and sacrifices were nothing. Haha. Nanlian couldn't help but laugh. She said to Xianxia with a bit of sarcasm, "You're the one who wants to leave with someone and abandon your fiancé. You embarrassed your fiancé at the wedding banquet, and you still have to put on this face. Xianxia, you're still so hypocritical. This is between me and senior brother. What does it have to do with you?" Xianxia said with red eyes. "Because I like Xianxia. Don't get me wrong. I like Xianxia, but I gave up when I knew he had a fiancé. I didn't have any contact with him. Now that you want to leave with someone, I want to marry Xianxia," Nanlian said very, very frankly. All the martial artists present looked in the direction of Lingyun Villa. The villa master of Lingyun Villa touched his beard and coughed awkwardly. He said, "A son-in-law like this is not bad. His grandson must be handsome." The old man was so unreliable. Wasn't he afraid of offending Wanjian Villa? Everyone complained in their hearts. Ningxu blinked. Sure enough, people in the martial arts world didn't care about trifles. Now, a girl who liked Xianxia suddenly appeared. Xianxia didn't remember this girl. Just as Nanlian said, she gave up when she knew he had a fiancé. Ningxu was puzzled before. Xianxia was a young man with good character and martial arts. Why didn't any girl like him? It was probably because he had a fiancé, so he automatically isolated himself from girls. Nanlian also knew how to behave. She didn't run to Xianxia. Now that she appeared, she probably felt that she had a chance and wanted to avenge her lover. "Ningxu, I like it." Hearing Nanlian say that she liked her senior brother and fiancé, Xianxia's heart was very complicated. 39/39163/L Xianxia was very disappointed. Someone who had been so good to her might be someone else's now. It was natural to feel disappointed. Xianxia's heart was a bit sour and jealous. She felt that the eldest brother who had loved her had been taken away from her. That love and warmth no longer belonged to her, but to another woman. It would be strange if she didn't feel disappointed when something that had once belonged to her was suddenly gone. Xianxia looked at the valiant Nanlian. Their gazes met. Xianxia had a subtle hostility, while Nanlian had a hint of disdain that was obvious in her words. "You can do whatever you want." Xiangsong's face was not gray. He looked a lot older in an instant, like an old man with one foot in the grave. Xiangsong carried the ice coffin. It had already begun to melt and was dripping water. Xiangsong carried the coffin and left. From the back, he looked like a very lonely and helpless old man. Everyone felt a bit disgusted. It was rare to see his wife's body preserved for so many years. It felt like Wanjian Villa was full of ghosts. "Father." Xianxia's lips trembled. Tears blurred her vision. Then she saw Nanlian standing beside Ningxu. They were a perfect match. Xianxia was very confused. She didn't know the meaning of her choice. Her father didn't understand her, and her eldest brother didn't understand her. He didn't even take the antidote. Do you regret it? Situ-sun lowered his head. His lips were close to Xianxia's ear. He said in a low voice, even if you regret it now, it's too late. Xianxia's body trembled slightly. She felt Situ-sun's hot breath blow into her ear when he spoke. It made her ears numb. It was very uncomfortable. Situ-sun saw that Xianxia's ears had turned red. They were pink and cute. He suddenly chuckled. Holding Xianxia's waist, he used his qinggong to fly away. Ningxu only watched calmly as Xianxia was carried away. Xianxia turned to look at Ningxu. Her eyes were sad, but Ningxu ignored it. She had already eloped with someone else. Why did he still miss her? They finally left. Xianxia, since you're getting married, why don't I marry you? Let's go through the wedding ceremony now. Since all the sects and clans are here and the scene is already set up, how about we get married while we're at it? Nanlian smiled and said to Ningxu. However, her smile was filled with apprehension. This showed that Nanlian was still very shy and afraid of being rejected. Ningxu said, stop fooling around. Marriage is a major event in a person's life. How can it be so casual? Moreover, it's so casual. You didn't get married twice, which means that this wedding banquet is ominous. You still want to play along. Ningxu didn't have any malice towards Nanlian, it was just that to perform the ceremony now was a bit forced. Ningxu knew that Nanlian was just saying that to test his feelings. Even if they were going to perform the ceremony, the people of Lingyun Villa would not allow Nanlian to mess around. Nanlian's eyes lit up. She didn't refuse directly, which meant that she still had a chance. Nanlian immediately took out an olive branch. Ningxu said, this matter is so unpleasant. You can come to our Lingyun Villa. I guarantee that you will have a good life. Ningxu smiled. Thank you. A wedding banquet ended without any results. It was another farce. Most people expected that Ningxu was an upright child. His fiancée was going to elope with someone after her first wedding. Now, he actually wanted to get married. Was he stupid? When Ningxu sent the guests off, these people left without saying anything. It was really awkward, but they were quite satisfied to have come to watch a big show. This was much better than a wedding. When Nanlian left, she repeatedly comforted Ningxu and told Ningxu not to be sad. Ningxu nodded and told Nanlian to be careful on the road. However, this sentence made Nanlian feel quite touched. Ningxu, sister, you're too easily moved. Nanlian felt that Ningxu would still care about her after such a thing happened to her. This feeling was as if she was about to fly. This was liking her. Xianxia had done so much for Xianxia, but he hadn't gotten any feedback. This was the right person. Ningxu sent all the guests off and let the servants clean up the leftovers. The two wedding disturbances were really exhausting. Even the disciples and servants of Wanjian Villa didn't have much energy. Wanjian Villa was about to become the laughingstock of the Jianghu. The disciples of Wanjian Villa all came over to comfort Ningxu. There were also some who were indignant. They said how could their little junior sister be like this and not care about their eldest senior brother's feelings. They worked hard to maintain the safety of the wedding banquet and various other matters. Now, they couldn't get married just because they wanted to. Moreover, it was twice. It was enough to torment people. Ningxu's expression was grave and stern. He didn't say anything. He also expressed his gratitude to his junior brothers for their concern. Ningxu also saw that some of the disciples' expressions were flickering and struggling. They probably wanted to leave Wanjian Villa. The disciples of Wanjian Villa came from all over the world. Now that such a thing had happened to Wanjian Villa, if people said that they were disciples of Wanjian Villa, they would probably be laughed at. People would only think of Wanjian Villa's villa master's daughter eloping with the demon sex leader. Peach blossoms and romantic affairs always spread quickly. Ningxu didn't say anything. No matter what these disciples were thinking, he should be sad now. His wife had run away with someone else. Xianxia. Nanlian, who had left and returned, appeared in front of Ningxu. She was pretty, and her ponytail swayed with her walk. Ningxu asked, "Did you forget to take something?" "No, I still feel that I can't leave." At this time, I have to stay by your side. If you can't think it through and do something stupid, I can still stop you a little. Also, you have no relationship with Xianxia now. I can openly appear in front of you, Nanlian said. Ningxu was speechless. She couldn't do something like commit suicide. Ningxu said helplessly, there are so many things going on in Wanjian Villa right now. It's inconvenient for you to live here, and I can't take care of you. What does it matter? Go do your own things. I don't need you to take care of me. I want to look at you. I'm afraid you'll take things too hard. Ningxu was speechless. This girl was really hard to deal with. He asked the servants to take Nanlian to the guest room and settle her down. Senior brother, the villa master wants you to go over. A young disciple came over to Ningxu and said. Ningxu grunted. It would be strange if Qin Song didn't want to see him. After such a big thing had happened. Ningxu went to Qin Song's room and saw Qin Song sitting in a chair. Ningxu didn't know if it was an illusion, but Ningxu felt that Qin Song's body had become much more hunched. It looked like he was almost buried in the dirt up to his chin. Ningxu used his spiritual power to scan and saw that Qin Song was bleeding internally. His internal organs were bleeding to varying degrees. This was a sign of qi deviation. Qin Song wouldn't be able to live for much longer. Ningxu's expression wasn't good. He cupped his hands and said in a cold voice, Master, why are you looking for me? 39/39163/L Qin Song said breathlessly, you're here. Have a seat. Ningxu cupped his hands. Thank you, Master. Ningxu sat in the chair and asked Qin Song, Master, are you feeling better? Qin Song shook his head. I don't have much time left. Xiafeng, you're the one I value the most. You're also the heir to the Wanjian Villa in my heart. But Nianji, Ningxu only said, little sister was bewitched by the demon sect. Yes, she was bewitched. She was controlled. Qin Song looked at Ningxu with some emotion and said, Xiafeng, promise me you'll save your little sister. I don't have much time left. I want to see her before I die. Ningxu was speechless. Master, don't say such depressing things. You're still in the prime of your life. How could you not have much time left? Qin Song raised his hand to stop Ningxu from speaking. I know my own body. You don't have to say so much. I hope you can save your little sister after inheriting the Wanjian Villa. She's your fiancée, after all. I know my request is a bit excessive, but she's my only daughter. I hope you can take care of her. Qin Song looked steadily at Ningxu. Ningxu nodded. I'll do my best to save her. Don't worry, Master. Did he really think this was over? She still wanted to cause trouble for Situ-sun. Qin Yanji was just a side issue. I know you're a loyal person, Xiafeng. I'm very relieved to leave the Wanjian Villa in your hands. I'm tired. I'll rest. Qin Song looked exhausted. Ningxu cupped his hands and walked out of Qin Song's room. When he returned to his room, he found Nanlian waiting for him. There was also a food box on the table. You're back. I guessed you were busy and didn't eat. I brought you something to eat. Nanlian opened the food box and placed the plate on the table. They were all light dishes. Ningxu sat down. Nanlian served Ningxu a bowl of porridge and said, I prepared all the light dishes for you. I don't know if you like them. Ningxu thanked him. I'm used to it. Nanlian propped up her chin and looked at Ningxu like a little fangirl. When she looked at Ningxu, her eyes overflowed with tenderness. Ningxu felt that she had taken advantage of Chong Xiafeng. She could enjoy something that even Chong Xiafeng could not. Ningxu said directly, I have a lot of things to do recently. You can go back to Lingyun Villa. There's no need for that. You do what you need to do. I'll keep an eye on it. I'll also prepare some food for you. I definitely won't cause trouble for you. Then she looked at Ningxu and said, I've never understood why Qin Yanji chose Situ-sun and not you. You're not worse than Situ-sun. Because it's too familiar. I don't feel my heartbeat. Ningxu ate the light dishes. Did you make this? Of course I made it. I often cook for my father. Moreover, it's normal for a man and a woman to know how to cook. I'm not a lady from a respectable family. Is it delicious? Nanlian looked at Ningxu expectantly. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu felt a bit of pressure being looked at like that by someone of the same sex. Moreover, she was not Chong Xiefeng at all. It was better not to get too close to Nanlian. If that happened, it would be another infatuation, and it would be a mess. There was no such thing as rationality when it came to things like love. It was better to let Chong Xiefeng deal with Nanlian. Moreover, she did not provoke this Nanlian. It was Chong Xiefeng who used to like her. It had nothing to do with her. Ningxu finished all the food and felt much more energetic. Many things had happened, so she did not feel hungry at all. Now that she was full, she felt very satisfied. Thank you. It was delicious, Ningxu said. This girl was born in the kitchen and had good whip skills. Not bad, not bad. Nanlian saw that Ningxu had finished all the food she had prepared. She could not help but smile. She cleaned up the dishes and said, I'll prepare more for you next time. I'll prepare more delicious food. No need. You're a guest. There's no reason for a guest to prepare these. Ningxu shook his head. Ningxu always had to be patient with cute girls. It's okay. I have nothing to do. You don't have to feel burdened. Just treat it as if I'm practicing my cooking skills. You can just taste it for me, Nanlian said. Ningxu, I like it. Ningxu knew that Qin Song's body was not good, but he did not expect it to worsen like this in just 2 or 3 days. He was lying in bed and could not get up. His face was as pale as a corpse, mixed with some green. Qin Song was going to die. Qin Song called all the disciples of Wanjian Villa to his bedside. Ningxu used his spiritual power to check Qin Song's body. It was terrible. His internal organs seemed to be soaked in blood. Qin Song's internal bleeding was very serious. His entire stomach was filled with blood. Qin Song said weakly, after I pass away, disciple Chong Xiefeng will inherit Wanjian Villa. When Chong Xiefeng rescues Qin Yanji, he will officially become the master of Wanjian Villa. Ningxu was speechless. Qin Song still had a trick up his sleeve when he died. He could only become the master of Wanjian Villa after saving his daughter. Before that, he would only be a temporary worker and could not become a permanent worker. Ningxu rolled his eyes internally. Xiefeng, take good care of Nianji in the future. When Qin Song spoke, his throat made a sound like a bellows. Ningxu grunted noncommittally and stood guard by the bed. All the disciples were kneeling in the room. Qin Song was dying. Now they were waiting for him to breathe his last. Qin Song couldn't let go of Qin Yanji, so he was still holding on. Ningxu sent someone to the demon sect to inform Qin Yanji that her father was dying and to come back quickly. Of course, Ningxu knew that Qin Yanji couldn't see it. Situ-sun wouldn't let Qin Yanji come back. To be honest, Situ-sun was like imprisoning his wife at home and not allowing her to return. He was a complete scum. But it wasn't bad for the two of them to be together and harm each other. Why save them, first bitterness, then sweetness? Although the two of them had various misunderstandings in the beginning, there was no happiness in the end. So he still had to save them. In the end, Qin Song didn't wait for Qin Yanji to come back. In the end, he couldn't even drink water and breathed his last. It hadn't been long since the wedding, and now it was only a few days before the funeral. In any case, the Wanjian Villa was in a bad mood this year. Situ-sun had come for revenge and ruined the reputation of the Wanjian Villa. There were storybooks everywhere. Ningxu's reputation as a hero of the forest was well known. Although they ridiculed him, pitted him, and mocked him, they didn't deny that Ningxu was an outstanding young man with excellent martial arts. Compared to Ningxu, these busybodies were much gentler with Ningxu. Some of the storybooks directly described Qin Yanji as a wanton woman. They also said that she had a famous weapon and so on. She was an existence similar to Pan Jinlian. There were also some pornographic books written with Qin Yanji as the main character. This kind of thing was the most interesting to the onlookers. 39/39163/L Qin Song's funeral was organized by Ningxu. Xianxia did not wait for his daughter to come back, and his daughter did not come back to mourn. Xianxia only had one daughter, and it was Ningxu who held the spirit basin like a son. After all, Xianxia was the leader of a famous martial arts sect. Now that he had passed away, many people would come to offer their condolences. Many martial arts sects had not yet returned home, but now they had to go back to attend the funeral. This feeling was really quite speechless. It felt like the sun was setting in the west of the Wanjian villa. Every day there was a mess, and the things that happened really made people speechless. It was simply a war product of the best. Some people looked at the busy people and said that Ningxu was a simple and honest person. After such a thing happened, he still let his father-in-law be buried grandly. However, in their hearts, they were a little disdainful of Ningxu. Ningxu's personality was soft, and he actually did not flare up when faced with such a thing. People who practiced martial arts paid attention to following their hearts. Sometimes, when stubbornness came, they would even go crazy. Ningxu, who was happy to repay kindness and revenge, was narrow-minded and used martial arts to violate the rules. Such a temperamental Ningxu was really unbearable. It served him right that his fiancée ran away with someone else. Of course, Ningxu knew about these people's discussions, but he did not care at all. Qin Nanlian once again came to Ningxu and told him that if life in the Wanjian villa was not good, he could go to the Lingyun villa. There was really no need to suffer so much. Ningxu just smiled and did not say anything. Did he really think that she was a man without balls? Haha. Ningxu liked to be polite before resorting to force. There was nothing more satisfying than being in control of the reason on his side. The reason was on his side. Even if he did something bad, the reason was still on his side. Being impulsive could not solve anything, and being eloquent was even more useless. She could not drag these gossipers into a war of words. How tiring would that person be to live? When Yin Nanlian saw how calm Ningxu was, she almost exploded with anger when she heard the rumors. It was clearly Qin Nianji who was the bully. Why were these people gossiping about Xianxia? After the funeral ended, the people who had come to attend the funeral left. Some of the 10,000 Swords Villa's disciples came up with all sorts of excuses, such as their family members being sick and wanting to go home to get married, or wanting to go home to inherit their family business. Ningxu didn't say anything and let the disciples leave. Their hearts were already scattered, so there was no point in forcing them to stay. It would easily cause trouble. Everyone loved to join in on the fun. When they saw many disciples leaving, they also wanted to leave. In just a few days, the entire Myriad Swords villa had become much quieter. It was cold and cheerless, and it gave off a feeling of decline. It was more or less Ningxu who was supporting the 10,000 Swords Manor by himself. Moreover, the business of the 10,000 Swords Manor shops was very quiet. In any case, bad luck always came one after another. When Ningxu saw that the weapon shop wasn't making any profits, he closed it down. Do you want to leave the 10,000 Swords villa and go to the Lingyun villa with me? When they were eating, Yin Nanlian sighed again about this matter. Ningxu ate the food that Yin Nanlian had made. Now, the servants who stayed at the 10,000 Swords villa were lazy. Ningxu didn't say anything. These servants would stay. When the time came, Qin Yanji would still come back. Ningxu said to Yin Nanlian, I want to leave the 10,000 Swords villa. If it's not convenient for you, you can leave. Yin Nanlian quickly asked, where are you going? What do you mean by leaving the 10,000 Swords villa? Ningxu put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. He said, I want to go to the demon sect. Yin Nanlian immediately tightened her grip on her chopsticks. Her eyes were a bit red. You want to save Qin Yanji? Ningxu nodded. I promised Master that I would find little junior sister. But Qin Yanji took the initiative to leave with Situ Sun. Her heart is no longer with you. Why do you still want to do such a useless thing? She doesn't want you. I want you. Yin Nanlian really experienced the bitterness of a woman chasing a man. His heart was really like iron. Moreover, the other party's heart had flown to another woman. This kind of feeling was very powerless, very powerless. Yin Nanlian put down her chopsticks and said, then I'll go with you. What are you going to do? Ningxu raised his eyebrows. She was going to fight, not go on an outing. Moreover, Ningxu didn't want to drag Nanlian into this kind of thing. Ningxu put down the handkerchief in his hand and narrowed his eyes slightly. This is a matter of the 10,000 Swords Villa. Your Lingyun Villa shouldn't get involved and complicate things. You never know what will happen until the last moment. Nanlian's heart skipped a beat. She felt that Ningxu's words meant something, but when she thought about it carefully, there was no meaning. Nanlian thought that if she followed Xianxia to the demon sect, it would be troublesome if the demon sect held a grudge against the Lingyun Villa. Not only was she Nanlian, but she was also a disciple of the Lingyun Villa. Her father was the villa master of the Lingyun Villa. She couldn't do something as ridiculous as Ningxu's father. However, when she thought about how Ningxu was going to such a dangerous place, she felt that she couldn't just do nothing. Ningxu smiled slightly. This is a matter between me and little junior sister. It's not suitable for you to get involved. Nanlian raised her head to look at Ningxu and met his sparkling eyes. She bit her lip and said, "Then be careful. I know you like your little junior sister, but don't risk your life for her." Nanlian didn't belittle Xianxia anymore. Belittling Xianxia was the same as belittling the person she liked. If it wasn't for Chong Xiefeng's deep love for Xianxia, Nanlian might not have liked Chong Xiefeng. In short, it was called a contradiction. Ningxu nodded. I know. Are you going back to the Lingyun Villa? I'll wait for you here. If you come back safely, I'll go back with peace of mind, Nanlian said. The next day, Ningxu simply packed up and mounted his horse with his sword. He said to Nanlian, "Please take care of the Wanjian Villa for me." Okay. If you encounter any danger, don't resist it. If the first time isn't enough, try a second time. Don't risk your life. Nanlian felt that Xianxia wasn't worth Chong Xiefeng treating her like this. This was clearly a thankless task. Chong Xiefeng's heart was all over Situsun. It wouldn't be good to spend so much effort to save her. In the end, she would definitely complain. I know. Ningxu urged the horse's belly and galloped away. Nanlian pursed her lips and finally let out a long sigh. The people of the demon sect also knew that they weren't welcome, so they set up their headquarters on a mountain peak that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Ningxu hurried several days before arriving at the mountain gate of the demon sect. Ningxu leisurely walked in the mountains. In the summer forest, the leaves on the tree leaves dripped onto the ground. Ningxu's body was a bit damp. Ningxu pointed his finger. Although there were restrictions, he could still prevent the dew from dripping on his body. Ningxu shuttled through the forest and walked halfway up the mountain. There was already a group of people waiting for her. At the front was Situsun, sitting on a chair. His clothes were sloppy, and his collar was slightly open. He looked very dashing. He held a wine glass in one hand and slowly drank. Drinking so early in the morning, I hope you have a fatty liver. Ningxu saw the people from the demon sect waiting for her. Her expression didn't change as she said to Situsun, "I've troubled you to wait for me." Ningxu wasn't surprised that Situsun knew about her return. After all, she had been on the road for a few days. The news should have reached Situsun's ears. Also, Xianxia was still in his hands. Situsun guessed that the people from the Wanjian Villa wouldn't give up. But when he saw Ningxu come alone, his expression turned ugly. Was this man too arrogant? Did he really think his martial arts were unparalleled? Situsun raised his wine glass, and a maid from the demon sect behind him immediately poured wine for Situsun. Situsun slowly swirled the wine bottle and said dryly, "I'm telling you to go back to where you came from. Don't treat this place as a place where you can come and go as you please." Ningxu nodded. Okay. Give my little sister back to me, and I'll leave. Situsun couldn't bear to see Ningxu like this. He always seemed so casual and didn't care about Situsun at all. This feeling was very depressing. He was clearly the one who stole Xianxia and his fiancée, but he was still acting like this. Situsun wondered if this man even liked Xianxia. Food was more delicious and precious when it was eaten. The eldest disciple of the Wanjian Villa, a genius, should be angry out of humiliation. Was he pretending or did he really not care? The corners of Situsun's mouth twitched. He was full of malice. Qin Yanji is now mine. Do you still want to take her back to marry you? Ningxu, you really are AF** king animal. You really did do that to Qin Yanji. Maybe she already has a little treasure in her stomach. When Situ-sun saw that Ningxu's expression was a little strange, he finally felt a little happier in his heart. Ever since Qin Yanji had arrived at the demon sect, she had looked like she had lost all hope. She had always wanted to escape. Later, Situ-sun had locked her up. Qin Yanji had refused to eat, so Situ-sun had forced food into her mouth. It had only been a few days, so Situ-sun hadn't done anything to Qin Yanji yet. Later on, Situ-sun felt that keeping Qin Yanji locked up like this really didn't seem like he wanted to take revenge. He simply made Qin Yanji the lowliest servant girl. She had to pour night incense every day, wash clothes every day, and let her be bullied by the other servants. Then Situ-sun watched from the side. Although Qin Yanji was a child of the underworld, she had never done any household chores. There were people who took good care of her food, clothing, housing, and transportation. She had never done such a thing before. It was inevitable that she would be clumsy and not do a good job, break things, and often be bullied by the other maidservants. Situ-sun's heart ached when he saw this, but he made himself harden his heart and teach those who bullied Qin Yanji a lesson in private. In short, he was quite conflicted. Situ-sun said that Qin Yanji was already one of his people purely to anger Ningxu. If it had been the person who entrusted him, he might have been angered, but that was because Ningxu didn't take it to heart at all. Ningxu directly drew his sword and said, "Looks like we have to fight." Situ-sun directly threw his wineglass and stood up. "What kind of place do you think the demon sect is? You come and go as you please, and you want to take people away as if they are walking on flat ground." Groups of people from the demon sect rushed over to Ningxu. They didn't care about bullying at all. Ningxu's expression didn't change at all. He raised his sword and slashed at these people. With a wave of his sword, sword energy surged out and hit these people. He held the sword and slashed without hesitation. When the sword energy hit the people's bodies, it immediately caused them to spit out blood and be in extreme pain. Some people directly fainted. Situ-sun didn't expect this person to be so strong. These people from the demon sect were no match for her at all. Situ-sun directly drew his cold light sword. This sword was a famous divine weapon in the Jianghu. At least, it was a divine sword that the 10,000 Swords Villa couldn't forge. Situ-sun's face darkened. He raised his sword and attacked Ningxu. Ding! 2 slashes made an ear-piercing sound. Ningxu's sword immediately cracked. Ningxu took 2 steps back and looked at his own sword. TSK, the quality wasn't good enough. Situ-sun didn't give Ningxu time to breathe. He fiercely attacked Ningxu. Ding! 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 Sparks flew in all directions. Situ-sun used all of his power to kill Ningxu. Ningxu's face also darkened. After one sword broke, he took out another one. The 10,000 Swords Villa was a place to forge weapons. They didn't have anything else, but they had a lot of weapons. Situ-sun was frustrated that he couldn't kill Ningxu even after a long time. He had used all of his strength, but the other party was like waves after waves, full of energy. This made Situ-sun even more unhappy. With a wave of his sword, he directly broke Ningxu's sword. Ningxu destroyed another sword. Ningxu looked at the broken sword. His equipment couldn't compare. However, Ningxu directly took the broken sword and fought with Situ-sun. Spiritual energy covered the sword, releasing sword chi. Situ-sun dodged the sword chi and stabbed his sword at Ningxu. Ningxu dodged Situ-sun. This battle was called a stalemate. Situ-sun's heart was in a mess. This kind of stalemate was something he didn't want to see. He came to the demon sect alone and escaped unscathed. This was a slap to the demon sect's face. Therefore, Situ-sun had to kill Ningxu. Otherwise, how could he intimidate those who coveted the demon sect? The two sides fought more and more fiercely. Situ-sun used all of his strength. He couldn't completely kill Ningxu in a short time. "Stop fighting." Qin Yanji stumbled out. Ningxu was happy. She finally appeared, so she didn't have to go looking for him everywhere in the demon sect. Qin Yanji was wearing the clothes of a servant girl. Her hair was in a simple bun. Her face was smaller than before, and her chin was sharper. It stopped the two of them from fighting. The two of them hit each other hard. They were rebounded by each other's power and took a few steps back. They stopped temporarily. Ningxu said to Qin Yanji, "Master passed away." What? Qin Yanji was shocked. She didn't recover for a long time. She asked, "Brother, what did you say?" Ningxu said, "Master passed away. He passed away a few days after you left. His condition worsened, so I'm taking you home now. I promised Master that I would get you out of here." Ningxu said indifferently. Qin Yanji didn't think that leaving like this would be farewell forever. When she left, her father was clearly fine. Qin Yanji couldn't believe that he had passed away so suddenly. She couldn't accept it. She couldn't accept that the only relative in the world who had loved her so much had passed away. She couldn't even see him for the last time. Tears streamed down Qin Yanji's cheeks, and she looked completely dumbfounded. Qin Yanji, who had just heard the bad news, couldn't suppress the sadness in her heart. She asked Situ-san, "Why didn't you tell me my father was gone?" She didn't know anything about the demon sect. Unless Situ-san told his subordinates, how could she not know anything? Also, no one had ever mentioned anything about the Wanjian villa in front of her. As a result, she didn't know anything. Situ-san laughed coldly and said, "Since you left with me, you are now my slave. This wasn't anything important to begin with. Why should I tell you specifically? Why should I tell a slave that your father is dead?" Situ-san's words were really vicious. It made Qin Yanji's body tremble. Her face was full of shock and sadness. Ningxu said, "Before Master died, he told me to save you. Now come with me." Ningxu walked towards Qin Yanji. Situ-san immediately blocked Qin Yanji's path and said coldly, "You want to take my people away?" "No way." Ningxu only said, "I want to take Shimi to Master's grave to kowtow." "Why are you stopping me?" "You have no reason to stop me." Qin Yanji looked at Situ-san, who was blocking her. His figure was tall and strong. Even from the back, he looked like a handsome man. But why did he have to hurt her like this? Why did he have to be so cruel to her? Qin Yanji bit her lip. She took out a hairpin and stabbed it directly into Situ-san's back. Situ-san grunted and looked at the hairpin in his back. Qin Yanji's face was full of sadness and despair. Her hands were shaking again. "You dare to touch me?" Situ-san said darkly. He frowned and looked at Qin Yanji with eyes full of violence. Qin Yanji's heart trembled. She stubbornly said, "I hate you. I didn't get to see my father for the last time." Ningxu said directly, "Shimi, Master's health has always been poor. He had internal injuries. When he saw you leave with the demon sect at the banquet, his heart was attacked and he passed away a few days later." Qin Yanji wanted to blame Situ-san for not being able to see her father. She clearly left with others and worsened her father's injuries, but she wanted to blame someone else. Ningxu's words were just short of directly saying that she had killed her father. In short, Qin Yanji had no choice. Ningxu was more curious about whether Qin Yanji's kung fu had been fed to the dogs. Qin Yanji's face grew even paler. She burst into tears. "Father, I'm sorry. I told you back then that I wasn't poisoned. It was Situ-san who tricked you. Look, you're being tortured by Situ-san now. He even made Master's internal injuries worse." She wondered what he was doing. Situ-san didn't think that Qin Yanji would actually dare to attack him. His heart exploded like a volcano. Enduring the pain on the back of his hand, he sneered and said, "Qin Yanji, you are no longer Qin Yanji. You are my slave. Your life is in my hands. If you want to leave, I will kill you and your senior brother." "Ningxu, you can't kill me." He only knew how to scare ignorant girls. After going through so much, he felt that Qin Yanji was still an ignorant girl. Situ-san liked to threaten people like this, but Qin Yanji liked it. If the two of them had always been like this, Ningxu didn't mind helping them to be together so that they wouldn't harm others. But after that, the two of them were deeply affectionate and happy. Of course, this was all after the client died. "Junior sister, Master kept talking about you before he died. He didn't stop breathing and left with regrets, Ningxu said. When Xianxia heard this, her guilt and affection for her father made her choose to leave with Ningxu without hesitation. I won't allow you to leave. You are my slave. How dare you leave here without my permission? Citizen grabbed Xianxia's hand, and Ningxu grabbed Xianxia's other hand. The three of them were like a tug-of-war. Ningxu directly released a ray of qi towards Citizen's chest. The invisible qi drilled into Citizen's heart, causing him to immediately release his hand and clutch his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Citizen. Xianxia was shocked and quickly wanted to check on Citizen's injury. She had only stabbed him in the back. How could it be so serious? Ningxu grabbed Xianxia and didn't allow her to go over. He raised his sword and stabbed towards Citizen's heart. Xianxia was so shocked that her voice became shrill. Senior brother, don't. Citizen used his sword to block Ningxu's attack, but the pain in his heart was unbearable. He was distracted for a moment, and Ningxu seized the empty space to stab him in the heart. Senior brother, don't. Xianxia was so scared that her legs turned to jelly. She felt like there was a huge force in her chest that wanted to tear her heart apart. She was usually bullied by Citizen, so she hated him to the core. But seeing him about to be killed by her senior brother, Xianxia's heart was filled with pain. Ningxu didn't listen to Xianxia's words. He directly pierced Citizen's heart and body with his sword. Citizen's eyes narrowed as he looked down at his chest. Then he raised his sword and stabbed at Ningxu, wanting to die together with him. Ningxu pulled out his sword, and blood spurted out. Xianxia was completely disheartened as she watched Citizen use his sword to support his body. Blood dripped onto the ground and formed a small pool of blood. Xianxia trembled as she walked over. She wanted to touch Citizen, but she didn't dare. Citizen looked at Xianxia, and his eyes grew dimmer and dimmer. He fell into Xianxia's arms. Citizen, don't die. Wake up. Wake up. Xianxia hugged Citizen's body and wailed. Ningxu went over to pull her up, but Xianxia shook off Ningxu's hand. Why did you kill him? Senior brother, you're too scary. Ningxu said dryly, the hatred of stealing your wife is irreconcilable. Didn't you always want to be rid of him? You should be happy now. But you didn't have to kill him. Senior brother, why did you become so cruel? Why? Xianxia complained to Ningxu. It was as if the sky had collapsed. She hugged Citizen's body and refused to let go. Ningxu only wanted to say that she had wanted to kill Citizen for a long time. She had waited until now to make her move. Fine, her fiancé was hugging another woman's man to accuse her of being cruel. She was such a heartless and unreasonable evil person. Xianxia's expression was a bit dazed. Ningxu saw that there were people from the demon sect surrounding them, so he directly slashed Xianxia's neck with his knife, knocking her unconscious. When he lifted Xianxia up, he slashed Citizen's neck. Some people's hearts were on the right side, so it was safer to make an additional cut. Ningxu carried Xianxia as they avoided being surrounded and pursued by the people from the demon sect. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, there was a white horse. Ningxu leapt onto the horse's back with a tap of his toes. He squeezed the horse's belly and galloped away. After galloping for a while, Ningxu saw that the horse couldn't take it anymore and stopped. Ningxu put Xianxia down from his shoulder. She was still unconscious. Ningxu took out his canteen to drink some water and silently looked at Xianxia. Xianxia had lost a lot of weight after leaving home. It looked like she had suffered a lot. Why did he mistake pain for love? Nanlian saw Ningxu and immediately pulled on the reins to stop the horse. She beautifully flipped off the back of the horse. Xianxia. Ningxu raised his brows and asked, why are you here? Nanlian tied the horse to a tree and walked in front of Ningxu. Are you okay? She looked up and down at Ningxu and saw blood on Ningxu's body. Where are you hurt? Ningxu shook his head. This isn't my blood. Citizen had spilled it on her. Why are you here? I was worried something had happened to you, so I came. Nanlian turned and saw Xianxia leaning against the tree. She asked in surprise, what happened to her? I killed Citizen. She was too sad to return to Wanjian Villa, so I knocked her out? Ningxu said. Yin Nanlian was a bit surprised. She didn't think Chong Xiefeng would be willing to knock Qin Yanji out. Then she was surprised. You killed Situ Sun? Yes. He had kept him alive until now. There was no reason to let Situ Sun jump around. Qin Yanji groaned and was about to wake up. Ningxu walked over and knocked her out again with a karate chop. This clean and efficient movement made Ningxu's eyebrows twitch uncontrollably. Was it really okay to knock her out as soon as she woke up? Ningxu noticed Yin Nanlian's gaze and explained, she's very sad about Situ Sun's death. She'll probably make a fuss along the way. We might as well let her sleep so she won't be sad or make a fuss. Yin Nanlian nodded. In order to prevent the people of the devil sect from chasing after them, Ningxu carried her on the back of the horse and rode away. Yin Nanlian breathed a sigh of relief. At least nothing happened. Yin Nanlian was restless in the 10,000 Swords matter. After Ningxu left for a day, she also rode her horse towards the devil sect. After spending a few days in the wilderness, they finally made it back to Wanjian Villa. However, when Qin Yanji woke up on the way back, she was really crying and wailing. After making a fuss, there was dead silence. She looked at Ningxu with cold and resentful eyes. She questioned Ningxu as to why he had killed Situ Sun. Both of you are very important to me. If either of you got into trouble, I would be very sad. But why did you have to kill him? Ningxu only smirked in response to Qin Nan's criticism. He remained silent for the rest of the time. There would always be people who would defeat you with their rich experience. Ningxu wanted to ask Qin Yanji why he couldn't kill Situ Sun. Ningxu knew that Situ Sun's death would be a devastating blow to Qin Yanji. Seeing the current situation, Ningxu only wanted to say that it was awesome. Yin Nanlian saw Qin Yanji's heartbroken expression and blamed everything on Chong Xiefeng. She couldn't help but want to defend Ningxu. However, Ningxu and Yin Nanlian shook their heads. There was no need to say anything. Qin Yanji was now immersed in her own world of sorrow. She probably swore to herself that she would never give Chong Xiefeng a chance in this lifetime. She was now Qin Yanji's enemy. After returning to Wanjian Villa, Qin Yanji locked herself in her room and didn't eat or drink. She was in a daze. Ningxu thought, I don't care if you live or die. You can do whatever you want. Yin Nanlian was really conflicted. Why was this man still thinking about marrying Qin Yanji at a time like this? If he still married her, they would be a resentful couple. What was Chong Xiefeng thinking? He had a good life, but he had to face a woman who was like a piece of wood and had no soul. Couldn't she find someone who could be there for her and help her through thick and thin? Yin Nanlian was a bit disheartened. The next day after returning to Wanjian Villa, she said goodbye to Ningxu. I should go back. My father must be worried. Yin Nanlian felt terrible about wanting to leave, but she also hoped that this man could make her stay. Ningxu nodded. Be careful on the road. I will visit Lingyun Villa when I have time. Yin Nanlian's face paled. She saw Ningxu's expression as usual, as if she wasn't affected by her departure. Her eyes immediately turned sour. She was truly heartbroken. Yin Nanlian felt that it wasn't that she couldn't marry Chong Xiefeng, but she didn't know when she could recover from this heartbreak. Yin Nanlian sniffled and said reluctantly, Chong Xiefeng, please don't marry Qin Yanji. You won't be happy. Ningxu saw that Yin Nanlian was about to cry. He wanted to comfort her and give her hope, so he didn't say anything. Ningxu thought that Yin Nanlian was a good person. People were willing to do things for the people they loved. This was a wonderful process. It would be even better if the other party could interact and reciprocate. However, Ningxu didn't know how Chong Xiefeng felt about Yin Nanlian. He also didn't know if Chong Xiefeng saw Qin Yanji as his obsession and wanted her no matter what. It didn't matter if Qin Yanji didn't talk about it now. Even when she learned that her biological father had died, she hadn't been so depressed. Parents couldn't choose, but her boyfriend and husband could. For this choice, some people would abandon everything, such as family. Yin Nanlian left. She rode very slowly and kept looking back, hoping that person would appear. However, he didn't appear for a day. Yin Nanlian gave up. She raised the whip and the horse galloped. Xianxia stayed in her room like a block of wood. Ningxu stood at the door and said, "Junior sister." Before Ningxu could finish, he heard a heart-wrenching voice from inside. "Xianxia, leave. I don't want to see you again." Ningxu smiled slightly and said directly, "Junior sister, some of the brothers at Wanjian Villa have gone home. I don't think they'll come back. Also, I've closed the weapons shop at Wanjian Villa because of the troubles." Xianxia didn't know why Ningxu was telling her this. "I don't want to hear your voice." However, Ningxu still had to say, "I have to leave as well. I'm leaving the Myriad Swords Matter to wander the world. Junior sister, you have to take care of yourself. Although Master made me the Manor Lord of the Myriad Swords Matter, you are the true successor. In the future, you will have to bear the heavy burden of the Myriad Swords Matter." Xianxia was completely stunned. What did this mean? What did senior brother mean? He was leaving. This was outside of Xianxia's expectations. Xianxia thought that senior brother had to kill Situ-sun because of her, but she never thought that senior brother wouldn't care about her. After all, subconsciously, she still relied on senior brother. She also thought that senior brother wouldn't leave her no matter what happened, even if he hated her for killing Situ-sun. Even if he came to apologize, she wouldn't forgive him. Xianxia originally thought that Ningxu had come to console her. Because of Situ-sun and her father's deaths, Xianxia felt completely disheartened. She didn't eat or drink and was in a daze. In her heart, she hated Ningxu for killing her beloved senior brother. She held the thought that she would never forgive him in this lifetime. But now, her senior brother said that he was going to leave Wanjian Villa and wander around. It seemed like he was planning to leave Wanjian Villa. Xianxia's heart suddenly panicked. She had to face the empty Wanjian Villa alone. She couldn't do it if she had to worry about everything. Xianxia was stunned. Even if Ningxu stood at the door and didn't open it, he could still see Xianxia's expression. She was unscrupulously demanding. Wasn't it difficult to have both hands? Now that one was dead and the other was leaving, she didn't have to be stuck between two men anymore. Ningxu coughed and said, "Little junior sister, I'm leaving tomorrow. Since you're the successor of Wanjian Villa, you have to take responsibility. Don't let Master down." The door creaked open. Xianxia, who had been in the room and refused to come out, saw the light. "Oh my God." Ningxu couldn't help but smile when he saw Xianxia, who looked like a ghost. Xianxia's hair was messy, and her face was as white as paper. Her eyes were hollow, and there were dark circles under her eyes. Her chin was like a snake. It was hard to tell that she was once a beauty on the Jianghu beauty rankings. No matter how beautiful she was, she couldn't withstand this kind of torture. Beauty was an uncertain number. It was high and low at times, so it wasn't easy to maintain one's beauty. However, it was rare to see Xianxia ruin herself like this. Ningxu looked at Xianxia without a change in expression. "Junior sister, take care. Even if it's for Wanjian Villa and for Master, you should pull yourself together." Xianxia turned her head to look at Ningxu like a piece of wood. Her empty eyes stared straight at Ningxu. When she saw Ningxu's face, her eyes burst with hatred and resentment. "Senior brother, are you leaving?" Xianxia's tears seeped out of her eyes. Were they all leaving her? Her father had passed away, and Situ-sun had been killed by her eldest brother. Now, her eldest brother was about to leave. Xianxia's heart was filled with despair and hatred when she saw Ningxu. It wasn't that she didn't want to avenge Situ-sun, but this was her eldest brother. Xianxia, who was feeling conflicted and lost, could only use this method to torture herself. Of course, it was also to torture Ningxu. In the name of love, the people who hurt people the most were often the people they cared about. Because they cared, they felt inferior. If Xianxia was the one who entrusted the task, he would probably be at a loss right now. Ningxu nodded. "Junior sister, I have to go. I promised Master that I would save you. In order to prevent Situ-sun from pestering you, I killed him. I did it for your own good. How does it feel to be fed a pile of shit and forced to say that it's delicious? I did it for you, so blah blah blah." Xianxia's face twitched, and her eyes became hollow. Her hands balled into fists, and her nails dug into her palms. A chuckle came from Ningxu's throat, but he didn't seem to notice Xianxia's expression. He said, "From now on, you're the head of Wanjian Villa. You can't be as stubborn as before. You have to be strong. Don't cry." Ningxu saw Xianxia's eyes full of resentment. "Junior sister, with our relationship, it's not suitable for me to stay here. Take care of yourself. Show your strength. Don't let those servants bully you." Ningxu acted as if he cared about Xianxia, then finally sighed. "I know you're sad, but the person has passed away. You have my condolences." Xianxia, he killed Situ's son, and now he was telling her about his condolences. Xianxia was so angry that she laughed. "Senior brother, you're too cruel." Ningxu's expression didn't change. He said calmly, "I'm cruel, but this is the last thing I can do for master. Then should I thank you?" Xianxia looked at Ningxu. Her voice was a bit hoarse. She had been pretending to be herself recently, so her voice was no longer as clear as before. Ningxu shook his head. "No need to thank me. This is my way of repaying master's kindness. Master treated me like his own. I'm perfectly willing." Xianxia, get lost. Xianxia's anger overcame her confusion. When she heard that Ningxu was leaving, Xianxia's heart was at a loss. She had no one to rely on. But when she heard senior brother's shameless words, they stabbed her heart again and again. Xianxia only wanted to tell Ningxu to get lost. Ningxu looked at the tightly shut door and only smiled slightly. He turned and left. Then Ningxu left with nothing to do. It couldn't be better. When she encountered people who needed medical treatment during her travels, Ningxu would treat them. Occasionally, she would collect a little money. Sometimes, the money was just a coarse flour pancake, and Ningxu didn't mind. When they passed by the town, Ningxu heard her fight with the devil cult to save Xianxia. After that, she was free and unfettered. The story was made into a story. The storyteller talked about it in the tea house with spittle flying everywhere. Ningxu occasionally peeled peanuts and ate while listening to the storyteller's eloquent words. In short, after the artistic embellishment, the story became quite exaggerated. It was just short of saying that she had 3 heads and 6 arms. In the end, she saved master's daughter and left Wanjian Villa. She was originally the heir of Wanjian Villa, but now she didn't leave for fame and money. People fought for fame and wealth because of money, but they also hoped to truly transcend it. Treating money like dirt had always been a noble sentiment. Ningxu, forget it. Since when did she treat money like dirt? Why would she refuse money if it could make her life a little better? Some also said that Ningxu was hurt by love and then resolutely ran away. How pitiful. In short, this kind of gossip spread like the wind blowing through everywhere. As for the gossip about Xianxia, they weren't so polite. They said that Xianxia locked herself in her room every day and didn't care about the situation of her home. Some servants even stole things from the house because the master didn't know what they were doing. There were also some chivalrous robbers who often visited Wanjian Villa to steal things, such as weapons, porcelain, money, calligraphy, and so on. However, Xianxia didn't respond after that. But Xianxia's room was stinking. Servants brought food every day. These servants at least knew that Xianxia was the master. As long as they didn't starve to death, it was best to stay in the room like this. It was practically heaven. These servants didn't care about eating meat or drinking wine. They had nothing to do all day and even began to gamble. The housekeeper saw this and became anxious. The originally prosperous Wanjian Villa had suddenly declined to this point. The housekeeper had asked Xianxia to come out and take charge more than once. Xianxia was the old villa master's daughter and also knew martial arts. She could intimidate these evil servants. Even the maids by the young lady's side were wearing expensive jewelry. The housekeeper couldn't sit still anymore. He knelt at the door and asked Xianxia to come out. If this continued, Wanjian Villa would be finished. Xianxia was still indifferent. Perhaps he felt that there was no meaning in living and was disheartened. Xianxia didn't take the housekeeper's pleas to heart. When Xianxia was hungry, food would be sent to him, so he didn't have to worry about the future and feel sad. When Ningxu heard this news, he knew what was going on. This kind of result was more painful than killing the lover. Some people were above love. Nothing was more important than love. Ningxu only chuckled as he ate peanuts. Yin Nanlian of Lingyun Villa knew that Ningxu had actually left Wanjian Villa to wander the world. She immediately packed her things and prepared to find Ningxu. Her heart had been scarred before. Her heart, which had been hurt by Chong Xiefeng's indifference, was now alive again. Chong Xiefeng had left Wanjian Villa, which meant that she still had a chance. She had to fight for it, no matter what. Of course, Yin Nanlian wouldn't blindly look for Ningxu like this. She had the villa send the news. Every sect had a source of information. It was better to have a target than no target. Ningxu's days were very simple. He wandered around and looked for the world's origin. She desperately needed the world's origin to get rid of her identity as a fugitive. If she encountered a judge and was shot, she would be King dead. Ningxu wandered around but didn't find the world's origin. Moreover, he deliberately chose a more evil place. It was easier for the world's origin to appear in such places. Since it was a treasure, there must be a phenomenon. Ningxu blindly turned around and made Yin Nanlian suffer. Ningxu left and Yin Nanlian arrived, so they always missed each other. If it wasn't for the villa's information, Yin Nanlian would have missed Ningxu. Therefore, when Yin Nanlian saw Ningxu, she jumped off her horse and threw herself into Ningxu's arms, knocking Ningxu back a few steps. Ningxu patted Yin Nanlian's back and asked, "Why are you here? Why did you leave Myriad Swords Manor?" Yin Nanlian came out of Ningxu's embrace, wiped her tears, and asked, "Can you be at ease with 10,000 Swords Villa and Qin Yan?" Yin Nanlian regretted it as soon as she finished speaking. It wasn't easy for her to see him, so why did she have to bring up the troublesome matters of the 10,000 Swords Villa? She carefully looked at Ningxu's expression. Yin Nanlian's expression amused Ningxu. Ningxu coughed and said, "I've already left the 10,000 Swords Villa. Saving Qin Yanji was the last thing my master asked of me." Yin Nanlian nodded. "That's true." Then she took out a kettle from her horse. "This is the wine that our Lingyun Villa brewed. Try it." Ningxu took a sip. It was quite refreshing. "Not bad. Why are you looking for me?" "I want to roam the Jianghu with you," Qin Yanji said directly. Now that he saw hope again, it was simply too wonderful. "Your father isn't worried?" Ningxu raised his eyebrows. "I knew Yin Nanlian wouldn't let it go." "No, my father said I can go back whenever I want," Yin Nanlian said nonchalantly. Her parents were not only obstacles, but her father was also very happy that Chong Xiefeng had left Myriad Swords Villa. Right now, Myriad Swords Villa was an empty shell. When the old villa master of Lingyun Villa heard about Myriad Swords Villa, he couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't know what Qin Song's daughter was doing all day. Myriad Swords Villa's foundation was about to be destroyed in her hands, and there were already many people who had begun to covet Myriad Swords Villa's weapons workshop. There were often Jianghu bandits who came to take advantage of them. At this time, almost all the disciples of Myriad Swords Villa had left. Even the eldest disciple had left. Those who had even the slightest bit of talent had all left. The remaining disciples who were just idling around were all useless. In the hands of Jianghu bandits, they were like chickens. The housekeeper had no choice. If these bandits were allowed to enter the villa, then it would really be a mess. There wouldn't be anything good left. Myriad Swords Villa would really cease to exist. The housekeeper knelt outside the door and asked Qin Yanji to come out and take charge of the situation. When Qin Yanji heard that bandits had entered her home, she felt a moment of panic. In the past, there were people in front of her, and she didn't need to worry about these things. Now that she was forced to accept and bear the responsibility, Qin Yanji's heart felt weak. After tidying up a bit, she went to the entrance of the mountain and saw a group of valiant bandits. Their eyes were filled with ruthlessness and greed. Qin Yanji's heart instantly trembled. She shouted, "Who are you people?" When they saw that Myriad Swords Villa really only had a little girl to take charge of the situation, they immediately whistled. They seemed incomparably frivolous and licentious. Pairs of eyes lingered on Qin Yanji's body. Their greedy gazes made Qin Yanji's heart burn with anger. She also couldn't help but feel afraid. Good girl Xianxia had never encountered such a situation. In the past, when Myriad Swords Villa was at its peak, these people never dared to provoke them. Now, Myriad Swords Villa was like a lion without claws. If they didn't take advantage of this situation, then they would have to be stupid. Some people were even discussing the beauty of Jianghu, and whether or not the boss should capture her and take her back to be his wife. There were also many servant girls who were captured and taken back to have a taste. These bandit leaders were fierce, and not a single one of their mouths was clean. It made Xianxia so angry that her body trembled. I don't want much. Give me 50,000 taels of silver, and we'll leave. The bandit leader said with a smile. The fat on his face trembled, and it was obvious that he wasn't a good person. Xianxia pursed her lips and struggled to ask, is what you said true? Of course it's true. The bandit leader saw that he could get 50,000 taels of silver without spending a single soldier. It was simply awesome. You have to keep your word. Uncle Zhang, give me 50,000 taels of silver and banknotes. Xianxia said to the housekeeper next to her. The housekeeper's face was pale. He said anxiously, Miss, you can't do that. If you give it to them this time, they'll come back next time and treat us like hens that lay golden eggs. They'll come again and again. Moreover, the weapons shop was closed now. The housekeeper was so anxious that he was about to vomit blood. It wasn't like the young miss didn't know martial arts. What was wrong with intimidating them a little? The powerful disciples had all left, and the ones left were lazy people waiting to die. However, the young miss martial arts were not bad. If only Xianxia was here, he could go to the demon sect alone to rescue the young miss. It would be too easy to deal with this. When Xianxia wanted to leave, why didn't the young miss stop him? The housekeeper felt that he might have a brain hemorrhage if he stayed any longer. The young miss was at a disadvantage from the moment she opened her mouth to give money. Mississippi the housekeeper had also served Myriad Swords Villa his entire life. At this moment, he felt very helpless. His mouth was bitter, and it was as if he had bitten through his gallbladder. The bandit leader saw Xianxia dilly-dallying and immediately shouted, Miss Qin, we're in a hurry. Please hurry up. If we're impatient, we'll massacre Wanjian Villa. Xianxia shouted at the housekeeper, Uncle Zhang. The housekeeper had no choice but to hand over the banknotes. He was disappointed and sad. These days would probably never end. If Miss Qin had obediently married Xianxia, this wouldn't have happened. Everyone felt that Xianxia had wronged Xianxia by leaving after breaking his heart. Xianxia had been extremely benevolent to Xianxia. She was captured by the demon sect, but she still went to save him. The housekeeper was very disappointed. Those bandits were just a bunch of rotten fish and shrimps. They could still fight. This time, they had compromised, but there would only be endless trouble. It seemed that they couldn't stay here any longer. Xianxia wanted to use 50,000 taels in exchange for the safety of the villa. Also, there were many servants in the villa who didn't know martial arts. Xianxia, who was sat in her room, didn't know how daring these servants were to use such a method to protect the evil slaves. The housekeeper's feelings were really, in the end, the housekeeper took out 50,000 taels. Some of the servants' eyes lit up when they saw the banknotes. This old thing had so much money and gave it to the bandits. How great would it be if it fell into their hands? They could buy a few acres of land and marry a beautiful wife. No matter what, Xianxia seemed to have used a method to resolve this incident without shedding a drop of blood. The bandits laughed wildly and looked at Xianxia in various ways. Everyone was saying that Xianxia was a promiscuous woman. She was originally Xianxia's fiancée, but in the end, she got together with another man. If Miss Qin wants to recruit a man in bed, can I sign up? The bandit leader's smile was so fierce that the muscles on his face trembled. He looked at Xianxia lustfully without any scruples. Scram! Xianxia almost cried. She had never encountered such a thing. She had been told that she wanted to recruit a man in bed. The rumors on the streets were too ugly. Xianxia drew her sword and said hatefully, "You deserve to die." The bandit leader saw that Xianxia was angry and shouted, "Boys, let's go. Miss Qin, the leader of the demonic sect is dead, and your fiancé has also left. If you feel lonely in your room, remember to call me." The bandit leader's voice was very arrogant. The veins on the back of Xianxia's hand bulged as she gripped the hilt of her sword. As soon as the bandit leader left, Xianxia's eyes immediately filled with tears. No one knew how scared she was. Xianxia couldn't figure out how someone could be so evil. Butler, hey, hey, hey. Especially when he saw the surrounding servants' sparkling eyes, the housekeeper couldn't help but sigh. The master loved his daughter dearly, and if nothing had happened to the 10,000 Swords matter, the young miss would have been held in the palm of his hand, a beautiful flower that would have been incomparably happy. However, the weather was unpredictable, and the delicate flower might be ravaged by the storm. In any case, if this matter was handled properly, there would be endless trouble in the future. Bandits of all sizes would come to ask for money. The building collapsed. Sometimes, one incident could cause such a long chain of reactions. Perhaps this disaster had been buried a long time ago and had completely exploded with Xianxia. Xianxia stared blankly into the distance and cried. How was Situ-sun now? Where was he buried? Xianxia was afraid to see Situ-sun's grave. She would rather lie to herself that Situ-sun wasn't dead. The incident at the 10,000 Swords matter had spread everywhere. When Ningxu heard the news in the restaurant, the truth of the matter had already been exposed beyond recognition. Some said that Xianxia was so thirsty that she used money to keep bandits as her mistress. In short, Xianxia's reputation was really terrible. Ningxu frowned. Xianxia's way of handling things was still so simple, crude, and useless. It seemed like she hadn't learned her lesson from the brothel incident. She had forgotten the pain after the scar healed. She was probably still thinking about that dead Situ-sun, but it was impossible for her to get over it in such a short time. After all, the person she loved the most had died. Was there no one else at the 10,000 Swords matter to come up with such a stupid idea? 50,000 taels. Xianxia was really generous. The world was dangerous. What was the point of being so innocent? Nanlian frowned and asked Ningxu, who was sitting opposite her, do you want to go back and take a look? In the future, the 10,000 Swords matter will be a place for bandits to rob until they can't take anything from the 10,000 Swords matter. Nanlian was very conflicted when she said this. She was afraid that she would have no chance if she went back. However, the 10,000 Swords matter was the place where Xianxia grew up. Now that something had happened, Xianxia would definitely be anxious. If it had been the Lingyun villa, she would have flown back long ago. Nanlian put herself in Ningxu's shoes and still told him. Ningxu took a sip of tea, thought about it, and nodded. I do want to go back and take a look. Nanlian's face turned bitter. She looked like a little cabbage in the field. Ningxu couldn't help but want to laugh. It really wasn't easy for Nanlian to say something like that. Ningxu only smiled and drank his tea. He traveled with Nanlian the whole way. This girl was really capable. She could find things to eat, wild fruits, and game. She even brought seasoning with her. This made Ningxu eat very little dry food along the way. He could even eat a little meat. Cute girls were meant to be doted on. Ningxu was laughing in his heart, but on the surface, he was a gentleman to Nanlian. He didn't do anything out of line. They talked and laughed along the way, as if they were on an outing. However, what made Ningxu more depressed was that he still hadn't found the world's origin. The two of them rode slowly towards the 10,000 Swords matter. During this time, another group of bandits came to the 10,000 Swords matter to ask for money. They obviously treated the 10,000 Swords matter as a silver nest. When Ningxu returned to the 10,000 Swords matter, a group of bandits came out of nowhere aggressively. In the world of martial arts, the imperial court was weakened. These bandits swaggered out like this, but no one suppressed them. It really didn't make sense. Ningxu frowned as she looked at some of the bandits. They were dressed in tattered clothes and held hoes and sickles in their hands. It was obvious that they didn't know martial arts. Xianxia couldn't even take care of these people. His martial arts had been fed to the dogs. Ningxu and Nanlian appeared in a very flashy way. When the bandit leader saw the handsome Ningxu and the valiant Nanlian, his heart immediately tightened. Didn't they say that there was no one left in the 10,000 Swords matter? The bandit leader was certain that there was no one in the 10,000 Swords matter with balls. Now, he had to squeeze as much as he could. Otherwise, others would take advantage of him. He heard that the 10,000 Swords Manor still had an eldest disciple, but he hadn't appeared in a long time. The other disciples also hadn't appeared. It was because the 10,000 Swords Manor's reputation was so bad that the other disciples were too embarrassed to return. Eldest senior brother. When Xianxia saw Ningxu, her eyes immediately turned red. Her heart was filled with grievances. During this time, Xianxia had been on tenterhooks, afraid that these bandits would come again. Every time they came, it was like they were going to slaughter Wanjian Villa. Xianxia's heart was pounding. Her thin face now had high cheekbones, making her look much older. Without collagen filling her face, she looked thin and a bit scared. If she wore tattered clothes, Xianxia would look like a refugee. Now that she saw Ningxu, Xianxia couldn't control her tears at all. The tears fell like she had found someone to rely on. Nanlian couldn't help but purse her lips when she saw Xianxia like this. Ningxu said, "Let's take care of these bandits first." Nanlian pulled out the soft whip at her waist and took the lead to swing it at the bandits. "Who are you, sir?" The bandit held a large knife and looked very fierce. "If you can stay out of this, I'll give you half of the money." Ningxu cracked the corners of her mouth and said, "I am Xianxia." Her reputation as a hero of the forest and the fact that she had charged into the demon sect alone and killed the leader of the demon sect should be well known in the Jianghu. The bandit leader's face twitched. Although he had already guessed it, the bandit leader still had a bad feeling when Lin Fan said it out loud. Lin Fan was able to kill the demon sect leader, who was unparalleled in martial arts. Killing him was just a piece of cake. Ningxu slashed at the bandit leader, and the sword aura directly cut through the bandit leader's throat. There was a small red mark on his neck, but then blood spurted out from the hair-sized cut. The bandit leader clutched his neck in horror and fell off the horse's back. Seeing that their leader was dead, the rest of the bandits fled like birds and beasts. Ningxu was too lazy to chase after them. During his travels, Ningxu saw that the villages that had been plundered by the bandits were full of devastation. It was just like when the Japanese had entered the village. They burned, killed, and plundered. It was slightly better to meet beautiful women. When Xianxia saw that the bandit leader was dead, she was extremely happy. She looked at Ningxu with a complicated expression, and then saw the valiant Nanlian. She felt an indescribable sense of loss and jealousy. Xianxia was her fiancé, but he left. Was he with Nanlian now? Xianxia couldn't forgive Ningxu for killing Sidu Xiu, but now that Xianxia had appeared to help her out, Xianxia's heart ached. Nanlian put away her soft whip and felt uncomfortable. She stood to the side and looked at Ningxu and Xianxia. Ningxu looked at Xianxia again. Oh my god, the speed at which her looks dropped was like a free fall. Ningxu asked, "Why aren't you doing anything? Your kung fu has been destroyed." Xianxia's feelings were complicated. She didn't know if she should be grateful to Ningxu or hate him. "No," Xianxia said. "I want to solve the problem without killing." Ningxu thought, ha. Trying to reason with a bandit? Was he sick in the head? "Oh, is that so? Junior sister is so kind," Ningxu said dryly. Xianxia felt that Ningxu was mocking her and felt a bit uncomfortable. The gratitude in her heart dissipated a bit. Since Junior sister can take care of things in the villa, then I'm relieved. "I'm leaving." Ningxu turned to leave. Xianxia froze and quickly said, "Wait a minute." The smile on Nanlian's face suddenly stiffened. Nanlian's heart was jumping with joy when Ningxu said she was going to leave. However, Xianxia stopped her, so Nanlian wasn't sure if Ningxu would still leave. Ningxu turned to look at Xianxia and asked, "Junior sister, is there anything else?" Xianxia choked. She really wanted to return the words to Ningxu. Was there nothing else he wanted to do? Xianxia thought that Ningxu came back to help her in order to gain her forgiveness, but now he was leaving. Xianxia suddenly felt uncomfortable. Why did it always exceed her expectations? Why didn't he follow the rules? Xianxia thought about it and said, "You are the successor of the villa recognized by Fodder. Senior brother, you should come back." When Xianxia said this, her heart was pained. She had to admit defeat to the person who killed Situ Sun, but only her senior brother could protect the Wanjian villa and intimidate the villains. Ningxu saw that Qin Yanji's face was full of conflict and melancholy. It made her seriously ugly face look a bit strange. It was indescribably ugly. If it was before, Qin Yanji could be a melancholy beauty, but now, Yin Nanlian kept winking at Ningxu, telling her not to stay. This 10,000 swords manor was a mess, and most of its wealth had been squandered away. It was a huge hole that could not be filled, and it was a thankless task. And looking at Qin Yanji's eyes, he was afraid that she still hated Xianxia. Yin Nanlian really hated Qin Yanji more and more. Not only did she hate her as a love rival, but she also wanted to please her because she didn't use her brain. It was really annoying. She made Xianxia a laughingstock, and now she wanted Xianxia to accept this mess. Not only that, but she also had to face Qin Yanji's resentful eyes every day. Yin Nanlian was very confused. All men seemed to like Qin Yanji. Yin Nanlian felt that this trip was very interesting. She cured people and helped when she could. She saw the scenery everywhere, and Xianxia even took her to eat delicious food. Wasn't this kind of life good? She still had to be tied up here and work hard. Ningxu grinned. This time, she didn't come back purely to help Qin Yanji. She came back for herself. Ningxu smiled slightly. His face was like jade, his eyebrows were straight, and his eyes were bright. His smile was very handsome. He said slowly, "You are the heir to the Wanjian villa. You are master's daughter. Next time, show some courage and don't let others bully you. I'm leaving." Qin Yanji was a bit dazzled by Ningxu's smile. When she heard that Ningxu wasn't going to stay, her face instantly paled. She took a deep breath, bit her lip, and said, "Senior brother, I forgive you. Please stay and look after the Wanjian villa." Ningxu suddenly felt that he might have a sadistic relationship with Qin Yanji. "Although I forgive you, I die with Situ-sun's death." Well, in the end, she used 120% of her sincerity to move Qin Yanji, and then they lived happily together. Ningxu's body trembled, and goosebumps appeared all over her body. She really couldn't control her imagination anymore. Ningxu even thought about her having a child with Qin Yanji. Ningxu smiled slightly and said, "Junior sister, I believe in you. You will definitely bring glory to the Wanjian villa. You won't disappoint master in the afterlife. We're leaving," Ningxu said to Yin Nanlian. Yin Nanlian's face immediately bloomed into a big smile, and she looked very happy. "Congratulations to you, man, for becoming the $1 million leader of this book. She has tipped a total of 10,000 yuan. Thank you to the little cutie who has been subscribing and tipping, as well as the little cuties who manage the chat group and the book review section. Falling in love with you, transmigrating canon fodder female supporting character counterattack." At first, Yin Nanlian thought that Xianxia wouldn't leave. When he saw Qin Yanji, he would become the fiancé who was crazy about her, and banged his head against the wall because of her. Hearing Ningxu tell her to leave, a big smile appeared on her face. "Senior." Qin Yanji's sharp voice stopped Ningxu, but Ningxu ignored her and continued to walk away. "Senior, Qin Yanji screamed at Ningxu heartbreakingly. She couldn't believe that Ningxu had become so cold. Especially when she saw the woman standing next to her eldest senior, Qin Yanji's heart ached even more. She was extremely disappointed. She was so sure of her victory that she should feel that what was hers no longer belonged to her one day and belonged to someone else. This feeling was very depressing, and the difference between the two was unbearable. She even began to doubt whether everything she had insisted on was right. Countless what-ifs would be entangled in her heart, and that kind of regret and discomfort could torture a person to death. Now that Qin Yanji saw that her former fiancé was with another woman, she felt as if something had been stolen from her. Qin Yanji was used to Xianxia's kindness and overestimated her position in other people's hearts. "Senior, you can't leave like this." Qin Yanji used her qinggong and blocked the two of them. Ningxu's lips twitched as he looked at Qin Yanji. "What is it?" Qin Yanji faced Ningxu's indifferent expression, and her heart suddenly stopped. That indescribable feeling of grievance and betrayal surged up. "I'm sorry, Senior. I know I've wronged you, but can you stay and look after Wanjian Villa?" When father was alive, he said that you would inherit Wanjian Villa after he passed away. I've already left Wanjian Villa, and I don't know what identity I'll be returning with. Also, I've already done what Master asked me to do when he was alive, and saved you from the demon cult. My mission has been accomplished. Ningxu said indifferently. Qin Yanji was furious when she heard that. She had asked Chong Xiefeng to save Gun Yanji, not kill her. She had actually killed Situ Sun. Actually, Chong Xiefeng was using her power to avenge a personal grudge. If father hadn't said that he was going to save her, Situ Sun wouldn't be dead now. Qin Yanji's heart was filled with sorrow. Now that things had developed to this point, she didn't know who to blame. What do I have to do for you to stay? Qin Yanji asked Ningxu in a hoarse voice. Her heart felt like it was being burned in a pot of oil. She felt uncomfortable and conflicted. Moreover, this was clearly eldest brother's fault. Now she was begging him. It was infuriating. Ningxu dragged his tone, looking like he was thinking, which made the two women nervous. Qin Yanji hoped that Ningxu would stay, and Yin Nanlian hoped that Ningxu would not be soft-hearted. The 10,000 Swords Villa was really a pit of fire. Qin Yanji clasped her hands together and bit her lip. She took a deep breath as if she had made a major life decision. Senior brother, I'll marry you. Let's get married. Ningxu was speechless. Yin Nanlian's expression suddenly became a bit stiff and also a bit disheartened. It wasn't that she didn't trust Chong Xiefeng, but Chong Xiefeng loved Qin Yanji very much. If there was an opportunity like this, he would definitely stay. Yin Nanlian secretly sighed. It was really tiring to be entangled with someone who didn't care about her. Was Chong Xiefeng not tired from before? Ningxu saw Qin Yanji's aggrieved expression and chuckled in his heart. Was marrying someone so aggrieved? She really thought too highly of herself. She had to stay behind and worry about the mess. She also had to face her cold face every day as if someone else was taking advantage of her. It was really **king disgusting. She thought too highly of herself and overestimated her position in other people's hearts. Ningxu smiled faintly and said, I know it's not that little sister doesn't love me. You can't force a melon to be sweet, so I won't marry little sister. Let's forget about our previous engagement. Qin Yanji froze, and her face instantly turned pale. She didn't recover for a long time and asked with trembling lips, You don't want to stay? I don't want to. You still have to worry about Wanjian Villa's matters. Be firm when you need to be. If bandits come again, don't hesitate to kill them. It's considered getting rid of evil for the people. Ningxu said, Didn't little sister love to stand up for injustice in the past? Just think of it as standing up for injustice, that's all. Qin Yanji's lips trembled, and her face was ashen. She looked at Ningxu as if she was looking at a heartless man. Yin Nanlian silently cracked a bright smile without any hesitation. Fortunately, Chong Xiefeng's mind was clear. Ningxu stared straight into Qin Yanji's eyes. His voice was ethereal and seemed to be able to hypnotize people. It's all your fault that this happened. If you hadn't stubbornly insisted on leaving Wanjian Villa, you wouldn't have met Situ Sun. If you hadn't met Situ Sun, I would have married you, and Master wouldn't have been angered to death. All of this is your fault, your fault. Qin Yanji's expression was a bit sluggish. It's my fault? Yes, it's your fault. You caused Master's death. You caused Situ Sun's death. You caused Wanjian Villa to become like this. Ningxu's voice was very soft and ethereal, and it seemed to make people drown in it. It's my fault. It's all my fault. Qin Yanji began to cry, then immediately reacted. No, you killed Situ Sun. You killed him. I'm avenging Master. You're Master's father. You didn't avenge Master, and now you're blaming me for avenging Master. This is your fault. Ningxu planned to try the hypnotism that he only had theoretical knowledge of. No matter how much Qin Yanji resisted, Ningxu was telling the truth. Qin Yanji's expression was a bit pained. It's my fault. It's my fault. Seeing Qin Yanji's expression, Ningxu didn't know if his hypnotism had any effect, but it didn't matter if it didn't. Qin Yanji was now all alone, anyway. It wasn't scary that she had no legs, no arms, and no life. What was scary was losing love. So little junior sister, don't let master's expectations down. Manage Wanjian Villa well. I believe you can do it. Ningxu planted the seed in Qin Yanji's heart that it was her fault. Connecting the dots, wasn't it her fault? If she had been more decisive and chosen one side, then this kind of thing wouldn't have happened. It was impossible for one woman to serve two men, so she had to create a threesome. Since she had chosen, then she should have been more decisive. Why did she have to act like she was being forced? Even if she had chosen Citizen for love, then she should have been prepared to abandon everything. But Qin Yanji didn't want to abandon everything. Little junior sister, I'm leaving. Ningxu raised his voice slightly and woke Qin Yanji, who was in a bit of a daze. That's it for reading refreshing novels. Falling in love with you, transmigrating canon fodder female supporting character counterattack. Qin Yanji looked at Ningxu with tears in her eyes. Senior, please stay. This is all my fault. Ningxu smiled and said, it's good that you know you were wrong. Ningxu turned and left. Ningxu and Qin Yanji left without looking back, which made Qin Yanji's entire body tremble. The hatred in his heart grew. He hated Ningxu for killing Citizen and not caring about Wanjian Villa anymore. Qin Yanji felt that everything she had done for Xianxia had been for nothing. She had chosen to leave with Citizen for Xianxia, but what had she gotten in return? She even said it was her fault. Now she was no longer the young lady of Wanjian Villa at its peak. Xianxia looked down on her and didn't even want to get married. Ningxu could feel the burning gaze behind her. She could feel the resentment in Qin Yanji's eyes. Haha, it didn't matter. Even if Qin Yanji hated her, what could she do to her? Her biggest mistake was killing Citizen. So all the mistakes were her fault. Yin Nanlian breathed a sigh of relief and quickly caught up with Ningxu. Are you really determined to leave? Qin Yanji is going to marry you. Isn't this what you've always wanted? Yin Nanlian asked Ningxu. Ningxu only said, it's better to walk around than to walk around Wanjian Villa. Qin Yanji stared at her with resentment like a female ghost. Goosebumps rose all over her body. She was speechless. She didn't owe Qin Yanji anything. Yin Nanlian smiled at her and said, yes, we'll go explore the world. If it really doesn't work, we'll find a place to live in seclusion and live peacefully. If you're really bored, you can teach 1 or 2 disciples. The life Yin Nanlian described was very tempting, but she said we. Ningxu only chuckled and didn't say anything. She really couldn't agree on Xianxia's behalf. Yin Nanlian was not angry at Ningxu's indifference. After all, leaving the 10,000 Swords Manor was not easy. After that, Ningxu received intermittent news about 10,000 Swords Villa. 10,000 Swords Villa, which had been intimidated by Ningxu, was quiet for a period of time. However, Qin Yanji discovered that there weren't many people in 10,000 Swords Villa. Some of the servants were afraid of death and had run away early on. Now, the 10,000 Swords Villa was almost empty. No one cleaned the courtyard, and there wasn't even any food. If Qin Yanji didn't say anything, there wouldn't even be a bite to eat. Although Qin Yanji was from the underworld and knew martial arts, she was usually served by others. Now that she suddenly had to do it herself, this feeling, Qin Yanji's life was similar to that of a rich young lady's, but now she even had to cook her own food. Her maid had run away. They had also taken away a lot of her things. By the time Qin Yanji found out, the maids had already disappeared. In the end, even the housekeeper left. The housekeeper originally thought that Xianxia would stay, but she left too. It seemed that 10,000 Swords Villa was really done for. The housekeeper had no choice but to leave. Moreover, there were thieves coming to the villa from time to time, so their safety was not guaranteed. The housekeeper's departure made Qin Yanji's heart sink. She was angry and afraid. She tried to persuade the housekeeper to stay, but the housekeeper insisted on leaving. Qin Yanji felt very helpless. She didn't feel very good, and there was no one around to give her advice. She felt very anxious. In the end, Qin Yanji was almost the only person in 10,000 Swords Villa, which made Qin Yanji feel very miserable. She felt like she had been betrayed. She had spent so much money to protect these people in 10,000 Swords Villa. If they had resisted, those bandits would have definitely rushed into the villa and massacred them. These people who didn't know martial arts would definitely have been killed. However, these people actually ran away, which made Xianxia feel very pained. She felt this way again. The last time, for a woman, it was a woman from a brothel. She wanted justice for her, but she ended up in a brothel. Something like that happened and she was humiliated. Although nothing happened in the end, Xianxia felt very hurt. This time, for the sake of 10,000 Swords Villa, these people who didn't know martial arts, she spent a lot of money to protect 10,000 Swords Villa. But these people all left, which made Xianxia want to cry. These people were too heartless. If Ningxu knew what Xianxia was thinking, the most he could say was that Xianxia liked to find excuses for herself no matter what she did. She was clearly afraid of those bandits, and she was a coward. She also knew that doing this was very cowardly, but she righteously said that it was for the sake of the people in the villa who didn't know martial arts. Now that others feared their lives and ran away, Xianxia began to resent them again. In any case, Xianxia was right no matter what she did, and it was others who wronged her. Xianxia was hungry and made food for herself, but Xianxia was not someone who had done manual labor. She had more or less reached out her hand for clothes and opened her mouth for food. Now, she had to make a fire to cook. She couldn't even cook the rice. Xianxia hugged her shoulders and curled into a ball to cry. Was this retribution? Was it like her senior brother said, that this was all her fault? After suffering, Xianxia thought of her previous life. She had a group of servants, and her senior brothers loved her very much. She had everything she wanted to eat. But now, she didn't even have anything to eat. There wasn't even a grain of rice in the kitchen. Even the bowls and chopsticks had been taken away by those people. These people were simply despicable. This feeling of being deceived made Xianxia very angry. They didn't understand her and even hit her when she was down. Xianxia felt completely disheartened. Without servants, Xianxia couldn't do anything. She couldn't even boil a mouthful of hot food to drink. In this era, there was no takeout, so one call would arrive. Also, it was already winter. Xianxia couldn't even wash her feet because there was no hot water. Thinking about her previous life and then thinking about her current life, even when she was tortured by Situ-sun in the demon sect, it wasn't as miserable as now. At least she had something to eat. But now, she had been in the demon sect for a while and hadn't even learned how to do anything before she was rescued by Xianxia. In fact, Xianxia was still a rich young lady who didn't know how to do anything. If only she was still in the demon sect right now. If only Situ-sun hadn't died. All of this was her fault. Otherwise, Situ-sun wouldn't have died. Her father wouldn't have died. Wanjian Villa wouldn't have become like this. Xianxia wanted to cry but had no tears. She really didn't know what she had done wrong. She had never wanted to hurt anyone. She had always sacrificed and wronged herself, but no one had ever understood her. Senior brother blamed her. It was clearly senior brother who had killed Situ-sun. Did senior brother understand that everything she did was for him? She wanted to protect him and was afraid he would be poisoned. Why would senior brother say that to her? Senior brother had the least right to say that to her. However, the words "it's all your fault" kept echoing in Xianxia's ears. She couldn't deceive herself even if she wanted to. Ningxu's reputation in the Jianghu was unexpectedly good. In addition, when something happened at Wanjian Villa, she went back to save people and intimidated some bandits. She was so magnanimous. When Ningxu heard these words, she only chuckled. So much for reading refreshing novels. Falling in love with you, transmigrating canon fodder female supporting character counterattack. Ningxu wasn't going for a good reputation, but to give Xianxia some hope. If anything happened again, Xianxia's heart would hope that eldest brother would appear and save her from trouble. She wouldn't believe that eldest brother would be so heartless. Ningxu threw the matter of Wanjian Villa to the back of her mind and wanted to take her to see the area beyond the Great Wall. Yin Nanlian also insisted on going. Ningxu had no choice. She wanted to ride the horse and leave, so Yin Nanlian followed. Ningxu could only allow Yin Nanlian to follow her. Yin Nanlian revealed a complacent expression. She chuckled and grinned at Ningxu. Ningxu was speechless. If you want to follow me, then follow me. I'm not confessing to you anyway. The matter between Yi Nanlian and Cheng Xiefeng had nothing to do with her, but Ningxu couldn't say what would happen between them in the future. From Ningxu's perspective, Yi Nanlian didn't seem like a stupid person. She was a virtuous wife. It was good to have someone who understood things clearly. Someone like Qin Yanji, who was so pretentious, couldn't resist pretentiousness no matter how good she was. Didn't she see that Wanjian Villa was now a big sect in the Jianghu? It only existed in name now and would be completely gone in a while. It couldn't hold on for much longer. Many people said that Qin Yanji was stupid. How could she be so stupid when people asked for money? Also, those bandits only had a lot of people, but their martial arts were mediocre. What a spendthrift woman. Many people said it with bitter hatred. It was better to give it to them than to give it to those bandits. Feeding those bad people until they were fat. Really, Ningxu went to many places beyond the Great Wall, but didn't find the world's origin. It seemed that the world's origin couldn't be found in this world. Ningxu was a little dispirited. Yi Nanlian didn't know what Ningxu was thinking, but seeing that Ningxu didn't look well, she asked, "What's wrong? Are you hungry?" Along the way, Yi Nanlian asked Ningxu this question the most. She almost sang, "Are you hungry? I'll cook a bowl of noodles for you." Ningxu wiped his face. "I'm not hungry." Yi Nanlian couldn't ask Ningxu what was going on, so she could only follow behind Ningxu. Ningxu came back from beyond the Great Wall and became a purchasing agent. He bought the cheap furs from beyond the Great Wall and sold them for several times the profit. As soon as he returned, he heard that the Myriad Swords Manor had been plundered. There was nothing left, not even chairs or benches. There were only 4 walls, and even some wood and tiles were gone. They were taken away by the farmers around the 10,000 Swords Manor. There was no one left in the 10,000 Swords Manor. Ningxu raised his eyebrows and ordered a plate of peanuts from a man sitting at the next table. He asked, "Then there's no one left at Wanjian Villa? Where's Qin Yanji?" "I don't know where she went. Some say she was kidnapped, and some say she was killed. Anyway, I don't know where she went," Ningxu said. Ningxu thought about it and decided to go back to Wanjian Villa to take a look. The destruction of Wanjian Villa was within Ningxu's expectations. After all, Qin Yanji was quite generous. Ningxu was now worried about Qin Yanji's whereabouts. He wasn't worried about what happened to Qin Yanji, but he didn't know where Qin Yanji was now. Maybe she was playing around with someone else and had a deep relationship. Anyway, she was the main female lead, so there would be people who loved her wherever she went. There were even men of noble status who had seen all the harems in their 3,000 concubines. They only loved a little demon like her. Ningxu returned to Wanjian Villa. It was as empty as a haunted house. In less than half a year, the previously thriving Wanjian Villa had become like this. It was really sad that it was easier to destroy than to build. It took a long time for Wanjian Villa to become like this, but it felt like it had become like this overnight. Ningxu calculated that he had been in this world for more than half a year, almost a year. Maybe it was time to leave, but before he left, he had to find out where Qin Yanji was. It was hard to guarantee that Qin Yanji wouldn't take revenge on the person who entrusted her. After all, she had killed Situ Sun, and Situ Sun was Qin Yanji's lover. Ningxu returned to Wanjian Villa and went to Qin Yanji's room. Qin Yanji's room was empty. It was probably because the bed was too big that a thief hadn't broken into the bed. Ningxu looked around the room. There was already a thick layer of dust on the ground. Every time he used his spiritual power to scan the room, he found that there was incense ash near the window. Ningxu walked over, picked it up with his hand, and smelled it. There was a smell of medicine. It was probably a knockout drug. This is a despicable thing. Yi Nanlian's face turned a little red when she saw this kind of thing. "I heard that there are flower thieves who will break the window and light the love incense. My father was afraid that I would be targeted by some flower thief, so he told me this." This was Qin Yanji's room. Could it be that Qin Yanji was targeted by a flower thief? Yi Nanlian frowned tightly and looked at Ningxu. She said, "My father said that this kind of love incense is very domineering and makes women unable to resist." Ningxu was speechless. People were always researching in this area. These flower thieves were really. They only cared about ruining women, then pulled up their pants and ran away. They didn't care about what these women would do after that. This was an ancient era that was harsh on women. Even modern women who were raped were looked at strangely. Moreover, they used such a despicable method to ruin women. The medicinal properties of the love incense were domineering and would definitely hurt women's bodies. When encountering such a flower thief, they would directly chop off the chicken without any discussion. I'm afraid that Miss Jean Nanlian didn't say it, but everyone knew what she had omitted. She was afraid that Xianxia might have been ruined by the flower thief. Ningxu thought from the perspective of a man and the flower thief. An orphan girl. Xianxia was an orphan now. She had no one to support her. Although she had Xianxia, who knew when the senior would appear, the first thing a man would think of when looking at a woman was sex. He would definitely taint Xianxia. Next, he might kidnap Xianxia and defile her. If she was an ambitious man who hadn't slept with a girl before, then Xianxia might be sold. As for where she would be sold, there was basically no need to say. Ningxu thought about it, so he began his daily visit to the brothel. Nanlian's face turned green. She quickly put on men's clothes and followed behind Ningxu. Although she was obviously a woman, Nanlian had never thought of disguising herself as a man. If people saw that she was a woman, would the brothel keeper have the nerve to recommend beautiful girls to Xianxia? Yes, 2 girls visiting a brothel. Xianxia was a woman inside. This feeling was a bit strange. Ningxu released his mental strength and scanned the entire brothel. Xianxia had just come to the brothel last time, so he didn't know what the situation was this time. No matter which result Ningxu guessed, Xianxia's result wasn't very good. She must be in deep trouble now. Just read a refreshing novel. Falling in Love with You, Transmigrating Canon Fodder Female Supporting Character Counterattack. Whether Xianxia was imprisoned by a rapist or sold to a brothel, Xianxia's fate was to be ruined by a man. The only difference was that it was one man or many men. Ningxu looked for Xianxia from brothel to brothel. If she was in a brothel, it would be difficult for Ningxu to find her. However, if she was locked up by a rapist, it would be difficult to find her. Nanlian felt that the chances of finding Xianxia in a brothel were not high. It was also possible that the rapist had ruined Xianxia and left after putting on his pants, and Xianxia had left Wanjian by herself. However, Ningxu felt that the possibility of this was relatively small. Rapists were all sneaky, but if Xianxia was alone, and a woman without any ability to resist, wouldn't the rapist have the final say? Under such circumstances, how could the rapist not have any ulterior motives? It was easy to find her in a brothel, but it would be difficult to find her if she was locked up by a rapist. Ningxu felt that he was really worried about Xianxia. If he didn't suffer now, he would definitely suffer in the future. The human heart was the most chaotic and could change at most. Perhaps a small matter could cause a huge change in the human heart. Don't mistake naivety for fun. The world was so messy, who was naivety for? Nanlian followed Ningxu to brothels every day. In the beginning, she was very uncomfortable, but now she was very used to it. She sat in every brothel like a boss and asked the brothel owner if there were any new girls in the brothel. Ningxu and Nanlian searched for a while but couldn't find Xianxia. Ningxu couldn't help but wonder if he had guessed wrong. Perhaps Xianxia had left by herself. The rapist would only sell Xianxia to a place closer to Wanjian. Did he have to carry her far away to sell a woman? After ruining a woman and making a small fortune at the same time, he would definitely get rid of her quickly. Xianxia wasn't in a brothel. Perhaps people were simple. The rapist only tainted Xianxia. Ningxu, we've been searching for so long. Can we really find Miss Jean? Nanlian couldn't help asking, why are you always watching brothels? Because Xianxia has an unbreakable bond with the brothel. Ningxu casually said. Last time, he was also in a brothel. This time, he didn't know if he was sold to a brothel. Ningxu smacked his head. Perhaps his relationship with the flower thief had deepened, or perhaps the domineering flower thief was addicted to the taste. The previous women were nothing compared to a fart. Only this woman tasted the best. This was completely in line with the plot. Ningshu started imagining things again. Once he started imagining things, he couldn't control it. Ningshu went to all the brothels closest to the 10,000 Swords Villa, but he couldn't find Xianxia. It seemed that Xianxia really didn't go to the brothels, which meant that he hadn't been sold. Perhaps she had fallen in love with a domineering flower thief. Perhaps this flower thief was incomparably handsome. Perhaps this flower thief had become a flower thief for the sake of excitement. Actually, his status was noble. The main female lead's ability was to make any man fall in love with her. Seeing the strange look in Ningshu's eyes, Nanlian couldn't help but ask, "Are you hungry again?" "I'm not hungry," Ningshu said. It seemed that Xianxia's whereabouts were really difficult to find. Ningshu was a little distressed. He would look for him slowly. Even if he couldn't find him, what could he do? If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have gone beyond the Great Wall. His main purpose was to find the world's origin. Ningshu wasn't in a hurry. He would look for him slowly. As long as Xianxia wasn't dead, he would appear. After all, the client and Xianxia could have an unbreakable fate. In any case, he was the second male lead. Whether it was hate or love, he would always appear. In his free time, Ningshu cultivated diligently. There was nothing more important than strength. Ningshu and Nanlian found an inn to stay in. After all, in this world, Ningshu's family had no house, so they could only stay in inns. Wherever Ningshu went, Nanlian would go. She followed Ningshu all the time. Ningshu was really speechless. Such a cute girl. How nice would it be if she was a man? Compared to men, Ningshu found that cute girls were even cuter. Apart from girls who were blinded by love and whose minds were filled with sadness, girls who found independent and strong girls to be really charming. They had their own personalities. Ningshu couldn't stand a woman who would die for a man. She always longed for someone to pamper her. Since she chose to be pampered, she had to be aware of being a pet. Damn, was she going to turn gay? She shouldn't. Ningshu said ba in his heart. She should abandon the distinction of gender now. Men and women were all people. Even if they died, they were still souls. So loving girls was the same as loving men. Damn, what was she thinking? Chong Xiefeng was really lucky to have a girl like this like him. Ningshu finally found Xianxia, but the place he found was still a brothel. He asked the brothel keeper if there were any new girls. In the end, the brothel keeper said there were, but she wasn't very obedient. Ningshu said he wanted to see her, so the coquettishly dressed Xianxia was dragged in. Xianxia's face was thin. It was unknown what kind of torture she had suffered, but there was no color in her eyes. Their eyes met, and Xianxia saw Ningshu. Tears immediately flowed out of her eyes. She called out hoarsely, "Brother." Ningshu raised his brows. It seemed that Xianxia really had an indissoluble fate with brothels. Ningshu gave the brothel keeper some money, and she left with a smile. Brother, why are you only here now?" Xianxia cried to Ningshu. Ningshu asked, "Did the rapist sell you?" Xianxia's expression froze. She looked at Ningshu in horror. "How did you know?" It was just as Ningshu had guessed. Xianxia was tired of being tormented by Kai Huaza, so he turned around and sold Xianxia. How could the man of a rapist who used aphrodisiac incense have a conscience? Ningshu asked, "Where is the rapist now?" He was going to cut up the rapist's cock. He picked a good woman and ruined a virgin. This kind of man deserved to be cut up. When Xianxia heard Ningshu's words, she thought that Ningshu was going to avenge her. She suddenly burst into tears. "Senior brother. Little junior sister, has your martial arts been crippled?" Xianxia had practiced martial arts since she was a child. Why did it feel like she didn't have any martial arts at all? Why was she always caught? Xianxia said painfully, "Brother, I was drugged with the cultivation dissipation powder. My martial arts are gone, and my dantian was destroyed." Ningshu was speechless. "The rapist did it?" Ningshu asked. Xianxia was completely disheartened. Her expression was gloomy, and it was obvious that she hated the rapist. Ningshu hadn't expected this situation. The rapist had actually targeted Xianxia. He probably wanted to have a taste of a woman who was being fought over by a master of the Jianghu. Especially the woman of the leader of the demon sect. She also had another identity as the fiancée of the master, Xianxia. Just thinking about it made her excited and tremble. If she had known this would happen, she would have used the GPS and not appeared in front of Xianxia. She was out of her mind, so much for reading novels. Was he going to redeem Xianxia now? Haha. If he really did redeem her, then wouldn't it have something to do with Xianxia again? It really made people speechless. Ningxu now had a feeling that she was relieved to see that he wasn't doing well. He wasn't really worried about how Xianxia was doing. Xianxia looked at Ningxu, and Ningxu stared at Xianxia. Neither of them spoke. Ningxu raised his wineglass and took a sip, then asked the procuress, "I want to redeem this girl. How much silver do I need?" The procuress's face was full of wrinkles from smiling. She extended a hand, and Xianxia immediately asked, 5 taels of silver. The procuress's face trembled. 500 taels. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu guessed that Xianxia didn't even sell in 100 taels. Now she wanted 500 taels. What a businessman. Ningxu said, "Sister, I don't have that much money. Wait until I earn that much money." Xianxia's expression was a bit sluggish. She didn't think that Ningxu couldn't even take out 500 taels. How could he say he wanted to earn that much money? Xianxia wanted to cry but had no tears. She asked, "Brother, do you not want to redeem me?" After going through so much, what Xianxia wanted to do the most now was to leave this place. She was already traumatized by the brothel. Last time, she was taught a lesson by the procuress. This time, she still had to receive guests in a brothel. Xianxia still hadn't recovered from this shock. More importantly, her chastity had been taken by a disgusting rapist. Compared to the rapist, the current eldest brother was really good. In her mind, she kept thinking about the peace and quiet eldest brother had in Wanjian Villa. Those years were so peaceful. If only eldest brother hadn't killed Situ-sun. Xianxia was completely disheartened. Thinking about Situ-sun, who had been shot in the heart, Xianxia couldn't say anything about letting Ningxu take her away. Her life was already like this. Xianxia said to Ningxu, "Senior brother, go. Don't come back." Ningxu rolled his eyes. Sure enough, his hypnotism skills weren't perfect. Ningxu couldn't understand what Xianxia was thinking. "Since you want me to leave, then I'll leave." Ningxu paid the procuress and left. Xianxia stared at Ningxu's back with teary eyes. Ningxu couldn't bear to see this kind of person who pretended to be the one who wanted to save him even though he was clearly begging for help. His heart was already as dead as ash. It was the same no matter where he was. Who the hell wants to save you? Do you have so much money that it's eye-catching? Brothel keeper, are you kidding? Aren't you going to redeem him? The 500 taels were gone again. Xianxia, he left so decisively. Even if he didn't have money, he could still take her away. If it was the old senior brother, seeing her suffer like this, he would definitely be burning with rage and fight for her. She couldn't go back. Nothing could go back. Ningxu returned to the inn and breathed a sigh of relief. Now that he had found Xianxia, if there were no accidents, Xianxia wouldn't be able to leave the brothel for the rest of her life unless someone was willing to redeem her. Moreover, Ningxu really didn't know what the client was thinking and what he felt about Xianxia. If he redeemed Xianxia and kept her by his side, it would be like serving a princess. But if he didn't save her, would the client not give up on Xianxia? According to Ningxu's thoughts, even if Xianxia was in a brothel, she could still write a touching love story. If you had love, you would have heaven. Ningxu, F*ck, I'm not redeeming him. This kind of thing should be left to the client to worry about. Now that Xianxia was in such a state, he could only rely on him. It would be easy to win Xianxia's heart. At worst, they would have to have a torturous relationship. You killed my lover, I hate you. In the end, they would have to kneel in front of Situ-sun's grave and say, "I'm sorry, I fell in love with the person who killed you, but I really love him. Please forgive me." Then the supporting male lead would become the male lead. It would be a sure thing. Ningxu's expression was a bit ugly. He felt like he had swallowed a fly. If Chong Xiefeng and Qin Yanji were together, this kind of sick feeling would be indescribable. But this was Chong Xiefeng's choice. She had no right to question it. All the choice was in Chong Xiefeng's hands. Yi Nanlian couldn't help but sigh. Her life was filled with Qin Yanji's name. Sometimes Yi Nanlian couldn't understand what Chong Xiefeng was thinking. He had been looking for Qin Yanji everywhere, but now that he had found her, he was indifferent. Yi Nanlian was too lazy to talk. She got something to eat and cultivate her inner strength. If Chong Xiefeng really was together with Qin Yanji, then it would be time for her to quit. Yi Nanlian didn't want to be stuck between Qin Yanji and Chong Xiefeng. She especially didn't want to have anything to do with Qin Yanji. Once she was involved, she would be in big trouble, big trouble. Look at Situ Sun, look at Chong Xiefeng, and look at the Wanjian villa. The disciples had either left or died. In her father's words, Qin Yanji was poisonous. If Chong Xiefeng really didn't like her, she wouldn't insist on being entangled and bring any harm to the Lingyun villa. Didn't she see that Qin Yanji, who had no power to protect her, had been defiled by a womanizer? Now, she had been sold to a brothel. If no one redeemed her, she would have to spend the rest of her life with a pair of jade arms. Yi Nanlian couldn't let the person she truly cared about be hurt for a man who didn't love her. Maybe it was time for her to leave. But she had been to so many places with Chong Xiefeng and had seen so much. It wasn't a loss. Mission complete. Do you want to leave the mission world? 2333's voice sounded. Ningxu immediately nodded. Yes. There wasn't much to gain in this world. It was very disappointing. Ningxu wanted to complete the mission and at the same time find the origin of the world. But she couldn't find it. She wanted to build a world, but she didn't expect to succeed in building the reincarnation world first. Two things that she didn't know of where the origin of the world were still incubating. There was still one more thing that she hadn't found. Water, water, where was the origin of the world with the water element? At least she had gathered all of them and could avoid the fate of being erased. Ningxu felt dizzy and returned to the system space. The space was filled with the fragrance of lotus flowers. The system space was full of vitality. Ningxu collapsed on the sofa and sighed comfortably. There was nothing more comfortable than this. Then, Ningxu sat cross-legged and began to absorb the soul power. After absorbing for a while, Ningxu opened her eyes and felt that her soul seemed to be a little stronger. She felt that the entrusted person had contributed quite a lot of soul power this time. Was it because she was satisfied with the mission? She didn't care. She had soul power to take anyway. She didn't know what the entrusted person would do in the end. Would they redeem Qin Yanji from the brothel? If they did, then Qin Yanji would have to follow Chong Xiefeng for the rest of her life. After so many things had happened, how could Chong Xiefeng and Qin Yanji simply be engaged? Ningxu was really curious about what Chong Xiefeng would do. Would he forgive everything and get back together like an engaged couple and get married, or would he completely give up on Qin Yanji? Ningxu opened the video and watched Chong Xiefeng's return. It was a brothel and Chong Xiefeng was talking to Qin Yanji. Ningxu increased the volume and heard Chong Xiefeng's voice. Junior sister. Didn't I tell you not to come? Qin Yanji said stiffly. Senior brother, we're not fated to be together anymore. Qin Yanji's words made Chong Xiefeng choke. His face turned red and his expression was very strange. Chong Xiefeng's face trembled. Junior sister, I'm here to say goodbye. I'm leaving. Qin Yanji's expression changed immediately. In Qin Yanji's heart, Chong Xiefeng had wronged her. He was the one who killed the man she loved. No matter how much he did, he couldn't make up for it. But now he was leaving. Didn't Chong Xiefeng feel guilty? Qin Yanji vaguely understood that this man didn't love her anymore. She asked hoarsely, did you fall in love with Yi Nanlian? Yes, my pure body has been tainted and now I've been sold to a brothel. You must feel very embarrassed to have a fiancé like me. Chong Xiefeng was speechless. Was she blaming him? Why didn't she remember that she wanted to run away with Citizen twice in front of so many people? There were some things that only she could do. She was innocent. If someone else did it, then it was wrong and they had to endure her harsh criticism. Be lenient to yourself, but be strict to others. Chong Xiefeng felt very bored and said dryly, that's my business. It has nothing to do with you. Qin Yanji, you only remember that I killed Situ Sun. You don't care about me at all? Chong Xiefeng looked at the skinny Qin Yanji. Qin Yanji's face didn't have any fat. Ever since she met Situ Sun, the collagen on her face began to fade. She no longer had that chubby and youthful look. Qin Yanji was almost crying. Why did you kill him? Chong Xiefeng heard this and almost died from anger. Don't you know why I killed him? Was there a need to ask? Qin Yanji AI stole his wife and humiliated him like that. Couldn't he kill him? Could it be that he still had to be worshipped? Chong Xiefeng looked at Qin Yanji with disappointment, but Qin Yanji said, you know that both of you are very important to me. You know that I will be sad. Oh, you will be sad, but do you think I won't be sad? What do you want me to do? Chong Xiefeng's shoulders collapsed. If Qin Yanji was a man, he would treat two women like this. Both of you are very important to me, and I'm connected to both of you. If a scumbag exploded on the spot, it would be the same. She didn't know why Qin Yanji could hurt others so righteously. Chong Xiefeng took a deep breath and turned to leave. He did not mention anything about redeeming Qin Yanji. As soon as Chong Xiefeng left, Qin Yanji slumped to the ground. Tears streamed down her face. Why couldn't senior brother understand her efforts? She never wanted to hurt anyone. The brothel keeper looked at Qin Yanji's tears and snot, and her eyes showed annoyance. She still thought she was a peerless beauty and made a fuss about not receiving customers. She had to accept them whether she wanted to or not. She had a bitter face every day. It was irritating to see her. Even the men who came to the brothel to seek pleasure had no interest in such a bitter face. She was probably some rich young lady. This man had come a few times and looked like he wanted to redeem this woman. But every time he came, she would either cry or pull a long face. She didn't know why she was so arrogant. She didn't know why she had such confidence. It made the brothel keeper's teeth ache. Angering the brothel keeper meant that Qin Yanji would have no food to eat. When she was starving, she would let go of her temper. People could do anything to survive. Qin Yanji didn't have any meat to begin with, and now she couldn't afford it. Ningxu originally thought that Chong Xiefeng wouldn't redeem Qin Yanji, but Chong Xiefeng still redeemed Qin Yanji. From the previous asking price of 500 taels to 50 taels, the brothel keeper could tell that Chong Xiefeng didn't really want to redeem Qin Yanji, so 50 taels was considered a profit. Even if Qin Yanji was redeemed, she still didn't want to leave with Chong Xiefeng. Yin Nanlian saw Chong Xiefeng like this and sighed silently. She said goodbye to Chong Xiefeng. This man was destined to not belong to her. Even after spending time together, he still didn't like her. He had always loved Qin Yanji, and he would never leave her. Hearing that Yin Nanlian was leaving, Chong Xiefeng pursed his lips and nodded to let Yin Nanlian go. Yin Nanlian was speechless. She was still hot-headed. Yin Nanlian said to Chong Xiefeng, I wish you happiness, and mounted the horse. Chong Xiefeng looked at Yin Nanlian's back in silence. Finally, he composed himself and took out some money to give to Qin Yanji. Live well on your own. This was the last thing he could do. He didn't want Qin Yanji to prostitute herself in a brothel. Qin Yanji took Chong Xiefeng's money and turned to leave. She really couldn't bear to live with Chong Xiefeng. Seeing Chong Xiefeng's face, the scene of him killing Situ Sun appeared in her mind. Chong Xiefeng also turned to leave, but in the opposite direction from Qin Yanji. The two of them walked further and further apart. Qin Yanji turned to look at Chong Xiefeng's back and suddenly cried. Senior brother had really changed. In the past, he would coax her, but now he was indifferent. Qin Yanji thought that Chong Xiefeng would force her to live with him, but Chong Xiefeng didn't even think about it. She didn't have martial arts anymore, and she didn't have a job to support herself. How was she going to live from now on? Qin Yanji stomped her feet as if she was angry. She quickened her pace and ran even faster. From beginning to end, Chong Xiefeng didn't look back. He also didn't think about going back to find Qin Yanji. Ningxu turned off the video. It was a pity that Chong Xiefeng and Yin Nanlian didn't end up together. Ningxu kept looking at the progress bar. In the end, Xianxia took in 2 disciples and taught them. He ran around every day and couldn't find a place to settle down. It seemed that Xianxia was quite satisfied and didn't want to be with anyone. He also didn't look for Nanlian. Could it be that Xianxia still hadn't moved on from Qin Yanji's situation? The funniest thing was that Qin Yanji had Xianxia's money. After eating and drinking, she didn't have any income. In the end, she was kicked out of the inn and was about to end up on the streets. Qin Yanji didn't know where to go, nor did she know what to do. There was nowhere she could go in this world. Qin Yanji realized that brothels were the only place for her. She didn't know how to do anything, and she definitely wouldn't sell herself as a slave. But she had finally escaped from the devil's den, and now she couldn't go back in again. Qin Yanji was terrified, but Xianxia was nowhere to be found. In the end, she could only sell herself as a slave and enter a rich family to serve others. Qin Yanji used to be a rich young lady, but now she had to sell herself as a slave to serve others. She would be a slave for the rest of her life, and there was no chance for her to change her fate. Qin Yanji didn't know how things had developed to this point. She used to be a pampered young lady, but now she had nothing. She really had nothing. Ningxu closed the video. Even if Qin Yanji was chosen by the master and became a concubine, she would be stuck in the harem for the rest of her life. Ningxu didn't care about this anymore. He asked 2333, what if Qin Yanji doesn't want to accept this and wants to fight back? She won't accept this anymore. The karma is over. For example, Sidu Sun and Qin Yanji won't have a chance to fight back. As long as the origin of the soul is still there will be a chance for a new start. 2333 explained. Ningxu nodded to show he understood. He opened his status panel to see what he had gained this time. Name, Ningxu. Age, 27 level, Super Mission Taker Points Plate, 177. 10 million points for a single point plate. Soul Points, 10 Health Points, 9 Intelligence, 12 Luck, 13 Charm, 7 Spiritual Power, 10 Martial Strength, 11 Aptitude, 9 Faith, 152880 Merit, 94750 Soul Strength, 573 Authorization Ticket, none Precept, Water Precept Pure Heart, none Items, Calm Halo, Reassurance Pill, Faith Halo, Amulet 4, Upgraded Amulet 2 Honorary Titles, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Skills, 5th Ring Shooting Technique, Intermediate Fighting Technique, Intermediate Level Poison Technique, Beginner Level Business Management Knowledge, Beginner Level Code Programming, Beginner Level Lawyer Skill, Sage Ghost Catching Skill, Beginner Level Cooking Skill, Intermediate Level Embroidery Skill, Trash Hypnosis. Aura, Mother of the World Empress Blessing, Model Worker Sister Chen Shi's Blessing, Leader Aura Grass Blessing, Lifelong Friend Meow Meow Meow's Blessing. Blessing from Zhu Sun Yang, Blessing from Chen Ermiai, Blessing from Chen Ning, Blessing from Jasmine, Blessing from Bai San Yang, Blessing from Wang Ying, Blessing from Wang Ying. The heart of bravery. The wish of Xianxia was fulfilled. Mission completion rate, 100%. Mission reward obtained, 11 point cards, 12 attribute points, 80% soul power, 5,000 faith power, 20 merit points, 20 merit points. 80% of his soul strength was not a small amount. This meant that the mission this time was not bad. Fortunately, he did not kill Qin Yanji directly. He was afraid that Xianxia still had some unquenchable feelings for Qin Yanji. As expected, Xianxia still wanted to see Qin Yanji. If he went back and saw a grave, he would not be satisfied. Some things would not give up until he got to the bottom of it. Ningxu added 12 attribute points. This time, there were more attribute points. She actually had 12 attribute points. Name, Ningxu. Age, 27 level, Super Mission Taker Point Card, 17,711 points. Set to 1 point card. Soul Points, 102 Health Points, 92 Wisdom, 121 Luck, 131 Charm, 71 Spiritual Power, 101 Combat Power, 111 Aptitude, 93 Faith Power, 152880500 Merit, 9475050 Soul Strength, 605 Authorization Ticket, none Precept, Water Precept Pure Heart, none Tools, Calming Halo, Calming Pill, Faith Halo, Amulet 4, Upgraded Amulet 2 Honorary Titles, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Skills, 5th Ring Shooting Technique, intermediate fighting technique, intermediate level poison technique, beginner level business management. Knowledge, beginner level code programming, beginner level lawyer skill, sage ghost catching skill, beginner level cooking skill, intermediate level embroidery skill, trash hypnosis halo, mother of the world empress blessing, model worker sister Chen Shi's blessing, leader halo grass blessing, lifelong friend meow meow meow's blessing. Savior Zhu Sun Yang's blessing, founding heroine Chen Ermiai's blessing, beauty of the law Chen Ning's blessing, blood clan nemesis Jasmine's blessing, transcending race communication by San Yang's blessing, brave heart Wang Ying's blessing. Previously, he had more than 1 million faith power. Now, he only had a little more than 100,000 left. Of the 500,000 merit points, he only had a few tens of thousands left. 2333 said, "You can go collect taxes now." It feels like it hasn't been that long since the last tax collection. Ningxu was a bit surprised. This was too fast. It's been a long time. It's just that you're doing a mission. The time in the mission is different from the time in the law space, 2333 said. Oh yeah, I'm finally rich again. Ningxu cheered in his heart. He went straight to Water City to collect taxes. First, he went to see Tian's auction house to see how much the auction house had collected and how much the auction house had deducted from his taxes. When he entered the auction house, Tian was already waiting for Ningxu. When he saw Ningxu, he cupped his hands and said, "The auction house's tax is 600,000 faith power. The casino's merit points are 250,000 merit points. That's a total of 850,000 merit points." Ningxu's first reaction was that it was a lot of taxes. His second reaction was, "Damn, the auction house's people really took a lot of my money." Tian transferred the money to Ningxu in front of Ningxu. Ningxu was very satisfied. He asked Tian, "Does the auction house have world origins?" Tian shook his head. "No, what do you lack? If there is, I'll help you look out for it. If it doesn't conflict with mine, I'll leave it for you." Ningxu immediately smiled and said, "Thank you. I need water world origins." Ningxu knew from Tian's words that Tian was building a world. Of course, he would use what he needed first. If it didn't conflict with his, he might leave it for her. After all, Tian ran an auction house. He definitely had his channels. Tian thought for a moment. "I'll help you look out for it." Tian was still willing to do this favor. Moreover, it didn't matter who he sold the world origins to. If he sold it to her, she would owe him a favor. Ningxu was very satisfied. He left the auction house and went to some shops to collect taxes. Tian had a good start. It couldn't be better. Ningxu now felt the benefits of being the embodiment of the law of water. The resources and confidence that his strength had exchanged for. Ningxu wandered around the entire Water City and got more than 200,000 faith power from Shubai's restaurant. Adding it all up, Ningxu felt that he should have about 2 million faith power and more than 1 million merit points. Oh, Ningxu laughed with his hands on his hips. Now that his wallet was full again, it couldn't be better. Although he spent money like water, he had resources. I'm smiling proudly. Ningxu put his hands behind his back and walked towards the silver-haired man's consultation room. Ningxu smirked. He didn't know what reason the silver-haired man would use to escape the tax this time. When he arrived at the consultation room, Ningxu stepped over the threshold and saw 2 people sitting inside. One was a silver-haired man with waist-length silver hair, and the other was Taishu in a black trench coat. The proud expression on Ningxu's face instantly stiffened. His body was petrified, and his hair stood on end. Even in his soul state, Ningxu felt a chill pass from the soles of his feet to the back of his head. The feeling of extreme danger filled his brain. Taishu looked at Ningxu indifferently and reached for his waist. "Run!" Ningxu saw Taishu touch the gun on his waist. Without thinking, he appeared outside the Water City. She was, after all, the embodiment of the law of water. Out of the Water City, Ningxu said to 2333 in a sharp voice, "Return to the system space, return to the system space." Ningxu felt dizzy. When he returned to the system space, he fell directly to the ground. He was clearly in a soul state, but Ningxu didn't have the strength to get up. Scared to death, scared to death. Ningxu suddenly wanted to cry. When would such a miserable life end? He had to hide from the judge every day. She was just there to collect taxes. How could Taishu be there? How could it be so coincidental that he was with a silver-haired man? Ningxu suspected that the silver-haired man didn't want to pay his taxes, so he called the judge over. When she saw the judge now, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. If she didn't hide quickly, it would be over. Just for a little tax, the silver-haired man made such a big scene. Did these people look so free? They must have been discussing something important. She was really unlucky to have bumped into them. Ningxu was annoyed that he couldn't settle the taxes perfectly every time. There were always unruly people who owed her taxes. F*ck, wait till she constructed the world's origin, let's see what these people can do to her. Ningxu climbed onto the sofa and let out a long sigh. He felt stifled and scared. Just as she was about to collect taxes, the two of them secretly gathered together and did something shady. The silver-haired man was a pisho that had no chrysanthemum. They tried every means to avoid paying taxes. F*ck, I'll deal with you sooner or later. Ningxu couldn't calm down. He simply took out some agarwood and lit it. Then, he sat cross-legged on the sofa and silently recited the mind-clearing mantra to calm down his agitated mood. Sister was astonished. It was so scary. Right, didn't she have a black hole back then? She could hide in a black hole in an instant. Why didn't she think of that? Yes, he was too scared. The fragrance of the incense wafted out from the incense burner, making people feel happy. Ningxu slightly recovered from her previous fear. It was equivalent to picking up another life. F*ck, she even encountered such a situation. It seemed like she had to be obedient and not run around in the future. But what about the silver-haired man's taxes? Ningxu cursed in her heart. She always felt that the stingy silver-haired man would definitely do such a thing. What a profiteer. Ningxu fidgeted with her hair in annoyance. She was originally happy today, but something like this happened. It made her unhappy. She definitely wouldn't let them be happy in the future. Ningxu, who was frightened, decided to sleep. She didn't want to do missions for the time being. No amount of taxes could make up for her frightened heart. If this happened again, she would definitely explode. It was too F*king exciting. Under the influence of the incense, Ningxu curled up on the sofa and began to sleep. However, her brows were furrowed and she didn't sleep very well. When Ningxu opened her eyes, she could only sigh heavily. F*ck, she had to do something to relieve the fear and depression in her heart. Ningxu pointed her finger and a black hole appeared in front of her. Ningxu walked into the black hole. The black hole disappeared and Ningxu disappeared. Ningxu checked the world of reincarnation. This world was still dark and there was nothing. Only a 9-palace mountain stood in this world. Ningxu walked into the 9-palace mountain. There were souls in the 9-palace mountain, but she didn't know if these souls could come out. Ningxu reached out to touch the 9-palace mountain. As a result, a suction force directly sucked Ningxu in. Ningxu was dazed for a moment. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in a square. This space was more like a huge world. There was even a city. Some people walked past her. These people were all souls. Moreover, some of their souls were almost as strong as hers. So, these people were all souls in the 9-palace mountain. She heard that the 9-palace mountain was a cultivation world. An ancient divine sect used it to test their disciples. But this was more like a world. That was awesome. Many people revealed a shocked expression when they saw Ningxu. They whispered, the 9-palace mountain hasn't had a reincarnated soul for a long time. How did this person come in? However, these people didn't rashly attack Ningxu. Is there anyone going to the Wind Canyon? Let's team up. A shout came from the square. I'm not going to the Wind Canyon. The wind there is so painful. The wind blades can even cut through the soul. I want to go but I don't dare to. The spirit replenishing fruit in the Wind Canyon is too tempting. I really want to go to the second floor, but I can't do it. Another person said. Ningxu blinked. Could it be that the 9-palace mountain had already formed its own ecosystem? These people that had been trapped in the Nine-Palace Mountain had already formed their own social class. Moreover, Ningxu saw that this world didn't only have souls. There were also people. People with bodies. Souls and people lived together. These people with bodies could definitely reproduce. There were many people in the Nine-Palace Mountain. The entire Nine-Palace Mountain was like a world. Ningxu couldn't help but exclaim. It seemed like this Nine-Palace Mountain wasn't simple. Are you going to the Wind Canyon? A person came to Ningxu's side. We'll split the spirit replenishing fruit equally. Ningxu didn't really understand the use of the spirit replenishing fruit. He asked, what is the effect of this spirit replenishing fruit? This man was wearing a long robe. He gave off a very simple feeling. He should be a cultivator from the ancient times. You really don't know the effect of the spirit replenishing fruit. Even a 3-year-old child would know. The spirit replenishing fruit can strengthen the soul. However, it grows in the wind canyon filled with wind blades. The wind blades are very harmful to the soul. Therefore, the spirit replenishing fruit is very precious. Although the man was surprised that Ningxu didn't know the effect of the spirit replenishing fruit, he still explained. Falling in love with you, transmigrating canon fodder female supporting character counterattack. It seemed like this spirit replenishing fruit was very precious. Ningxu asked again, does eating this spirit replenishing fruit have any other effects other than strengthening the soul? The man glanced at Ningxu. He probably couldn't stand Ningxu's clueless expression and said, it has the effect of strengthening the soul. As long as the soul is strong enough, you can enter the second level. Only a strong soul can withstand the destruction of the spatial wind blades and enter the second level of the Nine-Palace Mountain. Ningxu nodded. So that's how it is. The spirit replenishing fruit can strengthen the soul. It seems like the second level of the Nine-Palace Mountain is more difficult to enter. Also, the Nine-Palace Mountain seems to have 9 levels. Why do you want to go to the second level? He finally caught someone and had to clarify things. The man's expression became even more speechless. He said, the second level of the Nine-Palace Mountain is bigger and there are more treasures. Nonsense. The Nine-Palace Mountain gets smaller and smaller from the bottom to the top. Mountains are always bigger at the bottom and smaller at the top. Okay, the size seen by the naked eye isn't the real size. Even sand can become a world, let alone a mountain. The size of a mountain is based on the evolution of the world. Going to the second level is for more resources. It's just like passing the 9th level. Does it mean that you can leave after passing the 9th level? Are you a new trial disciple? The man Ningxu asked. However, he then said, why are you in a soul state when you just entered? What sect are you from? Ningxu, big brother, the sects you mentioned have all been annihilated in the long river of history. When you leave, you will find that the outside world is dark and there's nothing. These people still think that you are in a trial. It seems like you can't leave without passing the level. Is the time in the Nine-Palace Mountain different from the outside world? Even if you are in a soul state, you are still trapped here. Ningxu, this Nine-Palace Mountain is really mysterious. Ningxu, I want to go home, I don't know when I can pass the 9th level. What if I can't leave? Ningxu's man said, can you only leave after passing the 9th level? That's right. Ningxu. Back then, the disciples who had the courage to enter the Nine-Palace Mountain for training were all brave warriors. This training was like cutting off all means of retreat. Once you entered, you might not be able to leave for the rest of your life. But if you could leave, you would be invincible. By the time they got out, the world had already changed. In the cultivation world, these people could be considered ancient cultivators. If he went out now, he would find that the world had changed again. It had become a world without any signs of human habitation. I sympathize with these babies. Are you going to Wind Canyon or not? When the man saw that Ningxu kept asking questions about whether to eat with his left or right hand, he became a little impatient. Let's go. Ningxu said. It would be great if he could obtain the spirit replenishing fruit. Ningxu found that the things in the system store were pretty much all flashy things. Things that looked cool made people quite speechless. Things like the spirit replenishing fruit were nowhere to be found. Ningxu felt that there might be one, but he did not take it out to trade. The man sized up Ning Shu and noticed the water droplet between Ning Shu's eyebrows. He glanced at it and withdrew his gaze. Obviously, he did not recognize the law imprint. "Follow me," Ning Shu said. Ning Shu followed behind him and entered a small group. "This is a new member." "Oh right, what's your name?" "Shu Ning," Ning Shu said. He was too lazy to think of a name, so he simply reversed his name. There were 8 people in the group. Including Ning Shu, there were 9 people. Each of them scanned Ning Shu with their eyes. Seeing that Ning Shu's soul was still tough, they did not say anything. The wind blades in Wind Canyon were very powerful. The spirit replenishing fruit was not that easy to obtain. These people were wearing different sect uniforms. It seemed that there were quite a few sect disciples here. After finding everyone headed towards Wind Canyon. These people all took out their Dharma artifacts and stepped on them to head towards Wind Canyon. Ning Shu was speechless. "You don't have a Mount Dharma artifact?" Seeing Ning Shu in a daze, the man regretted letting Ning Shu join the group. It was very likely that he would be a burden. "It's okay. I can fly," Ning Shu said with a grin. The man nodded. Ning Shu leaped up and flew towards the group. Fortunately, he could control his soul power. Ning Shu observed these people. These people should have failed the trial and died in 9 Palace Mountain. However, they could not come out. Since their souls could not leave 9 Palace Mountain, they could only continue cultivating in their soul state. However, the soul was not as easy to cultivate as the physical body. Therefore, they needed something like the spirit replenishing fruit. 9 Palace Mountain was actually a world. However, because it was not connected to the world of reincarnation, the souls of those who died in 9 Palace Mountain could not leave. Humans and souls coexisted. Ning Shu's mind was filled with all kinds of thoughts as he followed the group to Wind Canyon. The scenery of Wind Canyon was very beautiful. There was a thin mist shrouding the canyon. However, the canyon was very quiet. There were no sounds of insects or birds. It was so quiet that it was a little scary. There was only the whistling of the wind. It was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. The sound was strange. Ning Shu followed behind the group and released his spiritual force to check the surroundings. However, what surprised Ning Shu was that his spiritual force seemed to be devoured by something. It was useless. "You don't use your spiritual force here. Do you want to kill everyone?" The man frowned. Ning Shu growled, "It will trigger the wind blades in the canyon. Don't you even know this?" "Damn, this temper. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. I should have understood the situation first." Ning Shu walked at the back of the group, using his eyes to observe the situation around him. The wind whistled in the canyon, and Ning Shu didn't dare to be careless. Previously, he had heard people say that the wind blades could cut the soul in half. Along the way, everyone was very careful. Even the sound of their footsteps could not help but be light. It was as if there was something sleeping in the canyon and they were afraid of waking it up. It seemed very calm and there was no danger. However, as they went deeper into the canyon, everyone became more careful and more vigilant. Even the sound of their breathing was suppressed. It was as if there was a stone pressing down on his body. This kind of oppressive atmosphere made Ning Shu more and more vigilant. She did not know where the spirit replenishing fruit grew. She could only follow the group closely. If she did not get the spirit replenishing fruit, she would just take it as an experience. The fog in the canyon became thicker and thicker. Ning Shu saw that the others did not make a fuss about it. She suppressed the surprise in her heart. Poochie. There seemed to be the sound of cloth tearing. Endless wind blades broke out around them. These wind blades were extremely sharp and densely flew towards them. Ning Shu quickly avoided the wind blades. At this time, she must use her spiritual force to avoid the wind blades. Just read a novel. Falling in Love with You, Transmigrating Canon Fodder female supporting character Counterattack. He didn't know where this wind blade came from. Although Ning Shu had the help of his spiritual force, the wind blade still cut off his arm. Hiss, it really hurts, as if his soul was being torn apart. Ning Shu used his spiritual force to condense his arm, but the spiritual force in his arm was gone. They hadn't found the spirit-replenishing fruit yet, but they had already lost so much. They felt like they couldn't make ends meet. Ningxu's arm was cut off, but some people were cut off at the waist. They lost more than half of their spiritual force, and their souls immediately became thin. With such a big price to pay, they still had to find the spirit-replenishing fruit. It seemed that this spirit-replenishing fruit was really precious. Some people took out their artifacts to resist the damage of the wind blade. Braving the damage of the wind blade, everyone continued to move forward. With the help of his spiritual force, Ningxu could know the location of these wind blades in advance, but because of the large number, it was inevitable that he would be injured. However, this couldn't stop the group from moving forward. They didn't even think about retreating. In the end, they didn't know how many wind blades they had suffered. Everyone saw a tree. This was a towering tree. Several people couldn't wrap their arms around the trunk. This tree was full of fruits. There were blue fruits and red fruits. The size of the fruits was the same as a date. Spirit-replenishing fruit. Everyone was very excited. They had finally arrived here. This was the spirit-replenishing fruit they were looking for. The spirit-replenishing fruit seemed to be very high-yielding. The fruit was heavy on the branches, and it had a fragrance. Ningxu smelled this fragrance and almost drooled. Obviously, his soul was very coveting the spirit-replenishing fruit. Remember not to pick the blue spirit-replenishing fruit. The blue spirit-replenishing fruit is not ripe. It is highly toxic. Pick it ripe. A man, Ningxu, said. Ningxu nodded. Seeing that others had flown to the fruit tree, Ningxu released his spiritual force and scanned around to see if there was any danger around. There were many spirit-replenishing fruits on the tree. The towering tree had luxuriant branches and leaves. There were many spirit-replenishing fruits. He was not afraid of these people picking them all. Seeing that there was no danger around, Ningxu flew over to pick the spirit-replenishing fruit. Ningxu picked the red one. The spirit-replenishing fruit in his hand felt cool and full of vitality. He didn't know what the replenishing spirit fruit tree had absorbed to be able to grow this kind of fruit. Ningxu was picking fruits when he heard someone scream. Ningxu hurriedly used his spiritual force to take a look. It turned out that the fruit tree had stretched out a transparent, soul-like tentacle and wrapped around the person. The souls of the people who were entangled began to dim. These transparent tentacles were actually absorbing souls. Then, the entire tree stretched out dense tentacles, trying to entangle everyone. Ningxu's hand turned into a knife, and he directly cut off the tentacle that was reaching towards him. These tentacles looked transparent and fragile, but they were very tough. Ningxu had to cut them twice before he could cut them off. Moreover, Ningxu felt that these tentacles were actually soul power. A tree actually had so much soul power. Let's go. Ningxu felt that it was impossible to pick the spirit-replenishing fruit. In the beginning, the spirit-replenishing fruit tree didn't move at all in order to lower people's vigilance. Coupled with so many spirit-replenishing fruits, people's greed had blinded their minds, and they wanted to pick more fruits. For the first time, Ningxu distanced himself from the spirit-replenishing fruit tree. He felt that this tree already had wisdom. The spirit-replenishing fruit tree's tentacles stretched out very long. Even though Ningxu and his group had escaped, the tentacles still chased after them. Ningxu used his soul power to condense a large knife, and he chopped at the tentacles that were reaching over. The chopped tentacles dissipated, but many more tentacles came this way. Ningxu ran at top speed. He couldn't be entangled by the tentacles. Otherwise, he would become the spirit-replenishing fruit tree's nourishment. Previously, Ningxu was still wondering why there was no danger around the spirit-replenishing fruit. In the end, the spirit-replenishing fruit tree was the biggest danger. When he ran to the place where the wind blades were, countless wind blades flew towards them. The wind blades brushed past Ningxu's face, and Ningxu's face was almost cut in half. However, it healed in an instant. F***ck, it was just picking a fruit, why was it so dangerous? He almost became the fruit tree's fertilizer. Ningxu wasn't very afraid of being cut by the wind blades. However, Ningxu was afraid of being entangled by the soul tentacles. Once entangled, there would be no way to escape. So far, 3 people had been entangled by the tentacles, and these tentacles directly absorbed their souls. Ningxu felt that the spirit-replenishing fruit should be used by this tree to fish for prey. For example, people like them who hoped to obtain the spirit-replenishing fruit would be treated as prey by the spirit-replenishing fruit. Everyone ran all the way and threw out all kinds of magic tools. They ran very far away, probably beyond the maximum range of the tentacles. Therefore, the tentacles didn't reach over anymore. Ningxu and a few people ran out of the Wind Canyon. Everyone's souls had become thin. They went to pick some fruits. They didn't know if they could make up for the loss of their souls. Ningxu sat on the ground and took out a red jujube-like thing. He now understood why the spirit-replenishing fruit could strengthen the soul. It was because the spirit-replenishing fruit tree had absorbed souls, and the fruits it bore contained soul power. Ningxu felt it a little. Although it was pure soul power and there was also life energy, it really wasn't much. Fortunately, Ningxu had picked a lot. After picking one, he put it away. Basically, not a single one fell out. It felt really great. It wasn't in vain for him to work so hard. When he went there were 8 people. Now, there were only 5 people left. Moreover, the souls that survived had become thin. The man who had asked Ningxu to form a team walked over. Ningxu asked, "How many did you pick?" Ningxu took out 5 fruits and said, "I dropped the other fruits." The man in the team took 5 fruits from Ningxu's hand. Then, Ningxu found that the others took out 1 or 2 fruits. Ningxu was speechless. She took out 5 fruits, and it was too much. Ningxu didn't believe that these people only had 1 or 2 fruits. In the end, everyone divided equally. Ningxu only got 2 fruits. Ningxu was speechless. He had handed over 5 fruits, and now, he only got 2 back. Ningxu was a little speechless. Forget it. The other 3 would be the reward for these people leading the way. Ningxu ate the 2 fruits directly. He felt a comfortable aura and soul power enter his body. Ningxu didn't dare to eat it before. He was afraid that the soul power inside wasn't too pure. However, it was very pure. Unfortunately, there wasn't much soul power. It was faster for her to get soul power from doing missions. However, it had another effect, which was to strengthen the soul. If an ordinary soul could be blown away by a gust of wind, eating this thing would turn it into a solidified state like tofu. Although it wasn't tough enough to break with a touch, it wouldn't be blown away by the wind. Just read a refreshing novel. Falling in Love with You, Transmigrating Canon Fodder female supporting character Counterattack. Ningxu ate the 2 fruits. He did not expect to gain much soul energy from the fruits. He just hoped that his soul would become stronger so that it would be easier for him to teleport between planes. The others saw that Ningxu ate the 2 fruits in a few bites and asked in surprise, "You ate them?" Ningxu asked in return, "Can't I eat them? Didn't they say that they could strengthen the soul?" She still wanted her soul to be invulnerable. The corners of their mouths twitched. "They didn't say that you can't eat them. It's just that these things are very precious and can be exchanged for many things." Ningxu nodded, "Is that so? I won't eat them next time." Everyone laughed. This was not a matter of eating or not, but eating 2 fruits in a few bites. Was he not going to leave one to exchange for other survival resources? Ningxu was at a loss. Of course, he would not tell others that he still had more. One of the people's eyes flickered and asked, "Are you a spirit-replenishing fruit?" Ningxu shook his head, "No, I picked a lot before, but they all spilled. With so many tentacles, I almost couldn't come out alive." Everyone's expression was a little sad. There were 8 people who went, but only 5 came back. It was more or less enough to bring back 5. However, this person was really honest. He took out all the fruits he had and kept some for himself. Actually, there were people who wanted to be cannon fodder to give the others enough time to escape. They did not expect this woman to come back alive. Ningxu could not help but sigh. She wanted to leave through 9 Palace Mountain. It seemed that she could not leave until she reached the 9th level of the trial. Oh my God, there were so many talented people who hadn't made it out yet. She didn't know when she would be able to make it out. Moreover, she still had to do missions and take care of Water City. She still had to collect taxes, who knew how long she would stay in here. Ningshu's heart was crumbling. Everyone returned to the city. The world of the first level of the Nine Palace Mountain was not small. It was about the size of a plane. There were many trial disciples. There were some disciples who couldn't leave after entering this place, so they decided to give birth to their children here. They might as well continue to reproduce in this space, not intending to leave. Furthermore, being able to live again after death meant that there were better things than this. As a result, there were many people on Nine Palace Mountain. Ningshu returned to the square and stood at the place where she had appeared before. How was she going to go back? Ningshu scratched his head. Could it be that she really couldn't get out? Get out, get out. Ningshu tapped with his finger and a black hole appeared before him. Ningshu walked into the black hole and Ningshu disappeared. This black hole was basically Ningshu. Fortunately, Ningshu came out of it. In front of him was the towering Nine Palace Mountain. Perhaps he could visit the Nine Palace Mountain when he was free. There were 9 levels of the world. Ningshu came out of the black hole and returned to the system space. He took out a bunch of red jujube-like fruits and sat on the sofa. As he munched on the fruits, he opened the chat system and asked Mei Ziqing, "Are you there?" Mei Ziqing, "No." "Alright, I have something to ask of you. Can you go to the consultation room and see if the judge is still there?" Ningshu asked Mei Ziqing. "Go and take a look. I'll give you something good to eat." Mei Ziqing, "What good things do I need?" Ningshu took out 2 fruits. One for Mei Ziqing and the other for Xiaohua. He waited for Mei Ziqing's reply. After a while, Mei Ziqing replied, "No. But this guy is too greedy. I just went in for a while and he took 5 of my points. That's tens of millions of points." Ningshu knew that Mei Ziqing was talking about the silver-haired guy. This guy would take advantage of anyone he saw. It would be a waste if he didn't take advantage of him. He wondered how much tax this guy had collected. Probably no one would visit him if he was so greedy. But since he was so greedy, he should have collected a lot of taxes. Ningshu was a little worried. Is he really not there? Look around. What if he's hiding somewhere? I'm talking about a possibility. Mei Ziqing. But F***ck off. Is the judge so wretched that he would hide and wait for you? Alright, she was thinking too much. Ningshu said, "Leave me at the door of the consultation room." Ningshu was a little dizzy when he appeared at the door of the consultation room. When he saw the signboard, he wanted to smash it. He couldn't control himself at all. Mei Ziqing was waiting for Ningshu at the door. When she saw Ningshu, she asked, "Where's the thing you gave me?" "Here, don't say I didn't miss you." Ningshu gave the fruits to Mei Ziqing and Xiaohua. Xiaohua smiled and thanked Ningshu, revealing his little canine teeth. He looked very cute and sunny. "I'll go to the restaurant. You can come find us later. We can't stay in this kind of shady shop." Mei Ziqing pulled Xiaohua and ran. She was afraid that they would be blackmailed if they stood on this street for a while. Ningshu stood at the door of the consultation room, looking around. There didn't seem to be any judge, but Ningshu still didn't dare to enter. Damn, she was such a coward. If the judge came out, she would run faster. Who knew what these 2 people were doing in the room? The silver-haired man closed the book in his hand and said to Ningshu in a reserved and elegant manner, "Please come in." He was like an ancient aristocrat, but he was too greedy. Ningshu sat on the doorstep and rested his face on his hand. "I'll just sit here. Even if you sit on the doorstep, I'll still charge you." "What do you want to know?" the silver-haired man asked. Ningshu laughed. "I'm here to collect taxes. Please pay the taxes." The silver-haired man was silent for a moment. Ningshu sneered in his heart. "This time, I won't let you escape the taxes." Ningshu felt that he had a hard life. Every time he had to pay taxes, he had to worry so much. Asking these people to pay taxes was like asking them to pay back money. The one who borrowed money was the boss. "How's the construction of your world?" the silver-haired man asked Ningshu. "Thank you for your concern. It's pretty good. Please pay the taxes," Ningshu said. Expressionlessly. "I'm F***king scared." Even though Ningxu was talking to the silver-haired man, his body was tense and he looked around. What if the judge appeared again? Ningxu felt that the silver-haired man and the judge were good friends for life. He had already seen the Taishu appear here twice. I told you last time, right? Every constructed world has to have a reincarnation cycle. Every constructed world has to have a reincarnation cycle, the silver-haired man said calmly. Ningxu, I'm not listening. Please collect the taxes, the silver-haired man said. Why was it so difficult to get the silver-haired man to pay? Was he so poor that he couldn't eat? Did he have to be like this? Moreover, the silver-haired man was someone who had constructed a world. He shouldn't be so poor. Just read a novel. Falling in love with you, transmigrating canon fodder female supporting character counterattack, but the silver-haired man refused to give him any taxes. He just kept deducting. Ningxu just wanted to take the money and run away. Every second he stayed here was another second of torture. Ningxu was really afraid that the judge would suddenly jump out and kill him. Damn it, couldn't he be more considerate of his anxiety? Ningxu really wanted to strangle the silver-haired man and strangle this bastard to death. Give me the money, Ningxu said directly. I'm not going to beat around the bush. I'm here to ask for money. Ever since he became shameless, he felt much more relaxed. The silver-haired man looked at Ningxu. Don't be impatient. Of course I'm impatient. You're not the one who wants to die. Ningxu was a little impatient. If you think I'm impatient, you don't have to open a consultation office here. That way, I won't ask you for taxes in the future. I said don't be impatient. I guarantee that it's worth exchanging taxes for information, the silver-haired man said. Ningxu was speechless. I don't want to exchange. Give me the money. Ningxu felt as if he had grown thorns all over his body. He was very uncomfortable. To put it bluntly, he was afraid that the judge would suddenly jump out. The silver-haired man looked at Ningxu silently. His two pale fingers overlapped. He looked at Ningxu like a monkey, scratching his ears and cheeks. Ningxu, F***ck, why was it so difficult to get some taxes? In the future, every cent had to be spent on the blade. Thinking about the tearful process of collecting taxes, Ningxu only wanted to say, you're making me uncomfortable now. Don't blame me for finding trouble for you in the future. I don't believe that you won't have anything to ask of me in the future. Ningxu sat on the doorstep and looked at the silver-haired man expressionlessly. Neither of them spoke. The silver-haired man spoke first. I'll charge you for the time you're here. I'm here to collect money, not to consult. Ningxu rolled his eyes. You'll be charged by the time you enter this place, the silver-haired man said. Do you want to exchange information with taxes? Ningxu was speechless. Ha ha ha. The silver-haired man ignored the sneering Ningxu and went straight to the point. Every mission taker who wants to build a world needs to connect to the world of samsara. You should know this, right? If you succeed in building a world and connect to the world of samsara of His Excellency, only then can it be considered a world. Moreover, it must be a world with living creatures, understand? Ningxu, not really. The silver-haired man glanced at Ningxu and continued, in other words, the world you construct is the same as the billions of planes. It has to be connected to the world of reincarnation of the Abyssal Prefect. Only then can living beings be reincarnated. There is life and death. Ningxu replied with an "oh" and asked, is the world you built together with the world of samsara of His Excellency? Yes. The silver-haired man nodded. The world of samsara is also born from the Sea of Law. It has the same number of planes as the billions of planes. Yin and Yang, the existence of the world of samsara allows living beings to live and die and reincarnate. Ningxu's eyes turned and asked, is His Excellency the person in charge of the world of samsara? Yes, he lives in Chang'an and dies in Mount Tai. Ordinary people call him Lord of Mount Tai. The silver-haired man would answer whatever Ningxu asked. Wasn't Lord of Mount Tai the mountain god of Mount Tai? Alright, some things shouldn't be taken too seriously. Haha, this kind of information is also worth the taxes. Don't forget, you still owe me 3 free questions. There's only one left now. Ningxu said with a smirk. I can give you the contact of His Excellency. The silver-haired man said, once the world is built and there are living beings, connect it to the world of samsara. No need, because I have already built the world of samsara. Ningshu stretched out his hand, give me the money, I don't need the information you gave me at all. The silver-haired man raised his eyebrows, you built the world of samsara? Ningshu nodded, so give me the money. Ningshu was really afraid that the judge would suddenly appear. The silver-haired man said, come in, no one can do anything to you. No, the air at the door is better. It's easy to say, you're not the one being hunted. The silver-haired man threw a piece of paper to Ningshu. Ningshu used 2 fingers to catch the paper. It looked like a business card, with 2 words on it, His Excellency, followed by his contact information. Using these things to evade taxes, I despise you. However, Ningshu still kept the contact information. The silver-haired man asked Ningshu, you really built the world of samsara? Give me the taxes, and I'll tell you. Ningshu sat on the doorstep, like a beggar begging for money, and asked the silver-haired man for money. Ningshu was very irritated. Did he have any morals? Shouldn't he pay the taxes? He really wanted to call the silver-haired man a book of Taoism. I'll give you this question for free. The silver-haired man took out his identity card and swiped the taxes to Ningshu. Ningshu looked at the money the silver-haired man swiped and almost spat out blood. What the hell? 100 merit points. Ningshu looked at the silver-haired man expressionlessly, I'm really angry. How can you play people like this? The silver-haired man said indifferently, my business is not good. This tax is correct. You can check it. Ningshu's mouth twitched, you're so greedy, and you only pay such a small amount of taxes. Who are you trying to cheat? Mei Ziqing had only sat here for a while, and he had already been extorted of several merit points. How could such a stingy person be poor? Then why are you opening so many branches? Ningshu said incredulously. It's because there aren't many people. That's why I have to open branches everywhere. The silver-haired man said indifferently. Ningshu suspected that this person's reason for opening branches was to scam more people. The chances of scamming people were higher. Actually, this is a semi-charitable business. I give guidance to confused mission takers, so the money isn't much, the silver-haired man said. Ningshu, they all felt touched. Haha. The silver-haired man had built his own world. With the power of faith and merit provided by the world, this amount of money was indeed nothing. But why did he have to scam everyone he caught? Ningshu felt that he was one of the scammed people. You really built the world of reincarnation. The silver-haired man seemed to be very serious about the matters in the world of reincarnation. Ningshu nodded her head listlessly. She had suffered a great shock, and after going through so much trouble, she only managed to get such a small amount of tax. This feeling made Ningshu want to strangle the silver-haired man to death. How's the evolution going? The silver-haired man asked with his fingers crossed. Ningshu shook his head, not very good. I just built it not long ago. I'm leaving. Then previously, when the Taishu and the silver-haired man got together, it wasn't for tax evasion. They must have been discussing something. The last time he saw the 2 of them together, they were about to wipe out those who failed too many missions, and completed too many missions. That time, she was almost completely wiped out. What were they whispering about this time? Ningshu coughed and wanted to ask, but this kind of thing wasn't for her to interfere. Even if there was a policy, she would find out sooner or later. Ningshu closed his mouth. She was almost not qualified to ask. If she wasn't qualified to ask, she was too lazy to ask. So much for reading novels. Ningshu didn't even want to say a word after receiving only 100 merit points as tax. She risked being obliterated and sneaked around like a thief. She even asked Mei Ziqing to act as a vanguard. In the end, she only received 100 merit points. Ningshu cursed in his heart. This was so boring. Instead of arguing with the silver-haired man, he might as well do missions. The soul value was so much better. He felt drunk. Ningshu couldn't say a word for a long time. He had never met such a stingy person. He took a deep breath and asked, is this really all? The silver-haired man, of course, you can check. Ningshu, haha. Ningxu really didn't know what to say. She turned around and left. She had to run quickly. What if the judge appeared again? It would be too sad to die for 100 merit points. After Ningxu left, the silver-haired man picked up his book, stood up, and walked into the inner room. The consultation room was empty. Ningxu entered the restaurant. Mei Ziqing and Xiaohua were eating. Seeing Ningxu, Mei Ziqing asked, "Did you get the tax?" "Guess." Ningxu took a sip of tea expressionlessly. Mei Ziqing said, "Looking at you, it didn't go well." "You didn't get it." "Almost there." Ningxu gulped down the whole cup of tea. Xiaohua immediately refilled Ningxu's teacup and then remained silent. The atmosphere was a little bad now. "Why do you look like that when you got it?" Mei Ziqing took a sip of tea. She was very relaxed. Ningxu glanced at her and said, "He gave me 100 merit points." "The consultation room's business is so bad?" Mei Ziqing asked in surprise. "Ningxu, why didn't you think about the fact that he's missing out on my taxes?" Ningxu said in a bad mood. "The auction house is bullying you. Although the consultation room is a little greedy, it's not to the extent that they don't give you anything," Mei Ziqing said casually. Mei Ziqing said casually, "The consultation room has existed since a long time ago. I don't think it would lack something like this. Perhaps the business is really bad." Ningxu couldn't be bothered to fuss over these things. She browsed through the information that the silver-haired man had given her. It wasn't very useful. It was just that he had given her the contact information of an abyssal prefect. The abyssal prefect was someone who controlled billions of reincarnation worlds. Why would he have the time to bother with her? Therefore, it was basically nonsense, but he made it sound very high and mighty. Mei Ziqing shrugged and didn't say anything. Ningxu changed the topic and asked, "How's your understanding of the laws?" "So," Mei Ziqing said. "Have you begun to construct the world?" Ningxu asked. "Yes, there is no world carrier." "I haven't found a suitable world carrier." "Ningxu, then what are you doing?" "Do the missions and survive. Worlds are easy to construct, but the world's origin is not easy to find. Even if you successfully construct it, it might just be a space, and it might not even be able to produce life. Take your time, what's the rush?" Mei Ziqing said casually. Ningxu said, "Oh, what the heck? I'm a fugitive now." "I'm not a fugitive. I can't understand your frustration." Mei Ziqing said with a grin. "Don't gloat. I'm leaving." Ningxu said to Mei Ziqing and hurried out of the restaurant to strengthen the enchantment of Water City. Water City was her main source of income. Only by protecting Water City well and not letting anything happen to it would she be able to make a fortune. The more people who came here to comprehend the laws of water, the more people there would be, and the better the business of the shops would be. She would also have to pay a portion of the taxes to the higher-ups, and the rest would be hers. The shops would pay her taxes, and she would pay the taxes to the higher-ups. It was these taxes that allowed her to purchase the reincarnation origin and construct the reincarnation world. If she didn't have 1,000,000, she could only watch as the reincarnation origin was missed. She wouldn't know where to find it next time. Therefore, resources were really good things. She could trade for what she wanted. Therefore, money was good. Problems that could be solved with money were not big problems. What was scary was not having money and resources. After reinforcing the barrier of Water City, Ningxu hurriedly returned to the system space. She was afraid that the nephilic judge would jump out from somewhere and try to kill her. Ningxu lay on the sofa and started munching on the spirit-replenishing fruit. To a certain extent, this tree was nourished by souls. Did eating the fruit count as eating a person? Thinking about it that way, it was indeed a little disgusting. Yes, she should eat a few more. Ningxu was lying on the sofa like a corpse when the chatting system rang. Bored, Ningxu opened the chatting system. Someone wanted to add her as a friend. Ningxu sat up and looked at the name of the person who wanted to add her as a friend. Abyssal Prefect? Could it be that person who controlled billions of reincarnation worlds? Could it be someone with the same name? Ningxu coughed, straightened her back, and accepted. Ningxu patted her chest. She was a little nervous and didn't send a message over. If she waited for the other party to send a message, what if she made a mistake? Moreover, she was just a small shrimp. Would the abyssal prefect be so free to chat with her? Xianxia looked at the chatting interface. It showed that the other party was typing. Damn, I feel even more nervous. What should I do? Ding dong, a message was sent over. Xianxia almost jumped in fright. She looked at the other party's message. Abyssal Prefect, hello, I'm Abyssal Prefect. I heard from Little Silver that you created a world of reincarnation. Is that true? Is there a rebirth pool in the world of reincarnation? Xianxia, what the hell are you talking about? Xianxia replied, my world of reincarnation is still evolving. There's no rebirth pool. Abyssal Prefect, I see. Is there anything you don't understand? Xianxia was alarmed. Why was his attitude towards her so amiable? No. Xianxia directly rejected. Abyssal Prefect, can I take a look at your world of reincarnation? Xianxia, if you know it's rude, then don't say it. How do you want me to reject? Abyssal Prefect said, you don't have to worry that I will covet your world of reincarnation. It's just that most people choose to create a world of living beings and not a world of reincarnation. All the worlds created by the mission enforcers are connected to the world of reincarnation. I'm very happy that someone can be self-sufficient. Also, if your world of reincarnation is connected to billions of worlds, that would be even better. She really didn't know how to accept his words. 2333 said, don't be so stupid to connect billions of worlds. Countless souls will squeeze here. Your world is still a half-finished product. Worlds were like machines. If they were overused, they would be destroyed. Nothing was eternal. Xianxia said to Abyssal Prefect, my world hasn't fully evolved. It's okay, I can help you take a look. Abyssal Prefect said. Xianxia asked, what kind of person is he? She had rejected him time and time again, but he didn't seem to have noticed. 2333, he won't be interested in your space. At most, he wants to connect your world of reincarnation to billions of planes to reduce the burden on the world of reincarnation. Xianxia asked back, aren't there many worlds of reincarnation? There were almost as many worlds of reincarnation as there were planes. 2333 said, in the life plane, the creatures of the sea, land, and air are all squeezed together after they die. Although each reincarnation plane has a corresponding life plane, the souls of all races are squeezed together. Can you imagine how crowded it is? Fortunately, the souls have to be reincarnated back to the world of life. Otherwise, the world of reincarnation would really explode. Xianxia nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that there was no reason to be so polite. Moreover, the two sides were not on the same level. The Abyssal Prefect sent another message. May I know where we're meeting? Xianxia, it seemed like he had to go and meet him. Otherwise, this person would not stop pestering him. Xianxia, let's meet in the City of Water. His Excellency, okay, he just came back from the City of Water and now he had to go again. Xianxia felt that he was really busy. Why was it so hard to sit down and rest for a while? Xianxia appeared in the City of Water and was told to meet the silver-haired man in the consultation room. Xianxia, damn it, I don't want to go. Xianxia dawdled to the consultation room and walked in. He saw that other than the silver-haired man, there was also a man in a suit and a bow tie. The suit was well ironed, with dark stripes and a pair of shiny leather shoes. The man's face was very pale. His pale fingers were crossed and he was talking to the silver-haired man. When he saw Xianxia, he turned to look at Xianxia. A pair of dark eyes sized up Xianxia. Xianxia smiled and stood up. He took a pair of black flowers and handed it to Xianxia. For you. These words were like black roses, pure black. They emitted a wonderful fragrance, making people feel a sense of happiness from their hearts. They felt that the world was full of beauty and hope. Although he didn't know what kind of flower it was, it must be something good if it could make people feel positive emotions. Xianxia didn't want to accept it. The silver-haired man said, I can't refuse an elder's gift. Accept it. The Abyssal Prefect nodded. Accept it. Xianxia stretched out his hand and placed it close to the Abyssal Prefect's hand. Immediately, the difference in their skin color appeared. Ning Shu was a patient when he was alive, so his face was very pale. His entire body was pale, but the abyssal prefect's hand was even paler. Ning Shu took the black rose and asked, "What kind of flower is this?" "I don't have a name." "You can call me anything you want," His Excellency said gently. He didn't expect the person who controlled the world of reincarnation to be like this, gentle and gentle. Ning Shu sniffed the flower. "Then let it have no name." "It doesn't deserve any name." Ning Shu didn't know what to say when the other party gave him a flower out of politeness. "You seem to be a law incarnation." "Not bad," the abyssal prefect said. Ning Shu smiled and said, "I was just lucky." "Can you invite me to your world of reincarnation to take a look?" the abyssal prefect asked. Ning Shu nodded. A black hole appeared in front of him. The abyssal prefect and Ning Shu walked into the black hole together. The black hole disappeared and the two of them disappeared from the consultation room. It was as if they had never appeared. Ning Shu and the abyssal prefect appeared in the dark world of reincarnation. The abyssal prefect looked around. "This world is bigger than I thought." "How did you create the world of reincarnation?" Ning Shu asked. Ning Shu saw the abyssal prefect's gentle attitude and told him about the fusion of the soul pearl and the pearl that could pass through any plane to absorb living beings. The abyssal prefect closed his eyes and listened to Ning Shu's words. Finally, he said, "Life's opportunities are so miraculous." The abyssal prefect and Ning Shu stepped on the black sand and traveled through the endless black desert. "Yes, it hasn't fully evolved yet," the abyssal prefect said. He looked at the towering Nine-Palace Mountain. "This is also a good thing. Use it well." Ning Shu saw the abyssal prefect looking at the Nine-Palace Mountain and felt that he was measuring the abyssal prefect's heart with his own yardstick. Maybe something that he thought was amazing was nothing in the eyes of others. Ning Shu nodded. The abyssal prefect said, "Don't worry. Let the world evolve slowly." The abyssal prefect took a step back and directly passed through Ning Shu's world of reincarnation and disappeared. Ning Shu also came out of the world of reincarnation. He came out of the black hole at about the same time as the abyssal prefect. The silver-haired man was flipping through a book. When he saw the two of them come back, he closed the thick book. The abyssal prefect said, "It is indeed the world of reincarnation. However, it is still an immature world." The silver-haired man raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything. The abyssal prefect said to Ning Shu, "Let the world evolve slowly. Don't spoil it with excessive enthusiasm. Don't release the soul in that mountain. It will cause great harm to the world of reincarnation." As the abyssal prefect said this, a black door appeared in front of him. It was covered with complicated patterns. The abyssal prefect stepped into the door and then disappeared. The door also disappeared. Then, only Ning Shu and the silver-haired man were left. Ning Shu just wanted to roll his eyes. The silver-haired man said indifferently, "Since you have built the world of reincarnation, let your system make a report to the higher-ups and let them record it. If anything happens, you can use this to cover up." Ning Shu said, "Well, thank you. I'm leaving." 5 merit points, the silver-haired man said. Ning Shu was already used to the silver-haired man's stinginess and black heart. He said directly, "Did I ask you anything? You should ask me for money." Not only was he black-hearted, he was also F*king unreasonable. To ask for 100 merit points, Ning Shu had really used all his strength. Now, he didn't know what he had said, but he asked for 5 merit points. Go to hell. From the moment you enter, you have to start charging. Don't you know this rule? The silver-haired man said, "I want you to be a notary of the world and record it. Even if someone snatches it, the world is still yours. It's like a patent application. Do you understand? Isn't this worth 5 merit points?" Ning Shu gave him a thumbs up. "You're awesome. Thank you for the compliment. Pay up." The silver-haired man said, "Knowledge is priceless. I'm just taking a little. Consider it charity." Ning Shu took out her ID card and transferred 5 merit points to the silver-haired man. Then, she hurriedly ran away. If she stayed here any longer, she didn't know how much money she would have to pay. In the silver-haired man's shop, even air cost money. Charity? How could the silver-haired man have the nerve to say that? As for the abyssal prefect that he had just met, he looked gentle and elegant. However, Ningshu didn't believe that he was as simple as he appeared to be. Managing so many worlds of reincarnation, how could there not be some ferocious souls? How could he suppress these souls? Killing souls was probably like cutting chives. He should also have a group of people managing the various world of reincarnation. Ningshu returned to the system space. He was always running back and forth. Even in his soul state, Ningshu felt a little tired and slumped on the sofa. Let's make a report. Proving that this world belonged to him was like applying for a patent. Only when he applied for it would the patent be his. If it was really stolen, there would be a file to check. However, everyone's world was almost merged with their own. The chances of it being stolen were very small. 2333 reported to the higher-ups. Soon, the main system gave a reply. It gave him a booklet, saying that it was for proof. It was a red booklet. Ningshu thought it was a marriage certificate. Ningshu opened the booklet. Written on it was Ningshu's name and the reincarnation world. It was a legal document from the organization. It felt like a place of origin and an ID card. Ningshu felt that he seemed to have entered a new height. Well, he was already a member. This was a member's certificate. Ningshu put away the booklet. Then, he found a vase for the black roses. A bright red rose, a pure black rose. There was also a lotus in the system space. Her system space was probably going to become a flower garden, collecting all kinds of flowers. Too many things had happened. Ningshu planned to rest for a while. He lay on the sofa and nibbled on a fruit. He asked 2333, "Do you think it's possible that I won't be erased?" "You can hang around in front of the judge and see if he will erase you," 2333 said. "The world you built is not a success. After all, it's only a half-finished product. So, I'm not sure if you will be erased." So, in the future, he still had to avoid the judge. When he completely built the world, he would definitely be able to float in front of the judge. This feeling was really good. Ningshu just flipped through his mind. There was also the law of water, light, and darkness. Ningshu sat on the sofa. There were many spirit-replenishing fruit pits on the ground. Ningshu took a hammer and smashed the pits. He wanted to see what the kernels looked like. What surprised Ningshu was that there was something transparent in the core of the fruit that looked like a baby. It dissipated in an instant. What the hell was this? The spirit-replenishing fruit tree was really strange. There should be soul power in the core, 2333 said, but it disappeared in an instant. An incomparably small baby was curled up in the core of the fruit. Although this baby was made of soul force, it was still a little frightening. Could it be that the spirit-replenishing fruit tree wanted to create a person? The flesh on the outside provided nutrients for the core inside. It was a little strange. Ningshu felt that his soul had become much tougher. When he pressed his finger on his soul, he felt as if he was pressing on armor. She didn't eat a bunch of spirit-replenishing fruits in vain. Next time, when she had time, she would go and see what was so special about the spirit-replenishing fruit tree. It was just that the spirit-replenishing fruit tree had a lot of tentacles, which was troublesome. Ningshu was still thinking about the spirit-replenishing fruit tree when she heard a ding-dong from the chat system. Who was looking for her? Ningshu opened the chat system and saw that someone had invited her to a chat group. Moreover, the people in this chat group were all mission enforcers who had constructed the world. Ningshu didn't want to join the chat group. After the incident with the law group last time, Ningshu wasn't very enthusiastic about joining chat groups. Moreover, she didn't speak more than 10 sentences in the law incarnation group. Therefore, Ningshu didn't plan to join the chat group. She wasn't very popular in the chat group. It was better to be alone. Ningshu ignored this message and said to 2333, "Let's go do the mission." After completing the mission, they would look for the origin of the world. 2333 asked, "Do the system mission?" "Ningshu, do it," Ningshu said. 2333, "Really? Then I won't do it." "Okay, let's do it now." 2333 directly flipped Ningshu over and violently threw Ningshu out of the system space. Ningshu, F*CK, Was he so afraid that she would go back on her word? It was probably because his soul had become stronger. Even if he was treated so violently, his soul didn't feel much discomfort. Xianxia felt that he had merged with a soul and quickly woke up. Xianxia sat up from the bed and felt a headache. He rubbed his head and then rubbed his nose. His nose was a little stuffy and uncomfortable. Looking at the decorations around, this was a modern world. System mission. Xianxia took a deep breath and began to accept the plot. The client was called Xianxia. She was the daughter of a rich family. She was beautiful and a winner in life. However, he met a loser, Zhao Liang. This loser was Zhao Liang. This Zhao Liang was a child of an ordinary family. His parents worked in a factory. It was not easy to find a college student. In the end, Zhao Liang was a cynical person who had high standards but little ability. After graduation, he didn't have money to borrow money from his classmates. In the end, his classmates didn't lend him money. So he bore a grudge against his classmates and said that they looked down on him. In short, he complained about his classmates and gnashed his teeth. Anyway, he didn't have any ability and his temper was a little bad. He felt that others looked down on him. He always felt that it was the fault of the society and other people's fault. After being accidentally hit by a car, Zhao Liang woke up and opened his Sharingan, no, X-ray vision. He could see other people's bodies through their clothes. This kind of abnormality was simply a man's dream. X-ray vision could see people's bodies through their clothes. It could especially satisfy men's desire to see women. It was extremely wretched. From then on, Zhao Liang would open his Sharingan, no, X-ray vision whenever he met a beautiful woman. He began to evaluate her face and body. In Zhao Liang's eyes, all the beautiful women were naked. Walking on the street, the women on the street were all naked. When he first got this ability, he was very excited. He even squatted on the road to look at the beautiful women. Drool flowed out of his mouth. Later, Zhao Liang realized that this X-ray vision could not only see beautiful women but also bring him money and fame. The X-ray vision could see through the appearance and see the essence. Stone gambling was simply profitable. The X-ray vision could clearly see what kind of jade was wrapped in the raw stone. Jade was very precious, especially jade with a good water source. Zhao Liang gained some capital through stone gambling. After that, he began to play with antiques. The real and fake antiques couldn't hide from Zhao Liang's X-ray vision. He also picked up a lot of real antiques. Stone gambling and antiques were violent. Therefore, Zhao Liang accumulated some capital. X-ray vision was also unique in gambling and medical treatment. It could see through the human body and see the internal organs of a person clearly. Especially in gambling, it could see clearly the cards, dice, and so on. Relying on this cheating device, Zhao Liang could make a fortune by gambling. Money makes the world go round. Once a man had money and power, his charm value would rise in the hearts of women. Zhao Liang earned money and took the lead in buying a big house for his parents to live in. The little girl next door, who used to ignore him, now followed him and called him brother. The neighbors who used to live opposite their family always looked down on them. They always said that the Zhao family should not find such a person as a boyfriend in the future. The little girl who used to look down on people with her nose was now smiling at him sweetly. This feeling was too comfortable and too light. Zhao Liang did not put in any effort to get everything. He got it easily with his X-ray vision. The X-ray vision ability made Zhao Liang an expert in treasure appraisal and a big crocodile in stone gambling. Most of the raw stones he took a fancy to could produce the best jade, especially some of the best jade, such as the Emperor Green Jade. A good piece of jade was worth tens of millions. The poor played with cars, the rich played with jade, the scammers showed off their mobile phones, and the rich showed off their computers. Ordinary people could only vomit blood. With capital, Zhao Liang took the money directly to the company where the classmate who borrowed money worked. He directly took a lot of money and splashed it on the classmate's face. You were not willing to lend me money because you were afraid that I could not afford it. Now, these are for you. You were blind at that time. Riches and honor do not return home. It is like walking in the night. I now have a lot of beautiful clothes and beautiful girls. I was bullied by my classmate when I borrowed money. Now, I am back to slap his face. Ningshu estimated that the classmate was sullen to death. I can lend you my money if I want to. If I don't want to, I won't. The incident of borrowing money made the classmate lose face in front of his colleagues. He was also fired. Now, Zhao Liang had money. He invested in a company. To fire a small employee and get an investment, this was something that he did not even need to think about. Previously, Zhao Liang was a young man who struggled to survive in society. He was struggling, confused, and in pain. Now, he had the capital to make others unable to stand in society. Nice cars and beautiful girls were the standard of the rich. Unconsciously, many beautiful girls had gathered around Zhao Liang. For the women who came to him, Zhao Liang accepted them with a smile. In the past, these beautiful girls would not even look at him. Now, they looked at him differently. Maybe Zhao Liang had no scruples. He directly told these women that he had more than one woman. But these women were like pigs. Although they were jealous, they could get along with each other like in ancient times. This is Zhao Liang entered and exited high-class places, appraising treasures for others, and became a successful person. If he saw a beautiful woman falling into prostitution, he would save her. Zhao Liang was also generous to his women. If they asked for money, he would give them money. He even gave some of the best quality jade stones to his women to make jewelry. Zhao Liang's hunting didn't care about your identity. The premise was that you were beautiful enough. The client and Rou Xueqiao met at a banquet. Rou Xueqiao looked noble and dignified. She had a noble temperament and was different from ordinary beauties. Ordinary women could use money, but how could a girl born in a wealthy family not see money? Had she not seen anything rare? If you want to conquer such a woman, you have to show her your powerful abilities and skills. The client's grandfather had a heart attack during the banquet. Zhao Liang calmly used his X-ray vision to observe the client's condition and then began to treat him. Needless to say, this action made Zhao Liang fiercely brush up his presence in front of Rou Xueqiao, successfully making Rou Xueqiao remember Zhao Liang as a man. Because he saved the old man of the Rua family, Zhao Liang was also known by some people in the upper class. Then, he opened up a road to wealth. How could people not get sick when they eat grains? Using X-ray vision, Zhao Liang could always cure the disease. Therefore, many big shots owed Zhao Liang a favor. Zhao Liang took a fancy to Rou Xueqiao. Although Rou Xueqiao felt that this man had a promising future and saved her grandfather's life, Rou Xueqiao had a fiancé. The other party was a person with poor health. His body was ill and he spent half of the year in the hospital. Although she was unwilling to accept her fate, she had to pay for what she enjoyed. Rou Xueqiao could only be like this. Zhao Liang was very satisfied with Rou Xueqiao. She was beautiful and had a good family background. Her temperament was noble and she had a melancholy. It made people feel distressed when they saw her. It couldn't be better to get this kind of rich and beautiful goddess into his pocket. Zhao Liang was very attentive to Rou Xueqiao. He gave her some things that weren't worth much, but they were full of his heart. Rou Xueqiao had a good impression of Zhao Liang, but she didn't agree to date Zhao Liang. She was born in a wealthy family. Many people paid attention to her words and actions. Rou Xueqiao didn't let go. Zhao Liang became more energetic and more attentive to Rou Xueqiao. Rou Xueqiao said that she had a fiancé. He was from another family and wouldn't have anything to do with Zhao Liang. Perhaps Rou Xueqiao's fiancé knew something. The wedding was brought forward a lot. Rou Xueqiao was going to get married in a short period of time. Rou Xueqiao firmly rejected Zhao Liang. In fact, the current Rou family was already going downhill. A beautiful girl raised by an aristocratic family was going to marry a sick person. It meant a marriage alliance. When Rou Xueqiao got married, Zhao Liang ran to cause trouble. He directly made Rou Xueqiao's fiancé fall to the ground in anger. He even dragged Rou Xueqiao away, saying that Rou Xueqiao wouldn't be happy with such a man. Rou Xueqiao was dragged away by Zhao Liang. Then, Rou Xueqiao was horrified to find that this man still had many female confidants. Rou Xueqiao's fiancé was sent to the hospital. His condition worsened, causing the Rou family to suffer. Because of this, Rou Xiaoqiao was miserably scammed by the Rou family. Rou Xiaoqiao's heart was bitter. This man had so many female confidants, yet he still wanted to chase after her. Now, she couldn't get off the stage. Rou Xiaoqiao went to the hospital to take care of her fiancé, but she couldn't even enter the ward. Rou Xiaoqiao's actions directly angered Zhao Liang. He had already saved her, yet he still wanted to jump into the fire pit. With his ability, he could completely help the Rou family. For a man, he hoped that a woman wouldn't ask why. She only needed to be full of confidence in him and bet all her treasures on him. Clearly, Rou Xiaoqiao's actions disappointed Zhao Liang. He couldn't compare to the Rou family now, but it didn't mean that the Zhao family could also become a wealthy family in the future. At that time, Rou Xiaoqiao would regret it. Zhao Liang intentionally or unintentionally pushed out the Rou family. Especially since Zhao Liang knew many big shots, it made the Rou family's days even worse. It made the short-sighted woman who didn't recognize the treasure regret it. Zhao Liang had a strong sense of self-esteem. It was the kind of person who passed by Zhao Liang and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of saliva when his throat was inflamed. Zhao Liang felt that the other party was humiliating him. Under his extreme self-esteem, he felt extremely inferior. The classmate who had borrowed money from him before, and now the ignorant Rou Xiaoqiao had touched a piece of soft meat in his heart. Falling in love with you, transmigrating canon fodder female supporting character counterattack. What Zhao Liang hated the most was others looking down on him. Rou Xiaoqiao's actions were simply slapping Zhao Liang's face. Choosing a sickly person over him made Zhao Liang furious. In Zhao Liang's words, he couldn't tolerate betrayal. He felt that others looked down on him. Rou Xiaoqiao was speechless. She had never seen such a narrow-minded man. You have so many close female friends and so many good sisters. She wanted to marry someone else, but he didn't let her marry him. He even looked like she had let this man down. Rou Xiaoqiao was so angry that she laughed. Not only did she not regret it, she was still stubborn and had no foresight. The situation of the Rou family was getting worse and worse. They stood on the wrong side during the election, causing the situation of the Rou family to deteriorate. Now that this kind of thing happened, the fiancé's family was unhappy and tormented the Rou family. Zhao Liang was uncomfortable and tormented the Rou family. The Rou Xiaoqiao, the daughter of a rich family, still had to go out to work. When she was working, she met Zhao Liang. Zhao Liang stuffed money into Rou Xiaoqiao's collar and then sneered at Rou Xiaoqiao. Rou Xiaoqiao's wish was, "I'm going to marry the sickly person." She looked down on Zhao Liang and saved the Rou family's ship that was already leaking. Rou Xiaoqiao was a member of the Rou family. The decline of the Rou family was due to various reasons. There was also the torment of the fiancé's family and Zhao Liang. Especially after this incident, Rou Xiaoqiao's fiancé died after lying in bed for more than 2 months. There was no room for negotiation. Rou Xiaoqiao's identity was awkward. She really didn't know how to deal with it. It seemed that the former bosom friends, best friends, and so on, were no longer in contact. It was already very friendly not to hit someone when they were down. However, the women who followed Zhao Liang were not so polite to Rou Xiaoqiao. One by one, they mocked Rou Xiaoqiao for not being tactful and not being smart. What was the point of marrying a sickly person? Now that the sickly person couldn't get anything, it made Zhao Liang uncomfortable. Perhaps Rou Xiaoqiao was a rich young lady and had seen a lot of the world. For these women to surround a man, and this man was not very handsome, so stubborn, those women could not understand Rou Xiaoqiao, and Rou Xiaoqiao could not understand them. One of the girls was Rou Xiaoqiao's best friend. She was a clever and eccentric girl who especially liked to tease people. She also took a fancy to Zhao Liang. However, she had a good eye and found that Zhao Liang was a very interesting person. After interacting with him, she became interested in Zhao Liang. She also advised Rou Xiaoqiao that following Zhao Liang was better than following that sick man. If she were to follow a sickly man, she would have no future prospects for the rest of her life. In short, Rou Xiaoqiao's 3 views were shattered. Such a proud best friend shared a man with others. Her brain was muddled. Even if her best friend said that Zhao Liang was good to every woman, Rou Xiaoqiao still felt inexplicable. This was an affectionate scumbag. He was proud that there were so many women following him wholeheartedly because of his charm. Rou Xiaoqiao felt that she was very unlucky to have met Zhao Liang. What made people even more speechless was that it seemed that not following Zhao Liang was her fault. Even at the most difficult time, Rou Xiaoqiao did not go to Zhao Liang. Rou Xiaoqiao's life was quite difficult. Ningxu wiped his face. Wasn't it a system? How could it be X-ray vision? This was not a system, right? He felt that all these fortuitous encounters had fallen on this kind of person. He had nothing, but he still blamed the heavens and people all day long. The road was not smooth, and he blamed society. It was all other people's fault. All day long, he hoped that the world would fall into his lap. He hoped that the world would fall into his lap. He might as well hope that the world would fall into his lap. It was more realistic to hope that the world would fall into his lap. Ningxu 2333 said, "This is not a system, right? It's a superpower. It's the same nature. We have to get rid of this superpower." 23,333 said. Ningxu said directly, "This is simple. Just blind Zhao Liang's eyes." 23333, it's useless to blind him. You have to make the superpower disappear. In other words, you have to get rid of Zhao Liang. If you blind him, the superpower will remain in Zhao Liang's body. It will become another superpower, such as invisibility or something. 23333 said, "This is not a superpower world. This kind of superpower is an invader. It will not be able to gain any benefits from the host. This way, the superpower will leave the host. It's the same as dealing with the system." Ningxu nodded. It seemed that the system's mission was not a simple system mission. There were other statuses, such as superpowers. In this kind of world, superpowers did not exist. If it was the end of the world, or a world where superpowers existed, they would not be considered invaders. Perhaps there was more than one person in this world with superpowers, but there was really no one who could turn the world upside down like this. As his wealth, reputation, and social status increased, the luck of the world would inevitably tilt towards Zhao Liang. Ningxu's nose was running. She came at a bad time. It seemed that the current Zhao Liang had some capital. Moreover, at the banquet, he had saved Rou Xiaoqiao's grandfather. Her grandfather had a very good impression of Zhao Liang. After all, he was a lifesaver. Ningxu went out to find a servant to take some medicine. She did not know why she had caught a cold. The servant saw that Ningxu's face was not good and asked, "Miss, are you not feeling well?" "I'm fine," Ningxu said directly. She glanced at the servant and went upstairs. The servant waited until Ningxu went upstairs. She picked up the phone and dialed someone. It should be to call Zhao Liang. It did not take long for Zhao Liang to come over. Zhao Liang was generous. Even if the maid working in the Rou family had a good salary, it would be great if there was an extra tip or a jade earring. The jade earring that Zhao Liang gave to the servant was made of jade scraps. It was not distressing at all. However, it could be used to bribe people. Moreover, Rou Xiaoqiao was noble and elegant. It would take a lot of effort to woo her. Ningxu returned to her room and opened the cloakroom. She wanted to wear 2 more clothes. After all, in Zhao Liang's eyes, she was as if she was naked. She felt like she was being watched, but it was not good to flare up. "I flare up when I look at you. Can't you be watched by others?" Who knew that Zhao Liang's eyes were laser eyes? Ningxu rummaged for a while but could not find a prop that could resist X-ray vision. No matter how many clothes she wore, it was almost the same as running naked in Zhao Liang's eyes. Damn, this feeling was really F***king unpleasant. Zhao Liang's X-ray vision was similar to Ningxu's spiritual power. Moreover, Ningxu's spiritual power covered a large area. Zhao Liang could only see things with his X-ray vision. Ningxu also gave up wearing many clothes to resist Zhao Liang's spiritual power. If it really did not work, she could try to cover her body with a layer of enchantment with the law of water. Just read a refreshing novel. Falling in Love with You, Transmigrating Canon Fodder female supporting character Counterattack. He didn't know if the suppression of the laws of this world was strong. Ningxu pointed his finger, and a water droplet appeared in front of him. The suppression was quite strong. Ningxu turned the water droplet into a barrier around his body. He shouldn't be able to see her like this. She wasn't sure if Zhao Liang's X-ray vision could see her body. She felt that this man was really vulgar. When looking at women, he used X-ray vision. Ningxu used the water droplet to form a thin barrier around his body. Then, he sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. There was basically no spiritual energy in the modern plane. He could only absorb the power of the sun. If the power of the sun was not pure, the air would be filled with haze and car exhaust. Although it was not very pure, Ningxu did not mind. It was best to have some ability to protect oneself. After Zhao Liang became rich, he was followed by a long line of bodyguards. For his own safety, Zhao Liang was very vigilant. Ningxu was cultivating when the sound of a car engine came from outside. Then, there was the sound of stopping the fire. Ningxu stopped cultivating. Zhao Liang came really quickly. Ningxu sat in the room and did not move. Zhao Liang would definitely come to find him first. Ningxu closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. The modern plane was so lacking in spiritual energy. It was absolutely impossible to have the power to split mountains and fill the sea. There was a knock on the door, followed by the voice of a maid. She whispered, "Miss, Zhao Liang is here. He is now looking at the old man. Do you want to go over and take a look?" The Rou family also gave her a salary, and the treatment was not bad. He didn't see this maid so enthusiastic. She was blinded by a little profit. Ningxu got down from the bed, put on his shoes, and opened the door. He looked at the maid. The maid was stared at by Ningxu like this. She was a little nervous and lowered her head. Ningxu said, "Where are they?" "In the old man's study," the maid said. Ningxu nodded. He gathered his clothes and went to the study. At the door of the study, Zhao Liang, who was wearing casual clothes, was talking to the old man. "Xianxia, you're here. Come in." The old man was already in his 80s. There were wrinkles on his face, but because he took good care of himself, there were no age spots on his face or hands. Ningxu walked into the study and called out, "Grandpa, who is this?" He turned to look at Zhao Liang and asked, "Grandpa, who is this?" Zhao Liang's face trembled. This young lady actually had no impression of him at all. That can't be. At that time, he saved the old man of the Rou family. Zhao Liang's left eye lit up. His eyes were very bright as he stared at Ningxu. He sized up Ningxu from head to toe and then frowned. He found that his X-ray vision was actually unable to clearly see the body of this woman in front of him. It was as if he was looking through a layer of frosted glass. He could see the general outline, but he couldn't see the details. His X-ray vision was like looking into a mirror. He could clearly see the body covered by clothes. Could it be that his X-ray vision wasn't good enough? Zhao Liang looked at Old Master Rou. Seeing Old Master Rou's stooped and flabby body wrapped in clothes, Zhao Liang immediately covered his eyes. This was the disadvantage of X-ray vision. He might see something unpleasant. Zhao Liang looked at Ningxu again, but it was still blurry and he couldn't see clearly. Zhao Liang couldn't help but frown. Why couldn't his X-ray vision work on Rou Xiaoqiao? The last time he saw Rou Xiaoqiao, he could still see that her skin was as smooth as cream, soft and firm. Her lower abdomen was flat and there was no fat at all. Her legs were extremely slender, and there was that seductive triangular area. He saw it clearly last time. Why couldn't he see it this time, or was Rou Xiaoqiao wearing something that couldn't be X-ray vision? Zhao Liang was a little depressed. Ningxu looked at Zhao Liang. Zhao Liang's appearance was very ordinary. There were some acne marks on his face, which made his skin look bad. He was thin and his left eye was very bright. When he looked at people, it made them feel like they were being seen through. Seeing the displeasure on Zhao Liang's face, Ningxu breathed a sigh of relief. No one liked to be seen naked. Zhao Liang's situation was considered peeping. He had seen her naked without anyone knowing. Zhao Liang didn't know how happy he must be. "Miss Rou, you might not know me. I'm Zhao Liang." Zhao Liang put away the disappointment in his heart. Ningxu said with a smile. Although he wasn't very handsome, when he smiled like this, it gave people a feeling of sunshine. "I heard that you were sick. I brought you some porridge. I made this porridge myself." I hope you like it. Zhao Liang put his hand on the thermos. Ningxu asked with a surprised expression, thank you, I'm not sick. Who told you that I was sick? Actually, this porridge is for Elder Ro, but I heard that you were sick. Zhao Liang didn't say that it was the maid who told him. If he betrayed the maid, who would pass the message to him? Ningxu said directly, since you gave it to my grandfather, I can't accept it. Grandfather, why are you looking for me? Ningxu looked at Elder Ro. Did he need her, his granddaughter, to entertain outsiders? Nothing. Elder Ro said, if there's nothing, you can go out. Ningxu frowned, Xiaoli said you were looking for me. Zhao Liang saw that Ro Xiaoqiao was about to go out and quickly said to Elder Ro, you have to pay more attention to rest. Don't stay up late. It's not good to worry. Your body will recover soon. Elder Ro nodded. Zhao Liang followed Ningxu out of the study. Zhao Liang had been using his X-ray vision to size up Ningxu, but he couldn't see clearly, except for his face and neck. Zhao Liang was really unhappy. His X-ray vision, which had never had a problem, actually had a problem with Ro Xiaoqiao. Moreover, he had saved Elder Ro before, but Ro Xiaoqiao didn't recognize him. She was looking down on him too much. Zhao Liang felt that with his X-ray vision, everyone should be surrounding him. He was now famous, a master appraiser, but she hadn't heard of him. She was too ignorant. You don't look too good. Are you sick? Zhao Liang leaned closer to Ningxu, his eyes staring straight at Ningxu's face. If it was an ordinary woman, she would be blushed by his direct, confident, and aggressive gaze. Ningxu put his hands behind his back and took a step back. He tilted his head and looked at Zhao Liang, who said I was sick. I'm not sick. You're the Zhao Liang that you were mentioned, right? I heard you say that she met an interesting person. I hope you won't make you sad. This was the best friend of yours client. Their family background was comparable. He already had so many women, but he still wanted to flirt with her. He took in every beauty he saw. Could he have any shame? How could he have the nerve to do that? Zhao Liang was a nouveau riche. He couldn't control himself when he suddenly became rich, and then he became arrogant. Just read a refreshing novel. Falling in Love with You, the canon fodder female supporting characters counterattack. Zhao Liang thought that he was the boss, and there were also women who wanted to drill into his arms, eager to show off his achievements. He had a lot of resources, money, and women in society, but Zhao Liang's heart would not be satisfied, and would only become more and more greedy. There was no lack of women who used their bodies in exchange for a comfortable life. They took a fancy to Zhao Liang, who did not have a high social status. It was a bit difficult to hook up with those high and mighty rich second generation, but Zhao Liang was much easier. However, the daughters who had a relationship with Zhao Liang could finally fall in love with Zhao Liang. Under the halo of a stallion man, women's hearts were blinded. The client's identity was a girl from a rich family. She had seen money and all kinds of jewelry. As for the things that Zhao Liang showed, the client really did not take a fancy to. Therefore, girls had to be raised well, and would not be lost because of a little attention from a man. In addition, Ro Xiaoqiao understood the situation of Ro family, and the marriage with her fiancé's family was a mission to pull the Ro family that was in danger. You and I are friends who can talk to each other. Did you misunderstand something? Zhao Liang looked at Ningxu with a smile. Ningxu grinned. She especially hated Zhao Liang's left eye. The pupil of his left eye was constantly shrinking, and he was probably still desperately trying to see her body. I won't let you see, so I won't let you see. No matter what your identity is, you is my best friend. You'd better not make her sad. I heard that you have a lot of girlfriends, is that so? Ningxu's eyes were full of straightforward disdain. You have so many girlfriends, and you're trying to flirt with a beauty. You have the nerve. Zhao Liang's face changed. He thought that this arrogant young miss did not know about his situation. He did not expect her to know that he had several women. He failed to make a good impression, and Zhao Liang thought that the other party would not have any opinions about his situation. At most, she would make a fuss for a while, and then compromise. Just like when Yuer knew that he had several women, she immediately became jealous. In the end, she also acted coquettishly and said that he could only spoil her in the future. He had tacitly agreed to the existence of those women. He had already dealt with Yuer, who was arrogant and difficult to deal with. Could it be that he couldn't deal with this noble and cold soft Snow Qiao? As soon as Zhao Liang saw Ningxu's frosty face, he felt annoyed. One day, he would let this woman linger under his body and let her know the consequences of looking down on him. Zhao Liang wanted to conquer this woman in front of him, and after conquering her, he wanted to get rid of her. Sooner or later, I'll *CKU. Zhao Liang thought indignantly. This woman didn't like him, but she had the appearance that he liked. How infuriating. Ningxu saw the resentful look on Zhao Liang's face. He didn't need to think to know what Zhao Liang was thinking. Under Ningxu's gaze, Zhao Liang was a little embarrassed. Although Zhao Liang was rich now, he still couldn't raise his head in the face of a family with a real background. He was resentful in his heart. In the face of a person like Ningxu who looked at him from a high position, Zhao Liang was embarrassed and angry in his heart. People like Soft Snow Qiao were people that Zhao Liang couldn't get rid of in the past. Even if he got in touch with them, they were people that he could only look at but not reach. The reason why Zhao Liang didn't refuse beautiful women and chased after powerful women was to prove that he was really different from before. He was no longer the person who had nothing. Even if Zhao Liang was given X-ray vision and had a lot of money, it couldn't change Zhao Liang's mentality. Ningxu just showed a little arrogance, and Zhao Liang couldn't stand it. Zhao Liang said that he would visit another day and left. Looking at Zhao Liang's back, Ningxu curled his lips and turned to the old man's study. Grandpa. Ningxu called Elder Ro. Elder Ro put down his reading glasses and asked, Ro, what's wrong? You sent Zhao Liang away? Ningxu said lightly, Grandpa, you seem to think highly of Zhao Liang? The young man is not bad, right? Don't bully a young man because he's poor. Besides, he's quite capable. It's a pity that you're already engaged to the Mo family. Otherwise, you could marry Zhao Liang. Elder Ro said half-jokingly. Ningxu rolled his eyes and said, Grandpa, wake up. Let me tell you, this Zhao Liang has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Yuer was tricked by him. He has a lot of female friends, and he doesn't plan to marry any of them. I don't think he'll get married in this lifetime. If he gets married, he can't be entangled with so many women. If he wasn't married and had a lot of women around him, people would at most say that his private life was debauched. To put it nicely, it was called a romantic. It also proved that the man was charming. Besides, with so many women, it wasn't suitable to marry any one of them. It would be better if everyone didn't have a wife. It would be equal. Elder Ro put down his brush and was a little surprised. He's so unrestrained in his private life? He's a man. There's something wrong with him. Elder Ro said carelessly. A man who can't even control his own belt, what kind of future does he have? Let's not talk about how he treats women. Do you know how he treated his classmates who didn't lend him money after he became rich? He forced others into a corner. You can see what kind of person this person is. Grandpa, you have to get along with him in the future. If you say something that hurts his heart, he will find a chance to kill our Ro family. Ningxu said slowly. Elder Ro frowned. How do you know so much about him? It's Yuer who told me this in my ear. I can't help but want to know about this person. So, Grandpa, don't think that he saved you. Do you know what he studied in university before? Information technology. How could he know how to treat illnesses and save people? Ningxu directly exposed Zhao Liang's background. Grandpa, I've told you so much. Be more careful when you get along with this Zhao Liang. Also, I think this man is too strange. Elder Ro nodded. Other than this, is there anything else? Ningxu said, Grandpa, I want to learn nursing. When I get married to Mo Ming, I can take good care of him. Sure, it's just that it's hard on you. Your father is useless. Elder Ro sighed. The Ro family's current situation was not very good. Although a skinny camel was bigger than a horse, there were some projects that were directly stuck. The Ro family could not even get meat soup. What was there to do? Doing some projects that were the size of a mosquito's leg, the Ro family's situation was very grim. Ningxu only said, "Dad is also working very hard." It was difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice. What could he do if he could not get the project? The higher-ups would not give it to him. Ningxu wanted to learn nursing. Firstly, it was to give the Mo family a signal. Secondly, it was to prevent him from suddenly knowing everything and arousing suspicion. The client had not learned any nursing. If he acted very skillful, wouldn't it arouse suspicion? Just read a refreshing novel. Falling in love with you, transmigrating cannon fodder female supporting character counterattack. Ningxu said, "Grandpa, it's better to investigate Zhao Liang more. This Zhao Liang is very powerful. Even if you find something, don't say anything." "Okay, you child, I don't need you to tell me about this," Old Man Ro said. His only failure was to stand on the wrong side during the election. Ningxu nodded. The following days were more busy. He went to the top hospital to learn nursing. Although the Mo family did not lack nursing staff, this was a problem of attitude. At the same time, Ningxu had to take away all the advantages of Zhao Liang. Now Zhao Liang was a little famous and his net worth was not low. How to deal with Zhao Liang? It was really difficult to deal with. Ningxu not only learned nursing knowledge, but also relied on the Rou family's relationship to become a disciple of a traditional Chinese medicine master. He also learned some traditional Chinese medicine and acupuncture. Although traditional Chinese medicine had become specious, there were still top traditional Chinese medicine who were true traditional Chinese medicine. This kind of person served those above. Ningxu knew a little about acupuncture, but when she was learning it, she hid some of her skills. When the master asked her to memorize the acupoints, she did so and tried it on her own body. When the master saw that Ningxu was serious about learning, he began to slowly teach Ningxu the medical theory of taking the pulse and various symptoms. For the same disease, traditional Chinese medicine would try to fully understand the principle of the case, while Western medicine was to treat the foot and the head. A truly proficient doctor of traditional Chinese medicine would not be so flustered. Only by combining Chinese and Western medicine could they treat diseases better. Just like the old man who took heart pills, he also took Chinese medicine pills. They were all made of expensive Chinese medicine. Ningxu did not know how sick the fiancé of the client was. He heard that his mother's health was not good, but she insisted on giving birth to him. Premature birth was weak, and her resistance was very weak. She was often hospitalized. However, Mo Ming was more favored in the Mo family. Otherwise, the Rou family would not have this idea. With Mo Ming's short life, very few girls married him. The Rou family married an outstanding girl to him, not for the sake of the monk, but for the sake of the Buddha, to help reverse the decline of the Rou family. Ningxu was very familiar with this knowledge, so he treated it as a review. In addition to learning nursing knowledge, Ningxu also hired a private investigator to keep an eye on Zhao Liang. Ningxu looked at the photos brought by the private investigator. In the photos, Zhao Liang took a group of his close female friends out for a meal or shopping. He even bought a big villa for everyone to live together in the future. Other than spending time with his confidants, he also went to casinos and stone gambling dens. With the help of his X-ray vision, Zhao Liang could earn tens of millions every minute. It was too easy to earn money. Zhao Liang was basically lying down and collecting money. It was too comfortable. Moreover, Zhao Liang had a batch of valuable antiques in his hands. Being opportunistic was always faster than actually earning money. If everyone in the world was like Zhao Liang, then who would do business? Just like the Rou family, they were also trying their best to get projects. After doing projects, they would get money from the country. What they did was all industry. This was the foundation of their foothold. In the eyes of these wealthy families, Zhao Liang was just a person who jumped up with a little bit of luck. He did not have a strong background to support him. Of course, in the end, Zhao Liang would give these people a resounding slap in the face. He, Zhao Liang, was very powerful. So what if you rich second generation had a strong background? He would still hang you up. Ningxu burned these photos. Otherwise, he would keep the photos to wipe his ass. It was very painful to poke at people. Ningxu spread rumors in the casino that Zhao Liang was a cheater. Otherwise, in one night, Zhao Liang won millions from the casino. The people in the casino had been staring at Zhao Liang for a long time. Every time the casino would cheat, but Zhao Liang could win. It was really crazy. In the stone gambling place, Ning Shu spread the rumor that Zhao Liang had a special method to distinguish what kind of jade was inside the raw stone, so Zhao Liang could open the best jade every time. There were countless top-grade jades with good water head from his hands, and Zhao Liang had the ability to distinguish them. In fact, Ning Shu could also see the situation inside the raw stone with spiritual force, but Ning Shu was not very interested in this. If it was the origin of the world, she would be very excited, but jade, at most, it was a good-looking stone. Ning Shu was not interested. Moreover, the situation of the Rou family was not something that could be solved by a few broken stones. It was also related to the status of the aristocratic families. Whether it was gambling or stone gambling, it was a game of heartbeat. It could be bankrupt or a windfall. They all wanted to win. Zhao Liang had special methods and props to know the situation inside the raw stone. This kind of rumor spread very quickly. In fact, many people noticed Zhao Liang, the king of stone gambling. Although there were a few times when the water was not good, most of them were very good. Even if Zhao Liang later bought the raw stone and did not open it in the stone gambling house, he took it back and opened it himself. But some people still think that Zhao Liang found the best jade. As soon as this rumor came out, these people who surrounded the stone gambling every day were stunned. If there was really a way to find the best quality raw stone, then they would be rich. Even some of the rich second-generation heirs heard these rumors and wanted to see if Zhao Liang had this kind of ability and method. Moreover, things like jade were not too much. So one night, Zhao Liang was put in a bag, hit with a stick, and dragged away. Since he became rich, Zhao Liang had never been treated like this. Now, those who knew him were not respectful. Now, there was such a bold person who hit him with a stick. Zhao Liang was tied up by a group of crazy playboys. Like playing a game, they let Zhao Liang choose the raw stone with the best jade inside. If he could not choose, he would be beaten. These playboys usually played very wild. They played with women and men. They could even pull a man's intestines out of his rectum and kill people. Therefore, Zhao Liang would definitely suffer in the hands of these people. Zhao Liang regretted that he came out alone. He rented a house next to the stone gambling house. The main purpose was to open the raw stone. After buying the raw stone, he had to open it himself. Zhao Liang planned to go to the jade mine to buy the raw stone and open it himself. He did not need to buy the raw stone from the stone gambling house to attract attention. But he did not expect to be targeted. These playboys looked at Zhao Liang as if he was a toy. They let Zhao Liang choose the raw stone and gave him 3 chances. If he chose wrong, his finger would be cut off. If he guessed wrong again, he would be cut off again. Zhao Liang was speechless. Go to hell, Zhao Liang cursed in his heart. These playboys will be dealt with sooner or later, and your family will be bankrupt. But Zhao Liang had to think about his finger. He chose the jade with the best water to make these playboys happy. Zhao Liang felt sullen. He felt that although he had X-ray vision, he was still humiliated by these playboys who had a good family. Sooner or later, he would be taken down by these playboys. Just read a novel. Falling in Love with You, Transmigrating canon fodder female supporting character Counterattacks. Zhao Liang was played like a monkey by these rich second generations. If he didn't find the best jade, he would be punished. Zhao Liang's heart was filled with indignation. He had already thought of countless ways to take revenge on these spoiled brats and punish them. Each of them relied on their family background to do whatever they wanted. Wasn't it just a little background and a little stinky money? No matter how sullen Zhao Liang was, in the hearts of these rich second generations, Zhao Liang wasn't even worth a fart. The bodyguards of these rich second generations held machetes in their hands. If he didn't find the best jade, they would chop off his fingers. Zhao Liang could only use his X-ray vision to check the raw stones in the room. In the end, he found a slightly better jade and let the person who opened the raw stones open it. Not bad, not bad. What's your name again? In the future, you will follow me, young master Du. There will definitely be benefits for you. A rich second generation with the surname Du said arrogantly. Then he asked, how did you find the best raw stones? This skill made people curious and envious. If they could master this skill, they would be rich. Although these rich second generations didn't lack money, no one would complain about having too much money. Zhao Liang's face turned red. He was so sullen that he wanted to die. If he didn't find the best jade, these people would chop off his hands. He had shown this ability, and now they wanted to ask about his ability. What should he do? Did he have to tell these people that he had a special ability? His X-ray vision? These rich second generations would spread the news everywhere. They might even dig out his eyes. Therefore, he couldn't reveal that he had a special ability. Zhao Liang had wanted to find a bodyguard before, but now that he had just started his career, if he had a bodyguard by his side, it wouldn't be good for him. Zhao Liang was very sensitive in this aspect. Although he was rich, it didn't mean that his dignity was reflected. On the contrary, when he came into contact with people of higher status, their family background would crush him. This made him quite unhappy. Zhao Liang also wanted to invest in movies and enter the entertainment industry. There were many beautiful women in the entertainment industry, and money came quickly. However, all his plans might be destroyed by these rich second generations. Zhao Liang was so angry that he wanted to die. I'm asking you, how did you find the best jade? The rich second generation looked at Zhao Liang's unruly appearance and suddenly sneered. They had many ways to deal with people, regardless of whether they were a man or a woman. Did he think he could ascend to the heavens with just a little ability to distinguish jade? I'm asking you a question. Are you mute? Young Master Du kicked Zhao Liang in the chest. Zhao Liang coughed and covered his chest. His face was red, and his internal organs were in turmoil. He had an impulse to vomit blood. Looking at the fierce, fearless, and murderous faces of the rich second generations, Zhao Liang felt a little guilty. Looking at the shiny machetes, Zhao Liang was really afraid that these people would cut off his fingers. Zhao Liang blushed and said, "This is a secret recipe passed down in my family. I can't tell anyone. Do you think I'm easy to fool? Aren't your parents factory workers? If it's passed down from your ancestors, you wouldn't have been so poor before." For a rich second generation to eat, drink, and have fun, and to do it in an elegant and classy way, their brains worked very quickly. Zhao Liang's lying skills were not enough in front of him. Moreover, there were many people who tried to curry favor with them every day. What kind of evil ideas these people had, they could tell with just one look at their eyes. Don't treat everyone else as a sobby. Zhao Liang's face turned red, white, purple, and green. His face was extremely ugly. He covered his chest and didn't say a word. Do I look so easy to fool? Beat him up. Young Master Du ordered the bodyguards, pick the painful part for me. Hit wherever it hurts. These bodyguards were all retired Special Forces soldiers. They knew the human bones and body tissues very well. Zhao Liang gritted his teeth and let the bodyguard's fists hit his body. With a crack, his arm was dislocated. Zhao Liang lost because he didn't have a family background to protect himself. If he had a strong family background, no one would dare to touch him. But now that he was showing off, it would definitely attract the attention of people with ulterior motives. Zhao Liang was in so much pain that he took a deep breath. He gritted his teeth and said to the rich second generation sitting on the sofa, "I know the chief of the military region. Are you sure you want to be so ruthless?" Zhao Liang had treated the chief of the military region. Now he had no choice but to use his name. He was afraid that one was not enough, so he said, "And Elder Ro, give me the phone. I'll make a call." Zhao Liang felt that the chief of the military region's phone was definitely not so easy to call. Now he called Elder Ro. No matter what, the Ro family had some ability. These second generations would definitely give the Ro family face. Zhao Liang could only hope that the Ro family would be more powerful. He didn't save Elder Ro in vain. The rich second generations looked at each other. They could have fun, but they couldn't let anything happen. If something really happened, it would affect their families. The elders in their families might skin them alive. These rich second generations still had some idea of what to do. The Ro family was not weak. Moreover, the Ro family and the Mo family were connected by marriage. As in-laws, the Ro family climbed up the big tree of the Mo family. They would definitely go further. These second generations thought about it in their hearts and threw the phone in front of Zhao Liang. It was just a phone call. If this guy was lying to them, Zhao Liang would be even more miserable. Zhao Liang dragged his dislocated arm and called in pain. He hoped that the person who would answer the phone must be the maid, Xiaoli. The phone was connected. It was Xiaoli who answered the phone. Zhao Liang hurriedly said, "Ask Elder Ro to answer the phone. Hurry up. If Elder Ro answers the phone, I'll give you an imperial green jade." Xiaoli's heart pounded when she answered the phone. Although Xiaoli was a maid, she also worked in a wealthy family. She had seen a lot of good things. Imperial green jade. Imperial green jade was a kind of jade and was extremely rare. Imperial green jade was the best color and the most valuable green jade. It was also known as emerald green and gave people a noble beauty. Imperial green jade referred to a unique color. Imperial green jade was very green and seemed to be flowing with oil. As long as you saw the imperial green jade, you would feel that kind of green. Imperial green jade was the best color. Many jades were priceless because they had imperial green jade. If she had an imperial green jade to take out, she would have a lot of face in front of her friends. And it was just asking Elder Ro to answer the phone. It was too simple. Wait, I'll ask the old man to answer the phone right away. Xiaoli put the phone on the table, turned around and hurried upstairs to call the old man, but she met Ningxu at the stairs. Ningxu looked at Xiaoli faintly and asked, "What's the matter?" "It's Zhao Liang who saved the old man. He called and said it was an emergency." Xiaoli said quickly. He was still thinking about his imperial green jade in his heart. Just read a refreshing novel. Falling in Love with You, Transmigrating Canon Fodder female supporting character counterattack. As long as the old man answers the phone, she can get an imperial green jade. Now that she was blocked, Xiaoli was a little anxious. She was about to miss the imperial green jade. That was the best jade. Even if she didn't wear it, she could still sell it for a lot of money. Xiaoli was very anxious in his heart. "Miss, the next call hasn't been hung up yet." "It's for the old man," Xiaoli said again. "Well, I see. Go and make me a cup of coffee. I'll answer the phone." Ningxu called Xiaoli, "This." Xiaoli looked at the old man's study and wanted to call him. Ningxu asked, "What's the matter? I can't answer the phone?" "No, Mississippi." Xiaoli could only go downstairs to grind the coffee for Ningxu. "It takes time to make coffee." Ningxu picked up the phone and said, "Who is it?" From the moment the phone rang, Ningxu used her spiritual power to pay attention to Xiaoli. Seeing that Xiaoli came upstairs, she guessed that he was going to find Grandpa, so she stopped Xiaoli at the stairs. Zhao Liang was anxiously waiting for the phone to ring again. Hearing a clear and cold female voice, Zhao Liang's heart turned cold. Why is Ro Shuiqiao answering the phone? If Elder Ro didn't answer the phone, Zhao Liang wasn't sure if Ro Shuiqiao would help him. By the way, why didn't he call Yuer? Yuer's family background is also good. Zhao Liang was so anxious that he actually went to the Ro family to ask for help. Finding a solution, Zhao Liang breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, he wanted to test his position in Ro Shuiqiao's heart, so he said painfully, "I'm Zhao Liang. I was kidnapped." "Are you kidding? This kind of joke is not funny." Ningxu said directly, "Why did you call the Ro family when you were kidnapped?" Zhao Liang's face suddenly turned red. Once again, he was sure that this stinky woman really had no feelings for him. She was a heartless woman. Zhao Liang was so angry that his arms were twisted into a fried dough twist. His face was distorted. Stinky woman, a stinky woman with her nose in the air. Ningxu did not expect that someone would make a move on Zhao Liang so soon. Zhao Liang's history of making a fortune could not withstand the digging. He suddenly jumped up. Previously, Zhao Liang was very sleepy and had to borrow money from his schoolmates. Now that he suddenly had this ability, it was inevitable that people would be suspicious. Zhao Liang now completely viewed Ro Shuiqiao as an enemy. What did he want this kind of woman for? He would become better in the future and make this woman regret it and kneel in front of him to beg him. In order to avoid being angered by Ningxu to the point of vomiting blood, Zhao Liang immediately hung up the phone and called Yuer. However, his phone had been confiscated by these rich second generations, and he did not remember Yuer's phone number. Psychologically speaking, Zhao Liang was a bit of a male chauvinist. If he was asked to remember a woman's phone number, if it was in the past when he was poor and had nothing, he would have loved to have a girlfriend. But now, there were so many women that he didn't care at all. As a result, Zhao Liang couldn't remember Yuer's phone number at all. At such a critical moment, he couldn't remember the phone number of the person who could save his life. Zhao Liang was extremely angry and said to the rich second generations, "Can you give me your phone? I'll make a call." Several rich second generations were already very impatient. "You're playing with me. One moment you say you know the chief, the next moment you say you know Elder Ro, and then you want to make a call. Let me tell you, it's useless no matter how you delay the time. Obediently tell us your secret technique. I know people from the Yu family. Yu Linger is my girlfriend, really." Zhao Liang quickly said, "If you don't believe me, let me make a call." Get lost. Do I really look so stupid? Let you play with me again and again. Young Master Du kicked Zhao Liang again. "If you don't tell us the secret today, don't think about leaving." Zhao Liang couldn't bear it anymore. Before, when he dealt with these people, he felt that he could deal with these rich second generations, but these rich second generations were insatiable. What should he do now? Unless it was a last resort, Zhao Liang didn't want to reveal his secret. What if he was caught for research? What if he was imprisoned? His beautiful life had just begun. "Give me a call. This is the last call. I'll let you do whatever you want with me." Zhao Liang still wanted to struggle, but young Master Du sneered and threw Zhao Liang's phone on Zhao Liang's body. It hurt when the phone hit Zhao Liang's body. Zhao Liang felt extremely humiliated. One day, he would make these people pay for it. And the families that connived with these rich second generations, none of them were good people. Zhao Liang flipped to Yu Linger's name and called her. On the other end of the phone, it said that the call was in progress. In progress, Zhao Liang was extremely angry. On the other side, Ningxu was on the phone with Yu Linger. Yu Linger was very happy. The two of them hadn't contacted each other for a while. Yu Linger had a boyfriend, so it was inevitable that she would spend all her time with him. Sister Xianxia still called her so late. Ningxu said, "What kind of person is your boyfriend?" "Sister Xianxia, let me tell you, Zhao Liang is a very good person." Ningxu twitched the corner of his mouth. "What's so good about that? He has so many close female friends. Can you stand it? What's the difference between us and Zhao Liang? At least Zhao Liang is honest and treats everyone well. If you find a man of equal social status to marry, you will have to stay alone in an empty house after marriage. You still have to fulfill your responsibilities as a wife." What a joke. They don't even fulfill their responsibilities as husbands. What's the point? Yu Linger said directly. Ningxu was speechless. The wife's name could at least guarantee his rights and interests. Zhao Liang's way of doing things was to dump you just like that. He wouldn't get anything and his rights and interests wouldn't be guaranteed. With power and influence, there were more temptations and more choices. If it was the poor Zhao Liang in the past, he would dare to do this. He had the capital and the confidence. So what if he wasn't loyal? What's this Zhao Liang doing? Ningxu and Yu Linger talked about this and that. Zhao Liang had asked the Rou family for help, so he would probably ask Yu Linger for help as well. Don't forget that Yu Linger was Zhao Liang's girlfriend. Sister Xiao, why are you paying so much attention to Zhao Liang now? Do you have feelings for him? To be honest, Xiao, if you have taken a liking to Zhao Liang, I won't say anything. After all, we are best friends. Don't let others take advantage of you. Yu Linger said with a smile. Ningxu was speechless. I have a fiancé. I won't snatch your boyfriend from you. It's just that there are so many women. Can you stand it? Such a proud girl actually compromised. Also, what's this Zhao Liang doing? Is he doing something illegal? Ningxu had been talking to Yu Linger. The line was busy. Him? He's quite capable. He does everything. What's wrong? Yu Linger asked casually. Sister Xiao, just bear it. I think you've fallen for Zhao Liang. Just read a novel. Falling in love with you, transmigrating canon fodder female supporting character counterattack. Ningxu was speechless. Who would fall in love with Zhao Liang? To be honest, Zhao Liang was not handsome at all. There were acne marks on his face, and it gave people the impression that his face was dirty and oily. Beauty was in the eye of the beholder. Yu Ling looked at Zhao Liang with the effect of a skin-polishing filter. Ningxu had seen many handsome guys, both ancient and modern. Zhao Liang's ranking in Ningxu's heart. Ningxu looked at the time on the phone. They had talked for so long, and it was about time. She said, I think he must have offended someone. He called just now and said that someone kidnapped him. I think it's a prank. To be safe, I called you. Ah, really? Yu Ling on the other end of the phone panicked. How is he now? I don't know. He hung up before I could ask. I'm not sure if it's a prank. That's why I called you, Ningxu said. Sister Xueqiao, I'm hanging up now. Ningxu heard Yu Ling's panicked voice over the phone. Ningxu put down the phone and turned to see Xiaoli holding a cup of coffee and looking at her. Miss, it's so late. Can you sleep with coffee? Xiaoli asked reluctantly. She couldn't get the old man to answer the phone. Did she lose her imperial jade? Why did she have to answer the phone? Xiaoli looked at the hung-up phone, and his face was full of disappointment and annoyance. Ningxu took the cup of coffee from Xiaoli's hand. You know it's late. If it's not someone important, Grandpa has to answer the phone. Grandpa is a light sleeper. If he wakes up, he can't sleep. Don't let Grandpa answer the phone all the time. Yes, Mississippi. I'll remember, Xiaoli stammered. Ningxu went upstairs with the coffee, leaving Xiaoli stamping his feet. He could only watch as a sum of money floated in front of him, but he couldn't catch it. Ningxu smirked. She had at least informed Yu Ling about this matter. As for what happened during the time she wasted arguing, she couldn't guarantee. Even if Zhao Liang wanted to ask her for an explanation, it wouldn't make sense. I helped you inform Yu Ling when you were kidnapped. How dare you accuse me and the Rou family of being ungrateful? She didn't know who was targeting Zhao Liang. It probably wouldn't be easy to get rid of him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called old Master Rou. But she blocked it. Even if she blocked it, she would have helped you call for help. She and Yu Ling talked for more than 10 minutes. As for what happened in the past 10 minutes, God knows. Ever since Zhao Liang got his X-ray vision, his life had been smooth sailing, whether it was his career or his pursuit of women. Now that this kind of thing happened, it was good to let Zhao Liang suffer a little loss. And from today onwards, Zhao Liang would be targeted by a lot of people. Stone gambling was very profitable, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people involved in this risky business. It was just gambling to get rich overnight. Now that someone had a 90% chance of getting a top-grade jade, it would drive people crazy. Yu Ling got Ningxu's hint and started to locate Zhao Liang's phone. She led a group of people to the place where Zhao Liang was locked up. Yu Ling and Ningxu talked for a while, then found the location of Zhao Liang's phone, which wasted some time. When Yu Ling arrived at the place where Zhao Liang was locked up, she found Zhao Liang lying on the ground, curled up like a cooked shrimp. Zhao Liang. Yu Ling hurried over and saw Zhao Liang holding his other hand with one hand, dripping with blood. There was also a broken index finger on the ground. Yu Ling felt like she had been struck by lightning. She quickly called an ambulance. Zhao Liang was in so much pain that his consciousness was blurred. Seeing Yu Ling come, Zhao Liang breathed a sigh of relief, but he was also a little angry. Why did she come so late? What was the use of coming? In order to protect his secret, Zhao Liang endured the pain of losing his finger. Zhao Liang knew that this special ability was hard to come by. It was all he could rely on. He had been calling Yu Ling but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get through. He had completely angered this group of rich second generations, and now his finger was cut off. Zhao Liang was so angry and anxious that he fainted. Yu Ling endured the horror and picked up the finger on the ground. If he didn't lose too much blood, the finger could be reattached, but it wouldn't be as flexible as before. Yu Ling stared at these rich second generations and gritted her teeth. How dare you touch my man? You should have come and taken your man away earlier. Yu Ling-er, are you going to offend the Du family for such a person? Although Du Xiao felt a little guilty, it had already happened. There was no point in saying more. We have so many people. What can you do to us? They had several people on their side. If Yu Ling-er wanted to pursue the matter, she would offend several families. Yu Ling-er sneered and turned around to get into the ambulance. She looked at the unconscious Zhao Liang anxiously. The rich second generations looked at each other. Although they felt a little guilty, they didn't expect this idiot to really be Yu Ling-er's boyfriend. What kind of taste did Yu Ling-er have? Would the Yu family really accept such a son-in-law? Yu Ling-er could only pray that Zhao Liang was fine. If she had come earlier, Zhao Liang might have been fine. Ningxu woke up with a kick. From the private investigator, he found out that Zhao Liang was in the hospital. The specific situation was that someone had chopped off his finger. Ningxu chuckled. How could Zhao Liang treat people without fingers? He was originally a dabbler, relying on the advantage of his X-ray vision. Because of this skill, many big shots owed Zhao Liang a favor. No matter what problems Zhao Liang encountered, he could solve them with a knife. It couldn't be helped. After all, he had someone above him. Ningxu still went to learn about nursing and traditional Chinese medicine every day. He also looked for prescriptions for body weakness. The Mo family should have noticed his actions. Seeing Ningxu's actions, the client's father nodded in agreement. It was more convenient for a married couple to take care of people. Ningxu also bought a basket of fruits to visit Zhao Liang. The reason for visiting Zhao Liang was because of her best friend, Yu Ling-er. Yu Ling-er slept beside Zhao Liang's bed. Ningxu saw that Zhao Liang's right index finger was chopped off, but it seemed to have been reattached. He didn't know what kind of person would choose the right hand to chop off fingers. Moreover, it was the index finger that was used more frequently. If the thumb was chopped off, it would be even more inconvenient. Sister Xiao, you're here. Yu Ling-er rubbed her eyes and thanked Ningxu when she saw her. Thank you for informing me. Ningxu shook his head and said, I thought it was a prank. I didn't even get to ask about the situation before he hung up. Fortunately, I called you. Otherwise, Zhao Liang would be in danger. You should go wash up too. Ningxu put down the basket of fruits and was about to leave. Just read a refreshing novel. Falling in love with you, transmigrating canon fodder female supporting character counterattack. Ningxu was really afraid that Zhao Liang would think that she had feelings for him after he woke up. That would be a huge misunderstanding. Yu Ling-er stopped Ningxu and asked, Sister Xiao, why do you think there are people who don't like Zhao Liang and want to find trouble with him? Perhaps in the hearts of Zhao Liang's women, Zhao Liang was the best man in the world. However, in the eyes of others, Zhao Liang's way of doing things was quite disgraceful. It was normal for those who had a little capital to enjoy the good fortune of having multiple wives. After all, those who controlled most of the society's resources enjoyed money and women. They had more rights to choose. However, Zhao Liang's resources were really, how's his hand? Ningxu asked softly. It's already reconnected. However, it was reconnected, so it's not as flexible as before. Yu Ling-er said helplessly. I won't let those guys off. Ningxu already knew who was the one who attacked Zhao Liang. These people were basically devils who dared to do anything. To put it bluntly, they bullied the weak and feared the strong. They would never offend someone they couldn't afford to offend. Zhao Liang was just an ordinary person. If it weren't for the stone gambling skill, these people wouldn't have noticed Zhao Liang at all. Zhao Liang must have provoked them in some way. They shouldn't have any grudges. Ningxu said casually. Do you know your boyfriend well? Yu Ling-er didn't say anything. Ningxu left the ward and went to learn about nursing. As for how Zhao Liang couldn't accept reality after he woke up, it was none of Ningxu's business. According to Zhao Liang's stinginess, this matter would definitely be blamed on him and Yu Ling-er. Ningxu didn't care, but he didn't know how Yu Ling-er would endure her boyfriend's hatred. Ningxu learned about nursing. On the way home, he passed by the ward and saw Yu Ling-er busying herself. Zhao Liang was lying on the bed with an ashen face. It was obvious that he was angry. Ningxu's lips twitched. Because of love, Ningxu really couldn't see what was so good about Zhao Liang that he deserved Yu Ling-er's money, looks, and talent. Moreover, Yu Ling-er was also a little selfish. Zhao Liang was injured, but only Yu Ling-er took care of Zhao Liang. In order to make her presence known to Zhao Liang, she did not inform the other women and took care of Zhao Liang alone. Feeding him, wiping his body, carrying his excrement and urine, she didn't need to be too attentive. No matter what others said about Zhao Liang, Yu Ling-er wouldn't leave Zhao Liang. Moreover, she wanted to prove to those who were against her that she had made the right choice. Because of love, however, Zhao Liang's love was only about conquering. Conquering a girl that he could only drool over in the past, how could there be any love? Ningxu snorted and went straight away. She didn't want to get involved in Zhao Liang's affairs. There was no end to it. At that time, he would come to ruin her wedding. When Ningxu returned home, she found that there were guests in the house. It was a couple in their 40s. When they saw Ningxu, they smiled. Old Man Ro quickly said to Ningxu, "Say hello to Uncle Mo and Auntie." Ningxu thought for a moment and knew that they should be Mo Ming's parents. The man was mature and steady. He had a scholarly aura. The woman was gentle and charming. She was petite and her face was a little pale. She was probably not in good health. Ningxu smiled and greeted them, "Uncle, Auntie." "Very good. You are a good daughter." Mo Ming's mother looked at Ningxu with satisfaction and asked, "Have you been studying nursing recently?" Ningxu nodded, "Yes, I have been studying nursing. I also learned some Chinese medicine from Dr. Wu." Very good." This time, it was Mo Ming's father who spoke. Old Man Ro, Ningxu said, "Go upstairs." Ningxu nodded and went upstairs. If he guessed correctly, Mo Ming's parents must be discussing the date of their wedding. In any case, they were going to marry Mo Ming. Not only for the Ro family, but also to get rid of Zhao Liang, who felt that all the beauties in the world had to bow down to him. He didn't believe that Zhao Liang would still pester them after they got married. With the Mo family and the Ro family's power, Zhao Liang wouldn't be able to get anything out of it. During dinner, Old Man Ro announced the date of Ningxu and Mo Ming's wedding. They would be getting married in half a month. It was the first time in his life that he was going to get married. Moreover, he didn't even have a specific impression of the other party. The delicate and weak Mo Ming rarely appeared in the public eye. Even the people who entrusted him rarely saw Mo Ming. Ningxu wasn't worried that Mo Ming was ugly at all. His parents were handsome and beautiful. No matter how they mutated, they wouldn't be ugly. Even his weak body could be accepted. As for his appearance, it was ranked behind. In the past half a month, Ningxu had been preparing for the wedding. The Ro family had also prepared a lot of dowry for her. Ningxu was almost married to Mo Ming with the Ro family's expectations. In half a month, Zhao Liang's injury shouldn't have healed yet. This way, he wouldn't come to make a scene at her wedding. Moreover, Zhao Liang had no reason to make a scene at her wedding. Half a month passed in a flash. As the marriage between the Ro family and the Mo family, it was still very grand. Ningxu wore a white wedding dress and entered the luxury car accompanied by her family. There was a man sitting in the car. When he saw Ningxu, he smiled, revealing a pair of canine teeth. He was very sunny and handsome. Such a healthy Mo Ming? "Hello, sister-in-law. I'm Mo. I'm here to pick up the bride on behalf of my brother. My brother's health is a little bad. Please take care of him," Mo said to Ningxu with a smile. A pair of smiling eyes stared at Ningxu's face. He didn't miss any expression on Ningxu's face. Ningxu didn't have much feelings about whether Mo Ming came to pick up the bride or not. She said directly, "His health is important. The formalities are not important." "Okay, thank you, sister-in-law." Mo saw that Ningxu didn't care very much and said with a smile. The car slowly started. A long line of luxury cars almost occupied the entire street. The speed of the car wasn't fast. Ningxu sat in the car, bored. Her phone rang. It was Yu Ling-er. When she picked up, Yu Ling-er screamed, "Sister Xiao, you're getting married and I didn't tell you. What's the meaning of this? Don't you have to take care of your boyfriend? That's why I didn't inform you." Ningshu said directly. If Yu Ling'er knew, it meant that Zhao Liang knew. In order to prevent accidents, Ningshu had already excluded Yu Ling'er. He didn't expect Yu Ling'er to know. Ningshu rubbed her forehead. It would be ugly if she made a scene at the wedding. Sister-in-law, is there a problem? Moze saw that Ningshu's expression wasn't good. Tell me, I'll think of a way for you. No one can bully my sister-in-law. Bullying you is equivalent to bullying my brother. Ningshu raised her eyebrows. She suddenly understood why the Rou family tried so hard to let her marry into the Mo family. Ningshu very unkindly told Moze everything. It was easy to get into trouble if this kind of thing was hidden. It was very important to be honest. If she was sneaky, it would be criticized. Just read a novel. Falling in Love with You, Transmigrating Canon Fodder female supporting character Counterattack. Ningshu told Moze everything without missing a single detail. Since they were going to get married, they were going to be a family. It was better to let the Mo family know what was going on than to let them come knocking on their door and embarrass themselves. But there was another possibility, which was to make the Mo family impatient. He just wanted to marry a wife, but it brought so much trouble. Hearing Ningshu's explanation, Moze asked, when did this Zhao Liang appear? In the eyes of these people, Zhao Liang was a nobody. Every social class had its own social circle. People like Moze would not have any contact with Zhao Liang. He still has feelings for you? Moze's expression was strange. The corner of his mouth twitched. Doesn't he know that you already have a fiancé? Ningshu said, you don't know that there is a kind of person in this world who thinks highly of himself. He thinks that every woman will fall in love with him. Even if he already has many women by his side, these women will be dead set on him. All of them will get along with each other like sisters. What kind of weirdo? Moze was speechless. You think this person came back to the wedding to cause trouble? Don't look at weirdos with the eyes of a normal person. Maybe in his heart, I betrayed him. Ningshu shrugged. I'm helpless too. Wait. Moze took out his phone and his fingers quickly tapped on the screen. He was probably texting. Then, he put his phone away and said, I've already told Uncle about these things. You don't have to worry. Since you married into the Mo family, I won't let anyone hurt you. Please take good care of my cousin. My cousin's health is not very good. Ningshu cracked a smile and said, I know. Tell me more about this Zhao Liang. When it came to people who were a threat, he had to be prepared. Anyway, the car was very slow and the road was quite boring. Ningshu told Moze about the recent kidnapping of Zhao Liang. Sister-in-law, what you're saying is too much of a fantasy. You said that Zhao Liang's family was just an ordinary working family, but how did they suddenly have such power? Du Jun and the others wanted to dig out Zhao Liang's secret, and Yu Ling'er was actually his girlfriend. Turning into a Mr. Perfect in such a short time, it's very surreal, Moze said as he shook his head. Ningshu said, maybe Zhao Liang had some fortuitous encounter, and Du Jun and the others want to get this fortuitous encounter. Moze propped his head with his fingers and tilted his head to think about something. Finally, he said, Sister-in-law, today is your wedding day with brother. Let's not talk about such upsetting things. Ningshu nodded and secretly lifted her strapless wedding dress to prevent it from slipping down. In the hospital, Yu Ling'er knew that her best friend was getting married, so she prepared to go home and prepare for the wedding. She had been taking care of Zhao Liang in the hospital for more than half a month. Zhao Liang probably couldn't accept the fact that he was disabled, so his temper was a little bad. He also complained about Ningshu and Yu Ling'er. Anyway, he didn't give Yu Ling'er a good look. Yu Ling'er worked hard without complaint, and sometimes she would sleep on the sofa in the ward when she was tired. The proud Yu Ling'er tried to make herself understand Zhao Liang's feelings. She was a little princess at home, but she was so humble in front of Zhao Liang. Zhao Liang looked up and saw Yu Ling'er leaving with her bag. He couldn't help but ask, where are you going? Yu Ling'er had been taking care of him all this time. If Yu Ling'er left, Zhao Liang would be a little uncomfortable, but he couldn't tell his parents at home and make them worry. I'm going to attend the wedding. If you need anything, you can call the nurse or other girls. When Yu Ling'er mentioned Zhao Liang's confidant, her tone was very sour. But she also knew that this man didn't belong to her alone. She didn't know why she had this mentality, but it seemed to be a matter of course. Wedding? Whose wedding? Zhao Liang asked. For Yu Linger to attend the wedding, her family must be powerful. Why didn't he receive an invitation? Since he became rich, Zhao Liang could be considered to have squeezed into the upper class. When he attended some high-end banquets, some people would invite Zhao Liang if there were any weddings or funerals. Zhao Liang's face was a little ugly. You know this person too. Ro Xiao is getting married to Mo Ming from the Mo family. Yu Linger said. What did you say? Who's getting married? Zhao Liang straightened his back and stared straight at Yu Linger. His voice was so loud that it scared Yu Linger. Yu Linger was favored by the heavens and had been taking care of Zhao Liang all this time. However, Zhao Liang only cared about his fingers every day. It wasn't like she was the one who broke his fingers. Why are you so loud? Ro Xiao is getting married. Yu Linger said unhappily. My sister Xiao is getting married. Why are you so agitated? Zhao Liang directly used his left hand to pull out the infusion needle in his right hand. He lifted the blanket and got off the bed. Yu Linger was shocked and asked, What are you doing? Your body hasn't recovered yet. I'm going to the wedding with you. Zhao Liang gritted his teeth and said. Zhao Liang didn't accept Ro Xiao's marriage at all. He hadn't conquered Ro Xiao and made her repent for what she had done. Now she was going to throw herself into someone else's arms. No man could tolerate such a thing. Just like Ming Shu said, Zhao Liang now felt that he had been betrayed. Ro Xiao was the woman he liked. He loved and hated this woman. If she was living a miserable life, Zhao Liang might not be so persistent. But she was going to marry into the Mo family, and she was going to be beautiful. Zhao Liang felt uncomfortable. He couldn't accept that this woman didn't have any feelings for him at all. The frustration of not being able to conquer this woman had been circling in Zhao Liang's heart, brewing an indescribable feeling of anger and betrayal. But your body isn't good. It's just a wedding. I'm just going to go through the motions. Your body is the most important thing now. The doctor said that if there's a problem with your wound, your fingers will really be crippled. Yu Linger persuaded Zhao Liang earnestly as she looked at her watch. Zhao Liang hated it when people questioned him, especially when his fingers were mentioned. When Yu Linger said that, he felt that Yu Linger looked down on his hand and thought that he was useless. My body is still unclear. Can't I attend the wedding? Zhao Liang said angrily. Yu Linger frowned and guessed a possibility. She asked, Zhao Liang, do you like Sister Xiao? Is that why you're so excited when Sister Xiao is getting married? You don't even care about your own health. Zhao Liang laughed coldly. I don't like your sister Xiao. I have something to do. Just read a novel. Falling in love with you, transmigrating canon fodder female supporting character counterattack anyway, Zhao Liang couldn't accept letting Xiaoxia marry someone else peacefully. Yu Linger had a bad feeling in her heart. Zhao Liang, Sister Xiao, and I have been friends since we were young. I don't want anything to happen to you because of your friend's wedding. You should rest well. Yu Linger was afraid that there would be no end to this and hurriedly left. Zhao Liang sneered. Could it be that he couldn't go alone? Zhao Liang made a phone call. Not long after, a stylist came to the hospital to do Zhao Liang's hair. However, Zhao Liang's hand was injured. When he was wearing clothes, he couldn't touch the wound. A man needs clothes, and a Buddha relies on gold. After this, Zhao Liang looked a little better. He left the hospital, got into a luxury car, and went to Mo's house. In addition to Zhao Liang, there were a few bodyguards wearing sunglasses in the luxury car. Last time, he was caught by those rich second generations because he was unprepared. The price he paid was the loss of a finger. Fortunately, the secret was kept, and he could still continue to develop. Zhao Liang's face was gloomy. Although Yu Linger said that Xiaoxia had called Yu Linger to save him, Zhao Liang still didn't mind answering the call. Xiaoxia said, You were kidnapped. Why are you calling the Ro family? That arrogant tone made people want to rape her and see how arrogant she was. Zhao Liang checked the man Xiaoxia was going to marry. He was actually a sickly person. She chose the sickly person over him. Wasn't it because she liked the Mu family? What a vain woman. The wedding convoy slowly drove to the Mo family's entrance. The entrance was blocked. Moze got out of the car first and ran to the other side to open the door for Ningxu. Ningxu was about to get out of the car when a hand reached in front of her. This hand was very white and very thin. It was almost wrapped in a layer of bones. The joints were a little scary. This should be Mo Ming's hand. Ningxu raised her hand and placed it on this hand. Through the wedding gloves, Ningxu could feel that this hand was a little cold. Ningxu got out of the car and looked at the owner of this hand. Mo Ming was thinner than Ningxu had imagined. His skin was sickly pale and his facial features were handsome. He was very quiet and gave off a gentle feeling. Mo Ming saw his future wife staring at him. Ningxu nodded. His attitude towards Ningxu wasn't that warm. However, he was waiting outside for Ningxu. It wasn't that he was neglecting her. It seemed that Mo Ming wasn't very happy about the marriage. The two of them walked into the villa hand in hand. Ningxu walked very slowly, mainly because she was worried about the person beside her. She felt that Mo Ming was a little out of breath. From the corner of her eyes, she saw Mo Ming tightly pursing his pale lips. He was probably holding on. His body was very weak. Because Mo Ming's body wasn't very good, everyone knew not to make a fuss. The whole wedding was a little quiet. Everyone just looked at Ningxu and Mo Ming silently. Ningxu was worried that Mo Ming wouldn't be able to walk to the room. She might even have to princess carry Mo Ming back to the room. That would be speechless. Mo Ming probably stood outside for too long and his body couldn't take it anymore. Wait a minute. A discordant voice sounded. Ningxu's heart didn't waver. She knew this would happen. She turned and looked at Zhao Liang, who was in a suit. He still appeared. She knew that Zhao Liang wasn't satisfied. Ningxu saw Zhao Liang's expression. If she didn't know, she would think that she had hurt him. It was just that his desire to conquer was not satisfied. Ningxu went closer to Mo Ming, who was frowning, and said, "Don't be anxious. Just take it as a good show." Ningxu was really afraid that Mo Ming would fall to the ground like in the plot. Of course, it was probably because Mo Ming's body couldn't take it anymore. Ning. Shu said to the wedding waiter, "Please give me a chair." Although the waiter was a little surprised, he still brought a white chair over. Ningxu easily took the chair and placed it behind Mo Ming. He said, "Sit down and rest for a while." When the time came, if Mo Ming's body couldn't take it anymore and fell, even if the Mo family didn't have any opinions about her, the people who came to the wedding would talk about it. Gossip was what people liked to gossip the most. Mo Ming didn't say anything and sat down. His body was indeed a little tired. Also, who was this person who suddenly appeared? Mo Ming's body wasn't very good. He didn't pay much attention to the situation outside, especially to someone like Zhao Liang who suddenly appeared. Zhao Liang saw that Ningxu didn't care and was very unhappy. He sneered and walked in. The surrounding people came to watch the show. Even if he couldn't do anything to Rou Xueqiao, he had to make Rou Xueqiao's life in the Mo family difficult. Before Zhao Liang could speak, Ningxu spoke first. "Where's Yu'er? Why didn't you come with Yu'er?" Zhao Liang choked and said in a low voice, "Are you sure you want to marry such a sick person?" Zhao Liang looked at Mo Ming who was sitting on the chair. Because of his good family, Mo Ming was gentle and looked very educated. However, no matter what, he was still a person with an unhealthy body. Zhao Liang used his X-ray vision to see that Mo Ming's internal organs were deteriorating to different degrees. Mo Ming was more or less waiting for death. "You're really vain," Zhao Liang said disdainfully. If a woman chose a man who was better than another man, the man would angrily accuse the woman of being vain because he was incompetent. Ningxu had a face of confusion. "Where's your girlfriend, Yu Ling-er?" He already had a girlfriend, but he still looked like he wanted to save her. Go to the entertainment center to save her. There were too many girls who had fallen. The surrounding people were confused. Ningxu said again, "Didn't someone chop off your finger? Why aren't you recuperating in the hospital? Didn't I tell you that your girlfriend doesn't have to come to the wedding?" Ningxu kept emphasizing the word girlfriend. How could he have the nerve to act like he was hurt? His finger was chopped off, only if he had offended someone would he be treated like this. Everyone looked at Zhao Liang's bandaged finger. Zhao Liang was unusually irritated. He put his hand behind his back, not letting these people see his crippled finger. Everyone here had a strong background. Since the Mo family was holding a wedding, they would definitely invite people from the upper class. These people looked at Zhao Liang at the same time. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on Zhao Liang's body. Zhao Liang almost couldn't bear it. Zhao Liang, who had suddenly become rich, still felt weak facing these people. He also felt that these people were looking down on him. Seeing Zhao Liang's face turn red, Ningxu felt that if he didn't come, these things wouldn't have happened. Now, he felt that others had insulted him. Feeling that you're always right. Ningxu said again, you came with Yu'er, or alone? I'll be thick-skinned and ask you for a congratulatory gift. At the same time, I'll also thank you for coming to my wedding. Just read a refreshing novel. Falling in love with you, Transmigrating Canon Fodder female supporting character Counterattack. How thick-skinned. Who would ask for a gift? She betrayed him and still wanted a gift. Zhao Liang's face turned green. He was here to cause trouble, not to attend the wedding banquet. Ningxu continued, Yu'er is my best friend. We grew up together. I hope you can treat Yu'er well from time to time. Don't mess around with other girls. Just treat a girl well. In my opinion, Yu'er should break up with you. Although I don't know what's so good about you, you're Yu'er's boyfriend. I can't say anything. Everyone understood the message in Ningxu's words. This brat was actually the boyfriend of the Yu family's youngest daughter. Moreover, he was a playboy with more than one girlfriend. He really knew how to play. He dared to treat the Yu family's daughter like this. Wasn't he afraid that the Yu family would be unhappy with him? Most people didn't know who this person was. He was so rude and had no manners at all. You ungrateful woman. Zhao Liang felt the gazes of the people around him. He pointed at Ningxu in exasperation. He was originally full of vigor, but now he was like a balloon that was punctured by a needle, leaking air. He didn't expect the arrogant Rou Xiaoqiao to be so talkative, blabbering non-stop, exposing his matters. At this time, even if he said that the two of them had an affair, people would only think that he was a toad wanting to eat swan meat. He had Yu Ling air and was still thinking about Rou Xiaoqiao. He was shameless. Moreover, he wasn't that good-looking. People of the same sex looked at people of the same sex harshly. When men looked at Zhao Liang, they felt that the arrogant Yu Ling heir actually fell for such a man. Of course, the person who chose the main character would prove that he was the right choice. Zhao Liang was like most men. He wasn't good with words. After being nagged by Ningxu, he really couldn't bring himself to quarrel with Ningxu. Feeling the gazes of the people around him, his face turned green. Sister-in-law, this is the Zhao Liang you were talking about. Mo stood up and looked Zhao Liang up and down. Zhao Liang felt a little embarrassed. He felt that this person was looking at him with contempt and disdain. Hey, Zhao Liang, why are you here? Yu Ling walked over with a glass of red wine in her hand when she saw that everyone was blocking the way. Even though she was attending her best friend's wedding, Yu Ling was not happy at all. She did not know if she would ever be able to wear a wedding dress and walk into the hall of love with the person she loved. However, Zhao Liang was a sentimental person who liked to collect beautiful women. She was not the only one, nor would she be the last. Don't all women desire to be the only one, to be able to completely own someone? Furthermore, Yu Ling saw that the person Sister Shui Qiao was going to marry was not bad. The only flaw was that his body was not very good. As a disciple of the Mo family, there was no need to worry about food or clothing. Sister Shui Qiao could be considered to have found a home. There was no such thing as perfection in this world. Although Zhao Liang was a healthy person, he was sentimental. Furthermore, she felt that Zhao Liang seemed to be drooling over Rou Xiaoqiao. Rou Xiaoqiao's temperament and beauty were famous in their circle. According to Zhao Liang's sentimental nature, it was normal for him to have feelings for Rou Xiaoqiao. Yu Ling's heart was sour, but she accepted it. She could only comfort herself that the two of them could work together to deal with other women. Yu Ling forced herself to accept such a ridiculous thought. Then she accepted it, and finally she accepted it, Yu Ling did not expect Zhao Liang to come and cause trouble at the wedding. He was obviously here to cause trouble. She quickly went over and asked, "Why are you here? Your wound can't get infected." Could she not mention it in front of him? Previously, he had been laughed at. Now that Yu Ling mentioned it again, Zhao Liang was very unhappy. He had seen the looks in these people's eyes clearly. It was as if he was the one who was climbing up Yu Ling's social status. However, he would also create a wealthy family in the future. He would definitely not be inferior to the Yu family. Now, Zhao Liang was taking his anger out on Yu Ling. Yu Ling's eyes were a little red. She felt that ever since Zhao Liang was injured and frustrated, his temper had become worse. Ningxu said, "Yu Ling, thank you for coming to my wedding. You have to be happy too." Ningxu passed the bouquet in his hand to Yu Ling and hugged her. "I hope to be able to attend your wedding soon." Yu Ling held the bouquet. Ningxu smiled and said, "Sister Xueqiao, thank you." Yu Ling pulled Zhao Liang and wanted to pull him away. Yu Ling's stubbornness came up again. She kept feeling wronged when she was with Zhao Liang. She asked, "Do you want to marry me?" Zhao Liang was speechless. Zhao Liang, who had died before he could succeed, turned around and left. Moze arranged for security to not let Zhao Liang in again. What did he think the Mo family was? Any random cat or dog could bark at them. Did he think that they were easy to bully? After leaving the Mo family, Yu Ling directly threw the bouquet into the bin. She turned around and said to Zhao Liang, "I advise you to give up. Sister Xueqiao is already married." Zhao Liang ignored Yu Ling. Yu Ling stomped her feet and asked directly, "Zhao Liang, what do you mean? Do you want to break up? I'm not worthy of the Yu family. Let's break up." Zhao Liang did not want to be suppressed by the Yu family all day long. Moreover, there were so many girls. Zhao Liang did not have the time to coax a rich young lady. Zhao Liang had many choices. He did not care about a woman at all. Because he had the capital, he did not care about gains and losses. He was not afraid of losing at all. Zhao Liang was very angry with Yu Ling. He thought that Yu Ling should persuade her best friend not to marry that sickly person. There was no happiness at all. But Yu Ling was indifferent. Zhao Liang sat in the car. The bodyguard closed the door and blocked Yu Ling outside. Zhao Liang felt that his finger was a little red and swollen. He hurriedly said to the driver, "Go to the hospital now." The abnormality of his finger was like a bucket of ice water poured on Zhao Liang's body. He did not want to lose a finger. Even if it was not very flexible, at least he had all 10 fingers. When they arrived at the hospital, Zhao Liang hurriedly looked for the doctor. The doctor said that the wound was infected. If it continued to be infected, the stitches would be removed. The finger could not be reconnected. Zhao Liang didn't dare to make a fuss anymore. It was related to his fingers. He didn't want people to say that he was a 9-fingered man in the future. No matter how great his achievements were in the future, with such a flaw, it could become a flaw that others would attack and laugh at. When he recovered in the future, he would definitely teach that woman and the Mo family a lesson. Today's humiliation would be returned tenfold in the future. After the farce was over, Ningxu and Mo Ming were sent to the new room. Then the others closed the door. There were only 2 people in the room. It was very quiet. Just read a refreshing novel. Falling in Love with You, Transmigrating Canon Fodder female supporting character Counterattack. The 2 of them sat by the bed and didn't speak. Ningxu looked at Mo Ming's body. If he really pounced on him, Mo Ming probably wouldn't even have half a life left. You first. Mo Ming's voice was a little weak as he looked at Ningxu. Ningxu asked, "Do you want to drink water? I'll get you a cup of water." "Thank you." Mo Ming nodded. He probably felt a little uncomfortable. His face was a little pale and his brows were tightly knitted. Ningxu stood up and poured a cup of warm water for Mo Ming from the kettle on the coffee table. Mo Ming took the cup and drank 2 mouthfuls. Ningxu sat beside Mo Ming and said, "I need to explain today's matter to you." Fortunately, Mo Ming didn't directly collapse. Otherwise, the Mo family would hate her to death. Mo Ming held the cup. The veins on the back of his pale hand bulged. Because he was too thin, the veins bulged. Ningxu had seen such a pale hand before. Even though the hand of an abyssal prefect was pale, it was like a hand stretched out from a manga. There were no bones as prominent as Mo Ming's. Speak. Mo Ming said softly. At the wedding, I had to take the initiative. Otherwise, Zhao Liang would slander me for having an affair with him. At that time, the Mo family and the Rou family would lose face. She was too active at the wedding. It wasn't her turn as a newlywed wife to jump up and down. You did the right thing. Mo Ming said, I don't blame you. Moreover, my body is really not good. Ningxu saw that Mo Ming didn't care. He immediately smiled and said, what's wrong with the body? Take your time to recover. She had a terminal illness when she was alive. Didn't she struggle at death's door for so many years? I learned nursing. I can take good care of you in the future. Ningxu saw that Mo Ming didn't drink water. He took the cup in his hand and placed it on the small coffee table. Do you want to take a bath? Ningxu grabbed the rose petals on the bed and put them aside. He began to tidy the bed. Can I ask you something? Mo Ming looked at Ningxu. Ningxu nodded. Go ahead. Why are you willing to marry me? Mo Ming asked. Ningxu suddenly smiled. I thought you would ask me if I had an affair with Zhao Liang. We are engaged. If I don't marry you, who else can I marry? Ningxu said, you just need to take care of your body. Besides, you're a member of the Mo family. You're handsome and rich. Other than your body, everything else about you is fine. Mo Ming remained silent and stood up. I'm going to take a shower. Call me if you need anything. When Mo Ming went to take a shower, Ningxu went to the cloakroom to change out of the wedding dress and put on comfortable and casual clothes. Then, he waited at the door of the bathroom. What if something happened to Mo Ming? She would just treat it as taking care of a child. When Mo Ming came out, he was wearing a bathrobe. The part of his chest that was exposed was very thin. Do you want to take a shower? Go in. Mo Ming turned sideways to let Ningxu in. Ningxu nodded. When Ningxu came out of the shower, Mo Ming had already fallen asleep on the bed. His brows were furrowed in his sleep. Ningxu reached out and touched Mo Ming's head. It was a little hot. Ningxu immediately went downstairs to look for his in-laws and told them that Mo Ming had a fever. The Mo family had a resident specialist doctor. Immediately, the new room became a ward. There were doctors and nurses inside. Mo Ming's mother was a little embarrassed and said to Ningxu, Mo Ming must have stood under the sun for too long and caught the wind. If something like this happened on their wedding night, no woman would be able to take it. Mo Ming's mother only hoped that her daughter-in-law would not make a fuss at this time. Ningxu nodded. He was already prepared for this. After working until dawn, Missouri Ming's condition finally stabilized. After everyone left, Ningxu closed the door and lay beside Mo Ming. Mo Ming had not woken up. There was an 4 drip by the bed. TSK, poor child. He was on a saline drip on his wedding night. Ningxu pressed his finger on Mo Ming's wrist and felt his pulse. Mo Ming's body was extremely weak. A slight cold could be a disaster for Mo Ming. He was so weak. He had been carefully taken care of to survive until now. His body was like a broken water tank. It could not hold water at all. No matter how much water was poured into it, the holes in his body would take away his vitality. A broken body. The human body was really a magical existence. It seemed that it was not easy to nurse Mo Ming's body back to health. His internal organs were starting to fail. Mo Ming's digestive ability might not be good. Ordinary people could eat anything. Mo Ming could only eat a little liquid food or even in 4 drip to maintain his physiological functions. The situation was more serious than she had imagined. No wonder in the plot, Mo Ming collapsed and died not long after. His body had reached its limit. Ningxu transferred a strand of spiritual energy that was thinner than a strand of hair into Mo Ming's body. This spiritual energy was all that Ningxu had obtained during this period of time. Moreover, she had found a quiet and secluded place in the park and removed all kinds of impurities. Only then was she able to obtain such a small amount of spiritual energy. From tomorrow onwards, he would cook medicinal food for Mo Ming. Of course, it had to be cooked to a pulp. Otherwise, it would not be easy to digest. Ningxu yawned and closed his eyes to rest for a while. When there was movement in the villa in the morning, Ningxu washed up and prepared to go downstairs to meet the elders. When Ningxu went downstairs, his father-in-law was reading the newspaper. His mother-in-law asked the servants to make breakfast. When she saw Ningxu, she asked, "Why didn't you rest more? You woke up so early." "It's the first morning. I woke up early to say hello to Mom and Dad," Ningxu said. Since he was married, he had to maintain a good relationship with his mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. It was the most torturous thing for a sick person to have no one at home. His mother-in-law immediately smiled. Everyone liked polite people. His mother-in-law gave Ningxu a set of jewelry. It looked very expensive and retro. It was probably worth a lot of money. His father-in-law directly gave him a card and said that he could buy whatever he needed. "Ningxu, I like it." Ningxu walked into the kitchen and saw that the breakfast was divided into 2 portions. Mo Ming's mother explained, "One portion is for us. The other portion is for Mo Ming. He can't eat things that are too hard, too greasy, or too harmful to his stomach." Ningxu said, "Oh. I will take good care of Mo Ming in the future." Mo Ming's mother smiled. There was a hint of melancholy in her smile. Her son's health really made her worry. Mo Ming's mother felt that if her son passed away one day, she would have no support and might follow him. "Why are you up?" Mo Ming's father saw his son coming downstairs. He quickly put down the newspaper and went to help him. Mo Ming looked around and asked, "Where's Ruxwikiao?" Ningxu came out of the kitchen and saw Mo Ming. He said, "I'm here." Mo Ming woke up and saw that there was no one beside him. He remembered that it was the first day of their marriage and he could not let her meet her in-laws alone. Just read a novel. Mo Ming, who had just woken up, had a sickly blush on his face. His face was very thin and his eyes were lifeless. When he saw Ningxu coming out of the kitchen, he asked, "Why didn't you call me?" "I saw that you weren't feeling well so I didn't call you." "You woke up so suddenly. Can your body take it?" "It's okay." The sickly blush on Mo Ming's face started to fade. Without the blush, his face was very pale and a little transparent. Yes, he was so pale that he looked like a bolt of lightning. He was so thin that he looked like a bolt of lightning. Mo Ming and his father-in-law sat on the sofa. The two of them were talking about something. Ningxu poured a cup of warm water for Mo Ming. It was healthy to drink a cup of water in the morning. Mo Ming took the cup. "Thank you." Mo Ming looked at Ningxu standing at the side and said calmly, "Sit down." "You don't have to stand." "Okay." Ningxu sat on the sofa and watched Mo Ming drink the water. Mo Ming's father looked at his son and daughter-in-law and said, "The flowers in the garden are blooming quite well. You can go out and take a look when you're free." Ningxu asked, "Isn't Mo Ming allergic to pollen?" With Mo Ming's weak body, he should be allergic. The father-in-law smiled and said, "There are no flowers in the garden that he's allergic to." Alright, if Mo Ming was really allergic to some flowers and planted them in front of his house, wouldn't that be killing him for money? Mo Ming put down the cup and said to Ningxu, "You can go and pick any flowers that you like." "Thank you." Ningxu smiled slightly. She had a more important task. Picking flowers or something like that. After the task was over, she might be able to plant flowers or something like that. The Mo family's villa was very big. This villa was where the family of 3 lived. The rest of the Mo family had their own residences. During festivals or when something big happened, they would gather at the ancestral house. Other than his parents-in-law, Ningxu had only seen Mo Ming's cousin, Mo Zhe. It was probably because Mo Ming's body wasn't good that the elders and relatives didn't ask him to recognize him. "It's time to eat." Mo Ming's mother walked over and reached out to help her son. Ningxu helped her and helped Mo Ming to the dining table. During the wedding ceremony yesterday, Mo Ming stood at the door for a long time and walked for a long distance. During that time, Zhao Liang's incident happened. His body couldn't take it last night and he was very weak now. Mo Ming sat down and Ning Shu sat next to him. Mo Ming was eating something different. Ning Shu took a look and saw that it was a medicinal diet. In other words, Mo Ming had been eating medicinal diet, but it was useless. Indeed, the body was like a large water tank with many holes. No matter how much water was poured into it, it was useless. The main thing was to repair the body. However, they couldn't find a way to block the hole, so they could only desperately pour water in. If Mo Ming had lived in an ordinary family, he would have died a long time ago. Mo Ming used a spoon to take small bites of the medicinal cuisine. He chewed and swallowed slowly and calmly. Ning Shu understood Mo Ming's current state. He lived one day at a time and accepted this fate. In the beginning, he was in despair and pain. There was also deep resentment. He felt that there were so many people in the world, but why did he have to suffer such pain? If his mentality wasn't stable at this time, it was easy for him to have the mentality of taking revenge on society. Why did he have to suffer such pain? From the beginning to the later acceptance, he completely calmed down. This was because there was no use in making a fuss and crying. On the contrary, intense emotional changes would only cause him to die faster. Ning Shu felt that Mo Ming was like himself, who was lying on the hospital bed when he was alive. He didn't know why he was alive, but he just wanted to live. He didn't have a specific goal, but he still wanted to live. Mo Ming chewed slowly and turned to see Ning Shu staring at him. He asked, "It's not to my taste." "No, it's delicious." Ning Shu bit on the sandwich and drank the warm milk. Mo Ming probably hadn't even tasted a sandwich before. Mo Ming ate a small bowl of medicinal cuisine and actually asked for half a bowl. Although half a bowl wasn't much, Mo Ming's mother was so happy that she almost cried. It was so serious last night. She thought that her son might have passed away after getting married. Could it be that it worked? Mo Ming's mother scooped half a bowl of invitation for her son and gave Ning Shu a piece of toast. She said, "Eat more. It's been hard on you to take care of Mo Ming." "Thank you, Mom." Ning Shu thanked her with a smile. The atmosphere during breakfast was very harmonious. Mo Ming's father went to work after eating. Mo Ming's mother stood up and tidied his tie. She whispered, "Be careful on the road. Drive slowly." "I know." Mo Ming's father smiled. He gave people a feeling of elegance and elegance. It felt that Mo Ming and his son were quite similar. If Mo Ming didn't have this illness, he would also be a handsome man. Mo Ming's mother sent her husband to the door. Ning Shu went close to Mo Ming and said, "I'll show you something good later." "Okay." Ning Shu was in a good mood. It was good that she was willing to cooperate. It was time to show her ability. After breakfast, Ning Shu helped Mo Ming upstairs. "Shui Qiao, wait. I have something to tell you." "Wait." Ning Shu went downstairs and asked his mother-in-law, "Mom, what's the matter? You and Mo Ming are husband and wife. Husband and wife have to live together as husband and wife. But Mo Ming's health is really not good." Mo Ming's mother was helpless. Ning Shu nodded. "I understand. Mom, don't worry. Mo Ming's health is important." Mo Ming's mother held Ning Shu's hand. There were tears in her eyes. She took a deep breath and said, "Actually, I know that this is unfair to you. But I don't want Mo Ming to have any regrets. He has a wife and a complete life. When Mo Ming passes away, you can remarry. I will marry you off like a daughter and give you a dowry." Ning Shu was speechless. "Thank you, Mom. I understand. I will take good care of Mo Ming. In the future, Mo Ming will be filial to you and take care of you when you are old." Ning Shu said. The Mo family was kind. They basically said that they would give Mo Ming a complete life before he died. Even if he was unhappy, he had to bear with it. Bear with it until Mo Ming died. There would be benefits. Go. Mo Ming's mother's tone became lighter. Ning Shu turned and went upstairs. He saw Mo Ming standing at the stairs waiting for him. He went over to help Mo Ming. "What did Mom say to you?" Mo Ming's voice was light and weak. Ning Shu smiled and said, "Mom told me not to disturb you. Your health is not good." Mo Ming's body trembled. He said, "Actually, you don't have to marry me." It was his mother who had been begging him to marry her. He was already in this state. Why should he implicate another person? Ningxu said directly, "I'm willing to marry you. And I'm not at a disadvantage." This marriage was a marriage with a purpose. There was no need to feel aggrieved. They had already achieved their goal. What was there to feel aggrieved about? Ningxu asked Mo Ming to sit on the bed while she rummaged through a box. She took out a jar and a silver needle from the box. Mo Ming looked at these things and asked, "What is this?" "Good stuff." Ningxu opened the jar. There was a flesh-colored wriggling worm inside. It was a little disgusting. "It looks a little weird." "What is it?" Mo Ming asked. Ningxu smiled and said, "It's a poison that can kill you." Mo Ming's expression didn't change. "I'm wasting the poison." Ningxu said, "It's a goo. However, it's not a poisonous goo. It's a goo that helps you digest it. This goo is just a little greedy. You two have a good parasitic relationship." Ningxu patted Mo Ming's shoulder. "Your body can't store energy. Also, you don't eat much. The energy that you take in can't compare to the energy that you lose." "Your Chinese medicine master taught you this?" Mo Ming asked. Ningxu shook his head. "No, I learned it from an expert." "Do you want to eat it? If not, I won't force you." "Eat it," Mo Ming said. Ningxu was a little surprised. "Do you really want to eat it? What if it's harmful?" "I've been eating a lot of folk remedies." "This one won't make a difference," Mo Ming said. Ningxu was speechless. He felt that Mo Ming's words made him feel like he had nothing to live for. Ningxu was afraid that Mo Ming would go back on his word, so she stuffed the disgusting-looking goo worm into Mo Ming's mouth at lightning speed. Then, Mo Ming felt something slippery slide down his throat and into his stomach. This folk remedy was still alive. Mo Ming's pale face turned even paler. He felt like vomiting. Mo Ming had a feeling that he didn't care about life and death. To be more precise, he had nothing to lose. How bad could the situation be? Ningxu smiled and said, "Anyway, it's good stuff. I worked hard to get it. Take off your clothes and lie down." Mo Ming looked at Ningxu without moving. Ningxu opened the silver needle bag and said, "I'll give you acupuncture. I learned it from a national treasure of traditional Chinese medicine. I'll give you acupuncture and blood circulation." "You even learned this?" Mo Ming looked at the thick and thin silver needles. Ningxu smugly said, "I've learned a lot of nursing knowledge and medicinal cuisine. I will take good care of you." Mo Ming unbuttoned his shirt and took off his clothes, revealing his pale and thin body. "What should we do?" Mo Ming asked. He was too obedient. He was simply at her mercy. "Lie on the bed," Ningxu said. Mo Ming was lying on the bed. His thin body stretched out on the bed. Ningxu pulled out the silver needles. Just as he was about to insert the needles, Mo said, "Don't tell Mom and Dad that you did this." "Oh, I got it." Ningxu nodded. He knew that Mo Ming was doing this for her own good. To prevent anything from happening to Mo Ming in the future, she had to take responsibility. Ningxu's hand that was holding the silver needles trembled. "Then why are you still letting me do it? What if something happens to you? I know my body well." "Just do it," Mo Ming said. Ningxu rolled his eyes. Actually, he didn't believe in her ability. "Anyway, I'm going to die. Just do it. Don't give up on treatment, young man." Ningxu disinfected the silver needles and inserted them into Mo Ming's snow-white skin. He twisted them twice and then inserted them into other places. When Ningxu was done, Mo Ming had actually fallen asleep. Ningxu grabbed Mo Ming's wrist and felt his pulse. Anyway, Mo Ming was weak. Weak. Just one word. When it was about time, Ningxu removed the silver needles from Mo Ming's body and covered Mo Ming with a blanket. He disinfected the silver needles and kept them. Then, he quietly closed the door. When he went downstairs, Ningxu asked Mo Ming's mother, "Where is the flower garden?" "It's in the garden. There are many varieties." Ningshu left the villa and called Old Master Ro to tell him that he was fine. Old Master Ro asked Ningshu if he would be coming back for the visit 3 days later. She definitely had to go back. Mo Ming's health wasn't good and he might not be able to go. Besides, she had other things to do. Besides taking care of Mo Ming's body, the more important thing was to deal with Zhao Liang. Old Master Ro told Ningshu to take good care of himself and to be careful in front of others. He didn't mention anything about the project. There was still a long way to go. After hanging up the call with Elder Ro, Ningshu called the private investigator and asked about Zhao Liang's situation. The private investigator told her that Zhao Liang was still in the hospital, but there were bodyguards around him. They couldn't even enter the ward. He didn't know the details. Ningshu said that he understood. It seemed that Zhao Liang was really scared out of his wits. He even had bodyguards in the hospital. Ningshu asked the private investigator to try his best to find out more information. Money was not a problem. After hanging up the phone, Ningshu went to the flower garden and saw a gardener taking care of the flowers. There were quite a lot of varieties. Ningshu walked into the flower bed and picked up the scissors to cut the more elegant flowers, such as lilies and white roses. She avoided bright flowers. Flowers with bright colors were too aggressive, and it was not good for the patient's mood. He put the cut flowers in a basket. The flowers in the morning were still dewy and fresh with a fresh fragrance. Ningshu really liked this kind of life. There was food and drink, and he could do something to cultivate his mind. Yes, he was elegant. After cutting some flowers, Ningshu carried the basket back to the living room and saw that Mo Ming had woken up. Ningshu walked over with the basket and asked, "You're up. Didn't you sleep?" Mo Ming saw the flowers in Ningshu's basket and said, "I just closed my eyes for a while." In addition to being seriously ill and in a coma, he did not sleep well. Perhaps the acupuncture had some effect, causing him to close his eyes for a while. "Is this vase okay?" Mo Ming looked at the vase on the table. Ningshu looked at it. The vase was simple and elegant. It matched the flowers she picked today. Ningshu flattered, "You have good taste. How did you know I wanted a vase?" "I heard from Mom that you went to pick flowers," Mo Ming said. Ningshu raised his eyebrows. He was quite smart, but his body was not strong enough. He put the basket on the table, cut the flowers with scissors, and then inserted them into the vase. Mo Ming just looked at him with a tired face. He used his hand to support his temple. "Why don't you go and rest?" Ningshu looked at him. Mo Ming's days were really not long. He was already at the point of exhaustion. In the plot, Mo Ming would die so quickly. However, the time was coincidental, and he fell at the wedding. The Mo family would inevitably be angry, and the Ro family's days would be difficult. In addition, Ro Xianxia had offended Zhao Liang. It was simply one disaster after another. Ningshu washed his hands, wiped them on his apron, and poured a glass of water for Mo Ming. Mo Ming's water was filtered with special equipment. "Thank you." Mo Ming took a sip of water and put it on the table. He looked at Ningshu arranging the flowers. His eyes were dim because of his weak body. Kacha, kacha. There was only the sound of scissors in the living room. Ningshu stopped chatting with Mo Ming. After all, chatting was quite tiring. Mo Ming was tired from sitting. He put his hands on the table and rested his head on his arms. He closed his eyes slightly. Ningshu quickly arranged the flowers. Then, he took a thin blanket from the sofa and covered Mo Ming. Mo Ming woke up. He opened his eyes and looked at Ningshu. Then, he saw the flower arrangement on the table. "It's done. It's beautiful." "Thank you. I think it's beautiful too." Ningshu accepted the praise. This was a doll made of crystal. Ningshu had to pinch his throat when he spoke. He did not want to scare Mo Ming and make him stumble. He might not be able to get up. Ningshu looked around. There seemed to be no one at home. Where did Granny go? She went to buy groceries with a servant. My mother is the one who worries about my diet. Mo Ming drank a sip of water. Ningshu nodded. Ningshu pulled a chair and sat in front of Mo Ming. He asked, how do you feel after the acupuncture? Mo Ming was silent for a moment. I'm fine. Please don't lie in front of a doctor. Looking, listening, asking, and feeling the pulse are the basic skills of a doctor. Ningxu reached out to feel Mo Ming's pulse. His pulse was very weak. Ningxu had to press harder to feel his pulse. Mo Ming looked at Ningxu. How long have you been learning? For a while. Ningxu asked, are you hungry? No. To be precise, he did not feel any obvious hunger. Even if he was hungry, he was not that hungry. Ningxu rolled his eyes. It should not be. He should be able to feel hunger. Even if Mo Ming was not hungry, the thing in Mo Ming's stomach should be hungry. Oh, maybe the venomous insect in Mo Ming's stomach had starved to death. Then do you have anything you want to eat? I'll get it. Ningxu asked. He couldn't let the goo starve to death. This type of goo was not harmful to the body. Instead, it could increase the host's digestive ability. It was like some microorganisms that existed in the human body and lived in symbiosis with humans. Mo Ming shook his head. There's nothing I want to eat. Just sit down and rest. Ningxu and Mo Ming were more polite. They didn't have much contact before, and now that they were married, they didn't seem like husband and wife. Ningxu sat down and looked at Mo Ming silently. Ningxu was really bored, so he held Mo Ming's hand and rubbed it to warm it. It was summer now. Mo Ming's hands were cold and did not have much heat. Ningxu said, when you have nothing to do, rub your hands and feet. Friction generates heat and produces energy. The human body needs energy. Mo Ming replied, I got it. Mo Ming's mother was sweating profusely when she returned from grocery shopping. When she saw Mo Ming, she asked, are you feeling unwell? I'm fine, Mom. Mo Ming's expression was calm. Mo Ming's mother nodded and followed the maid to get busy. Let's go upstairs, Mo Ming said to Ningxu. Ningxu said, the air downstairs is better. Let's go downstairs. Mo Ming thought for a while. Then let's go to the garden. There's a bench in the garden. Ningxu helped Mo Ming to the garden outside the villa. There was a bench under the tree. Mo Ming and Ningxu sat under the shade of the tree. The sunlight shone through the gaps between the leaves, forming a mottled shadow of different shapes. Not far away, the flower bed was in full bloom. Ningxu asked Mo Ming, you don't seem to want to face your mother-in-law. My mother has been working hard for my health since I was young. All these years, when I was in front of her, she would constantly ask me about my health and whether I was feeling unwell. She is very anxious. When I'm not in her sight, she can relax a little. Mo Ming was a little breathless when he spoke. Was this the so-called out of sight, out of mind? Ningxu said, it's quite romantic for us to sit under the shade and look at the sea of flowers like this. Ningxu felt a weight on his shoulder. He turned and saw Mo Ming's head tilted on his shoulder. How did he master this skill that allowed him to fall asleep at any time? Mo Ming's health was really terrible. Ningxu felt that he might snatch Mo Ming from the Grim Reaper again. Mo Ming might really not be able to hold on. Ningxu could not wake Mo Ming up. He could only stiffen his body and cultivate. The spiritual energy he gave Mo Ming last time only allowed him to eat half a bowl of rice. Ningxu activated the ultimate martial arts in his body and started to absorb the spiritual energy around him. Spiritual energy was the only thing that was useful. Perhaps it was because he was close to the flower bed. There was a little bit of spiritual energy in the flower bed. Ningxu absorbed this little bit of spiritual energy. Ro Shuaqiao. Mo Ming's voice was nasal. Ningxu opened his eyes. Seeing Mo Ming's confused gaze, Ningxu said, I'm unblocking the Ren and Du meridians. Mo Ming just looked at Ningxu with a gentle expression. I knew you wouldn't believe me. The days spent with Mo Ming were relatively peaceful. Ningxu had already accepted Mo Ming's habit of dozing off at any time. When he was bathing at night, Ningxu guarded the bathroom door and said, don't pick up the soap that dropped. Kick it aside. I don't need the soap. Mo Ming's voice came to Ningxu's ears through the door. I'm done. You can bathe. Mo Ming opened the door and turned his body to let Ningxu in. When he went out, he closed the door for Ningxu. Ningshu came out of the shower. Mo Ming was lying on the bed. Ningshu slept beside him and said, "You ate 2 bowls of medicinal cuisine at night. Does your stomach feel uncomfortable?" "It's okay." "Maybe the goo worked," Mo Ming said calmly. He didn't pin his hopes on the goo. He was ready to die. Ningshu and Mo Ming talked face to face. Mo Ming's body had problems on the wedding night last night. "What about now?" Mo Ming said calmly, "Go to sleep." "Oh." Mo Ming turned his back to Ningshu. Ningshu yawned and set the alarm on his phone. After a while, he got up to check on Mo Ming's situation. He treated the patient with a professional attitude. Worry. Ningshu's body was operating the peerless martial arts. Whether there was spiritual energy or not, it couldn't go wrong. In the middle of the night, Ningshu felt a small amount of spiritual energy in his energy center. He reached his hand under the blanket and held Mo Ming's wrist. He transferred a small amount of spiritual energy to Mo Ming. When he held Mo Ming's hand, Ningshu felt Mo Ming's body stiffen. Ningshu asked, "You're still awake?" Staying up late to cultivate would cause sudden death, especially for a body like Mo Ming's. Mo Ming said, "I slept and woke up again." This quality of sleep. Sleep early. Mo Ming's tone was indifferent. Ningshu felt Mo Ming's pulse. There was no change. Ningshu retracted his hand. "I'm going to sleep." Sleep early. Ningshu closed his eyes and operated the peerless martial arts. Ningshu wanted to run deep into the mountains and forests. Maybe he could absorb some spiritual energy. Mo Ming's body was really difficult to repair. Mo Ming had a better appetite these 2 days and ate more than before, which made Mo Ming's mother very happy. Even Mo Ming's father felt that Ningshu was bringing good luck to her husband. Bringing good luck to her husband? It was probably because of this title that Mo Ming's mother stuffed Ningshu with a lot of things when Ningshu returned home, saying that it was a gift for returning home. Ningshu said to Mo Ming, who was standing at the door, "Go in, I'll be back soon." Mo Ming's body was really not suitable to return home with Ningshu, so Mo Ming said, "Be careful." Ningshu nodded, got in the car and went back to her mother's house. Fortunately, Mo Ming did not go with him. She still had things to do. When Ningshu returned to her mother's house, Elder Ro was already waiting for her. Even the client's father did not go to work and was waiting for Ningshu at home. Ningshu took out the gifts prepared by her mother-in-law and gave them to her family. Elder Ro asked a lot of questions and also asked about his grandson-in-law's health. Ningshu only said that Mo Ming's body was a little weak, but it would not be a big problem if he took good care of it. Ningshu stayed for lunch and called the Mo family, saying that she would stay for lunch and go home in the afternoon. Elder Ro asked about the project indirectly, but Ningshu only said that there was no need to rush. The Mo family would give it to her on account that they were relatives. Taking the initiative to give and taking the initiative to ask were 2 different things. After explaining things to Elder Ro, Ningshu prepared to go to the hospital to see Zhao Liang. Ningshu did not want the Mo family to know that she had contact with Zhao Liang to take away Zhao Liang's advantage. Since she said that there was no relationship, then why did she still want to meet him? She also did not want to borrow the Mo family's power. Since she said that she had nothing to do with Zhao Liang, then why did she have to suppress him? In short, it would arouse suspicion. Ningshu did not want the client to come back and face the Mo family's suspicion after she left. Furthermore, even if something were to happen to Mo Ming in the future, the Mo family would not mistreat the client. Ningshu carried the fruit basket to the door of Zhao Liang's ward. However, he was stopped by the bodyguard. Ningshu gave the thermos and the fruit basket to the bodyguard. "Please bring them in. I want to know if Yu Ling is here." "No more," the bodyguard said. Ningshu frowned. "Since you're not here, what do you want me to send?" "Send this in." "Yu Ling asked me to send it." A bodyguard brought the items in and frankly said that these items were sent by Miss Yu Ling. During Roshua Qiao's wedding, the 2 of them had fallen out. During the time that Zhao Liang was hospitalized, Yu Ling did not appear. Now that Zhao Liang heard that Yu Ling had sent someone to deliver something, he could not help but grimace. Women could not be spoiled. Zhao Liang said to the nurse, "I'm hungry. Feed me." Zhao Liang's arrogant look made the nurse blush. She picked up the thermos and scooped out chicken soup and chicken. She did not know how the chicken soup was made. It was very fragrant and appetizing. Zhao Liang was served by a beautiful nurse. He ate the meat and drank the chicken soup. Ning Shu stood at the corner and released his spiritual force to check the situation in the ward. Seeing Zhao Liang drink the chicken soup, he turned around and left. She always felt that Zhao Liang was really arrogant. As soon as she said that it was sent by Yu Ling, he ate it. He thought that his woman would not harm him. He was full of confidence. Ning Shu left the hospital, took off his fast food delivery jacket, threw it in the trash can and got in the car. She was a delivery girl, so she would not attract so much attention. Next, Ning Shu went to the mall to buy some things as a return gift for the Mo family. Ning Shu called Yu Ling. Why didn't you stay in the hospital? I went to the hospital to get the medicine and made some chicken soup for you. But you're not here, so Zhao Liang took advantage of you. Sister Xianxia. Yu Ling sobbed on the other end of the phone. Don't mention Zhao Liang's name to me. I feel uncomfortable. Ning Shu, how can I comfort you? It seems that I saw Zhao Liang and a nurse. It's like this again. Can Zhao Liang change his habit of being affectionate? Sister Xianxia, I feel uncomfortable. These days when I'm not with Zhao Liang, I've been thinking a lot. My brain is about to explode. Sister Xianxia, where are you? I want to see you. Yu Ling wanted to find someone to complain. Ning Shu became a tree hole gloriously. Ning Shu said, I'll go back to the Mo family in the afternoon. Come to the Mo family to see me. Sister Xianxia, I envy you. Yu Ling's tone was full of envy. Ning Shu, it could only be said that every family had its own difficulties. Yu Ling did not know the condition of the porcelain doll Mo Ming's body. After lunch, Ning Shu went back to the Mo family and brought back a big bag of things. Mo Ming closed his eyes and leaned on the sofa. There was a thin blanket covering his legs. He was probably taking a nap again. Ning Shu's footsteps woke Mo Ming up. Mo Ming opened his eyes. You're back. Ning Shu sat down. Mo Ming pushed a cup of water in front of him. Ning Shu grabbed the cup and gulped it down. He said, Why did you fall asleep in the living room? It's easy to catch a cold. I'm fine. Mo Ming said lightly. My grandpa gave you a red packet. Ning Shu passed the red packet to Mo Ming. Mo Ming took the red packet with his pale hands. Thank you, Grandpa. Ning Shu asked, How much did you eat for lunch? 2 small bowls. Mo Ming said. Ning Shu shook her head. It's not much. Mo Ming's bowl was really small. Every day, he would worry about the baby as if he was a child. It's a lot. My mother cried tears of joy. Ning Shu, don't force yourself to eat even if you can't eat. It's a burden to your body. Ning Shu was afraid that Mo Ming would hurt his body if he forced himself to eat. Ning Shu released his mental strength to check Mo Ming's body. His body was still the same. The only change was that his organs were not failing as fast as before. Mo Ming's heart was beating very slowly. There was not enough blood supply, so Mo Ming's hands and feet were cold. Ning Shu carried a bag with one hand and went upstairs. Then he took a shower. When he came out of the bathroom, a dry towel was placed on his head. Ning Shu took the dry towel and wiped his hair. I didn't go to Grandpa's house. Did Grandpa blame you? Mo Ming sat on the bed and asked. Ning Shu shook his head. No, Grandpa asked you to take good care of your body. Your health is very important. Mo Ming pursed his pale lips and said, When I die, you can leave the Mo family and find a man who likes you to marry. Ning Shu said, Don't say such things. It's not good for your health to think too much. Mo Ming looked at Ning Shu. I didn't want to marry you, but I don't have much time left. Ning Shu said, Oh, do you want to be honest with me? I know my body well. I've already told my parents. After I leave, I'll prepare a generous dowry for you. Don't waste your youth. You have a healthy body in front of my tombstone. Don't waste it. Mo Ming was a little short of breath. Ning Shu poured a glass of water for him. Do you think and worry so much every day? The marriage between Rou Xiao and Mo Ming was mixed with their own selfishness. The client wanted to get rid of Zhao Liang, and also wanted to help her own family. Mo Ming was about to die, which meant that the woman who married him would become a widow in a short time. Mo Ming couldn't refuse his mother's pleas, even if he knew that it was unfair to a girl. In order to make up for it, Mo Ming tried his best to arrange things after his death. He didn't want a young girl to be his widow. Ningxu felt that Mo Ming's health was always so poor because he worried too much. He was about to die, so why did he think so much? When a person died, everything in this world had nothing to do with him. He had entered a different world. Ningxu said, "If I say you're fine, you're fine. I'll worry about my matters. If you worry too much, your health won't be good." Rou Xiao had already given her soul to turn the situation around. She wouldn't let herself live so miserably. On the other hand, Mo Ming, who was in better health than him, didn't worry so much. Mo Ming was silent for a while. In the end, he was a little sleepy and fell asleep on the bed. Ningxu, weren't they discussing something very serious? Why did he fall asleep so quickly? Ningxu covered him with the blanket and then felt his pulse. Well, there was no change. It was the same as before. It was good that it didn't worsen. He scanned Mo Ming's body and couldn't find the existence of the venomous insect. Even modern medical equipment couldn't detect the venomous insect. It was almost integrated with the body. Ningxu took back his hand and tiptoed out of the bedroom. He went downstairs to the kitchen. His mother-in-law was busy cooking medicine for Mo Ming. "Where's Mo Ming? Is he feeling unwell?" Mo Ming's mother asked. Ningxu, now she was asked about Mo Ming's health every day. She suddenly understood how Mo Ming felt. Ningxu said, "He's resting. I covered him with the blanket. Don't worry." Mo Ming's mother nodded. Ningxu asked, "What do you like to eat? What flavor?" "I'll ask the chef to make it for you." "I'll eat whatever you guys eat," Ningxu said. Mo Ming's mother's face was very pale, but her body was very weak. She was relying on Mo Ming to support her. If anything happened to Mo Ming's mother would probably collapse. Ningxu said, "Actually, everyone can eat Mo Ming's medicinal cuisine. It's all to replenish vitality. Mom, you can eat more. Anyway, it has to be boiled, so you can eat some." "I know. You don't have to stay here. Go upstairs and look after Mo Ming's mother said. Ningxu felt that Mo Ming's mother would be anxious if he was here, so he went upstairs. Ningxu simply sat cross-legged on the sofa and rested. Of course, since he was cultivating a peerless martial art, it would be best if he could condense a strand of spirit qi. Mo Ming's body made Ningxu feel a sense of helplessness. He didn't know how Zhao Liang was now. Ningxu felt that he had restrained all his temper in this world. According to Ningxu's temper, he should have directly cut off Zhao Liang's penis. But now she did a good thing and gave Zhao Liang the lust goo. This goo would make him energetic and strong. Compared to the side effects of taking medicine, this was simply a man's blessing. There was a knife above the word lust. Moreover, Zhao Liang had so many women. Let him serve those women and enjoy the wonderful taste. Since Zhao Liang wanted to be a stud horse, she would give him strong abilities. Haha. Mo Ming's goo was not harmful, but this kind of goo was the kind that harmed people. Even if the body was made of iron, it would not be able to withstand the destruction. Back then, with the excuse of learning nursing, she ran outside every day and gave Ningxu the opportunity to refine the goo. He failed many times before he succeeded. In a short period of time, Zhao Liang should not have any big movements. After all, his finger was injured and he did not know when it would recover. Moreover, people who wanted to have sex at any time were probably lustful. Ningxu removed the impurities in the air. There was very little spirit energy, it was not even as thick as a strand of hair. The modern world made people so helpless. Mo Ming opened his listless eyes and looked at Ningxu, who was sitting on the sofa. Ningxu opened his eyes and said, "Do you want to drink water? I'll get you some water." "Thank you." Mo Ming sat up and rubbed his forehead tiredly. Ningxu poured water for Mo Ming. He felt that Mo Ming was still so tired when he slept. It was more tiring than when he did not sleep. Mo Ming sighed, took the cup and drank a mouthful. Ningxu put the cup on the bedside and then took Mo Ming's pulse. His heart rate increased when he slept. It was not a good sign. "How is it?" Mo Ming asked Ningxu. It did not seem like he was asking how his body was. Instead, he seemed to be teasing Ningxu. He did not think that Ningxu had any medical skills. He allowed Ningxu to give him acupuncture and take his pulse. He did not think that this girl could cure him, so he indulged in others' nonsense. Ningxu curled his lips and said, "It's okay." Mo Ming only pursed his lips, and his lifeless eyes carried an expression as if he was watching a joke. "Ningxu, my professionalism is being questioned." Ningxu said expressionlessly, "It's not good to tell the truth. I'll give you a needle." Ningxu took out a silver needle and disinfectant alcohol. He looked at Mo Ming and said, "Take it off and lie down." Mo Ming raised his hand and unbuttoned his shirt. His movements were very slow, as if he did not have any strength. It made people's obsessive-compulsive disorder act up. Ningxu resisted the urge to tear Mo Ming's clothes. She watched as Mo Ming slowly took off his clothes. The two red fruits on Mo Ming's chest were pink and tender. Ningxu wanted to pinch off his red fruits like pinching a succulent plant. It was probably because Mo Ming was such a weak man that it aroused people's desire to be violent. "Lie down." Ningxu disinfected the silver needle and planned to poke Mo Ming's acupoints. Mo Ming slowly lay down. Looking at the silver needle in Ningxu's hand, he suddenly said, "Your silver needle is a bit thick. It's different from the one last time." Ningxu said while poking, "The acupoints have different sensitivity, so the silver needle used is also different." Mo Ming did not move. He felt that the place where he was poked was sore and painful. It was also a bit hot. Ningxu poked many needles into Mo Ming's acupoints and poured a bit of spiritual qi into them. Ningxu wiped the sweat on his face with the back of his hand. Mo Ming took out a square handkerchief from his pants, folded it neatly, and handed it to Ningxu. Ningxu took the handkerchief and used it as a face towel to wash his face. Then, he put it aside. After a while, Ningxu slowly pulled out the silver needle and used the handkerchief to wipe off the blood that oozed out of the acupoints. The blood was the poison that had accumulated in the body. Mo Ming's physiological functions were not good. Normal people could sweat out the toxins through exercise, but Mo Ming could not. His organs were failing, such as his liver and kidneys. These were the organs that detoxified the toxins in the body. To be honest, Mo Ming did not have much flesh. It was more difficult than normal people to insert needles into his bones. If not for his mental strength, normal people would not dare to insert needles into Mo Ming. Mo Ming looked at the faint blood on the handkerchief and said, "Throw this away. Don't let Mom see it. She will be worried again." "Oh," Ningxu replied, indicating that she understood. Of course, she would not say that she had treated Mo Ming's illness. If that happened, she would have to bear the responsibility. If she offended the Mo family, everything she had done before would be in vain. It was no different from the plot. Ningxu said, "This is a good thing. It will expel the toxins that have accumulated in the body. Don't think that bleeding is a bad thing." Mo Ming nodded. But he looked at Ningxu with a look that said, "I'm watching you bragging." This made Ningxu speechless. Mo Ming picked up his clothes and put them on slowly. Ningxu did not go over. Otherwise, his hands would itch to pinch the red fruit. His hands were itching. Ningxu disinfected the silver needles and put them away. He said to Mo Ming, "Just stay in the room. Don't go out. You just did acupuncture. Okay?" Mo Ming lay down. If he could lie down, he would not sit. Mo Ming looked at Ningxu and asked, "Are these things difficult to learn?" "A little." Ningxu nodded. "It's difficult and boring." "Then how did you persevere?" Ningxu said, "When it's time to use it, you will regret not having enough knowledge. There's nothing wrong with learning it. Now it's time to use it. After I leave, you can do something you like." Mo Ming closed his eyes slightly. Mo Ming was always talking about death. He must have been prepared for death. He must have been prepared for it for more than 20 years. Perhaps he was used to death. Mo Ming's appetite was much better. He could eat 2 small bowls of medicinal cuisine every meal. It was a blessing to be able to eat. Mo Ming's father said to Ningxu, "Didn't I give you a card before? Buy whatever you need. Don't worry. Buy yourself some nice clothes and jewelry." Ningxu smiled and said, "Thank you, Dad." Was this returning the favor? Although the Mo couple didn't know what Ningxu had done, they knew that Ningxu was developing in a good direction. It was just a matter of money, a reward for their daughter-in-law. "Aren't you friends with Yu Ling from the Yu family? Why don't you go shopping with her sometime?" Mo Ming turned to Ningxu and said. He then turned to his mother and said, "Mom, let's go out for a walk too. If I go out, who will take care of you? Besides, the young ones have different tastes from me." Mo Ming's mother shook her head. "There are caregivers at home. It's okay." Mo Ming choked. Ningxu quickly passed him the water and patted his back gently. Mo Ming's face was flushed because of the coughing. "Don't be anxious," Ningxu said. He couldn't be indifferent in front of Mo Ming's parents. "I'm fine," Mo Ming said. At night, Ningxu and Mo Ming chatted under the blanket. Of course, they didn't talk much before Mo Ming fell asleep. It wasn't that he fell asleep, but that his body couldn't take it and automatically fell asleep. Mo Ming mentioned Yu Ling yesterday. The next day, Yu Ling came to the Mo family. Her eyes were red. Ningxu's heart skipped a beat. He almost thought that the matter of his chicken soup had been exposed. After all, he used Yu Ling's name to give Zhao Liang the chicken soup. That was why Zhao Liang ate it so easily. Now, she was here to criticize him, but no one should have found out about the venomous insect. Yu Ling was a little shy when she saw Mo Ming. After all, they were newlyweds. It was not good to disturb them so suddenly. Ningxu saw that Yu Ling didn't question him aggressively. He didn't think it was because of the chicken soup. But it must be Zhao Liang who could make the proud Yu Ling's eyes turn red. Ningxu asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Yu Ling glanced at Mo Ming. Mo Ming stood up and said, "You guys talk. I'll go upstairs." Ningxu said, "Don't move. I'll go outside with Yu Ling. Mo Ming said, "There are guests at home. Don't pull them out." Mo Ming said and was about to go upstairs. Before going upstairs, he asked the maid to make some fresh juice for the guests. A trace of envy flashed across Yu Ling's eyes. Thinking of the unsightly scene she saw in the hospital, Yu Ling's eyes turned even redder. She gulped down the juice the maid brought over, but she still couldn't calm herself down. In the end, tears began to fall from her eyes. Ningxu took out a tissue and gave it to her. "Why are you crying? What happened?" "Sister Xueqiao, what should I do?" "You don't know. When I went to the hospital today, Zhao Liang, he was actually doing something with a nurse in the ward." Yu Ling was embarrassed and sad. Ningxu immediately retorted, "Hasn't he always been like this? Besides, the stimulation in the hospital. The temptation of the uniform and the fact that it was a ward with bodyguards guarding outside." Ningxu was not surprised at all by this kind of stimulation. If Zhao Liang became a gentleman, Ningxu would suspect that he had used the wrong spell. Yu Ling was speechless. "You didn't see the nurse?" She smiled at me provocatively. She put her arms around Zhao Liang's neck and was under Zhao Liang. Yu Ling's fingers were twisted into a fried dough twist. Ningxu said, "Why don't you just leave him? You're a girl of the Yu family. You can find any husband you want. Why do you want to be entangled with a man who has nothing and can't control his pants? Actually, Zhao Liang is quite good to me in other aspects." Yu Ling couldn't help but defend Zhao Liang. It's not like he doesn't have anything. In fact, he's a very aggressive man. He's also very capable. He fought from nothing until now. When he was hospitalized, even the chief came to visit him. After that, those troublemakers who bullied Zhao Liang were forced by their families to apologize to him. Ningxu face-bombed. A girl who knelt under the halo of a stud horse really couldn't be hurt. No matter how outsiders said that her boyfriend was a scumbag, a girl would still try to clear her boyfriend's name. Other than that, he was actually quite good to her. As for what Yu Ling said about fighting, what did Zhao Liang fight for? Everything was brought about by his X-ray vision. He was obviously just sitting back and enjoying the fruits of others' work. Perhaps Yu Ling had been with Zhao Liang for too long and had developed a prejudice against the rich second generation. She hated the rich and thought that the rich second generation were all scumbags who relied on their family's protection. Other than having a good family background, what was the point of having some stinky money? Yu Ling had already been influenced by Zhao Liang. After staying with him for so long, she felt that it was better to find someone who treated her sincerely than to marry a rich second-generation heir. However, was Zhao Liang's way of doing things any different from those devil incarnate? Well, only the loser was the best. They were both playing around, but Zhao Liang was still using love as a fig leaf, or at least giving each other a fig leaf. Ningxu was speechless. Yu Ling only came to complain to her. After complaining, she would do what she was supposed to do. Ningxu picked up the glass of juice and drank. She really did not want to say anything. Sister Xianxia. Yu Ling wiped her tears. What do you think I should do? What should she do? Yu Ling was not asking her for advice. No matter what she said, Yu Ling would definitely deny it. When the time came, Ningxu would turn around and say that she was ruining their happiness. Of course, Ningxu would not do such a stupid thing. Ningxu drank the juice and said, "Haven't you already accepted his problem? It's fine as long as you don't care." The tears she shed today were all from yesterday. Since she had already made her choice, there was nothing to say. Like Mo Ming, he might die tomorrow. I didn't care in the past. As long as he treated me well, I didn't care how many women he had. Don't all women want to find a man who loves them? But he has changed now. He doesn't care about me that much anymore. Yu Ling cried and complained. Ningxu really wanted to ask if she really lacked love. But she held it in and did not say it. Ningxu was annoyed by this kind of pitiful behavior. Where did the arrogant Yu Ling go? Where was the eccentric Yu Ling now? She was like a resentful wife. Ningxu could not understand Yu Ling's sadness at all. Maybe it was because the knife of survival was hanging over her head and could fall down and cut off her neck at any time. There was no chance to start over. She could only brace herself and run forward. There was no time to be sad. Ningxu's motto was to learn to be a strong woman. She was not pretentious, not coquettish, not cowardly. She was to live as proud as she could. Love could take out all the bones of a woman. No matter how proud a woman was, she would be terrified in the face of love. This thing was really poisonous. It showed that love was everything, and losing love meant losing everything. Ningxu listened quietly to Yu Ling's complaints. He did not express any opinions. He thought to himself, Zhao Liang is fighting with the nurse in the ward. It seems like the aphrodisiac is taking effect. Give me back all the chicken soup I drank to make up for my lost health. In a situation where his fingers were about to break, he actually wanted to slap her. The man who lassoed the horse is mighty and majestic. Ningxu's mind was wandering. Seeing Yu Ling crying so hard, he handed her a piece of tissue and continued wandering. As for what Yu Ling said, Ningxu didn't really care. Anyway, she just needed to be a tree hole quietly. Seeing that Yu Ling had finished the juice, Ningxu asked the maid to pour another cup for her. Her mouth was dry and it could moisten her throat. After crying so much, it could replenish her water. Sister Xianxia, I heard that there's a type of black magic that can make the person under black magic loyal and obedient. Yu Ling suddenly said. Ningxu came back to his senses. Don't mess around. These things can't be trusted. If it's really effective, how can there be so many infatuated men and women in the world? The key was to not clash with her aphrodisiac spell. F***ck. Sometimes, women would go crazy for love. This situation would definitely hurt the man's body. But women, I don't care, I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. Sister Xianxia, I can't stand Zhao Liang's affections anymore. And he's getting colder and colder to me. Yu Ling said. After talking for so long, this black magic was the main topic. The foreshadowing was too long. She said that she loved this man very much and couldn't bear to do it, so she wanted to use black magic. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with her logic. Ningxu held his chin and looked at Yu Linger helplessly. He asked, "Do you really love Zhao Liang that much?" She didn't ignore and avoid the question because of the halo. Ningxu was speechless when he said that Yu Linger was avoiding the question, but she came up with the idea of black magic. "I love him very much. Zhao Liang is different from the men I've met. He's different from those men who rely on their family's protection," Yu Linger said. "Then it was his flirtatious temperament that attracted you. It was just like how a man looked at a woman. Even an uneducated woman could be seen as innocent and cute. What could they say? As long as their eyes met, the eyes would activate the beauty function." 666, "Don't do anything stupid." Ningxu said, "Didn't you say that he's good to every woman?" "He's good to you. Why do you want to be the only one? Some women are after Zhao Liang's money." "Where were they when Zhao Liang wasn't rich?" "Ningxu, when Zhao Liang wasn't rich, you weren't by his side either. At that time, you were still a proud and smart girl." Ningxu was just complaining in his heart. Maybe Yu Linger thought that she should be the purest woman. Her family was rich and she didn't want Zhao Liang's money. Those women were either saved by Zhao Liang or attracted to Zhao Liang. Moreover, Zhao Liang's taste was very diverse. He actually accepted mother, daughter, and sisters. Hanging out with these people was quite unsightly. Ningxu tried to persuade Yu Linger, but he realized that he couldn't change her mind. So he gave up. Even if she wanted to torment Zhao Liang, she could do whatever she wanted. Yu Linger was the daughter of the Yu family. Yu Linger was a famous family. Yu Linger was by Zhao Liang's side because of love. But now, because Yu Linger saw what Zhao Liang did with the nurse in the ward, she wanted to monopolize Zhao Liang. Could this be the awakening of consciousness? From the past, they were all Zhao Liang's women. They were all good sisters. Now, she wanted to monopolize this man. Was this an improvement? Was this a big step for human beings? Ningxu wanted to punch the ground. Were all the men in the world dead? Why did they have to compete with such a man? Yu Linger seemed to have made up her mind. She didn't have time to cry anymore. She finished the juice in the glass and walked away in her high heels. Mo Ming went downstairs and poured himself a glass of water. He asked Ningxu, who was rubbing his face, "I've already woken up. What did you guys talk about?" Ningxu told Mo Ming about Zhao Liang and Yu Linger. He couldn't be the only one who was worried. "It's quite mysterious," Mo Ming said calmly. "I'm going to take a shower." Ningxu went upstairs and called the private detective. He asked them to pay attention to one more person. That was Yu Linger. He didn't know if Yu Linger would really find someone to cast a curse on Zhao Liang. Curses like this required a taming master. She could even control such emotional matters. Was she trying to turn Zhao Liang into a puppet? He would definitely listen to her and not raise his hands or legs. Ningxu didn't care how Yu Linger tormented Zhao Liang. She didn't want to kill the goo poison that he had painstakingly cultivated. Although the goo poison had strong vitality, what if it died? Although he didn't know why Yu Linger had awakened, it was still a good thing. Yu Linger wouldn't let Zhao Liang off so easily. There were so many women around him. Some of them wouldn't be able to get anything out of Zhao Liang and would definitely leave. Others wouldn't dare to offend Yu Linger. Don't forget Yu Linger's family background. If someone messed with Zhao Liang wouldn't be able to develop his own business. Go ahead. Such a harmonious harem group really made people feel that it was exceptionally strange. Actually, Yu Linger's actions were all because of Ningxu's wedding and the relationship between Ningxu and Mo Ming. Yu Linger was really envious. Mo Ming was a well-mannered person. When he saw her, he took the initiative to go upstairs. He didn't even interrupt the conversation between women. However, she had to share a boyfriend with so many women. She also wanted to have someone completely walk into the hall of marriage and be able to have children. She didn't want her child to be an illegitimate child. She was a member of the Yu family and couldn't do such a shameless thing. Could it be that she, a lady of the Yu family, couldn't even have a complete marriage? Yu Linger was provoked and her competitive spirit was ignited. Her childhood best friend was so happy, There was no reason for her to be inferior. Yu Ling didn't know the exact situation of Mo Ming's body. She only saw the surface. When Yu Ling arrived at the hospital, the bodyguards didn't dare to stop her. Yu Ling opened the door of the ward and saw another unpleasant scene. Yu Ling walked over and grabbed the hair of the nurse. The nurse screamed in pain and moved around. She almost broke Zhao Liang's manhood. "What are you doing?" Zhao Liang frowned and looked at Yu Ling. Yu Ling was getting more and more arrogant. She came in without knocking and looked like a jealous woman. It was annoying. Sure enough, these girls from wealthy families had their eyes growing on top of their heads. Each and every one of them had their heads held high. Yu Ling sneered and slapped the nurse. Half of the nurse's face was swollen after being slapped by Yu Ling. Yu Ling's hand was trembling, and her palm was hurting. "Get out of here, or I'll teach you a lesson. If you're a nurse, you should take good care of the patient. You're even taking care of her in bed, can you have some shame?" Yu Ling grabbed the nurse's hair and dragged her out of the room. She threw her out of the room without any clothes on. The bodyguards guarding the door were stunned. Women who could catch Zhao Liang's attention were all beauties. Beauties with decent figures and faces. The bodyguard had a feast for his eyes. The nurse was so scared that her face turned pale. She covered her chest with one hand and knocked on the door with the other. There were people coming and going in the corridor. How could she stay in this hospital like this, but the door was locked from the inside. The nurse covered her face and ran away, leaving the bodyguard staring at her and smacking his lips. "You're too much." Zhao Liang quickly put on his pants. But because he was in a hurry, he touched the wound on his finger. Zhao Liang groaned in pain. He felt that his finger was going to break. Zhao Liang put on his pants and picked up the nurse's clothes on the floor. He asked the security guard to pass the clothes to the nurse. The nurse was considered one of his people now. But when someone saw her body, Zhao Liang was immediately displeased. He was even more displeased with Yu Ling who started it. He thought that after neglecting Yu Ling for a while, Yu Ling had reflected on herself. But she was getting more and more out of hand. Zhao Liang was lying on the bed, ignoring Yu Ling. Yu Ling's heart was trembling. She didn't know why she was so timid in front of Zhao Liang. She was a girl from the Yu family, but she was so timid in front of Zhao Liang. She was afraid that Zhao Liang would get angry and abandon her. Subconsciously, she put Zhao Liang first and always thought of him. Yu Ling took a deep breath. "There are so many sisters who can take care of you. Why did you do this with the nurse? And when he was sick? Didn't Zhao Liang want her finger?" Zhao Liang was annoyed with Yu Ling's criticism. Zhao Liang felt that he had the right to do so. And what could he gain from Yu Ling? He didn't need to treat Yu Ling like an ancestor. If Yu Ling wanted to leave, he wouldn't stop her. He could accept it if she didn't know what was good for her. But if something like what happened just now happened again, he couldn't tolerate it. Yu Ling's heart was cold. But she still loved Zhao Liang. She couldn't leave Zhao Liang. Since she was young, he had never treated her like this. The colder Zhao Liang was to her, the more she wanted Zhao Liang. She had to cast a spell on Zhao Liang so that he wouldn't mess around. Yu Ling bribed the doctor and injected Zhao Liang with sleeping pills. Zhao Liang fell into a deep sleep and Yu Ling brought the master of black magic to his bedside. Anyway, she didn't know what he fed Zhao Liang. Some powder from the corpse of a centipede or some other stuff. The master of black magic said that the person who was cast a spell would only give his heart to Yu Ling when he woke up. If he had other women in his heart, he would feel as if thousands of ants were gnawing on his heart. Yu Ling was very satisfied. It was time for Zhao Liang to have a taste of this feeling. When Yu Ling saw Zhao Liang with other women, she felt as if thousands of arrows were piercing her heart. The master of black magic took a large sum of money from Yu Ling and left. Yu Ling waited by the bedside for Zhao Liang to wake up. She hoped that Zhao Liang would look at her affectionately when he woke up. She didn't know if he was affectionate or not. But the fingers that were sewn together were a little inflamed. The doctor in charge came to check and applied all kinds of anti-inflammatory drugs on Zhao Liang's fingers. Even if they weren't very flexible, as long as they were still sewn together, all 10 fingers would be fine. Also, there were 2 door gods outside. If this patient's fingers pointed out the problem, he would be crippled. Zhao Liang's fingers were probably filled with pus because he had eaten some random things. Doctor, what the F***ck, Yu Ling why isn't he awake yet? She still wanted to see how Zhao Liang's heart was filled with her. Ning Shu learned from the private investigator that Yu Ling had hired a master of black magic to enter Zhao Liang's ward. Ning Shu's expression was like this: she was indeed a practical person. Zhao Liang was still sick and she cast a spell on him. Zhao Liang was playing with fire, and now he was dying. Zhao Liang had stepped on countless boats. Even the huge ship of love would capsize. The human heart was complicated and changeable. A small matter could cause a huge uproar. Perhaps Zhao Liang had enough confidence in himself and did not think that a woman would betray him. In the end, he was cursed. Furthermore, it was when he was injured. In the end, it was unknown if he had eaten something unclean, but Zhao Liang's body temperature had reached an abnormal state. Even his fingers had begun to become inflamed. Seeing Zhao Liang like this, Yu Ling was a little worried. On one hand, she was afraid that Zhao Liang had become like this because of cursing. On the other hand, she was afraid that something would happen to Zhao Liang. She only wanted Zhao Liang to only have her in his heart. She was the only one in his heart. Yu Ling was frightened. She cried and called Ning Shu. Ning Shu's voice was inexplicably shocked. You really cursed him? Yu Ling cried and said, Sister, don't go around telling people that I cursed him. Otherwise, when Zhao Liang wakes up, he will kill her. When Ning Shu heard Yu Ling say that Zhao Liang's condition was not very good, the corner of her mouth curled up. Even if something happened to Zhao Liang, he would die a worthy death. If he died under a peony, he would be a romantic ghost. Rising because of a woman, dying because of a woman, wasn't that great? The master of cursing probably used drugs. The drugs were similar to cursing. For some reason, Zhao Liang's body showed signs of rejection. As a result, Zhao Liang was now unconscious and even his wounds had worsened. Don't worry. I'll go to the hospital to take a look. Ning Shu comforted Yu Ling. It will be fine. Sister Xueqiao, I'm scared. What should I do now? Yu Ling cried and said. She no longer hoped that Zhao Liang would only have her in his heart. Now, she just hoped that Zhao Liang would wake up. She did not expect anything else. Ning Shu said, which master did you hire? Just ask him for the antidote. Since he is a master, he should have a solution. Don't worry. Yeah, I'll go find the master. Look, I'm scared out of my wits. Yu Ling hurriedly hung up the phone and went to find the master of cursing. However, the master was gone. Not even a strand of hair was left. Yu Ling sat on the ground and started crying. She had gone to look for a black magic master because she had heard that this black magic master was very effective. But where was he now? He had taken so much money from her, and now he was gone. Yu Ling then called Ning Shu. Now, Ning Shu was Yu Ling's life-saving straw. She didn't dare to tell her family that she had a boyfriend, but this boyfriend had too many girlfriends. She wanted to use supernatural means to keep him, but now she might die. The most important thing was that Zhao Liang might not be able to keep his fingers. If Zhao Liang knew, he would definitely cut off all ties with her. He would definitely ask her to get lost. Perhaps he would kill her out of anger. Ning Shu listened to Yu Ling's heartbroken cries and guessed that Zhao Liang's condition was really bad. He prepared to go to the hospital to have a look. Previously, when Ning Shu had cast a lewd spell on him, Zhao Liang was not like this. Instead, he was especially energetic every day, doing that with the nurse. Now that he had eaten the black magic master's things, his condition had become complicated. Using modern standards, Zhao Liang might have been infected. Yu Ling needed someone to accompany her. When she heard that Ning Shu was coming, she immediately started crying. Ning Shu felt a toothache. Sometimes, he didn't feel guilty at all for lying to a girl like Yu Ling. Ning Shu really hoped that Yu Ling would leave Zhao Liang and not be entangled with him. Ning Shu hung up the phone. Mo Ming gently flipped through the newspaper and asked, You're going to the hospital? Yes, I want to see Yu Ling. She's not in a good mood. I'm afraid that she might do something stupid. Ningxu said, I'll be back soon. Can you do it alone? Yes, there are nurses at home. Be careful. Yuling don't hang out with her in the future. She doesn't look normal. Mo Ming reminded Ningxu. Ningxu nodded. He felt a little proud. In the past, Mo Ming was a little breathless when he spoke. Now, he was not that breathless. Anyway, Ningxu didn't know what he was proud of. Maybe it was because Mo Ming was a little bit more energetic. Call me if there's anything, Ningxu said. Then, he drove to the hospital. When he arrived at the hospital, Yuling was sitting in the corridor outside the ward crying. She covered her face. There were 2 guards at the door. Don't cry. Maybe the situation is not as bad as you think. The worse, the better. Yuling raised her head. Her eyes were red and swollen. Ningxu was shocked. What was she doing? Was she going to cry herself blind? Sister Xiao, it's very serious. Zhao Liang is in the intensive care unit. No one can go in. Also, they have to wear sterile clothes. Sister Xiao, I'm afraid I killed him, Yuling said. Ningxu covered Yuling's mouth and pulled her aside. He said, how can you say something like that? You said you killed Zhao Liang. If something really happened to Zhao Liang, do you want to take the responsibility? Do you want to go to jail? I don't want to, but Zhao Liang's condition worsened because he ate the medicine I brought, Yuling said. Just keep it in your heart. Don't say it out loud. Besides, don't take the responsibility. Maybe it was because Zhao Liang pointed out the problem. It has nothing to do with you. If Zhao Liang heard what you said, do you think you will have a future? Yuling pursed her lips tightly. She was at a loss. Ningxu walked to the door of the intensive care unit and released his spiritual power to check on Zhao Liang's condition. Zhao Liang's face was pale. The finger that was reconnected was red and swollen. The finger that was cut off was blue and purple. However, the doctors were still trying their best to save the finger. Even if the part that was sewn together was red and swollen and made the body hot, the doctors still didn't dare to remove the finger directly. However, Zhao Liang didn't wake up for a long time. There was no way to ask for his opinion. This made the doctors very worried. Ningxu felt that the finger was almost necrotic. If the finger was forcefully reconnected, it would only make the body's condition worse. It seemed that Zhao Liang was really asking for it. Yuling was really awesome. It was said that girls in love abandoned their brains. Now it seemed that not only did they abandon their IQ, but they also abandoned their common sense. Perhaps there really were black magic masters in this world. After all, she had refined them into goo. A real black magic master was still very powerful. A sorcerer who was proficient in black magic could kill people from 1,000 miles away and come and go without a trace. A powerful taming master only needed to take anything from the other party, such as clothes, shoes, socks, accessories, or even the 8 characters of a person's horoscope to cast the spell. Even when talking to the taming master and taking the things he gave, one would unknowingly fall under the spell. But the taming master that Yuling found was probably a scammer. Hurting Yuling was really a loss for both her and her money. Zhao Liang didn't wake up, and Ningxu didn't know if his X-ray vision was still on Zhao Liang. Yuling hugged her bag tightly. Ningxu saw her like this and felt strange. He asked, "What's in your bag?" Actually, there's no bag. It's just that the taming master gave me other things besides casting spells on Zhao Liang. Yuling took out a bottle of oil. The taming master told her that it was devil's oil. Ningxu took it and smelled it. It smelled like animal oil. Well, it was actually corpse oil. Touching Yuling's glabella and tongue could make the effect of fall of love even better. Besides devil's oil and Xianxia oil, it was something that could make one's career go smoothly and obtain love. It seemed that the master wasn't a scammer. He probably had some real skills. Even if he wanted to cheat, he wouldn't dare to cheat the Yu family. Sister Xiao, should I throw these things away? Yuling was afraid that if she threw them away, something bad would befall her, and something bad would befall Zhao Liang. I'm still worshipping the Buddha at home. Yu Ling had a feeling that she might not be able to turn back. Ningxu just said, "You're in your heart. Do whatever you want." "I don't know what to do." Yu Ling was about to cry. She didn't know where the taming master was now. It was a matter of life and death. What if Zhao Liang didn't wake up? Ningxu was speechless. Anyway, he couldn't help with this kind of thing. He just comforted her, "Zhao Liang will wake up." How could he survive without the male lead's halo? He might not even be able to save a finger. The doctors were also in a difficult position now. In the plot, Zhao Liang's life was smooth sailing, but now he was plagued with misfortune. Zhao Liang was like a beggar who suddenly became an emperor. In addition to the fear, he also enjoyed a luxurious life. Money, beauty, status. You still have to tell your family about this. This is not something you can handle. Tell them and let them prepare, Ningxu advised Yu Ling. Yu Ling shook her head. My father and brothers will definitely make me leave Zhao Liang. Don't they know about your relationship? It means that the elders in the family agree to the two of you being together. The Yu family truly has foresight to invest in Zhao Liang silently. This method of investment is to allow their daughter to interact with Zhao Liang. It seemed that only the Rou family did not know what was good for them and rejected Zhao Liang. Now that she knew about Zhao Liang's condition, she had achieved her goal of going to the hospital. There was nothing else she could do to help Yu Ling. She still had Mo Ming to worry about at home. It was enough to know that Zhao Liang was not doing well. Ningxu asked the private investigator to find out more about Zhao Liang's situation and treated Mo Ming's body in peace. Compared to Zhao Liang, Mo Ming was much more important. Mo Ming was the client's husband. The best way to take revenge was to make me live better than you. Ningxu returned to the Mo family. Mo Ming was lying on the sofa. Asleep. There was a thin blanket covering his body. The nurse must have covered him with it. Ningxu went to the kitchen to make soup for Mo Ming. In order not to worry his mother-in-law, Ningxu even went to find the Chinese medicine doctor who treated Mo Ming. He showed the Chinese medicine doctor the recipe and the doctor said it was okay. Ningxu took the lead to show the recipe to Mo Ming's mother so that they would not quarrel later. Ningxu did not want to have any conflict with Mo Ming's mother. Ningxu took a clay pot and made soup for Mo Ming directly on the stove. He was still burning firewood. The taste of firewood to decoct medicine and stew meat was really good. Ningxu sat beside the stove and slowly fanned himself with a fan in his hand. Ningxu held his chin and sighed silently. He was afraid that she could not do anything about Mo Ming's body. He did not know if Mo Ming could hold on until the client came back. If Zhao Liang was dealt with, the mission would be completed. He had to speed up. Ningxu opened the pot and skimmed off the oil on the surface. Otherwise, the soup would be very oily. If Mo Ming drank a bowl of soup, he would definitely collapse. Ningxu skimmed off the oil a few times until there was no oil in the soup. Mo Ming's mother watched from the side and did not say a word. When Ningxu finished cooking the soup, Mo Ming slowly woke up. Mo Ming's sleep time was longer than before. In the past, he would sleep for more than an hour. Now, he could sleep for 2 hours. When he woke up, his condition was still okay. However, Ningxu still did not have much hope for Mo Ming's body. His condition was only slightly better. It was not possible for him to be completely cured. Even if there were any elixirs, it would be useless. There was no medicine that could cure Mo Ming's current condition. It was just like when she had a terminal illness when she was alive. She was bound to die. All the methods were just to extend her life one day at a time. When Mo Ming heard that the soup was made by Ningxu, he drank another bowl of soup. Ningxu said directly, "You don't have to drink so much. You will suffer if you are too full." Mo Ming said lightly, "I am not too full." He only drank soup and did not feel full. Ningxu said, "Just do what you can." At night, Ningxu performed acupuncture on Mo Ming again. He used a handkerchief to wipe the blood from the acupoints. Mo Ming said, "I don't know if it is a psychological effect or your acupuncture is a little effective. I feel more comfortable and my body is also more relaxed. Of course it is because my acupuncture is effective." Ning Shu had spent a lot of effort to achieve this level of comfort and relaxation. Every time she cultivated a little bit of spiritual energy, she gave it all to Mo Ming. If Mo Ming really didn't feel anything at all, Ning Shu really wanted to hammer the ground and cry. "It is because your acupuncture is effective," Mo Ming said. Ning Shu nodded. She put away the tools and then slept with Mo Ming. Mo Ming probably slept too much during the day, so he couldn't fall asleep now. He pulled Ning Shu and asked, "What happened at the hospital today?" Ning Shu's body was operating the peerless martial arts while he told Mo Ming everything that happened in the hospital. After hearing it, Mo Ming was silent for a while and said, "That Zhao Liang is not handsome. Why is Yu Ling of the Yu family so obsessed with him?" Outsiders could not understand. There were so many women, but he still wanted them. The role of the halo. The female lead had the halo, so did the male lead. Under the halo, both men and women would love each other to death. Ning Shu said, "Maybe there's something special that's beyond our expectations. There are many things about him that are illogical. In short, I can't figure it out," Mo Ming said. He put his hand on the back of Ning Shu's hand. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows and looked at Mo Ming's hand. Mo Ming followed Ning Shu's gaze and said, "Your hand is quite warm. Mine is a little cold." Mo Ming's hands were cold in the summer, but he was not angry at all. He covered his penis when he was cold. Of course, Ning Shu would not say this out loud. He asked, "Do you want me to get you a hot water bottle?" "The hot water bottle is too hot." Mo Ming's voice was nasal. He did not do anything other than covering Ning Shu's hand. Ning Shu covered the back of his hand and asked, "Are your feet cold?" "Cold," Mo Ming said. Ning Shu slid under the blanket and put his feet on Mo Ming's feet. There was a gust of cold air, but it was quite cool in the summer. Mo Ming's vitality and energy were leaking out. His body could not contain any energy at all. That was why he was in such a situation. Moreover, he had to take injections regularly to ensure that his body had the nutrients it needed. What a miserable child. "Are you warm?" Ning Shu asked. "Much warmer." Mo Ming closed his eyes slightly and fell asleep after a while. Mo Ming was possessed by the god of sleep. He could fall asleep just by sitting. When he fell asleep, his body would consume less energy. It was a form of self-protection, just like a snake hibernating. Ning Shu checked Mo Ming's pulse. He was still dead. Then, he gave Mo Ming a trace of spiritual energy. She had tried her best to prolong Mo Ming's life, but she did not know how long Mo Ming could last. As long as Zhao Liang's X-ray vision left Zhao Liang's body, her mission would be completed. Then, she could leave. Now, Zhao Liang was lying in the hospital. He had not opened raw stones for a long time. He had also not gone to the casino for a while. Although he had money, it was a mountain. When he ran out of money, Zhao Liang would go to open raw stones. There was top-grade jade inside, and he could easily get a sum of money. There were probably not many people who dared to provoke Zhao Liang. The chief came to visit him. Moreover, the second generation who bullied Zhao Liang was forced to come to the hospital to visit him. Of course, Zhao Liang chose not to forgive these bastards. Even if these parents had given him gifts and money, it was all for the sake of the chief. However, Zhao Liang didn't care about this little bit of money. He told these people to take the money and scram. Fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. Although Zhao Liang had lost a finger, if anyone wanted to deal with Zhao Liang in the future, they would have to be wary of the military chief. After Zhao Liang was discharged from the hospital, he would be able to fly freely. With the title of military chief, he would be able to go to many places unimpeded. He had a benefactor to help him. Ning Shu's idea was to let Zhao Liang play in the hospital every day. Every day, apart from Mo Ming's recuperation, he would pay attention to the news sent by the private investigator. Just the private investigator alone cost Ning Shu a lot of money. Ning Shu didn't use the Mo family's money. Although Mo Ming's father gave him a card to swipe, there was a record of the swipe. When Mo Ming got married, the Rou family also gave him a lot of money. The private investigator was a necessary expense to avoid being blinded. Ning Shu made different kinds of soup for Mo Ming every day. Mo Ming could also drink half a bowl of soup. Mo Ming's mother was relieved to let Ningxu make the soup. For this little bit of soup, Ningxu really used all the skills in his life. He felt that he had become a soup master. Ningxu not only got news from the private investigator every day, but Yu Ling also relied on Ningxu. If there was any news in the hospital, Yu Ling would call him. Yu Ling cried and told Ningxu how miserable she was. Zhao Liang's health was sometimes good and sometimes bad. Moreover, he couldn't save his finger. The infection was more serious. The doctor asked her to sign, but Yu Ling didn't dare to. When the time came, Zhao Liang would blame her. Yu Ling had to admit that she knew Zhao Liang's character better. Ningxu directly said that Zhao Liang's family should be informed and signed. Moreover, they were his immediate family. Even if Yu Ling wanted to sign, she wouldn't be able to. They were boyfriend and girlfriend. The law didn't recognize a relationship. Yu Ling cried even more sadly. Zhao Liang has been hiding his injury from his family. If his parents are informed, they will still blame me. Ningxu, doesn't Zhao Liang have so many close female friends? It's quite tiring for you to take care of him alone. Isn't it better to call those close female friends over to take care of him together? Ningxu suggested. The more chaotic it was, the better. He just wanted the women to quietly wait to be pampered. However, humans had emotions too. It was inevitable that they would make a fuss. I don't want to see those women, Yu Ling said directly. Ningxu. Then bear with it. I don't know what to do either. I'm going to make soup. I'm hanging up. Anyway, they didn't want her to sign. Zhao Liang's condition was sometimes good and sometimes bad. However, he couldn't keep his fingers. Yu Ling didn't want to bear the responsibility. She didn't want to be blamed by Zhao Liang. Yu Ling called again? Mo Ming took out a flower from the basket and trimmed it with a pair of scissors. Then, he put it into an elegant vase. He didn't move quickly. Ningxu nodded. It's that girl. She's temporarily blinded by lard. She did it willingly. There's nothing in this world that can beat the words willingly. Mo Ming said calmly. Try not to interact with her. If you get too involved, she will blame you in the future. Understood. Ningxu took the scissors and started trimming the flower. Mo Ming looked at Ningxu. You seem to, go ahead. Ningxu put the flower into the vase. You seem to pay more attention to Zhao Liang. Mo Ming said. Ningxu's expression didn't change. Yes, I'm quite concerned about it. What I'm concerned about is why he can suddenly soar to the sky. I'm actually the same as Du Jun and the other kids. I'm quite curious about what method Zhao Liang has to choose the best raw stone from so many raw stones. Even those who have spent their whole lives in the stone gambling hall can't do it. It's almost a 100% success rate. Ningxu didn't deny that he was paying attention to Zhao Liang. It was impossible for people to not give themselves away when doing things. Ningxu said, maybe it's this kind of skill that allowed Zhao Liang to become so successful. Mo Ming's tone was light. It's just a moment of luck. Sometimes, when an opportunity comes, you can't avoid it. That person has the luck to rise. This wasn't just a moment of luck. Luck would run out one day. However, Zhao Liang's luck had always been so good. Alright, I'm just a little curious, Ningxu said. But he, who doesn't have any experience in appraising treasures, can even tell whether something is real or not. Don't you think it's strange that he can tell whether something is real or not? There are many strange things in the world. Maybe it's because you're paying attention to him that the man thinks you have an affair with him. Mo Ming put down the scissors. He looked a little tired. Everyone has their own opportunities. Don't worry about others. Ningxu nodded. Mo Ming looked like he had seen through the vicissitudes of life. In the end, the stitches were removed from Zhao Liang's finger. It was already necrotic. It was like a piece of dead flesh was sewn onto the body. The infection was too serious. Zhao Liang, who was unconscious, wanted to come over, but he heard the doctor say that he wanted to chop off his finger. Zhao Liang was speechless. F***ck, I just slept for a while and you're telling me to chop off my finger? the doctor told Zhao Liang that if the stitches were not removed, the infection would get worse. It might even spread to the entire arm and he would have to cut it off. Compare a finger to an arm. You choose, patient. Zhao Liang thought, I choose you. What a quack. A finger problem was now developing into cutting off an arm. Zhao Liang looked at his hand. How did his hand end up like this? When Yu Ling heard that Zhao Liang had woken up, she rushed into the ward immediately. She wanted to see if the black magic had worked. It should be effective. Maybe it was because the first person he saw when he woke up was Yu Ling. Also, Yu Ling's face was filled with anxiety. Or maybe the black magic really worked. Zhao Liang looked at Yu Ling with a much gentler gaze. When he was hospitalized, Yu Ling was by his side. Even though this girl was a little stubborn and a little arrogant, she really cared about him. Yu Ling felt the way Zhao Liang looked at her. She was elated. Could it be that the black magic really worked? From now on, she would be the only woman in this man's heart. In the end, Zhao Liang accepted the surgery. He was afraid that if the infection was serious, he would lose an arm. If he lost a finger, he would be disabled. Zhao Liang couldn't accept it. He was originally a perfect person. He had X-ray vision and it was easy for him to earn hundreds of billions. But now, he lost a finger. It was too embarrassing. Would he be looked down upon by others? Would he be despised by beautiful women? Zhao Liang's head was aching. There was something buzzing in his head. It made him very uncomfortable. Even when he went for a CT scan, it didn't show anything. It was as if there were bees and mosquitoes buzzing in his head. It was very irritating. The doctor could only speculate that it might be an infection. It would be fine after the inflammation subsided. But the buzzing in his head was still there. Zhao Liang wanted to use his X-ray vision to see what was in his head. But he could only see others and not himself. He could only see as far as his eyes could see. Even though there was a buzzing sound in his head, Zhao Liang could still see Yu Ling's body clearly in front of him with his X-ray eyes. He stared at Yu Ling passionately, making her blush. Ever since Yu Ling dealt with the nurse like that, the nurse didn't dare to appear in front of Zhao Liang and Yu Ling. She was waiting for the right opportunity. Now that Yu Ling was his only woman, Zhao Liang really wanted to press her under his body. Yu Ling felt like her body was really working. Zhao Liang only had her in his heart now, and he was looking at her with such eyes. Yu Ling's body was burning. Well, that kind of thing happened in the ward again. Of course, Zhao Liang, who had just undergone surgery, could only stay downstairs. Yu Ling who was immersed in the river of love, rarely called Ningxu to complain. Ningxu could only get some incomplete information from the driver. He said that Zhao Liang's fingers were numb after the surgery, but he was fine. Ningxu was speechless. Yu Ling was really lucky. After marrying into the Mo family, there were more ties. Ningxu couldn't pay attention to Zhao Liang all the time, and even Mo Ming found out that she was paying attention to Zhao Liang. Immersed in happiness, Yu Ling couldn't forget her best friend. She sent some gifts to Ningxu to express her gratitude. She also secretly told Ningxu that she was the only one in Zhao Liang's heart now. Ningxu looked at Yu Ling who was full of charm and was doubtful. If Tame 2 really worked, then all Love Tame 2 would work. Ningxu could only give his blessings. Yu Ling also said that she would invite Ningxu to attend the wedding. Ningxu was even more doubtful. Zhao Liang would get married. Yu Ling was a bit blindly confident. Ningxu asked about Zhao Liang's condition indirectly. According to the doctor, Zhao Liang's fingers were cut off. Ningxu wanted to know more about Zhao Liang. Yu Ling thought for a while and said, "Does it count as being more passionate?" Zhao Liang was very passionate now. He was always pestering her, and he was also very aggressive. Ningxu was speechless. That meant her Tame 2 was still working. Yu Ling was a girl from a good family. She had some luck on her. When she was with Zhao Liang, her luck would also affect Zhao Liang and radiate to him. The more girls gathered together, especially those with good family backgrounds, the more Zhao Liang would be enveloped by luck. There was also such a thing. Not only could he hunt for girls, but he would also have luck radiating to him. One more girl meant one more channel, one more network, especially one that was run by a family. If something really happened, he wouldn't save his girlfriend. That was great. Yu Ling didn't say much to Ningxu and left. She said she was going back to take care of Zhao Liang. Ningxu said to Mo Ming, who was coming down from upstairs, "Why do I feel that she is here to show off?" He regretted using Tame 2 before, but now that he had achieved his goal, he didn't regret it at all. Mo Ming said calmly, "Don't interact with her in the future. She is here to show off. To prove that her choice was not wrong." Ningxu brought the soup to Mo Ming. "Drink the soup." Mo Ming ate less and more meals now. He needed to eat at all times. Mo Ming looked at the soup and said, "Taking care of me must be very tiring." But it wasn't. It was like taking care of a baby who couldn't take care of himself, except that he didn't let her bathe him. She basically didn't sleep much. Ningxu said, "It is a lie to say that it is unfortunate. It is more tiring." If it wasn't tiring, then he was superhuman. "Have you always been so honest?" Mo Ming drank the soup and raised his eyebrows. "Can't I tell the truth?" Ningxu asked. He didn't feel that he had to pretend to be nice to her. There was no need to. "Sure, I like it when you tell the truth." Mo Ming passed the bowl to Ningxu. "Give me another bowl." Ningxu scooped a bowl for Mo Ming. He blew on it and placed it in front of Mo Ming. Ningxu sat opposite Mo Ming. He supported his chin and watched Mo Ming drink the soup. This mission was really sticking to Mo Ming every day. It was like taking care of a giant baby. And it was a very fragile giant baby. She didn't even have time to deal with Zhao Liang. The sooner she dealt with Zhao Liang, the sooner she could leave. Then, the client could come back earlier to see her husband. Ningxu could only do his best for Mo Ming's body and leave it to fate. The mission progress in this world was slow because of Mo Ming. She could not let Mo Ming be suspicious and wait for the client to come back to face a suspicious marriage. She also could not go to the hospital to visit Zhao Liang. Under what name did she visit him? It was too late to avoid suspicion. Ningxu's heart was also stifled. He did not know when Zhao Liang's clairvoyance ability would leave him. If they got married later. Of course, she could not object to this kind of thing. Fortunately, Mo Ming was a sickly man, but he did not vent his emotions on her. This mission really made Ningxu unable to let go of his hands and feet. It was all because of Mo Ming. Ningxu looked expressionlessly at Mo Ming, who was drinking soup. Mo Ming put down the bowl and said, "You don't look too good." "Yeah, I'm fine." Ningxu kept the bowl and spoon, washed them and put them in the disinfectant cabinet. "Let's do acupuncture again." Ningxu said to Mo Ming. "Everything is as bad as not enough. Haven't we been doing it frequently recently? Let's wait a little longer." Mo Ming said. Since Mo Ming was not willing to do acupuncture, Ningxu would not force him to do it. In the end, he would be tired. "Do you want to go out for a walk?" Ningxu said to Mo Ming. "The flowers in the garden are blooming very well." Mo Ming nodded. "Okay." The two slowly went to the bench under the shade of the tree. Sitting on the bench and looking at the beautiful flowers in the garden, Ningxu immediately started to use his unique martial arts. Every morning, Ningxu would go to the garden to pick flowers. There was some spiritual energy in the morning, so picking flowers could also be used to arrange flowers. "Where are you going?" Ningxu saw Mo Ming stand up and walk towards the garden. He did not look like he was going to fall, so Ningxu did not care about him. Mo Ming took a pair of scissors and cut a rose with dew. There were 2 fresh leaves. Mo Ming sat back on the bench and handed the rose to Ningxu. His pale and thin hand held the rose. The contrast was very strong. Ningxu took the flower. "Thank you. I heard that all girls want to receive roses," Mo Ming said. Ningxu said, "It's not bad. Flowers are actually the reproductive organs of plants." Perhaps there was such a straightforward meaning hidden behind the flowers. Mo Ming looked at Ningxu. He was saying something about genitals, but he was still sniffing vigorously. "Are you smelling flowers?" Mo Ming put his fist in front of his mouth and coughed softly. Ningxu said, "Why don't we go in?" Mo Ming nodded. Then let's go back. Ningxu helped Mo Ming back to the villa. Then, Ningxu went to prepare the soup and medicinal cuisine. Sitting in front of the small stove, Ningxu called his family. Old Master Rou said that the Rou family had gotten a big project. This project was a few families together. It was not easy for the Rou family to squeeze in. Of course, the Mo family had given them some preferential treatment. If they did not do well, the Rou family would probably be taken down. Old Master Rou asked Ningxu to take good care of his grandson-in-law. If he was free, he could bring him back. Ningxu just vaguely nodded a few times. It was really not suitable for Mo Ming to go back to his mother's house with her. He could not tell Old Master Rou that Mo Ming's health was very poor. Old Master Rou was already so old. It was better not to worry. After talking to the Rou family, Ningxu added firewood to the small stove and called the private detective to find out about Zhao Liang and Yu Ling'er's situation. Zhao Liang was in the P ward. Ordinary people could not enter at all. Moreover, there were bodyguards guarding the door. It was really difficult to inquire about Zhao Liang's situation. The information given by the doctor was not specific. He gave a medical record. In other words, Zhao Liang's finger was cut off. He was recovering well and had a headache. When Ningxu heard the word headache, he felt that something was wrong. If the witch doctor Yu Ling'er found was really capable, then the witch doctor might not be a witch doctor for love, but a witch doctor to harm people. Ningxu hurriedly asked the private detective to investigate whether Zhao Liang's headache was very serious. Ningxu hung up the phone and felt a little interesting. If it was a witch doctor for love, which could make people obedient and had no harm to the body, then why did the witch doctor run away? He probably wanted to avoid the limelight temporarily. Ningxu felt that Zhao Liang was so enthusiastic about Yu Ling'er because of the effect of the goo. As long as it was a woman, Zhao Liang would be attracted, especially Yu Ling'er who was a beauty. Since it was not a witch doctor, then who did it to Zhao Liang? In fact, Zhao Liang had offended a lot of people, such as the second-generation Du Jun and his classmates who had been driven into a corner by Zhao Liang before. Those classmates who did not lend Zhao Liang money to help him, that classmate was just an ordinary person. If he wanted to hire a witch doctor, it would be very difficult, and he would not have enough money to hire one. Since ancient times, people with special abilities served the rich and powerful. Things like feng shui, attracting wealth, and all kinds of tricks to harm people were all played by people at their level. Therefore, someone must have used the witch doctor to cast a witch doctor on Zhao Liang through Yu Ling'er's channel. Since Zhao Liang became rich, he had stepped on many people's faces along the way. There must be many people who wanted to take revenge on Zhao Liang. It was most likely that the second-generation Du Jun had offended Zhao Liang before and cut off one of his fingers. Because of the military chief, they were brought by their parents to apologize. Zhao Liang was a proud person. How could he forgive these people? Those second-generation Du Jun might as well kill him. Since there was no room for negotiation, then he might as well beat the dog when it was down. For a moment, all kinds of thoughts flashed through Ningxu's mind. The specific situation had to wait for the private detective to return the news. Ningxu took a breath and slowly stirred the medicinal cuisine in the casserole. He really wanted to rush to the hospital to check on Zhao Liang's situation, but the conditions did not allow him to do so. Marriage was really a grave. She wanted to climb out of the grave. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, Ningxu had to keep calm. Otherwise, some things would be troublesome to explain, and it would be even more troublesome if he could not explain it. There was the word headache on the case, but in fact, Zhao Liang's situation was a bit serious. It was a severe headache. Repeated examinations and repeated scans did not show anything. The anxiety caused by the headache made Zhao Liang bad-tempered. It was as if there were insects drilling in his head, or there were insects flying around in his mind, buzzing, regardless of whether it was day or night. The doctor could not find anything. He could only say that it was Zhao Liang's psychological problem. Maybe there was some psychological barrier that made him have a headache. Zhao Liang thought, what psychological barrier? His head really hurt, so much so, but these doctors said that there was nothing wrong. There was no problem in all the examinations. Blood drawing, X-ray, all kinds of examinations, nothing was found. The doctor told Zhao Liang to relax. He felt that Zhao Liang was suffering from the aftereffects of the surgery. He was in pain everywhere and he was worried. It's not like you guys are the ones who are in pain. Zhao Liang really wanted to strangle these quacks and tell them that his head was hurting so much that it was about to explode. He wanted them to take out the things in his head and remove the worms in his head. The doctor was helpless too. This kind of patient could cause trouble anytime. They already said that they wouldn't be able to find anything wrong with him, but he was still in pain. You're just imagining it. Zhao Liang was so annoyed that Yu Ling didn't dare to go near him. He would throw things at the slightest provocation and lose his temper. Yu Ling was confused. He was fine just a while ago. Why did he suddenly lose his temper? Was it really so hard to accept that his fingers were chopped off? She didn't even despise him. There were so many disabled people in the world and Zhao Liang wasn't even considered disabled. Everything was fine, so what was Zhao Liang doing? Even the doctor couldn't find out that he was having a headache. He kept saying that he was having a headache. Even if he said that he was having a headache, he still wanted to fight with her. Yu Ling didn't know what to say. Zhao Liang was full of energy and he kept saying that he was having a headache. Yu Ling even suspected that he was faking it. The most intolerable thing for Yu Ling was that Zhao Liang's headache was so bad that he would actually hit her body. Violence was something that couldn't be stopped once it started. At first, Yu Ling could still bear it. Zhao Liang endured his headache and apologized to Yu Ling. The first 2 times, Yu Ling forgave him, but Zhao Liang was in so much pain that he would hit Yu Ling. First, he would throw things, and when there was nothing to throw, he would hit her. Yu Ling was originally a proud lady. She changed a lot for Zhao Liang. Zhao Liang still treated her like that. Yu Ling also found 2 bodyguards to stay by her side. If Zhao Liang dared to hit her, she would let the bodyguards do it. However, she still stayed in the hospital to take care of Zhao Liang. Zhao Liang would still have sex with her. However, when he was in pain, he would still hit her. Of course, these were all stopped by the bodyguards. Yu Ling had bodyguards, but so did Zhao Liang. In the end, the bodyguards from both sides fought. Anyway, the situation was quite strange. Feeling wronged, Yu Ling came to her best friend's tree hole. Seeing the 2 of them eating face to face at the dining table, Yu Ling couldn't help but burst into tears when she thought of the mess she and Zhao Liang had made. Mo Ming put down the spoon and wiped his mouth with a wet handkerchief. He said to Ningxu, "I'm going upstairs." Ningxu nodded and said, "Remember to cover yourself with a quilt when you sleep." When Yu Ling heard the conversation between the 2, she almost burst into tears again. After Mo Ming went upstairs, Ningxu said to Yu Ling, "What happened? You wouldn't have come to me if nothing happened." Yu Ling pursed her lips. "Sister Xueqiao, you only know how to mock me. I really don't know what to say. Isn't there nothing to worry about after leaving Zhao Liang?" Ningxu said directly. "What happened this time?" "He attacked me, he actually hit me," Yu Ling said. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. "He's also a domestic abuser? Why do you think he changed? He's different from before." Yu Ling wiped her tears and said. It was to describe a person's behavior that had become strange, such as doing something out of the ordinary, or doing something unimaginable, different from before. Just say that you were under a spell? For example, a child crying and laughing abnormally, a husband and wife quarreling, a husband falling in love with another woman, a family not getting along well, the old and young suffering from strange illnesses, mental illness, stagnant fortune, and a failing career. Anyway, there was something wrong with his brain. Since he hit you, just leave him. This way of venting was addictive. Venting on people who were weaker than him and couldn't resist, the violence in his heart would only become more and more rampant. Actually, his head is too painful. When it hurts, he would hit his head against the wall. I also feel bad for him. Yu Ling sighed and said, "I know he didn't want to hit me." Ningxu was speechless. He really couldn't talk to this day. Previously, she said that the man hit her and said she should leave. Then, she automatically cleared the man's name. What else could he say? Ningxu simply emptied his mind and used his ultimate martial arts to save some spiritual energy for Mo Ming. Anyway, Yu Ling was here to complain. After complaining, she would leave. She wanted to make herself feel better and make others feel worse. Usually, when Yu Ling asked, Sister Xiao, what should I do, Ningxu would blink. What a hen. Yu Ling wasn't here to ask Ningxu what to do. She also didn't expect Ningxu to give her a solution. She just wanted to complain about her misfortune and her miserable life. Ningxu asked some questions about Zhao Liang. He asked why Zhao Liang had a headache and how bad it was. He then asked Yu Ling who introduced her to this black magic master. Yu Ling directly said, many people said that he is very effective, so I found him. I asked people I know, and they all said that he is very powerful. In that case, it was really hard to tell who did it. Zhao Liang was in so much pain, so he must have been cursed. This thing was quite powerful. Ningxu wondered if he should learn it too. He would have a skill to rely on. After complaining, Yu Ling calmed down a little and stopped crying. She looked at Mo Ming who came down from upstairs and said to Ningxu, Sister Xiao, your husband is so good. Ningxu grinned. What good or bad? If Yu Ling married Mo Ming, she wouldn't think that Mo Ming was good. They couldn't fulfill their duties as husband and wife, and they didn't have long to live. How could things be so beautiful just by looking at them? Yu Ling looked at her watch and realized that she had been here for quite some time. She said goodbye and left. Mo Ming brought a cup of water to Ningxu. Ningxu took the cup and took a sip. Mo Ming sat on the sofa next to Ningxu. What's there to talk about between girls? You can talk for 2 to 3 hours. There's a lot to talk about. Top quality products, cosmetics, bags, shoes, skincare products, luxury porcelain products, men, women, anything. Ningxu said. Ningxu was concerned about when she could leave Zhao Liang. As long as she left, her mission would be completed. Zhao Liang, who didn't have X-ray vision, would be beaten back to his original state in a second. If you really don't want to deal with her, I'll deal with her in the future. Don't show up, or go out and have fun. It was impossible to completely cut off their relationship, so they should have less contact. Ningxu nodded. She always complained to him. Negative energy was contagious. Could he go to the hospital to check on Zhao Liang's condition? Forget it. Sneaking around would make people suspicious. As long as the ability left Zhao Liang's body, 2333 would inform her that the mission was completed. Soon, Ningxu was presented with the opportunity. Yu Ling's head had been smashed by Zhao Liang. It was said that it was quite serious and had to be stitched up. In such a situation, she had to visit Yu Ling. Ningxu told Mo Ming about it. Mo Ming was speechless. He rubbed his eyebrows and said, your best friend. Ningxu tried to clear Yu Ling's name. She wasn't like this before. She just fell in love. Pity a girl who can't get out of love. When it came to the person you love, you couldn't stay calm. Love made people blind. I'll be back soon. I've already prepared dinner. If you're hungry, you can have some. Ningxu picked up his bag and was about to leave. Mo Ming said, this is the Yu family's business. Don't get too involved. Come back after you've seen it. Otherwise, you'll be blamed. Just do what you have to do. You're not a family. Ningxu nodded to show that he understood. He drove to the hospital and bought a fruit basket and flowers at the entrance. He asked the nurse about Yu Ling's ward. In the ward, Yu Ling's head was covered with gauze. There were also people from the Yu family, including Yu Ling's parents. Ningxu knocked on the door. Yu Ling's father stopped talking, but he didn't look good. Ningxu walked into the ward and put down the fruit basket and flowers. He asked, does it still hurt? Yu Ling pouted. Of course it hurt. There were a few stitches and her hair was cut off. It looked like a dog had gnawed on it. How could she go out like this? Ningxu comforted her, it'll be fine soon. He didn't know what was going on with Zhao Liang. Why did he hit her so hard? Yu Ling's family was here, so Ningxu didn't want to stay. He chatted for a while and left. Before he left, he heard Yu Ling's father say that he was going to teach Zhao Liang a lesson. Originally, it was already a grievance for his daughter to be together with such a person. Now that his daughter was beaten up so badly, he really did not place the Yu family in his eyes at all. Ningxu came out of Yu Ling'er's room and went to Zhao Liang's room. He didn't appear at the door of the room, but sat on a chair in the corridor not far from the room. He used his psychic power to penetrate the room. Zhao Liang was pressed on the bed by the doctors and nurses. There were bruises on his forehead. It seemed that he had really hit the wall. His eyes were red, and he struggled with all his might. Several doctors held him down, but it was a little difficult. They injected him with tranquilizers and painkillers. Zhao Liang's expression was very painful. He gritted his teeth and said to the doctor, "I want to do a craniotomy. There really is something in my head." Zhao Liang really couldn't stand the things in his mind, tormenting him day and night, constantly buzzing in his ears. He really couldn't stand it anymore. The doctor was also quite helpless. All kinds of examinations did not find anything wrong with his head, but why did he have to do a craniotomy? It was to open the head. The brain was the most complicated and mysterious part of human beings. If something happened, who would be responsible? There were really too many patients. This one just had to imagine that his head was hurting and insisted on opening his head. It was useless to explain again and again. Zhao Liang saw that these doctors were a little impatient. He really wanted to take a watermelon knife and cut these doctors as if they were watermelons. He had plenty of money. What was wrong with doing a craniotomy? Do a craniotomy. Zhao Liang gritted his teeth and said with red eyes. The doctor said, "I'll ask the director." If they operated on a person who had no problems, something would happen. It was a waste of manpower and material, and it also took up the hospital's resources. After being injected with tranquilizers and painkillers, Zhao Liang's condition stabilized a little. He slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. The doctor also wiped his sweat. Dealing with this patient every day was tiring. Obviously, there was no problem, but he was in so much pain that he hit his head against the wall, as if he was possessed. Ningxu sat on the chair and asked 2333, "The X-ray vision is still with Zhao Liang?" "No. Once a host is chosen, it will not be removed unless it is absolutely necessary. Moreover, this host only has some problems with his body. He is not dead. The investment in the early stage will be recouped." 2333 said. Clairvoyance also required energy. All biological activities required energy. Without energy, it was impossible to operate. Ningxu said, "Oh." Zhao Liang actually wanted to do a craniotomy. It was useless even if he did it. Ningxu saw that it was getting late, so he immediately left the hospital and drove home. When he got home, Mo Ming was eating. When he saw Ningxu, he asked, "Are you hungry?" Mo Ming scooped a bowl of medicinal cuisine for Ningxu. Ningxu looked around. The whole villa was quiet. At this time, his father-in-law should be off work, and his mother-in-law should be preparing dinner. "Where are Mom and Dad?" Ningxu asked while drinking the medicinal cuisine. "They went on a trip." Mo Ming said calmly. Ningxu asked in surprise, "So sudden? How can your mother-in-law let you go?" "I asked her to go. You are at home. You can take care of everything." Mo Ming took the bowl from Ningxu's hand and filled Ningxu's bowl. Ningxu nodded, "That's good." Mo Ming's mother was like a tightly wound top. If she did not relax, something would happen sooner or later. Some things had to be suppressed. Since Mo Ming was born, it had been revolving around him for more than 20 years. When sleeping at night, Ningxu transferred some spiritual energy into Mo Ming's body. It was just a little bit. In the modern world, absorbing spiritual energy felt like constipation. Mo Ming asked about Ningxu's visit to the hospital. Ningxu said that Zhao Liang smashed Yu Ling'er's head with something. "This Zhao Liang is a bit crazy." Mo Ming said calmly, "Maybe he is rich, but there are other problems at any time. Maybe he is not lucky enough. Whatever he gains, he loses. The law of conservation of energy. Take me for example. Maybe I am healthy in an ordinary family, but I am not lucky enough to be born in a noble family. I have to use my health as collateral." Ningxu blinked. According to Mo Ming's logic, she was an unlucky person when she was alive. Her family's condition was not bad, and she was not from a rich family. So, if she wanted a healthy body, she should be an orphan, Xianxia said. Forget it. If you were born in an ordinary family, you would not be alive now. If it were not for his family's good conditions, Xianxia would not have been able to live until adulthood. He would not have been able to live without treatment. However, Mo Ming was right. You lose what you gain, but what you lose will come back in another way. Let's sleep. Mo Ming patted Xianxia's hand and closed his eyes. His breathing gradually calmed down. Xianxia took Mo Ming's pulse. There were no changes in his body. His condition did not improve, but it did not worsen either. It was not easy for him to be stable. Xianxia thought that when he was sick, he was probably a giant baby too. Under Zhao Liang's extravagant attitude, the hospital was finally willing to perform the surgery for Zhao Liang. However, this surgery was a little difficult. There was nothing wrong with the skull, so where should they make an incision? When they asked Zhao Liang which part of his skull hurt, Zhao Liang said that it hurt everywhere. The worms crawled from one side of his brain to the other, from one side to the other. The doctor, what should they do? In the end, they circled a spot on the skull and made an incision there. Zhao Liang was about to be pushed into the operating theater, but the hospital director thought about it and decided not to do it. What if something happened to a perfectly fine skull? Moreover, this patient seemed to be related to the chief. If something happened, although the patient paid a lot of money, there would be a lot of trouble. Hence, the hospital did not accept this surgery. Zhao Liang was so angry that he split his legs. Previously, he had been researching and researching. What were they doing? Now, they were saying that they were not going to perform the surgery. The doctor asked Zhao Liang to go to the dermatology department for a checkup. This kind of feeling of worms crawling on the skin was either a skin problem or a nerve problem. How could they open the skull so casually? Previously, they had been mesmerized by Zhao Liang's generosity. However, after thinking about it, there would be more trouble. If the headache was a psychological problem, it would be even more troublesome if the patient still had a headache after the surgery. This patient was also a very unreasonable patient. Zhao Liang, if you don't want to do it, go to another hospital. There is more than one hospital in the world. Zhao Liang transferred to another hospital. Even Yu Ling did not know about it. Yu Ling was very angry with such a huge incision on her head. She wanted to give Zhao Liang a cold shoulder. However, before Zhao Liang could apologize, she could not take it anymore and went to see Zhao Liang. In the end, she was told that Zhao Liang had transferred to another hospital. Yu Ling transferred to another hospital? Zhao Liang did not even say a word to her and left. Furthermore, she was injured by him and he did not even apologize. Did he not feel guilty at all? Yu Ling was so angry that she almost died. She felt that she had no place in Zhao Liang's heart and left secretly. Zhao Liang only had himself in his heart. What a selfish man. Logic told Yu Ling that she should leave this man, but her heart could not let go of her attachment to this man. If she left Zhao Liang, her life would lose its color. Everything would be different. Yu Ling couldn't take it anymore. Rationality and emotion were like a devil and an angel, fighting a tug-of-war in her mind. Yu Ling felt like she was going to have a headache just like Zhao Liang. Yu Ling's parents had already made it clear that they did not like Zhao Liang. He was a man who was missing a finger, and he was also so cruel. Was it that the daughters of the Yu family would never be able to get married? It seemed like he was the only one who was passionate about it, and his own daughter was the one who was throwing herself at him. In the past, he saw that Zhao Liang was a promising man, so he didn't object to his daughter's relationship with him. Ha ha ha, more importantly, it seemed that many people did not have a good impression of Zhao Liang. For example, the Mo family. It was said that he had caused trouble at someone's wedding. Yu Ling felt helpless. She couldn't say anything to defend Zhao Liang. Zhao Liang's actions were not presentable. Even though her mother knew that she was dating Zhao Liang, she didn't say anything. Now that she objected, it was because Zhao Liang's actions were too despicable. If Zhao Liang knew what these people were thinking, he would probably curse in his heart. He couldn't even take care of himself now, and these people were still chattering nonstop. None of them had hands or feet. Didn't they have doctors and nurses in the hospital to make them feel comfortable? Didn't they have doctors and nurses? Zhao Liang went to a few hospitals for checkups, and they all said that there was nothing wrong with him. They either said that he should take some antibiotics, or said that he was not sick. How did it hurt? Zhao Liang, F***ck, Zhao Liang went around, but no one did a craniotomy for him. However, his headache was getting worse. Since medical science couldn't solve it, Zhao Liang could only ask for help from metaphysics. He looked for monks and Taoist priests. Some people said that Zhao Liang might have been cursed by a goo worm. Zhao Liang? He was cursed in such a scientific place like the hospital. No wonder his head hurt so much. Who cursed him? Like Ning Shu, Zhao Liang offended a lot of people, so he felt that everyone was a suspect. Therefore, he didn't have a specific suspect. There were always some unruly people who wanted to harm him and flocked to harm her. During this period, Yu Ling-er had been taking care of him. She should know if anyone came in contact with him. If it wasn't for the fact that Yu Ling-er had kept it a secret and never told Zhao Liang about the incident, no one would have been able to accept the fact that someone close to them had cast a spell on them. Therefore, when Zhao Liang rushed in front of Yu Ling-er and asked her if anyone came near him when he was injured, or if anyone took his things, or if anyone asked for his birth characters, Yu Ling-er was surprised. Yu Ling-er saw that Zhao Liang suddenly asked about these things. She felt that Zhao Liang was a little guilty. She quickly shook her head and said, "No one asked for these things." Zhao Liang saw Yu Ling-er's guilty look. She didn't even dare to look at his eyes. Zhao Liang felt that something was wrong. He should be the one feeling guilty. After all, he had beaten up his woman. It was a little embarrassing. However, Yu Ling-er felt guilty first. She couldn't help but ask, "What happened? Did someone really cast a spell on me?" Zhao Liang was furious. He was cursed and Yu Ling-er knew about it. Yu Ling-er looked at him holding his head and howling in pain. He was in so much pain that his head was about to be smashed open. She just looked at him indifferently. Zhao Liang took a deep breath. Oh my God, how could this woman be so cruel? Yu Ling-er was stared at by Zhao Liang's cold and hateful eyes. It was as if his eyes were poisoned. Yu Ling-er was angry and scared. "I just want you to calm down. You cast a spell on me?" Zhao Liang sucked in a breath of cold air again. His whole body felt cold. He had thought of many people who would harm him and cast spells on him, but he didn't expect it to be his girlfriend. Zhao Liang felt that the wound on Yu Ling-er's head wasn't big at all. He should tear it open a little more. He met a weird girlfriend. She was the best. She cursed him so viciously. His head was about to explode from the pain. After finding out the reason for his headache, Zhao Liang's heart calmed down. He tried his best to endure the pain. However, Zhao Liang wanted to F***king press this weird girlfriend under his body and torture this little vixen to death. Yu Ling-er's scent kept entering Zhao Liang's nose. Even Zhao Liang didn't know how his nose became so sensitive. Yu Ling-er's scent was very attractive to him. Her body was ready to go, her head was hurting and she was confused. She only had one thought. Go, go, go. Yu Ling-er was still thinking about how to explain the black magic to Zhao Liang when Zhao Liang threw her onto the bed. Looking at Zhao Liang's passionate eyes, Yu Ling-er was in a dilemma. If the love goo was discovered, Zhao Liang might leave her. But now, Zhao Liang was so passionate about her. Then, there was a round of sexual intercourse in the ward. But after the intercourse, Zhao Liang felt like his body was hollowed out. It was really uncomfortable. His head was hurting and his body was about to explode. So tired. You cast black magic on me. Where's the black magic master? Zhao Liang was panting heavily. His heart was thumping wildly. His heart rate had increased by a lot. He felt that his entire body was not too good. Yu Ling-er thought that Zhao Liang wouldn't pursue the matter after she tried her best to please him. She said, "I didn't cast black magic on you." Really? If you didn't cast black magic on me, would my head hurt like this? Zhao Liang wanted to spit on Yu Ling-er's face. Impossible. I cast black magic on you. It's not harmful. Yu Ling-er hurriedly explained. Then, she shut her mouth. Get the black magic master here. My head is about to explode. Hurry. Zhao Liang shouted at Yu Ling-er. Yu Ling-er felt even more guilty. The black magic master is gone. Damn. Zhao Liang slapped Yu Ling-er's face. The wound on Yu Ling-er's head was torn open. Yu Ling-er felt dizzy and her vision turned black. Yu Ling-er was stunned. Zhao Liang's life had always been smooth sailing. Then, he would treat women well and show off his charm. But when there were setbacks, Zhao Liang would be the same person who used to complain and blame others for all the problems. Even if they didn't lend him money, it would be other people's fault. They would look down on him and step on him. When he became rich, he forced his former classmates into a corner and didn't dare to appear in front of him. In essence, this was Zhao Liang. Yu Ling-er's head was buzzing. She had a terrible headache. The wound on her head was torn open and the bandage was wet. Blood flowed down from her head to her neck. Yu Ling-er touched the blood on her neck in a daze. She looked at Zhao Liang who was about to devour her. I'm asking you, where did the black magic master go? Zhao Liang asked Yu Ling-er. Yu Ling-er's blank look made Zhao Liang very impatient. Even though Yu Ling-er's wound was bleeding, Zhao Liang only paused for a moment before looking away. There were too many women, and he would not know how to cherish them. Moreover, the most important thing now was to cure the goo. His headache was simply terrible. In the past, Yu Ling-er didn't give face to anyone. Even if there were people who pursued her, she wouldn't care. She would raise her chin and tease them. But in front of Zhao Liang, she was no longer herself. She was merciless. After being intimate, he would slap her. Zhao Liang, scram. Yu Ling-er shouted at Zhao Liang. She was seeing stars. Where is the black magic master? Get him to detoxify the poison. Zhao Liang said with a gloomy face. The headache was too torturous. Zhao Liang felt that he might go crazy if he was tormented any further. I don't know. Get lost. Yu Ling-er asked the bodyguard to throw Zhao Liang out. She pressed the alarm beside the bed and asked the doctor to treat her wound. He didn't ask about her wound at all. Zhao Liang was really cold-hearted. Husband and wife were birds in the same forest. They flew away in different directions in the face of disaster. Zhao Liang only had himself in his heart. She was selfish and cold-hearted. She didn't have the money to buy the things Zhao Liang gave her before. The Yu family's assets were many times more than Zhao Liang's. She took it as Zhao Liang's kindness to her. Yu Ling-er couldn't help crying. Zhao Liang, who was thrown out, was angry. He turned around and left, but his headache was too much. He ran to Yu Ling-er and asked her where the black magic master who poisoned him was. Zhao Liang had thought about finding someone else to cure the goo, but it was very complicated. Without knowing the specific formula, there was no way to cure it. Only the black magic master himself could cure it. But the hospital told him that Yu Ling-er had already left and went through the discharge procedures. Gone, gone. Zhao Liang was shocked by Yu Ling-er's evil heart again. She poisoned him with the black magic master, and now she was avoiding him. She wanted him to die. Zhao Liang went to Yu Ling-er's house again. Anyway, if the black magic master didn't show up, he wouldn't let it go. The Yu family wasn't a place for Zhao Liang to barge in. The security guard stopped Zhao Liang. The second time, Zhao Liang came with a large group of bodyguards, and there was a big fight. Zhao Liang wasn't afraid at all. It was related to his life. No matter how much money he had, he would spend it. If he ran out of money, he could just open a raw stone. Zhao Liang's shameless behavior almost made Yu Ling-er's father have a stroke. Even Yu Ling-er felt that her eyes were covered with shit. How could she have thought that Zhao Liang was a good person? He was still as shameless as ever. Ning Shu and Mo Ming were living an ordinary retirement life. Every day, they just ate and slept and ate. Everyone knew that the Yu family was in such a mess. Zhao Liang seemed to be at odds with the Yu family. He even said that the Yu family's daughter was vicious and poisoned him with the black magic master. The whole upper-class society knew about it. Whenever Yu Ling-er was mentioned, the topic would be black magic master. People didn't know what to say. In the blink of an eye, they turned from a couple in love to arch-enemies. Zhao Liang still found out about Yu Ling-er's black magic master. There was a clever misunderstanding. Yu Ling-er was the one who did it. But Zhao Liang was having a headache, so he thought that Yu Ling-er asked someone to do it. Now, he asked Yu Ling-er to find the black magic master, but Yu Ling-er couldn't find him. What a cruel person. Yu Ling-er heard Zhao Liang's words and felt dizzy. How would she know where the black magic master went? Zhao Liang's heartlessness shocked and angered Yu Ling-er. She felt that she had been cheated by this bastard. Zhao Liang felt that he really shouldn't have a rich woman. Previously, Xianxia had her eyes on the top of her head. This Yu Ling-er was even more domineering. She cast black magic master directly. Did she enjoy seeing him bang his head against the wall in pain? She was a pervert. Yu Ling-er fainted from anger. When the doctor came to check, he found that she was pregnant. Yu Ling-er's parents were furious. Yu Ling-er was speechless. She thought of the time when they were in love and she got pregnant. Now that she was pregnant, Yu Ling-er felt that all the bad things had come together. But if she had this child, would everything go back to square one? With this child, Yu Ling-er hoped that this farce would end soon. This was Yu Ling-er's first child. Yu Ling-er told Zhao Liang that she was pregnant. Zhao Liang said coldly, So, what was this? Zhao Liang didn't want such a vicious woman. He felt that she was threatening him with the child. There were many women who could bear his child. This gave the Yu family a chance to control him. Zhao Liang thought that the Yu family was like those rich second generations. They wanted to get his X-ray vision and control him. However, the Yu family was more willing to use the beauty trap. Those rich second generations used violence. Anyway, if you don't like her, you can't even breathe. Yu Ling-er felt that Zhao Liang was a beast. The child in her stomach was his. How could he be so cold and casual? Yu Ling-er was so angry that her stomach hurt. Her heart was full of holes. She couldn't stay in the Yu family anymore. Zhao Liang brought people to make trouble every day. Yu Ling-er had no choice but to look for Ningxu. Ningxu and Mo Ming. Luckily, the Mo family couple had gone on a trip. Otherwise, Yu Ling-er would be even more embarrassed. Ningxu heard Yu Ling-er cry and say that she was pregnant. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and ask, What do you plan to do with the child? I don't want to give birth to that man's child. Yu Ling-er gritted her teeth and said. Zhao Liang didn't care about the child at all. He was very cold and even a little disgusted. Ningxu rubbed his eyebrows. He felt that he had done something wrong. If Yu Ling-er really didn't want the child, would she be blamed for it? However, she couldn't control the two of them. She couldn't control whether they used safety measures or not. It seemed that Yu Ling-er was also pregnant in the storyline. However, she didn't give birth. The reason why Yu Ling-er persuaded Xianxia not to go against Zhao Liang was that she couldn't have children. It was good to have a best friend over to give birth to a child. She wanted to form a clique with her best friend. Zhao Liang's harem wasn't as harmonious as Zhao Liang thought. During this period of time, Yu Ling-er insisted on staying in the hospital alone and didn't let other women go over. She didn't want other women to make their presence known. In the end, she got pregnant. Ningxu straightened his back and looked at the crying Yu Ling-er without saying a word. However, if Yu Ling-er had given birth to a child before marriage, the Yu family would definitely not have the face to do so. However, counting the days, Zhao Liang's body should have started to have problems. The aphrodisiac parasite would slowly consume Zhao Liang's body. Every time they made love, the goo of lust would suck in a breath of air. It was almost the same as sucking in a fairy. Ningxu really didn't want to see Yu Ling-er. Every time something happened, she would come. If nothing happened, he would almost forget about her. He would only remember her when he needed her. It was not suitable for her to interact with such a close friend. Ningxu Yu Ling-er asked, Do you really love Zhao Liang that much? Zhao Liang is fearless now, so he doesn't care about you at all. What's the use of crying to me? In order to make a person obedient, one had to cut off all their support. Naturally, they would be obedient. This time Mo Ming didn't go upstairs. Instead, he was arranging flowers at the side. Using such a method to chase people away. I'm a man here, can't you guys have a good chat? as Yu Ling spoke, she looked at Mo Ming secretly, hoping that Mo Ming would go upstairs so that she could complain to her heart's content. But now that he was here, there were some things that couldn't be said. How could a man talk about a topic that women discussed with other women? In the end, Yu Ling held her breath and left. She felt that Sister Xiao was really a good man. At least, he wasn't as violent as Zhao Liang. When Zhao Liang had a headache, his face was ferocious. He was like a crazy beast. That was terrifying. At first glance, a quiet man like Mo Ming was arranging flowers. He was very elegant and made people feel comfortable. Zhao Liang suddenly became rich. He really couldn't compare to these men from rich families. Even the second generation's devil incarnate had his own rules. He knew who he could offend and who he couldn't. It was also convenient to give some money to people who wanted to please him. After Yu Ling left, Ningxu said to Mo Ming, "Yu Ling has looked at you a few times." Mo Ming placed the flowers in the vase. After losing to one kind of person, you feel that another kind of person is better. Temperament was really something that couldn't be described. Mo Ming looked very quiet. The premise was that his body wasn't well and he was too emotional. Then, his eyes rolled and he couldn't be saved. Recently, Ningxu didn't give Mo Ming acupuncture anymore. He was prepared to leave. He took Mo Ming's pulse and said, "I feel that your body is much better. You don't need acupuncture anymore. Also, every time I give you acupuncture, I'm scared. You're too skinny. I'm worried that I'll poke your bones." Mo Ming nodded. Okay. In the future, if the person who entrusted him didn't give Mo Ming acupuncture, it wouldn't be suspicious. As for the medicinal cuisine, Ningxu wrote down the steps. Mo Ming even saw Ningxu's book. Ningxu said, "I'm worried that I'll forget, so I remember the steps clearly." "Oh, it's been hard on you," Mo Ming said. The matter between the Yu family and Zhao Liang was still in full swing. Zhao Liang was on an 4-drip, sitting in a wheelchair and guarding the entrance of the Yu family. Now, there was a child. Zhao Liang felt that this child might be a way for the Yu family to control him. They wanted to tie him to the Yu family and make him a live-in son-in-law. Zhao Liang wouldn't be a live-in son-in-law. So what if it was the Yu family? He would build a wealthy family. The Yu family felt that Zhao Liang was really AB*****. The daughter of the Yu family was pregnant with his child, but he still looked like he had a deep hatred. He had taken all the benefits. What else did he want? Yu Ling was even more determined not to give birth to Zhao Liang's child. They had no feelings at all. Now, there was only a strong hatred for each other. They resented each other for being so heartless. Zhao Liang's head was getting more and more painful. He hated Yu Ling who found a witch doctor to cast spells on him. Despicable woman. Now, Zhao Liang's body was very uncomfortable. He felt weak every day. It was as if his body had been hollowed out. His body was sweating profusely. He had lost weight. He couldn't eat properly and had to suffer from a headache every day. Zhao Liang hadn't used his X-ray vision to earn money for a long time. Not to mention earning money, money was flowing like water. Zhao Liang's assets were shrinking rapidly. The Yu family was ruthless. They didn't want to be controlled by someone with no family background. They directly locked Zhao Liang up. The crime was that he trespassed on private property. He was sent to the police station for a few days. How could a living person be suffocated to death by urine? Then, Zhao Liang was arrested and sent to the police station. Zhao Liang was a little dumbfounded. This was breaking the rules. These people were really despicable. They used such a method to lock him up. Zhao Liang was detained. The Yu family's entrance quietened down. However, the Yu family wasn't quiet at all. The Yu family was thinking about how to deal with the child in Yu Ling's stomach. They were unwilling to give birth. Zhao Liang felt that the Yu family wanted to control him, but the Yu family was afraid that Zhao Liang would cling to them because of the child. The Yu family didn't care about Zhao Liang. They were interested in Zhao Liang because he was friends with the military chief. If she gave birth to the child, the father would still be a bastard. If she didn't give birth to the child, at least she would have the blood of the Yu family. But what would happen to her pregnant daughter? It was a dilemma. It seemed that if she didn't have the child, the problem would be solved. Yu Ling-er went to the hospital and said that she didn't want the child. But the doctor said that Yu Ling-er's body wasn't fertile. If she lost the child, she might not be able to get pregnant again. Anyway, it seemed that she only had one chance to be a mother. Yu Ling-er held her stomach. She was conflicted. She had to keep the child, but the father was such a person. Then, Yu Ling-er came to Ning Shu and complained to Ning Shu. If she had a child, would Zhao Liang pester her? Ning Shu, isn't this the story of the wife running away with the ball? They would definitely be together. Ning Shu didn't say anything. This time, Mo Ming sat beside Ning Shu and entertained Yu Ling-er with Ning Shu. The atmosphere was awkward. It was so awkward, but everyone tried their best to act normal. In the end, Yu Ling-er couldn't stay any longer. She left without saying anything. Ning Shu high-fived Mo Ming. Anyway, I don't know what this girl wants to do. Young lives are pretentious, Ning Shu said. Zhao Liang was detained, and then people from several parties were mobilized. Originally, it was just a private trespass. Finally, it developed into a gambling matter, and the name of gathering for gambling was attached. There was also fraud when buying the raw jade stone. In short, he could have been released in a few days. But it was delayed for a few months. He had to stay in the detention center for a while. No one could bail him out. Shady. This was shady. This was a covert operation. When did he gather people to gamble? If you want to condemn someone, you can easily find a pretext. In the detention center, Zhao Liang had a terrible headache. He found a doctor to check, and the doctor said that there was no problem. The police felt that this was a way for the prisoner to escape punishment. Zhao Liang? I'm really in pain. That B***TCH from the Yu family was truly ruthless to have cast such a sinister spell on him. He must have been blind to have thought that Yu Ling-er's temper was cute. Cute my ass, it was terrifying. In order to get out, Zhao Liang used his X-ray vision to observe the bodies of these policemen. He told one of the policemen that his appendix was a little inflamed and that he should get it removed. Police, not only did Zhao Liang feel a headache, but his body also felt uncomfortable. He was sweating profusely and was so weak that he almost couldn't get out of bed. In the end, he fainted in the detention center. After the police confirmed that he was not faking it, they sent him to the hospital. The doctor said that his body was very weak, as if he was in his 70s or 80s. His body was severely stiff. Zhao Liang, was that vicious woman going to watch him die like this? Yu Ling-er decided to give birth to the child because this was her only chance to be a mother. As for Zhao Liang in the detention center, Yu Ling-er didn't go to see him. When they met, they didn't look at each other affectionately. Instead, they looked at each other with daggers in their eyes. Both of them were bad guys. 2333's voice sounded in his mind, Zhao Liang doesn't have much luck left. I think he will be released soon. Ning Shu heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, he was going to be released. If he waited any longer, Ning Shu almost doubted that he would stay in this world forever. He spent 5 merit points to locate the hospital where Zhao Liang was. Then, he stayed near the hospital and waited for the moment to be released. Well, now was the time to find an excuse to go out. Looking at the indifferent Mo Ming, Ning Shu was speechless. She really wanted to strangle the neck of this man who was holding her back. He was the person who was preventing her from completing her mission. Mo Ming said, "Why don't you go out for a walk? Buy something, go shopping." Well, I do want to go shopping. I want to buy some necessities. Ning Shu said. Do you have money? Mo Ming handed Ning Shu a card. Ning Shu said, I have money. Don't worry. Take this. Just in case it's not enough. Mo Ming said. Thank you. Ning Shu kept the card. Ning Shu arrived at the hospital where Zhao Liang was. He waited in the hospital. When Zhao Liang's problem was solved, he would go shopping. If he didn't buy anything, it would be a waste of the excuse he found. This situation was so strange that Ning Shu felt that he was cheating behind Mo Ming's back. Zhao Liang's body wasn't in good condition, so he had to leave. When a host couldn't bring him any benefits, he would abandon him and choose another host. He would let the host easily marry a beautiful woman and reach the pinnacle of life. I've left, 2333 said and then disappeared into thin air. This was 2333's battle. Ningxu sat in the car and dozed off. Done. Ningxu was surprised, so fast. It didn't form a system. It's not that powerful. The energy is SOSO. It's like a mosquito's leg. 2333 said with a tone of disdain. F*ck, even a mosquito's leg is meat. She was the one running around all the time. You were the one who took the fruit of victory in the end, and you were still disdainful. Ningxu squinted. After solving the problem, Ningxu went to the mall and bought a lot of things. He stuffed the whole trunk and returned home. After Mo Ming fell asleep that night, Ningxu left the plane and returned to the system space. Ro Xueqiao went back. The next morning, she woke up and cooked medicinal food for Mo Ming. Mo Ming got up and drank the soup. The taste was different. The same dish had different tastes when cooked by different people. After Mo Ming finished one bowl, he filled another bowl and asked, "What did you buy yesterday?" There were bags of different sizes. Ro Xueqiao counted with her fingers and said, "A lot of things. There are clothes for the season, 2 branded bags, and some women's things." After drinking 2 bowls, Mo Ming put down the soup bowl and said to Ro Xueqiao, "Oh, buy whatever you lack. Go out more. Don't always stay with me." Ro Xueqiao said, "There's no one at home. I still have to take care of you. What kind of flower vase do you want today?" "I'll go cut the flowers." Ro Xueqiao cleaned up the dishes and asked Mo Ming. "Roses." Ro Xueqiao said. "Okay." Ro Xueqiao thought and said, "The color of roses is too bright and aggressive. I think it's better to be simple and elegant." "Then do as you see fit." Mo Ming said, "Cut the ones you like." Ro Xueqiao smiled. After putting the dishes in the kitchen, she went to the flower garden to cut the flowers. Mo Ming stood by the bench under the shade of the tree and watched Ro Xueqiao cut the flowers. She even turned back and smiled at him. A flower was inserted in her ear. Her smile was bright and beautiful. Mo Ming looked at Ro Xueqiao in a daze until Ro Xueqiao came to him. "Why are you in a daze?" Ro Xueqiao asked Mo Ming. Mo Ming said, "Nothing." "Are you done?" "Yes." Ro Xueqiao said, "I cut the lilies today." "Not bad." Mo Ming said. Mo Ming's body was at the end of its life. He had persisted for half a year. No matter how much he recuperated, it was useless. His body could not take it anymore. Lying on the bed, Ro Xueqiao grabbed Mo Ming's thin hand. The veins on the back of his hand bulged. Ro Xueqiao's hot tears dripped on the back of his hand. She sobbed and said, "Mo Ming, can you not die? Don't die." Mo Ming said weakly, "Mom and Dad will take good care of you. If you have a new life, start again. I also want to not die. Some things will come sooner or later." Mo Ming's parents were also crying by the bed. Mo Ming grabbed his mother's hand. "My existence has made you tired. I don't know if I can repay you." Mo Ming became even thinner. There was only a layer of skin on his face. He was like a withered skeleton. His eyes were lifeless. He was very calm. Perhaps he did not even have the strength to be calm. Mo Ming's mother could not help but cry. "I don't want you to repay me. I did everything willingly. I was too selfish. I knew that my body was not good and it was not fair to the child. But I still gave birth to you. Mo Ming, I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Mo Ming put his hand on the back of Ro Xueqiao's hand. "If I die, you can start a new life. Mo Ming, I just want to be with you. I don't want to start a new life. I just want to arrange flowers every day and do nothing every day. Maybe I can't go to the ends of the earth. As long as you are by my side, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of anything." Ro Xueqiao's tears fell. Although there was no sexual desire, it was a kind of spiritual satisfaction. They did not do anything. They just talked and arranged flowers together. Ro Xueqiao did not pursue any excitement. They respected each other. There was no resentment. They tolerated and contributed to each other. Mo Ming opened his mouth and exhaled. White mist rose from his breathing mask. He looked like a fish that was on the verge of death. His pupils were a little dilated. Rou Xiaoqiao held Mo Ming's hand tightly. Please live on. I really can't do it. I have to live well. Only by encountering misfortune, injustice, and misfortune would one understand and cherish what one had. She wanted to have a healthy body, but she didn't have it. She couldn't. Resentment, pain, why was it so unfair to him? Since he couldn't figure it out, he might as well not think about it anymore. Since he was about to die, there were some things and some people that didn't need to be said out loud. Beep, beep, beep. Mo Ming's heartbeat became a straight line. Mo Ming closed his eyes and dragged his crippled body. In his 20s, he should have been a peerless talent in the business world or the political arena, but he died of mediocrity. He really wanted to ask why. Rou Xiaoqiao was in a daze. Her face was on the back of Mo Ming's hand. Her body trembled slightly as she tried to suppress her sobs. The doctor removed the ventilator and covered Mo Ming's face. Rou Xiaoqiao said, "Let me take a look at him. He still looks normal." He could not face Mo Ming, who had been placed in the freezer and covered in frost before being pushed into the furnace and burned to ashes. Mo Ming was quiet, but he was also alive. Mo Ming was pushed to the morgue. At the door, a pregnant woman saw Rou Xiaoqiao come out and quickly comforted her. "Sister Xiaoqiao, don't be sad. This woman was pregnant, Yu Ling Er. Her belly was already showing and she was a little fat. I didn't expect both of us to have such bad luck." She met Zhao Liang. Who would have thought that Zhao Liang, who was so glorious before, would become so decadent now? And he was panting all day. Every time she saw the ugly Zhao Liang, Yu Ling Er didn't want the child in her belly. Zhao Liang, who was nicknamed the King of Stone Gambling, didn't even have a good jade. Although his family had some assets, they were all used up. He kept so many women. Today, this woman wanted to eat steak. Tomorrow, another woman wanted a branded bag. The day after tomorrow, another woman wanted to go on a trip. Beautiful women's hair cost money. For some reason, Zhao Liang still kept these women. It was probably to prove that he was still the same as before. Or maybe he felt that he wouldn't be taken down so easily. His X-ray vision couldn't be used temporarily. After some time, it would be fine. So every time the girls asked Zhao Liang for money, Zhao Liang still gave it to them. He brought his women to many high-end places to spend money. But as time passed, Zhao Liang's X-ray vision didn't recover. Instead, his body was getting worse and worse. When he was sent to the police station by the Yu family, he spent a lot of money and connections to get out. It could be said that Zhao Liang was almost at his limit now. Also, he had a headache. Slowly, he got used to the pain. The black magic master appeared, but he said that he didn't cast any black magic on Zhao Liang. Zhao Liang was furious. He had never seen such a vicious person. He completely fell out with the Yu family. Zhao Liang didn't even admit that the child in Yu Ling Er's belly was his. But he didn't dare to make a scene. He didn't want to be sent to the police station again. Zhao Liang couldn't take out the money. These girls started to leave Zhao Liang slowly. It was already unfair for them to serve one man. But this man didn't have any charm now. What was the point of staying with him? In the past, Zhao Liang didn't want to get married. He didn't want to be tied down by marriage. But now, he couldn't find a girl to marry. Some girls' expenses were very high. If it was in the past, Zhao Liang could still afford it. It was easy for Zhao Liang to earn money with his X-ray vision. But now, who would be willing to lower their standard of living and live a life of steamed buns and salted vegetables? Moreover, these girls were very promising. They were female CEOs and rich young ladies. The strongest relationship was equal. Zhao Liang, who didn't have his X-ray vision, was a man full of resentment. He was a man with high standards but low abilities. Only with capital could he be high-spirited. Zhao Liang, who was in poor health, was dumbfounded. He blamed these women for being cold and vain. Zhao Liang wanted to play and he attracted the same people. Could it be that he wanted to marry these girls from the beginning? At this time, Zhao Liang could only blame others. Zhao Liang, who couldn't earn money, was used to earning money easily. How could Zhao Liang work hard to earn money, but the quality of life wasn't as good as before? Even when he went to the restaurant to eat, he gave a small tip. Zhao Liang felt that the waiter looked at him with disdain. Zhao Liang was just that sensitive, especially since he was missing a finger. He had no money, was not handsome, could not earn money, was not willing to work, was disabled, and was not in good health. Zhao Liang cursed the heavens for being unfair. Why did everything turn out like this? Then why did they give him X-ray vision? Why did they take it back? Were they toying with him? Damn the heavens. Everyone was against him. Even the heavens did not want to see him. Did they want him to die? No. Zhao Liang was in despair. He felt that there was no way he could succeed. He had returned to his previous situation. No, it was worse than before. There was nothing in the past. There was no prosperity, no happiness. But to return to an ordinary life, a life that was completely different. How could anyone stand it? The hardest thing to pass was to have once. At this moment, Zhao Liang thought of Yu Ling-er, who was pregnant with his child. Since they had a child, Yu Ling-er would not want the child to be fatherless. Zhao Liang went back and said that he wanted to acknowledge his child. The Yu family, haha, it was easy to tell what this person was thinking with a single glance. How shameless. Wasn't he so arrogant before? Now, he wanted to take a shortcut from the Yu family. Why didn't he look at himself? He wanted to be a member of the Yu family. Even if he married into the Yu family, there was no way. Yu Ling-er thought that her best friend, Rou Xueqiao, would be happy. The Mo family was rich and Mo Ming was a good person. Although he was not in good health, it did not look that serious. She did not expect that after being married for less than a year, or more accurately, only 7 or 8 months, Mo Ming would die. She sympathized with him. Previously, Yu Ling-er was a little jealous of her best friend. Now that Rou Xueqiao's husband was dead, Yu Ling-er felt pity and gloated. She felt that someone was as unfortunate as her. Rou Xueqiao wiped her tears and said calmly, "You're pregnant. Don't walk around." Rou Xueqiao looked at Yu Ling-er indifferently. Yu Ling-er thought that Rou Xueqiao was sad because she lost her husband. She said, "I'll accompany you." Rou Xueqiao said, "No need." Seeing that Rou Xueqiao did not want to talk to her, Yu Ling-er held her stomach and went for a checkup. After Yu Ling-er left, Rou Xueqiao's tears fell. She covered her face and cried. After Ningxu returned to the system space, she let out a long sigh and lay on the sofa to take a nap. This mission was really tiring. After waking up, Ningxu and checked his rewards. Name, Ningxu. Age, 27. Level, Super Mission Taker. Accumulated points card, 1 accumulated point card at 18. 7 billion. Soul value, 12 HP, 11 wisdom, 13 luck, 134 charm, 8 spiritual power, 11 combat strength, 12 aptitude, 12 faith, 157880 merit, 94800 soul strength, 65 authorization ticket, none pure heart, none comprehended law, water law incarnation. Construct a world, it might be the world of samsara. Items, Calm Halo, Tranquilizer, Faith Halo, Amulet 4, Upgraded Amulet 2. Honorary titles, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Skills, 5th Ring Shooting Technique, Intermediate Fighting Technique, Intermediate Level Poison Technique, Beginner Level Business Management Knowledge, Beginner Level Code Programming, Beginner Level Lawyer Skill, Sage Ghost Catching Skill, Beginner Level Cooking Skill, Intermediate Level Embroidery Skill, Trash Hypnosis. Halo, Mother of the World Empress Blessing, Model Worker Sister Chen Shi's Blessing, Leader Halo Grass Blessing, Lifelong Friend Meow Meow Meow's Blessing. Savior Zhu Sun Yang's Blessing, Founding Lady Chen Ermiai's Blessing, Beauty of the Law Chen Ning's Blessing, Blood Clan Nemesis Jasmine's Blessing, Transcending Race Communication by San Yang's Blessing, Braveheart Wang Ying's Blessing. Completed Rou Xueqiao's wish to marry Mo Ming. Mission completion rate, 100%. Mission reward, 12 accumulative points, 10 attribute points, 70% soul power, 5,600 faith, 253,2500 faith, 12503614 merit points. Ningshu looked at the long list of taxes and suddenly felt that he had become rich. Previously, he had used up all his taxes and now his wallet was full. He could buy whatever he saw. If there was something rare, he could buy it with some merit points. Problems that could be solved with money were not big problems, but the big problem was whether he had the money or not. Ningshu added the attribute points, and the resume looked a little better. It was pleasing to the eye. The attribute panel was the work experience. If the main system wanted to check on a person, it would be able to get a person's information in just a few minutes. Moreover, Ningshu discovered that there were some changes in his attribute panel. There was a new column, Construct a World. Could it be the world of reincarnation? Could it be the world of reincarnation? However, this black hole had not completed its evolution. He still did not know what it would be like in the end. Ningshu added the attribute points. Name, Ningshu. Age, 27. Rank, Super Mission Taker. Accumulative points, 18,712, 1 accumulative point for 10 million soul value, 121 health points, 111 wisdom, 131 luck, 141 charm, 81 mental strength, 111 martial strength, 122 aptitude, 122 faith, 15788056002532500 merit, 9480012503614 soul strength, 656 authorization ticket, none pure heart, none comprehended law, water law incarnation. Construct a world, could be the world of reincarnation. Items, calm halo, heart calming pill, faith halo, amulet 4. Upgraded amulet 2. Honorary titles, War God Empress, Selfless Ancestor Skills, 5th Ring Spear Technique, Intermediate Close Combat Technique, Intermediate Poison Technique, Beginner Business Management, Beginner Code Programming, Beginner Lawyer, Beginner Ghost Catching, Beginner Cooking, Intermediate Embroidery, Trash Hypnosis, Halo, Mother of the World Empress Blessing, Model Worker Sister Chin Shi's Blessing, Leader Halo Grass Blessing, Lifelong Friend Meow. Meow Meow's Blessing, Savior Zhu Sun Yang's Blessing, Founding Female General Chen Ermiai's Blessing, Beauty of the Law Chen Ning's Blessing, Blood Tribe Nemesis Jasmine's Blessing, Cross Race Communication, Blessing, Brave Heart Wang Ying's Blessing. When Ningshu saw the faith and merit, his heart was about to explode with joy. So much money, he did not have to live a miserable life like before. These were the benefits brought by the world of reincarnation. After becoming stronger, there would be more resources. I smiled proudly. My only regret was that I did not find the source of the world in this world. I was told that I was looking for the source of the world. It was not easy to even leave the house. I found so many excuses that I wanted to cry. Every time I opened my mouth, it would make me more suspicious. I would look for it again in the next world. Every time I said next time. I just could not find it after searching for so long. In the end, Ningshu was really tired of searching for the Waterworld source. Ningshu prepared to go to Tian's auction to see if there was any Waterworld source. He would also go to other cities to take a look. As long as he could find it, spending money was not a problem. This was how rich he was. Ningshu practiced Mei Ziqing's system as usual. He asked, "How is Xiaohua incubating the world source? Where's Mei Ziqing? Did she do her mission?" Mei Ziqing's system, she went to do her mission and hasn't hatched yet. Please don't be anxious. Don't ask after a period of time. Oh, Ningshu said in disappointment. If the incubation is successful, you must remember to inform me. I don't think you will miss this historic moment. Mei Ziqing's system said. How could he miss such frequent inquiries? It was like checking in at work. Ningshu closed the chat system and went to the City of Water. Ningshu appeared in the City of Water and built a world. Ningshu was not so afraid of meeting judges now. Even if she met them, she could hide in the black hole. They could not do anything to her. If they had the ability, they could come to her black hole and kill her. Ningshu went to Shubai's restaurant to buy some food. Only good food and strength could not be let down. Ningshu held the milk tea in his left hand and the spicy strips in his right hand as he headed to see Tian's auction. The auction hall sold all kinds of things and props. Ningshu looked at them and did not take a fancy to any of them. The only thing she was interested in now was the Waterworld source. Ningshu wandered around the auction hall. Tian, dressed in a wide-sleeved robe, walked over. Ningxu cupped his hands and asked, City Lord, do you have anything you like? No. Do you have the water world source? Ningxu asked. Tian shook his head. I don't have any at the moment. City Lord, do you want to take a look at other things? There are better things than the world source. I have a nothingness law stone here. What the hell was the law of nothingness? Ningxu felt that there must be 8 words written on his face. One was a fool with a lot of money, and the other was a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. The law of nothingness stone sounded quite high-end, but what Ningxu needed right now was the world's origin, so he didn't need something like that. Ningxu shook his head. I'll go to the other cities to take a look at the world's origin. Tian said, this void law stone does not have any laws, it can form any laws, but the Sea of Law stone contains all the laws of the Sea of Law. Well, so? Ningxu actually didn't quite understand. Even if the law stone of nothingness was a blank piece of paper, it could be turned into an elemental law stone. Therefore, Ningxu didn't care. She only wanted the world's origin. Things like law stones were born from laws, but Ningxu needed the world's origin. The law stone could help one comprehend the laws. Seeing that Ningxu didn't think much of it, Tian was not in a hurry. He cupped his hands and said, City Lord, actually, the law stone of nothingness has a very big characteristic. Ningxu looked at Tian, who was keeping him in suspense, and waited quietly for Tian to speak. Tian said, I heard that the law of nothingness stone can form the Sea of Law. Ningxu, I'll quietly watch you brag. It's a pity that you're not a salesperson. You should know that all planes are born from the Sea of Law, right? They obtain all kinds of laws from the laws, and then grow into different planes. The Sea of Law was the mother, and these planes were born from the Sea of Law. Ningxu said, Big brother, let's not talk about whether the law stone of nothingness can form the Sea of Law first. Let's talk about this logically. The law stone of nothingness originally didn't have any laws, so please tell me how to form the Sea of Law? Tian said, this is a legend. Ningxu, but there's no wind without a hole, right? Tian said. Ningxu, keep the good stuff for yourself. Who created the Sea of Law? Although there's a chance, it might be true. Tian smiled and said. Ningxu, do you think you're buying lottery tickets? City Lord, do you want it? Tian asked, I can give you a cheaper price. Thank you, but I don't want it. I want to see this thing in your inventory. Ningxu said directly, introducing what kind of things. Good and bad. Tian cupped his hands, alright, I'll sell it to you at half price. How much is half price? Ningxu asked casually. 500,000 merit points. Tian said. Ningxu, F***ck, she was definitely being treated as a fat sheep. 500,000 merit points, she only collected a total of 1 million merit points in taxes. Ningxu smiled and rejected, you keep it, I hope you can create the Sea of Law. City Lord, actually, the Void Law Stone exists in a special form. It's called a stone, but it's actually not a stone. Tian said. He was not interested at all, he only wanted the water attribute world origin. Although it's called a stone, it exists in the form of water. Tian asked someone to bring over a wash basin-sized fish tank. He tapped the fish tank with his finger. This is the Void Law Stone, that's why it has a chance of forming the Sea of Law. Ningxu looked at the fish tank silently, then said, why don't you keep the good stuff for yourself? Because no one knows how to make it form the Sea of Law. Tian said. Ningxu, if it's useless, why are you selling it at such a high price? Was he trying to catch her and rip her off? Because this thing is very rare, and it's very difficult to obtain. Don't look at how few Void Law Stones there are in this fish tank. Many people have already died inside, there's not even a speck left. Tian said, it's also a killing weapon, especially when it devours souls. That sounded really creepy. Ningxu, since it's so good, keep it for yourself. Ningxu did not take the bait, even if he had a lot of money, he had to use it where it was needed most. Since he was so eager to sell it to her, there must be nothing good. Tian would not keep the good stuff for herself. Well, let me put it this way. This thing is rather thirsty, and anyone who comes into contact with it will die. Moreover, no matter how far away the water is, it will gather back together. Xian said, that's why I said it's a killing weapon. Ningshu, he. If I touch it, I'm done for, Ningshu said with a smile. Something like that. I won't lie to you, this ball of water has such a characteristic. I think you're the embodiment of the water law, you might be able to control it, I don't recommend anyone else. Xian said. Ningshu, thank you for thinking so highly of me. No matter what you say, I won't buy it. 500,000 merit points is already very cheap, this price is already very fair. Xian said, it's a pity not to take it, even if it's useless, it can still be used to keep up appearances. I don't need this kind of thing to show off, scram. Ningshu shook his head, turned around, and was about to leave, otherwise, Xian would pull him to keep promoting. Right, do you have the final say on this price? Ningshu asked. Some unscrupulous merchants would raise the price of the goods so high and then give a discount. Wasn't that cheating? They even said that it was a big discount. Xian said, this is the auction house's agent. At first, the customer said it was 1 million, but we kept suppressing it. Now, it has dropped to 500,000. The commission we earn, other than the original auction house's items, the auction house collects commission from other people's items. This price is not set by me. For a little commission, I'm risking my life. Xian said. Ningshu, N. I don't believe you. Do you want it? No. You really don't want it? I really don't want it. Take it. No. I know you want it. You're not me. How do you know I want it? I don't want it. Then Xian will send City Lord off. Then leave. I'm leaving. Ningshu turned and was about to leave. After taking 2 steps, he turned back and asked, can it swallow anything? Yes, City Lord. Xian curled his lips and cupped his hands. Ningshu walked back. Is there no discount? 500,000 is too expensive. It's already half the price. Xian said. It's so expensive. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Just go and snatch it. Xian said, yes, but I prefer excitement. Ningshu, in order to sell things, you've lost all your integrity. Other than me, you shouldn't be able to find anyone else who would buy this thing that hurts others and oneself. Ningshu looked at the round fish tank and asked, is the fish tank free? Yes. Cheaper. Ningshu said. No, it's cheap. Ningshu, stingy. Okay, I'll take it. Ningshu said and gave 500,000 to Xian. Damn, I just got a little tax not long ago, and now I'm returning it. Ningshu looked at Xian and felt that Xian was very proud. Previously, Ningshu didn't want it, but when he thought about how this thing could absorb a lot of things, he felt that it was useful. What forming a sea of law? Who would believe that? Ningshu carried the fish tank out of the auction house and returned to his system space. Ningshu threw a piece of sea law stone into the fish tank. Then, there was a sizzling sound. In the end, even the hard sea law stone disappeared without a trace. The water in the fish tank was as clean as before. There was not even a speck of water left. What the F***ck, wasn't this the enhanced version of sulfuric acid? It was indeed a thirsty thing. The problem was that this thing might kill without distinguishing between friend and foe. Ningshu was so desperate that he wanted to put his hand inside to take a look. In the end, he drew a fingernail-sized soul power and put it into the fish tank. In the end, it didn't even make a splash. AI. Ningshu sent his consciousness into the fish tank, and in the end, even his consciousness was devoured. I'm so thirsty. Can you just tell me what you're not eating? Ningshu tapped the fish tank with his finger, and some water flowed into the fish tank, but it was useless. It seemed that no one could control this thing. It was called water, but it wasn't water at all. It was different from the essence of water. Xian said that she was the embodiment of the law of water, so she might be able to use it. It was pure nonsense. He also didn't know what the fish tank was made of. Xianxia scooped a lot of spirit liquid from the pool and poured it into the fish tank. However, the water in the fish tank didn't decrease. It was always the same amount. Where did this thing go? Xianxia really didn't know what to do with this thing. Originally, he wanted to use this void law stone to deal with the spirit-replenishing fruit tree in Nine Palace Mountain. There were many tentacles on the fruit tree, and it would be over if it was entangled. He wanted to use this thing, but he couldn't control it at all. It would be a scam if he hurt himself. How could he control this tank of water? What kind of power could turn everything it came into contact with into dregs? No, not even dregs were left. Xianxia was determined to find a way to control this thing. Just as Tian said, this thing was very lethal. Xianxia temporarily couldn't find a way to deal with the spirit-replenishing fruit tree's endless soul tentacles. If he could really master this thing, it would be much easier for him to deal with the spirit-replenishing fruit. The spirit-replenishing fruit was a good thing, but the soul tentacles were very troublesome. However, there was no way to control the void law stone. Even if Xianxia extracted his soul origin and fused it with the void law stone, his own soul origin would be swallowed. He lost a trace of his soul origin. There was no way to replenish the soul origin if it was just a little bit. He didn't want to think that he could regain the power of the soul. Back then, for the world of reincarnation, he extracted a part of it. This time, he extracted another trace, but it was swallowed. It looked like ordinary water, but anything thrown in would disappear without a trace. The water was still clear. Xianxia propped up his chin and looked at the fish tank. His finger touched the surface of the fish tank, and circles of ripples formed on the water surface. His heart was stifled. 500,000 merit points. Every time he got the money, he would have something to buy. Xianxia took a vase and threw it into the fish tank. The vase disappeared. The water was still incomparably clear. Xianxia had the urge to take a sip. He wanted to see what would happen if he drank this thing into his stomach. Maybe she would disappear. He didn't dare to court death. Xianxia clicked on the system exchange store to see if there were any items that could deal with this thing. Xianxia didn't want to use the tank of water that he bought to decorate the system space. He couldn't even raise AF** kingfish. Xianxia's finger flipped through the system exchange store. In fact, he didn't have much hope. The system store probably didn't have such tools. As expected, Xianxia couldn't find anything. After all, it was too niche. Even if there were any tools, the cost would be very high. Moreover, no one would buy them. Therefore, it was normal that there weren't any tools. Xianxia looked at the fish tank and fretted. 500,000 merit points. Oh my god, 500,000 merit points. Xianxia's heart bled when he thought about it, but he couldn't do anything about it. This kind of useless thing was sold at a cheap price. What a black-hearted person. Businessmen were also treacherous. A silver-haired man was so stingy that it made one's hair stand on end. A black-haired man caught her and cheated her. It seemed like she was the only one who had the taxes to buy these strange things. Xianxia felt that he should chop off his hands. If he bought these useless things, he would use up all his merit points and power of faith. What if he encountered something worth buying but didn't have enough money? What if he could only watch helplessly as he missed it? Xianxia felt very stifled. Should he bring this thing to the silver-haired man? The feeling of running to his door and being cheated was a little complicated. Moreover, Xianxia didn't know if the silver-haired man would tell him the truth. Would he hide something? Xianxia felt so pitiful. What a sin. Xianxia decided to check it himself. He opened the system and searched. If he wanted to know, he could just do it. Xianxia entered the keywords Law of Nothingness Stone and started searching. The results of Xianxia's search were that there was no way to control this kind of thing. Anything that entered it would be assimilated and disappear. Rather than calling it devouring, it was more accurate to call it assimilation. Anything that entered would be assimilated. Xianxia was speechless. What a scam! What was the point of not being able to control it? It sounded like it had good lethality. It could annihilate and assimilate things. But it was something that could not differentiate between friend and foe. It sounded awesome, but it was a little useless. He bought such an expensive thing on impulse without thinking clearly. He should not spend on impulse. Could he return it? Ningxu opened the chat and asked Tian, I want to return it. Tian, who are you? What item did you buy? Once it's sold, it cannot be returned. F*ck, he was playing dumb. Ningxu replied expressionlessly, I am Ningxu. City Lord, what's the matter? Do you need any items? Tian asked. I want to return it, Ningxu said. Tian, City Lord, I'm afraid this is a little difficult. If it's an item from an auction, you can definitely return it. But this is a consignment item. The person who consigned it took the money and left. Ningxu was speechless. So the person who consigned it could not be found. Ningxu pulled his hair. Tian, this bastard. Ningxu asked, I'll sell it to you. Do you want it? If the city lord wants to buy it, I can buy it. How much is the city lord selling it for? The return price is a little cheap. Tian said directly, 250,000 merit points. Ningxu, get lost, get lost, get lost. Once it returned to him, he would lose 250,000 merit points. Ningxu would rather put the fish tank in the system space. He was happy to see it. He did not want to return it, so he kept the price low. Ningxu, doesn't your conscience hurt? A little. Ningxu could not find a way to deal with the law of nothingness stone for the time being. Since he could not return it, then so be it. Ningxu set up a water barrier at the mouth of the water tank. He was afraid that this thing would overflow, and then his system space would be gone. Fortunately, there was a fish tank to block it. Ningxu tapped the fish tank with his finger. What material was it made of? Ningxu felt that there were many materials that she did not recognize. Since he couldn't figure it out, Ningxu gave up and prepared to do the quest. Perhaps he would encounter the world's origin in the mission world. Ningxu lay down on the sofa and heard the notification from the chat system. Out of boredom, Ningxu opened it and saw that it was the cute little lowly system that he had not contacted for a long time. Is Kiss there? Ningxu was speechless. She really couldn't bear to say that she wasn't around. Yes. Is your master still busy with the matters of the plane? Ningxu asked. Yes, but the abnormalities in the plane have been dealt with. Now they are slowly merging with the plane's heavenly axiom. This time I am here to return the brain, the little lowly said. Ningxu, congratulations. She probably suffered a lot to have such a plane. Ningxu did not regret giving up that plane at all. He did not want to spend a lot of time there. Also, that plane was a little disgusting. The giant sperms multiplied unscrupulously. Even if he had that plane, Ningxu felt that it had been washed by a lot of sperm. Moreover, he did not know how long that plane would last. After thinking about it, the world that he built was still better. However, with her own world, the little lowly's mission became different. Her level became higher. Thank you for this time. My master said that he wanted to treat you to a meal. Thank you for lending him the brain. Are you selling it? The little lowly asked crisply. Ningxu, I'm not selling it. He really could not bear to reject a cute little lowly. Is that so? What a pity. What do you want in exchange? What do you need? I will try my best to find it for you, the little lowly said. Ningxu wanted to say the water element world origin, but he stopped. A world origin for a super civilization's brain was not a good deal. Ningxu said directly, I'm not selling this thing. The water element world origin would appear eventually. If he could not wait 1 day, he would wait 2 days. If 2 days were not enough, he would wait 3 days. However, a super civilization spent a lot of wisdom to create a brain. This kind of thing was not something that could be found easily. Oh. The little lowly was a little disappointed. She returned the brain to Ningxu. The brain appeared in Ningxu's storage box. Ningxu took out the brain. It was still black. Perhaps it was because he had not seen this thing for a long time. Ningxu felt that this thing in his hand was a little important. It probably absorbed a lot of mental power. Ningxu put the brain on the bookshelf. When he put it on, the bookshelf creaked and almost fell. Well, it was not heavier. It was much heavier. It was a win-win situation. Fortunately, the little lowly's mission enforcer was a man of his word. He returned it to her. However, even if he did not return it, she had a way to get it back. To be honest, Ningxu had piled up a lot of things in the system space. Initially, she had nothing. Back then, when she had nothing, Ningxu was like an ant moving things into the system space bit by bit. Now, she had some good things. Of course, there were also some useless things, such as a tank of water. Ningxu lay on the sofa and said to 2333, who had been silent the whole time, "I was impulsive. Why didn't you stop me?" "Oh, what did you buy?" 2333 said. Ningxu asked in surprise, "Don't you know that I bought a fish tank? I was absorbing energy. I don't know what's going on outside. Don't you have money?" "You bought a fish tank." 2333 looked at the fish tank. "How much did it cost?" 500,000. Ningxu said. It was indeed an impulsive purchase. 2333 said, "This thing is not easy to control. It will hurt others and hurt yourself." Ningxu asked, "Not easy to control? Does that mean it can be controlled?" "It can be controlled, but it will kill people. I think a lot of people who tried to control it died." 23,333's voice was a little cold. 2333's tone was very serious. It gave Ningxu goosebumps. Although there were no goosebumps, he felt that 2333 was a little crazy. Ningxu swallowed and asked, "How do I do it?" 2333 opened his lips and said, "It's simple. Jump in." Ningxu jumped up in shock and said, "Are you kidding me? Everything could be assimilated and devoured. If she jumped in, there would be nothing left. She would turn into a puddle of water." "I'm not kidding. Just jump in and merge yourself with the law of nothingness stone. You will be able to control it," 2333 said. Ningxu was speechless. Oh my god, this was no different from suicide. It was too risky. There was almost a 100% chance of death. Ningxu chuckled. 2333 said, "This is the only way. The law of nothingness can merge with everything in the world. If you can resist the fusion of the law of nothingness stone, you might succeed. After the fusion, there is a great benefit." 2333 paused. He had to keep Ningxu in suspense. Ningxu did not speak. No matter how great the benefit was, Ningxu did not hesitate to choose his own life. There were definitely benefits to such danger. However, if he could use time to become stronger, Ningxu would choose to use time. He would not choose to do something so dangerous. Yes, there is another benefit. You cannot be killed. 2333 said, "From now on, your body will become the law of nothingness. Any attack will be absorbed by your body." Ningxu. It was indeed very attractive. As expected, danger was accompanied by great opportunities. However, the problem was that there was a 999,999% chance of survival. The remaining 0.000000001% chance of survival was basically negligible. No matter how tempting it was, Ningxu didn't dare to take the risk since it meant certain death. It was almost certain death. There was no need to take the risk. Ningxu took a deep breath. He did not look at the law of nothingness stone. It was too tempting. However, it was also filled with the smell of death. Ningxu asked 2333, "How do you know this?" "Oh, I know a little about this thing," 2333 said. Ningxu, where did this knowledge come from? Ningxu was too lazy to ask. 2333 might not answer even if he asked. As expected, 2333 did not answer. Ningxu could not help but look at the fish tank. He said, "Go do the mission." 2333 asked, "Do the system mission?" Ningxu, did he not just do the system mission? No. Ningxu said. Okay. 2333 did not mind that Ningxu did not agree to do the system mission. Ningxu originally wanted to do a quest, but he felt that his mind wasn't calm. In the face of such a big decision, he needed time to calm down. Although it was a death sentence, birds die for food and men die for wealth. Ningxu wanted to fight. but at the same time, he was also afraid that he might die. If that happened, everything would turn into a puddle of water and there would be nothing left. However, if he were to fuse with this thing, his power would increase tremendously. He would be able to fuse with everything in the world and all kinds of attacks. The temptation was too great. Xianxia really wanted to sell this thing. Out of sight, out of mind, and out of mind. His heart was no longer as anxious. Forget it. Let's not do the quest first. I'll think about it. Xianxia said to 2333. Xianxia tapped with his finger and a black hole appeared before him. Xianxia walked into the black hole and disappeared from the system space. Xianxia stepped on the black sand and looked at the 9-palace mountain in the world of samsara. The evolution of this world wasn't complete yet. If it was really the world of samsara, then there should be a pool of rebirth. Xianxia looked up the information about the pool of rebirth. The pool of rebirth's function was to remove all memories, language, skills, and knowledge from the soul. It was a blank and pure soul. When the soul was reborn into the world of the living, it had to jump into the pool of rebirth to start a new cycle. The pool of rebirth's function was similar to the legendary Mangpo soup. After drinking it, one would forget their past and let go of their obsession. Only then could they reincarnate. That was why her status panel said that this was the world of samsara. However, a world of samsara without the pool of rebirth wasn't the world of samsara. But how did this pool of rebirth form? Xianxia felt like an idiot. She could only watch the world slowly evolve. The formation of a world wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. It was useless for her to be anxious. Xianxia placed his hand on the 9-palace mountain and felt a strong suction force sucking him in. Xianxia appeared in the square and looked at the people coming and going. There were some people in the square who were accepting missions or issuing missions. There were all kinds of strange quests. Some lost dogs, some lost cats, some went into the forest to explore, and some went to find treasures. Xianxia felt like he was playing a game. However, it was much more realistic than a game. In the game, he could return to the city to recover his health. However, if he died here, he would die. The first time he came here, he foolishly teamed up with someone else. When he heard that there were fruits that could strengthen the soul, he followed them. Moreover, he went to a dangerous place like the Valley of Wind. He was almost entangled by the soul of the fruit tree. Therefore, Xianxia wanted to understand this place. The 9-palace mountain had 9 layers of worlds. This was only the first layer. He didn't know what kind of worlds there were above it. Xianxia walked on the street and looked around. This was an ancient city. As Xianxia walked, he felt his clothes being tugged. He looked down and saw a child with a ponytail. The child looked to be about 7 or 8 years old. He smiled and asked, "Is this your first time in the God Star Stream? I have a complete map here. It only costs 1 spirit stone." Xianxia looked at the child. He had a body and wasn't in a soul state. He should be the descendant of the trial disciples. He couldn't leave, and he couldn't run to the top 9 levels. He could only survive and reproduce here. Xianxia said, "Little friend, I don't have any spirit stones." She really didn't have any spirit stones. The boy was a little conflicted and asked, "If you really don't have any spirit stones, how are you going to cultivate?" "Oh, you are in a soul state. You should use a soul stone to cultivate." "How about this, I'll take 2 soul stones from you," the boy said. What was a soul stone? Was it the same thing as a spirit stone? Xianxia said, "This is my first time here. I don't know what you're talking about." She was Xiaobai. The boy was speechless. "How about this, I'll give you a small bottle of spirit liquid. You give me the information of the entire world," Xianxia said. Xianxia reached behind him and out of the black hole. A hand suddenly appeared in the system space and took the porcelain bottle on the table. There was a pool of spirit water in her system space. There were swaying lotus flowers. 2333 had already put the spirit water in a porcelain bottle for her. Xianxia's hand came out of the black hole and took out a small porcelain bottle. The porcelain bottle was not big. "This is spirit liquid. It's much purer than spirit stones," Xianxia said as he shook the porcelain bottle. The boy couldn't take his eyes off the bottle in Xianxia's hand. He raised his chin and said, I don't believe that this is spirit liquid. Ningxu opened the bottle cork and said, feel it. The boy leaned close to the mouth of the bottle and almost jumped up. Then he said, wait for me here. I'll be back soon. The boy ran away as if his boat was on fire. Ningxu stood there and waited for him. To be honest, Ningxu wasn't afraid of encountering danger here. If there was really danger, she could leave immediately. As long as she entered the black hole, she would be able to leave this place and come and go as she pleased. Could the water laws of this world be used? Ningxu condensed a fist-sized water ball and played with it in his hand. Very good, he could use the power of law. Soon, the little boy came over with a lot of things, including a few jade slips. He said, I've taken out all my treasures, can you give me the spirit liquid? Ningxu gave the spirit liquid to the little boy, took the things in his hand and said, keep the good things for yourself, and don't tell anyone that I have these things. Since I dared to take them out, I'm not afraid of being provoked. The little boy quickly shook his head, I won't, we're done here. He didn't dare to tell anyone, otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to protect this small bottle of things, and it would definitely be snatched away. Ningxu sent his consciousness into the jade slip. The contents of the jade slip were exploding. There were maps and detailed introductions. This level of the world didn't only have this city, there were other cities as well. Where there were people, there would be Jianghu, and there would be conflicts. Every city had its own sect, and of course, only the strong had the right to speak. Many experts would rather enjoy the resources and respect on the first level than go to the second level. Furthermore, going to the second level would cause them to be tortured by the space blades and wind blades. Those who didn't have absolute strength, or those who didn't have great ambitions, all chose to stay and develop their strength on the first level, forming large clans. Furthermore, the world here was so big, it was about the same size as the outside of the Nine-Palace Mountain. There were many demonic beasts here, and some of them were ancient demonic beasts that were extinct outside. Each of them was incomparably powerful, and lived in the mountains where humans rarely went. Sometimes, they would come out to show their presence. There were many cities, and after continuous reproduction, there were also many people. This was a complete world. If the world on the first level was like this, then what about the world above? Ningxu was really envious of the Nine-Palace Mountain. The use of spirit stones was something that cultivators needed, but the use of soul stones was not connected to the world of reincarnation. The soul of a cultivator was strong, and after death, they could continue to cultivate, but if they encountered irreversible damage, their soul would still disappear. But even though the consciousness in the soul had dissipated, the soul power was still there, and the soul essence was still there. Those things were absorbed by the world and became soul stones. The soul stone contained the power of the soul, and the best soul stones even contained the source of the soul. These soul stones became the cultivation method of soul cultivators. They relied on soul stones, just like how cultivators relied on spirit energy and spirit stones, becoming the source of power. A soul stone with soul power and soul origin, this was amazing. This world even knew how to be self-sufficient and recycle. Soul stones and spirit stones were the same as currency here. Ningxu's eyes lit up. If she obtained this stone, would she be able to extract soul force or soul source from it? He remembered that when he entered the black market in the virtual space, he had to extract a trace of his soul origin. In other words, soul origin and soul energy could both be obtained. But where would he get this soul stone? It seemed that there were soul stone mines, but they were all occupied by the big families. He just didn't know if the soul power and soul origin in the soul stone were pure or not, or if there were any negative things. The world wasn't so kind as to remove the impurities in your soul. It simply absorbed the soul and formed a soul stone. It shouldn't be too pure. Ningxu didn't dare to touch things that weren't too pure. After experiencing all kinds of worlds and meeting all kinds of people, the people around her had a lot of negative emotions. If she absorbed impure soul power, the negative emotions in the soul power would affect her and even cause her to go berserk. Negative energy could be contagious, not to mention directly absorbing it into her body and exploding on the spot. But if she could find a way to purify the soul stone, wouldn't she have profited? Soul stones should be unique to the Nine-Palace Mountain because the other planes were connected to the world of reincarnation. After a person died, their soul would enter the world of reincarnation. The situation in the Nine Palace Mountain wouldn't happen, where people and souls lived together. It seemed that this world could give her surprises. When she first came, she found the spirit replenishing fruit. This time, she found a soul stone. She really wanted to see what a soul stone looked like. Xianxia asked the little boy squatting beside her, "Do you have a soul stone?" "Let me see the soul stone." The little boy shook his head, "I don't have a soul stone, and soul stones make me feel uncomfortable. Living people rarely use soul stones." "Why?" Xianxia asked. "Soul stones are very cold. Some soul stones even have people's faces inside." It was a little disgusting. When Xianxia heard the little boy's description of the soul stone, she was a little disappointed. As expected, it was impure soul power and soul origin. So every time after completing a mission, the pure soul power of the person who entrusted the mission would be very precious. What should she do if she couldn't purify it? She chose to use the soul stone to strengthen her soul in a short period of time, filling her body with impurities and negative things. Xianxia was willing to choose a world to complete missions and earn pure soul power. But Xianxia still didn't give up on the soul stone. She wanted to get some back and think of a way to purify it. The power of the masses couldn't be underestimated. If she took this thing out, there would definitely be people who could think of a way to purify the soul stone. If she could purify the soul stone and turn it into pure soul power and soul origin, it would be a big deal. All the mission takers worked hard to complete missions in order to obtain soul power and become stronger. But if the soul stone could be purified, then there would be other ways to become stronger. After reading the contents of the jade slip, Xianxia returned the jade slip to the little boy and said, "I'll return the jade slip to you." The little boy immediately clutched the jade bottle that was stuffed in his chest. "Do you want to take the spirit liquid back?" Xianxia said, "I don't want to take it back. Take me to the trading area here to take a look." "Okay." The little boy immediately smiled and led the way for Xianxia. He also introduced Xianxia to some of the city's situation, such as where there were many thieves and which restaurants had good food. The jade slip introduced the city's clans and some powers, but it didn't introduce the details of petty theft. Not everyone here was strong. Not all the children of cultivators had spirit roots and had the opportunity to cultivate. Xianxia bought a bottle of spirit liquid at the trading center and obtained 5 soul stones. The soul stones were a bit like jade, but there were some spots inside, so they were probably not pure soul stones. Xianxia sensed it slightly and felt that there was soul power surging inside, and his heart was filled with desire for the soul stones. However, Xianxia still resisted the urge to absorb the soul power inside. Such impurities could not be absorbed. It was easy to absorb, but difficult to remove. Xianxia could still resist this temptation. After getting the soul stone she wanted, Xianxia planned to leave. She didn't know if she would be able to make a fortune if she sold the soul stone, a local specialty. Xianxia put away the soul stones. The little boy Xianxia said, "Is there anything else you want to know?" "I can tell you." When the little boy saw Xianxia take out another bottle of spirit liquid to sell, he guessed that she must have more spirit liquid. Xianxia had more important things to do now, so he shook his head and left. When he reached a hidden place, he opened a black hole and walked into it, disappearing. Xianxia returned to the system space and prepared to go to Water City to find Xian. He wanted to see if Xian could think of a way to purify the soul power in the soul stones. When he arrived at the auction house, Xianxia said directly, "I'm looking for your boss." When Xian heard that Xianxia had returned, his eyelids twitched. Thinking of how the city lord insisted on returning the goods, Xian felt a little helpless and went to the private room to see Xianxia. When Xianxia saw Xian, he put down his teacup and said, "I have something to talk to you about." Xian cupped his hands. "City lord, Xian is willing to take back the law of nothingness stones. But only half price." Xianxia said, "I have other things to talk to you about this time." As he said that, he placed a few soul stones on the table. "Take a look." Xian picked up the jade-like soul stones on the table and looked at them carefully. "There's soul power inside, and even soul origin?" Xianxia nodded. Xian was a little surprised at first, but then he was a little disappointed. "There seems to be some impurities in it. It's not pure." If it was pure, it wouldn't have come looking for you. Ningxu said, is there any way to get rid of the impurities? This is a little difficult. I don't think there's anything I can do. Tian placed the soul stone on the table and shook his head. Let's just leave this thing here. Let's brainstorm together. We'll definitely come up with something. If this thing contains pure soul power, you'll be rolling in money, Ningxu said. Tian cupped his hands and said, City Lord must be joking. How can Tian be so lucky? Even if I came up with a solution, I wouldn't have a source of goods. How can I be so lucky? Ningxu narrowed his eyes and sipped his tea without saying a word. Tian continued, I don't know if there's a sufficient supply of this thing. It took a lot of effort to obtain it. Pure soul energy isn't a lot. The cost and the reward are not equal. The only thing that's worth a little is the soul origin. It seems that the soul stone mines in the Nine Palace Mountain are all occupied by the big families. If she could find an unowned mine, she would have a sufficient supply. Ningxu shook his head. Tian said, although I don't know where the city lord found this thing, it's best not to absorb it directly. Ningxu nodded and left a piece for Tian. He took the rest. Tian didn't seem to want to take this business. He was even trying to find out where this thing came from. Ningxu had a strong sense of territory. He didn't want anyone to enter his world of reincarnation. Even if he found a soul stone mine, he would use the people in the Nine Palace Mountain to mine it. Ningxu kept the other stones and was about to leave. Tian cupped his hands, farewell, City Lord. Every time Ningxu saw Tian acting like an ancient person, he was not used to it. However, everyone had their own habits. Ningxu didn't say anything. After leaving the auction house, Ningxu carried the stone to the silver-haired man's consultation room. After walking for a while, he still ended up here. It could only be said that enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Ningxu walked into the consultation room. After all, he had plenty of money now. Ningxu sat on a chair. The silver-haired man came out with a book in his hand. He sat down and asked, what do you want to ask? Ningxu placed the soul stone on the table and pushed it in front of the silver-haired man. Is there any way to purify this thing? The silver-haired man picked it up and looked at it. How do you purify it? There must be a way to purify it. The soul power that the mission takers absorb is purified. Ningxu asked, how do you purify it? The main system has special equipment to purify souls, the silver-haired man said, but you can't deal with this kind of thing. Where did you get this from? You can sell it to the main system. The system store can buy it, the silver-haired man said. Ningxu, damn, does that mean I can't touch this kind of thing at all? At most, I'll get some merit or faith power from selling it. She had these things. What she lacked was soul power. She felt that there wasn't much soul power after every mission. Would it be better if there was an additional source of soul power? Ningxu asked, other than selling it to the main system, is there any other way? Yes, if you have the ability to remove the impurities. It was like using water. Could you turn sewage into tap water by yourself? It couldn't be. Ningxu, she wasn't strong enough to remove the impurities yet. It was already good enough that she could prevent herself from going crazy. If she could remove the impurities by herself, she wouldn't have come here. If you have a lot of this thing, you can sell it to the main system. Or if you don't want to sell it, I'll give you a proportion of the pure soul power, the silver-haired man said. Sigh. Ningxu was a little tempted by this plan. She would provide the raw materials, the main system would be responsible for the purification, and then everyone would be divided according to a certain proportion. Everything she did was for the sake of obtaining additional soul power. But she hadn't dealt with the main system yet. Just by looking at the system store, Ningxu felt that she might be cheated. There were sinkholes everywhere. But she didn't dare to absorb soul power that hadn't been purified. More or less, Ningxu planned to take back the soul stone and leave. The time in the consultation room was calculated according to the time. The silver-haired man said, 1 soul stone as the consultation fee, and an additional 100 merit points. 100 merit points. Was that the tax she collected from the silver-haired man? Now she wanted to take it back. Not only did she want to take it back, but she also wanted a soul stone. Dream on. She had taken something from him before, and now she wanted to take it back. But the problem was that she walked here on her own. This was truly a rather sorrowful matter. The soul stone won't be used as a consultation fee. Ningxu took back the soul stone. The silver-haired man said, I'm taking your soul stones to the main system to test if it can be purified. If I really want something from you, I want all your soul stones as a consultation fee. When the silver-haired man said this, there was a strong sense of arrogance in his tone. Even if I do this, what can you do to me? Ningxu placed a soul stone on the table and said, I seriously doubt that my question is worth 100 merit points. Did he really not want to take back the taxes from before? Furthermore, it was exactly 100 merit points more or less. He seriously suspected that it was done on purpose. If you waste any more time, it won't be just 100 merit points, the silver-haired man said. Ningxu took out 100 merit points and left. While she was at it, she also strengthened the barrier around Water City to prevent any problems from occurring. After that, she returned to the system space and asked 2333, how do I contact the main system? If it really can be purified, the main system will contact you. What you need to think about now is how to get a lot of soul stones. 2333 said. Did that mean he still had to enter the 9 Palace Mountain? The matter of the soul stones could not be rushed. Right now, the most important thing was to construct his own world. It would be better for him to do quests. He did not know if he could find any or veins. He was really making a ruckus here and there. He still had to go and complete the mission. Who knew, he might even be able to find the source of the world. Ningxu said to 2333, let's go do the quest first. They could look for the ore veins later. She had plenty of time anyway. Alright. Ningxu felt dizzy for a moment as he fused with a body. However, Ningxu immediately felt that something was amiss. He could not open his eyes. Additionally, he could not move his body. He could only hear some people chanting in his ears. The 1,000-faced peach blossoms are better than 100 flowers. The Lonely Glory Spring Festival Gala stays in the prime of time. If the Qin people see it, they will praise it to their old lovers in Huyuan. There were even sounds of praise around him. Brother Li's poem is not bad. Brother Li is a genius. Ningxu was completely integrated into a body. He couldn't open his eyes. He could only use his spiritual power to check himself. He seemed to have turned into a peach tree. The branches were decorated with buds and delicate flowers. Ningxu, that was why she had turned into a peach tree. She wondered if it would bear peaches. In a pavilion not far away, a group of scholars dressed in formal attire were pointing at a peach blossom forest, each of them unruly. Ningxu didn't care about these people. Instead, he looked at the place where she was. It seemed to be a temple, and there were some monks. Ningxu felt that this place was a little familiar. He felt that he had been to this place before. Moreover, this peach blossom forest was also very familiar. She must have been to a place like this before, surely. Generally speaking, if it wasn't something important, Ningxu would throw it to the back of his mind and compress the information so that it wouldn't occupy his brain. However, Ningxu had some impression of this temple. A group of scholars were still reciting poems. They were reciting poems about peach blossoms. Seeing that these scholars were wearing thick clothes, it should be late spring. The peach blossoms in the temple had actually bloomed. That meant that this temple was relatively high above sea level and was the first to bloom. That was why it attracted scholars and poets. These scholars were talking to their heart's content. They actually started to pick the peach blossoms and broke the branches. Some scholars even said that they would take the branches back and put them in vases. Some scholars came in front of Ningxu and stretched out their hands to pick the flowers. A voice sounded, Brother Su, this tree is the biggest in the peach blossom forest. Perhaps it already has spirituality. Brother Su, don't hurt it. It's better to find another tree. Brother Li, I really like it. It's the biggest in this peach blossom forest. I heard that it has spirituality, so I picked a bouquet and put it in the study. Perhaps with this peach blossom, my thoughts will be like a fountain. Brother Su chuckled and said, Brother Li, let's each pick a bouquet. Ningxu rolled his eyes. Inspiration was related to flower arrangement. Ningxu very quickly accepted that he had become a peach tree. I think I'll pass. Brotherly shook his head and turned to leave. After Brotherly left, this brother Sue spat, poor as can be, yet you're so particular. You're just fishing for fame. If you have the ability, why don't you pick the flowers in the garden? Spirituality. All the peach blossoms in this garden are bathed in Buddhist light. They all have spirituality. This scholar muttered. Obviously, he was very disdainful of this Brotherly. His disdain was obvious in his words. These words were all heard by Ningxu. A feeling of annoyance appeared in his heart. He had a good impression of this Brotherly. Ningxu suppressed the emotions in his heart. Facing the fate of having his branches broken, Ningxu wanted to directly use his mental power to throw this guy out. Ba. Benefactor, please be merciful. All things have spirituality. This peach tree has always been growing in the Wuyo temple. It was originally a peaceful place for Buddhists. Benefactor, please be merciful to these peach blossoms. A monk with a white beard walked over and said. There was a scar on his head. His expression was calm and compassionate. Just by standing there, it felt like Buddha had come into being. Everyone didn't dare to be slow. They quickly put their palms together and bowed back. Master Huiji. Huiji. Ningxu looked at Master Huiji in surprise. This guy couldn't be the little monk Huiji, right? The little kid back then had actually become an old man now. No wonder he felt familiar. Wasn't this the world where she was the witch of the demonic sect? She had some interactions with this little monk. Back then, she was even joking. That scene surged into Ningxu's mind. At that time, Ningxu, Huiji, said, these peach blossoms listen to Sanskrit every day. Maybe they will develop Buddhist spirituality. Maybe a peach blossom demon will appear in your temple. That is good. Everything has a spirit. If a peach blossom really has intelligence because of Sanskrit, then it is fated with Buddha. Huiji replied. Ningxu held his chin and looked at the little monk. He then looked at the peach blossoms outside. He had already imagined the tragic love story between the beautiful monk and the peach blossom demon. But whether or not a peach blossom demon would appear was not certain. Now, she had become a peach blossom demon, but Huiji had become the old monk Huiji. There was even a tragic love story between the beautiful monk and the peach blossom demon. Ningxu wanted to wipe his face. So, there really was a peach blossom demon. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to counterattack. When he saw an old friend, Ningxu was a little emotional. Each time he met a stranger, he had to start from the beginning. It was a familiar background and character, so he was able to enter the zone quickly. Old man I haven't seen what Huiji looked like when he was young, but Huiji still looks dignified even when he's old. I reckon that when he was young, he was also a handsome bald man. It seemed like it wasn't a tragic love story between the beautiful monk and the peach blossom demon. This monk's Buddhist heart was firm and tragic love had nothing to do with him. Now, the peach blossom demon hadn't even transformed yet and Huiji was already so old. The age difference was too big. Since the abbot of the temple spoke, these scholars couldn't be thick-skinned and pick peach blossoms. Moreover, Huiji was an enlightened monk and even the royal family respected him. The scholars all expressed that the peach blossoms were too beautiful. If they could get an enlightened monk to read their fortune, if it was a life of great wealth and a pillar of the country, it would be twice the result with half the effort. Learning martial arts and selling to the royal family, wasn't this the ultimate goal? Women cultivated into jade color and sold to the royal family, it was all for the royal family and to work for them. However, Master Huiji didn't read people's fortunes often. There were only a few people who were read by him and all of them were important people. Huiji's style was a high-end and classy style. These scholars left in 2s and 3s. Those who passed by Huiji all bowed with Huiji. The last scholar, Brotherly, bowed towards Huiji. Huiji looked at Brotherly and said, young master will be rich in the future. You just have to do more good deeds and don't do anything that goes against human relations. Brotherly didn't expect that a master of virtue and prestige would actually read his fortune. Moreover, it was a fortune of great wealth. His family was poor and his parents had passed away early. He relied on his elder brother, but his elder sister-in-law was a sharp and unkind woman. Whenever she had nothing to do, she would viciously scold him by his ear, saying that he was a useless person who couldn't pass the exam and couldn't carry anything. Great wealth meant that he would definitely be able to pass the high school. Young master has a benefactor helping you, but you have a tribulation in your life. Whether it is good or bad depends on how you face it. Master Huiji added. Brother Li quickly bowed and suppressed his excitement. Thank you for your guidance. When the scholars who didn't go far heard the master's words, they were so jealous that their eyes almost turned red. Great wealth, such a poor guy actually had a life of great wealth. What a joke, the only thing a poor scholar could do was pass the high school. Could it be that this person would pass the high school? Many scholars scoffed at Brother Li. After these scholars left, the old monk Huiji asked the little monk to clean up the pavilion. He then took a praying mat and a wooden fish and sat cross-legged on the praying mat. He slowly knocked on the wooden fish in front of him and chanted scriptures. When Ningxiu heard the scripture, he felt as comfortable as if he was soaking in warm water. The tree branch actually began to sway. Not only Ningxiu's tree, but all the peach trees in the peach forest were swaying in the wind. The old monk Huiji looked solemn. His snow-white eyebrows and beard drooped down. Ningxiu tried to accept the plot. Oh, this world seems to be the tragic love story of the peach blossom demon, but it's not with the beautiful monk, but with that Brother Li from before. That poor scholar Brother Li's surname was Li, and his given name was Hui. His family was destitute with nothing but books on the walls. His parents were dead, and he was living under someone else's roof. Luckily, he had some talent, but he didn't have any room to display it. His family didn't even have the money to send him to the capital for the imperial exam. Li Hui was just a capable person. He couldn't do the heavy work at home and had to live with his brother and sister-in-law. He was like a freeloader. He couldn't even help out when the farm was busy. When Li Hui's parents were still alive, they doted on this son. They did everything they could to provide for this son. They would give Li Hui all the good food at home. Even if they boiled an egg, they would give it to their son without a doubt. As a daughter-in-law, she was always hurt. The old couple passed away, and now she was targeting them. They hated Li Hui all the time. The key was that Li Hui always said that he was a human and didn't lower himself to her level. Luckily, his brother was an honest person and didn't chase his brother out of the house. If there was something to eat, he would give it to him. However, it was impossible for him to go to the capital for the imperial exam. Even if they bought the land, they wouldn't be able to afford it. Moreover, the prices in the capital were so high that if he didn't pass, his family wouldn't be able to survive. Now, he was just living like this. There was no one to support him. It wasn't that no one supported him. It was the landlord's family. They wanted to marry their daughter to him, but Li Hui refused. The landlord's daughter was fat and only knew how to eat every day. Her face was round like a plate and her waist was like a water tank. She didn't have the slightest attitude of a woman. In people's eyes, a woman should have half-curved phoenix eyes with amber hidden. Her red lips were like cherries, her smile was like a blooming flower, and her voice was like jade. Bright and clear like the moon covered by light clouds, drifting like snow in the wind. This was a woman. The landlord's daughter was a pig. Li Hui refused. If he married this kind of woman, wouldn't he be laughed at by the other disciples? Li Hui's refusal made his sister-in-law even more sarcastic. He didn't even look at himself. Could it be that he wanted to marry a fairy beauty? His family was so poor that he couldn't even afford to eat. He only knew how to be poor. However, Li Hui really met a fairy beauty. This beauty's face was like a peach blossom. Her figure was slim and graceful. She was refined like a flower shining on water. Her actions were like the wind and willows. She was like the difference between heaven and earth with the landlord's daughter. Li Hui followed this woman to the mountains and found that this woman lived alone in a straw hut in the mountains. He found an opportunity to strike up a conversation with the woman and asked her name. The woman bowed and said, Tao Yao. Li Hui murmured, Tao Yao Yao, dazzling. The son of Yugue, suitable for his wife's family. The Tao Yao Yao, suitable for his wife's family. The Tao Yao Yao, suitable for Yi Zhenjin. The son of Yugue, suitable for his family. You really deserve the name Tao Yao. Thank you, young master, for your praise. Tao Yao said calmly. After a while, Li Hui and Tao Yao gradually became familiar with each other. They had a good impression of each other and lived together. Li Hui's life was taken care of by someone. There was also a beauty by his side. His days were very comfortable. However, Li Hui gradually became worried. Tao Yao asked him why. Li Hui said that he had talent but was not used. Because of money, he was burdened by money and had no way to show his talent. Tao Yao had no choice. After thinking about it, he could only use weaving to earn money for Li Hui. However, weaving was a very slow job. Li Hui was about to participate in the autumn examination. If he missed it, he would have to wait for the next time. Tao Yao had no choice. He ran back to Wuyu Temple and found Huiji. He said, "Master, please lend me money so that Li can participate in the imperial examination." Tao Yao promised to slowly weave to repay the money in the future. Huiji said, "Do you know what will happen to you if he falls in love with you? You are a mountain spirit and he is a person who covets the riches of the world. The two of you will not have a good ending together. Master, please lend me money." Tao Yao knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Huiji. "You are half a Buddhist disciple, but now you are deeply in love. This is the root of disaster." Huiji shook his head and gave Tao Yao a bag of money. Ningxu could figure out the rest of the story even if he used his hair. Humans and demons were different. This kind of thing never had a good ending. There were actually a lot of lies. "When I rule the world, I promise you the world as your home. When I rule the world, I'm afraid you're a captive flower. When I have nothing to worry about, I promise you to wander the world. When you have nothing to worry about, I'm afraid you're no longer a beauty. When I'm a soldier for half of my life, I promise you I'll talk with you. When I'm a soldier for half of my life, my childhood sweetheart is already married. When I'm successful and famous, I promise you'll enjoy the flowers under the moon. When you're successful and famous, the person in your arms will have a rich family. When I'm tall and strong, I promise you a red wedding dress. When you're tall and strong, I'll marry my own husband. When I'm rich and glorious, I promise you 10 miles of peach blossoms. When you're rich and glorious, your beauty will wither and turn into sand. When a man is poor and down, a heavenly beauty who can turn stone into gold appears, allowing him to rise to glory." Actually, the existence of this peach blossom demon was Li Hui's cheat. Although Li Hui was born in a poor family, he had never suffered much since he was young. His parents died and he relied on his brother and sister-in-law. His brother and sister-in-law couldn't give him a future. Now, a peach blossom demon appeared. It was indeed a benefactor who helped Li Hui to rise to the top. Li Hui was in high school and the person in his arms was from a rich family. This kind of result wasn't strange at all. A man had 3 blessings: promotion, wealth, and a dead wife. To gain a foothold in the officialdom, he had to have a father-in-law who supported him. Then, the existence of the peach blossom demon was like a fishbone stuck in one's throat. If Li Hui only killed the person, it would be fine. However, the Taoist priest that Li Hui found to deal with the peach blossom demon killed the peach blossom demon and even took the peach blossom demon's soul. He made it into a magic weapon and trapped it in a jade pendant. From then on, this jade pendant became Li Hui's protective talisman. Every time Li Hui encountered something, it could turn misfortune into a blessing. Of course, these injuries were damaging Tao Yao's soul. Li Hui's career was like being helped by God. He became more and more powerful. From a commoner under the control of the aristocratic families to a level where he was only second to one and above tens of thousands. It was really inspiring. If Tao Yao was reaping what he sowed, he also caused Master Huiji, who gave him life, to pass away. Tao Yao used his last bit of strength to ask for a counterattack, saying that he would offer up all of his soul power. Ningxu smacked his lips. Back then, the Piqiao had been used as a magic tool, but its soul power had already been nearly depleted. Even if it used all of its soul power to counterattack, it wouldn't be able to do much. Ningxu rubbed his chin in deep thought. Of course, he had no hands or chin. This was originally a martial arts world. How did it develop in the direction of mountain ghosts and strange stories? He didn't know how much time had passed in this plane. This mission was naturally to save Taoyao from certain death and save the little monk Huiji. Of course, Li Hui was not to be let off either. Ningxu thought to himself, and he felt that there was something staring at him from the sky, giving him immense pressure. He immediately suppressed the bad thoughts in his heart. Ningxu looked at Huiji, who was reciting scriptures in the pavilion, and sighed. If it was the peerless Baldi, perhaps he would have a relationship with the monk and wouldn't have fallen to this extent. Although Huiji's Buddhist heart was stable and his heart towards Buddhism was firm, he wouldn't treat Taoyao like this. He might even tell Taoyao to cut off his ill-fated relationship and convert to Buddhism every day. These kinds of stories about lazy scholars and mountain spirits were all over the streets. Beauties and anything else would be presented to you. Ningxu looked up at the sky and felt that the heavens might have locked onto her. It was a very heavy feeling. It wasn't easy for mountain spirits to form. Why were they staring at her all the time? Did they think that she was beautiful? Perhaps Ningxu's thoughts had challenged the heavens' might. The sky exploded with a boom and a huge thunder rumbled. Ningxu instinctively curled up her branches, afraid of being struck by lightning. Mountain spirits were most afraid of lightning. Lightning was the most yang in the world, and these mountain spirits were very afraid of being struck by lightning. It wasn't easy for them to cultivate and take form, but they were struck to death in the end. In particular, mountain spirits were even more afraid of lightning. In many mountain forests, hundreds of years old trees were suddenly struck by lightning and turned into charred wood. Sigh, the tribulation had failed. Ningxu could only silently say in her heart, "Master, I was wrong." Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Although she absorbed the power of lightning, it could be used to cultivate peerless martial arts. If she took it head-on, she would definitely become a burning stick. The thunder interrupted Huiji's chanting. Huiji held the wooden fish and looked at the clear sky. The sudden sound of thunder was especially strange. Huiji stopped chanting and let the novice monk put away the praying mat and wooden fish. He then fetched water to water the peach blossoms in the peach garden. Huiji carried the bucket of water in front of Ningxu. Ningxu felt that Huiji's body was really healthy. His beard and eyebrows were all white, but he could still carry a bucket of water. His body was very strong. Huiji used the gourd ladle to scoop water from the bucket and poured it on the roots of the peach trees. Ningxu felt that there was a faint spiritual energy in the spring water and hurriedly absorbed it. No wonder the peach trees could become spirits. It was because they were bathed in Buddha's light, and the temple's spring water had a bit of spiritual energy. Although it had a bit of Buddha nature, it didn't understand love and hate and fell into the most beautiful love in the world. Ningxu stretched out a branch and touched Huiji's bald head. Time was like a butcher's knife. The little kid back then had already become so old. What did time do to him? Huiji felt that his head was itchy. He turned his head and saw that Ningxu had stopped moving. Huiji continued to water the other peach trees. He probably noticed it but didn't care. Maybe Huiji had already noticed that the peach trees had spirituality. With the help of the other novice monks, a patch of peach blossoms was finally watered. Huiji placed down the gourd ladle and clasped his hands together. He chanted Ba. Although his voice wasn't loud, the entire peach forest could hear Huiji's voice. Ningxu felt that something had merged into his body. It was warm, transparent, pure, and comfortable. It was probably the Buddha's body. Huiji had given Taoyao a new life. Without Huiji, there probably wouldn't be Taoyao. Taoyao caused Huiji to pass away. Part of it was because of Li Huiji. It was more or less a revenge for the death of one's father. Moreover, Taoyao probably worshipped Huiji. Taoyao respected Huiji a lot. Ningxu, who had turned into a peach tree, was really bored every day. She couldn't cultivate and could only slowly absorb the essence of the sun and moon. When there was no one around, she would shake her branches and rain petals. The heavens were always locking onto her. If she did anything bad in the future, would a bolt of lightning strike her? Humans were a race of fate, but they were much stricter towards mountain spirits. Maybe it was normal for a person to end up like that. After all, she was a monster. Demons and monsters were also proficient in illusory techniques, and their transformations were unpredictable. With a smile, they could become a beauty, and with a turn, they could become an old man. With their left hand, they could create a pavilion and a mansion, and with their right hand, they could create a family fortune in slow motion. However, it was useless. In the end, they would still be hung up and beaten. The demons expressed their sadness. Anything that didn't make sense would be related to demons. The flood was the work of demons, the plague was the work of demons, the earthquake was the work of demons, and when I was caught in bed with someone, it was that vixen who seduced me first. Demons could be said to be the role models of scapegoats, and no one could surpass them. During the period when the peach blossoms were blooming, the Wuyo temple was also quite lively. There was an endless stream of people admiring the flowers. Every day, scholars and poets would recite poems and couplets while facing the peach blossoms. Ningshu's ears were about to grow calluses from listening to them. Ningshu saw Li Hui in the group of scholars. Li Hui's clothes were not bad, but Ningshu saw through his spiritual power that his inner clothes were patched up. She guessed that the outermost clothes he wore were his best clothes. Ningshu couldn't help but think of a word: failure. Li Hui was quite good-looking. Wearing good clothes, his eyes were clear and bright, and his skin was delicate and white. He was obviously a child from a poor family, but he was raised to be so delicate and tender. Since young, Dodo was a person who did not do much. From the looks of it, he was an inconsiderate person. Although he looked wealthy, his cheekbones were a little high and a little mean. Harsh and merciless. Perhaps Li Hui found out that the client was a mountain spirit, but he accepted the client's help with a clear conscience. Perhaps the client was willing to contribute without asking for anything in return. However, Li Hui wanted to make her into a magic tool. Even after she died, he still wanted to exploit her and make her unable to reincarnate. This was a bit disappointing. It was just a wild beast. Ningshu clicked his tongue in his heart. As for Li Hui's words, it was just like what the other scholars had said. He was just trying to show off his noble character. Logically speaking, if one was literate, they could do many things. They could write letters to people and write couplets during festivals. They could also make a living. However, Li Hui felt that he was very noble and would not do such things. Every time there was such a banquet, Li Hui would be invited. After all, Li Hui had some talent and could come to support the occasion. If he wasn't invited, he would come himself. Li Hui thought that this was an opportunity to expand his network. Tao Yao was mesmerized by Li Hui's appearance. He muttered something about Tao Ji Yao Yao, and Tao Yao changed his name to Tao Yao. For example, the last time when someone wanted to pluck the flowers, Li Hui spoke up to stop them. This made Tao Yao's impression of this scholar go through the roof. Although it wasn't a big deal to have a bunch of flowers plucked, this scholar was really kind. How could she not know much about the world? After that, whenever Li Hui came to Wuyu Temple, Tao Yao would stare at Li Hui and memorize his poems. She was like a little fangirl. No matter how she looked at her idol, he was handsome. Ningshu yawned. With so many people, the air became dirty. It was better for her to wait for them to leave before she absorbed the essence of the sun and moon. Who knew when she would be struck by lightning and become a human? When Ningshu was bored, she would observe Li Hui. Li Hui saw that the scholars of the same sect looked envious and disappointed. There was deep hatred in the depths of his eyes. Every time the client saw Li Hui, Tao Yao's heart ached for him. He was a talented man, but because of his family, he couldn't fulfill his dreams. It really hurt. Ningshu, actually, it would be better if these people didn't come. However, Wuyu Temple's peach blossom forest was more famous. If they didn't let these scholars come, they would probably write poems and scold people at the entrance of the temple. A scholar's mouth and pen were the most powerful. Huiji probably couldn't do anything about it. After all, Wuyu Temple still relied on pilgrims to provide for it. Luckily, when the flowers withered and bore peaches, these scholars wouldn't come. Otherwise, they would think that they were here to eat peaches. Scholars treated money like dirt. They definitely wouldn't do such a petty thing. However, Li Hui ate a lot of these peaches. They were all given to him by the client. Actually, the client rarely ate and only ate bland things. He basically didn't eat meat. As half a Buddhist disciple, the client didn't kill. Sometimes, he didn't even sleep at night to absorb the essence of the sun and moon. It was inevitable that Li Hui would see it. It was inevitable that people like Li Hui would succeed. He was ruthless and took what needed to be taken away. As long as he could live a better life, even if he knew that the client was different from ordinary people, he didn't say anything. She could only blame the client for thinking too highly of people. Just a few words and he made her have a good impression of him. To judge a person's character, one had to look at their actions. If they said that money was a sin, they would take it. If they said that beauty was a disaster, they would climb to the top. If they said that smoking and drinking were harmful to the body, they wouldn't quit. If they said that heaven was beautiful, they wouldn't go. This world was full of lies. To truly see a person's true colors, one had to look at their actions. Sweet nothings came out effortlessly from his mouth. He didn't lose anything at all. If they really wanted to give something, they would take action. They wouldn't just enjoy what you gave with a clear conscience. After these scholars and pilgrims left, there were novice monks who came to clean the pavilion and the peach blossom forest. Huiji would come to the pavilion every day to chant scriptures. Ningxu felt that the little monk Huiji could be considered a living Buddha. Every time he chanted, Ningxu felt that there was energy flowing into her body. In order to speed up her transformation, Ningxu desperately absorbed the energy, hoping that she could transform faster. Under Ningxu's efforts, on a dark and windy night, a bolt of lightning struck and Ningxu appeared. Of course, the feeling of being struck by lightning was heart-wrenching. It was as if her soul was being torn apart. Her entire body was in pain as if she was being electrocuted. Moreover, it came one after another. It felt as if she would only stop after being struck into ashes. Ningxu was rooted to the ground and had nowhere to hide. She could only endure the lightning strikes on her body. Ningxu could only grit her teeth and endure, hoping that the lightning would pass quickly. She didn't dare to challenge the heavens. What if she was struck to death? Huiji put on his clothes and came over. Seeing the lightning on the peach blossom tree, he chanted Ba. He sat cross-legged on the ground and started chanting. Huiji's chanting gave Ningxu some strength. The power of the lightning gradually weakened and dissipated. Ningxu felt that her body was filled with energy again. The peach blossom tree transformed into a body, wearing a set of pink clothes. Ningxu touched her face. She could finally walk around. She was rooted to the ground and couldn't move. Ningxu walked in front of Huiji with her hands behind her back and shouted, "Little monk, no, old monk." Huiji opened his eyes and saw Ningxu's peach blossom face. His expression was normal. Upon seeing an old friend, Ningxu sized up Huiji. Although his eyebrows and beard were white, there were no wrinkles or age spots on his face. His eyes were still clear and transparent. Even when his beard was white, his eyes were still pure, reflecting her peach blossom face. The filth of the world seemed unable to get close to him. To be honest, seeing such a young monk, no, old monk, he really wanted to press him into ink. Being sized up by Ningxu, Huiji stood up and bowed. "Since you already have a human form, you should convert to Buddhism. You are bathed in the Buddhist light and are a person with wisdom." Ningxu tapped his chin and looked at Huiji. "Young monk, no, old monk, how long have you lived?" "This penniless monk has lived for more than 150 years, said Huiji. 150. Huiji had lived for so long. He was probably good at maintaining his health. With his age, he could apply for the Guinness Book of Records. It was no wonder that the person who commissioned him could become a spirit. After all, he had bathed in the Buddhist light for more than 100 years. Then, he wouldn't be able to see people from the past. Things remained the same, but people had changed. Ningxu bowed. "Thank you for saving me, master." Huiji nodded. "You were born with good looks. Don't walk around the mortal world. The world is so big." "I still want to see it," said Ningxu with his hands behind his back. Huiji frowned. Why was she so disobedient? Were all mountain spirits so playful? It was worrying. The girl who jumped out didn't seem easy to deal with. Huiji frowned and his drooping eyebrows twitched. Ningxu really wanted to pull Huiji's eyebrows. Huiji had probably been serious since he was young. In the plot, Huiji helped Tao Yao, who was being pursued by a Taoist priest. In the end, he passed away with old arms and legs. To Taoyao, Master Huiji was like a parent. After Master Huiji was killed, Taoyao almost risked his life to kill the Taoist. The rules of heaven and earth had greater restrictions on the spiritual monsters in the mountains. Once a spiritual monster did something harmful, it would be killed after a period of time. The consequences would be more severe each time. When the Taoist saw how vicious Taoyao was, he directly captured her soul to make her atone for her sins. She then became the soul of the magic tool. Time and time again, she had no choice but to protect the safety of the person she hated. She was tortured to death. The person she once loved was now in the arms of another person. Watching him walk step by step on the road to success, he asked himself if he was oppressed. He was simply oppressed to the point of bleeding. Sometimes, one really couldn't stand being willful in life. Perhaps the person who had entrusted Li Hui with a pure heart had never thought that she would end up in such a tragic state. Ningxu analyzed for a moment. As long as a woman of low status followed Li Hui, he would still abandon his wife and children. However, because the person who entrusted him was a demon, he would not be able to rest in peace even in death. Whether it was a human woman or a spiritual monster, they were just stepping stones for Li Hui. If Taoyao didn't suffer such a fate, other women would suffer such a fate. Unless the woman's status was noble, it would be difficult for her to escape such an ending. Selfish, cold, mean, and ungrateful. Ningxu said, "Master, I'm a little hungry. Is there anything to eat?" The mission this time was to protect this old man. He was supposed to be a person who could become Buddha, but he died just like that. Huiji saved Taoyao because he truly bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. He felt that all things had spirits and were fated with Buddhism. If he could convert them, it was better than an ignorant spiritual monster who didn't know the world of humans and didn't know anything about the mortal world. It was better than harming people without knowing anything. It was really a great ideal. He was really doing it to save all living beings. When Huiji heard that Ningxu wanted to eat, he didn't know why, but when he saw her like this, he inexplicably thought of her. When he saw an unscrupulous woman, his heart was so tired. Huiji went to Ningxu to cook a bowl of vegetarian noodles. Ningxu sat in the pavilion and shook her legs. When she saw the vegetarian noodles, she picked up her chopsticks and started eating. The noodle soup is quite delicious. Is it chicken soup? Ningxu asked as she sucked on the noodles. Huiji was speechless. Ba. The soup made from wild mushrooms is not chicken soup. Monks don't kill. Huiji had lived for so long and had long cultivated self-restraint. He explained to Ningxu and didn't take Ningxu's words to heart. He just treated it as a mountain spiritual monster who had just transformed and was similar to a baby. However, this personality, it needed to be polished. It seemed that she wasn't someone who could sit still and meditate. As Ningxu ate the noodles, she said to Huiji, "I want to go out for a walk." "How have you been all these years? Haven't you walked through the mortal world?" Ba. I naturally walk through the mortal world. I have to enter the mortal world to save the world. It's just that you have just transformed. There are many things in the mortal world that you don't know. You don't know about the greed, anger, stupidity, hatred, love, and evil desires of the mortal world. Moreover, your appearance will attract the covetous of some evil people, Huiji said. If you want to join my Buddhist sect, I will accept you as my disciple. Ningxu supported her head and said, "If I don't experience greed, anger, stupidity, hatred, love, and evil desires, how can I become a Buddha? I'm just afraid that you will be blinded by the mortal world." Huiji frowned. "This spiritual monster? If I'm blinded by the mortal world, you can come and save me. Let me turn back from the sea of suffering," Ningxu said with a smile. "When the time comes, I will definitely listen to Master and turn back to the shore." Brat, this feeling emerged in Huiji's heart. Ningxu made a proper Buddhist vow. "Thank you for your kindness, Master. If it wasn't for Huiji, there wouldn't be Taoyao." Huiji stroked his beard. "Then you are my disciple." "I want to go out for a walk," Ningxu said. If she didn't go out, how could she meet Li Hui? How could she send warmth to Li Hui, Huiji? It felt like all the words he said before were in vain. However, spiritual monsters who transformed were all babies. They were all temperamental and didn't know good or evil. Huiji patiently said, "It's not that I don't want you to go out. It's just that the outside world is something you can't deal with right now. You can become a lay disciple first." "Monk, is it really okay for me to be a woman in your temple?" Ningxu asked. "We are all living beings, regardless of gender. Only those who have evil in their hearts would look at others with eyes blinded by the mortal world," Huiji said calmly. He was practically glowing from head to toe. "Ningxu, F***ck, why does it sound like he's saying that she's blinded by the mortal world?" He definitely wasn't talking about her. Although she was full of the scent of the mortal world. Ningxu's heart surged with a sour feeling. There was guilt, discomfort, and an indescribable feeling of dependence. In Taoyao's heart, Huiji really was like a father. Ningxu nodded. "Alright, I'll stay here for a while before leaving. Master, please take care of me." She had even become Huiji's disciple. She was inferior to him for a lifetime. In the past, they had interacted as equals. Now, when she saw Huiji, she still had to bow. Huiji was already prepared to talk to this peach blossom demon until dawn, but the other party immediately agreed. This temper, it was a little bad. "Alright, from tomorrow morning onwards, you will do morning lessons with me. Do you want to stay in the peach blossom forest or find a room to stay in?" Huiji stood up and patted his old waist. "Of course I want to sleep on the bed. I'm a little tired of living in the peach blossom forest for so long," Ningxu said. "Shouldn't peach blossoms be gentle? Shouldn't it be like those scholars who recited that it was suitable for a family, so direct?" Huiji could only attribute it to the wild spirit of the mountain that had not been removed and did things according to its heart. "There are some etiquette in the human world that you still have to learn. Since you want to enter the world, you should integrate into the mortal world," Huiji said gently. "Thank you for your guidance, Master." "Master, go and rest. Don't stay up late, you will have dark circles," Ningxu said. Huiji was really tired. His heart was tired. It was similar to that arrogant woman. Could it be that he was the reincarnation of a woman? "Huiji, what hatred?" Ningxu found a side room and settled down. Then, she sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. What she cultivated was a secret book suitable for the cultivation of plant spirits. She had a lot of secret books in her hands. Usually, she would use peerless martial arts. However, Ningxu tested it. Cultivating peerless martial arts was not as useful as cultivating a secret manual specially designed for plants. Moreover, it gathered spirit energy faster. Ningxu opened her eyes. Her hand turned into vines that crawled all over the room. However, the spirit energy was also used up. In order to conserve spirit energy, she could only use them one by one. Ningxu retracted her vines and raised her head to look at the sky. She felt that there was always a dark cloud above her head that followed her like a shadow. Who knew when a bolt of lightning would strike down? This feeling was really terrible. Which human had a dark cloud above their head? They were too biased. Ningxu only dared to think in her heart. What if another bolt of lightning struck down? He was covered in golden light, but she had a dark cloud above her head. Although spiritual monsters had some strength, the restrictions on them were quite strong. If Ningxu were to run over and kill the blessed Li Hui now, he would definitely be punished by the heavens. F***ck. Initially, Ningxu thought that she was here for a vacation. At first, Ningxu felt that her mission was really simple. Wasn't he just a poor scholar? But the heavens were helping him. Was she really not in a strange stories from a Chinese studio? It was really like a story that required women to sacrifice themselves for men. When a man was poor, he would have a beautiful demon to give him warmth. When he was rich, he would have a rich young lady and a princess. The demon would even become his protective talisman, reaping all the benefits. Pure fantasy, Ningxu did not dare to put his hands on his hips and curse the heavens. He could only cultivate silently. Then, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. It seemed that he had just fallen asleep when he heard a loud bell ring. Ningxu sat up straight. It was time for the morning lesson. Ningxu drank a mouthful of water and was about to go to the main hall when someone knocked on the door. A novice monk outside said, "Junior brother, it's time for the morning lesson." Ningxu nodded. When he reached the main hall, all the monks looked at Ningxu. Ningxu was a beautiful girl. When such a girl appeared in the temple, the monks all whispered to each other. When some of the younger monks saw Ningxu's face, they immediately shrank back as if they had been scalded. Their faces turned red. Ningxu calmly found a futon and sat down. Huiji said loudly, "This is Bodhi." Alright, even the name was changed. Ningxu did not have any objections. Previously, she did not tell Huiji what her name was. Now, she gave herself the name Bodhi. One flower, one world, one leaf, one Bodhi. Ningxu clasped her hands together. "Thank you, Master." "Master, this is a little inappropriate." A middle-aged monk frowned and said. Huiji said calmly, "What's inappropriate about it? Living in the world is just a matter of appearance. It doesn't matter whether one is a man or a woman. What's important is the heart of Buddha." "Bodhi, don't you think so?" Huiji asked Ningxu. Ningxu clasped her hands together. "Master, you are right." "Alright, let's start the morning lesson." Huiji closed his eyes and started chanting. All the monks chanted together. The sound of chanting spread throughout the main hall. It was low and deep, forming a special aura. Ningxu felt a warm thing enter his body. It should be the Buddhist light. Bathed in the Buddhist light, Ningxu could not feel the dark clouds above his head. It really gave people a strong impulse to become a monk. Huiji had the golden merit light and directly chased the dark clouds away. The dark clouds above his head gave people a really depressing feeling. Ningxu closed her eyes and immersed herself in the scriptures. Her heart was calm. After the morning class, Ningxu went to the temple's cafeteria for breakfast. The monks, who had been instilled with the idea that women were fiercer than tigers, immediately hid far away when they saw Ningxu, allowing Ningxu to take the food first. Ningxu realized that Huiji's way of health was to be hungry. To be precise, he only ate half of every meal. Huiji said to stuff his stomach full. If he couldn't eat any more, that would be greed. Ningxu transformed into a human and stayed in the temple. At first, the monks were not used to Ningxu, a girl who suddenly appeared. But as time passed, they got used to ignoring her. She learned a lot of scriptures from Huiji. That was how willful her memory was. Huiji also brainwashed Ningxu, saying that Ningxu had the root of wisdom and shouldn't think about the evil fate in the mortal world. Studying Buddhism was the right thing to do. Ningxu said, "Master, I want to enter the world." Huiji didn't say anything. He just told Ningxu to be careful. He said that people's hearts were sinister and that etiquette was broken. She had to be careful. Then, is human nature good or evil? Ningxu asked. Huiji said kindly, "Of course, human nature is evil. Babies don't know what's right and wrong. They don't know what's good or evil. Postnatal education is to guide them to be good. If human nature is good, why would they need to be guided? When you walk in the mortal world, you just have to remember that human nature is evil. It's just that some people are guided to be good and some people don't succeed." Ningxu nodded. "I understand. Master, you're right. Enter the world to save people. If you can help, do it. You also have to remember to protect yourself. If you can't even convert yourself, how can you convert others?" Huiji said calmly. Ningxu nodded. "Master, you're right. Since ancient times, there have been many men and women. Don't fall into the tribulations of love and lose your own heart. Moreover, you're a mountain spirit. Humans and demons have different paths. Those who are not of our race will be killed. You have to remember your identity." Ningxu said, "Master, you're right." Huiji was speechless. Huiji didn't know if the girl had listened to him. He said, "Go." Ningxu said in surprise, "Master, aren't you going to give me some money or something? Beg for alms. Since you want to enter the world, you have to feel the pain of the world." Huiji gave Ningxu a bowl for begging. "No, for begging." Ningxu looked at the alms bowl and asked, "Why isn't it a golden alms bowl? Why would you use a golden alms bowl to beg for alms? Such a flashy action isn't a Buddhist disciple." Huiji said, "Begging for alms is to let you feel the pain of the world. The lower you stand, the more you can understand. What if someone has evil intentions towards me if I go to beg for alms with my appearance? Ningshu asked again. You have to bear the burden of being beautiful when you are born beautiful, Huiji said. Back then, wasn't he also wanted to do that? Furthermore, he was still a child. If I go out like this and provoke someone to have evil intentions towards me, what is this action of mine? Is it like Buddha cutting his flesh to feed the eagle, sacrificing himself and attracting evil thoughts in people's hearts? Ningshu asked. Huiji was speechless. Why do you always talk back? It's worrying. What you are doing is not good, Huiji said. Ningshu nodded. The so-called good is to use the interests of the masses as the standard. If it goes against the interests of the masses, then my actions are evil. If my interests go against the interests of the masses, then I am not kind. Huiji was silent for a moment. If there is no conflict of interest, harming others is evil. What if there is a conflict of interest? Ningshu asked. There is only one position, Huiji said. What if I want to destroy the world and then my strength increases? Ningshu asked. Of course that is evil. What feud does the world have with you? Huiji said. But my interests are guaranteed, while the interests of the majority of people are not. Is this evil? Ningshu retorted. Huiji asked, why must you destroy the world so that your strength can increase? Because I want to. What a worrying child. Alright, take the things and go. If you don't want to go, stay in the temple and cultivate Buddhism with me, Huiji said. There are some principles that you don't have to distinguish. Use your heart to make a choice. I'd better go out and take a look. Ningshu took the bowl and looked at it. Did you use this? No, it's new, Huiji said. Master, I'm leaving now. Take care of yourself. Ningshu turned around and turned into an old woman with white hair. She had no teeth in her mouth and her face was full of wrinkles. She didn't look like a beauty at all. Ningshu felt that being able to transform into whatever he wanted was a characteristic of monsters. Although there was a dark cloud above his head, he could still transform into whatever he wanted. This skill was simply too amazing. This skill was given to demons because there were humans who needed demons to turn stone into gold for them. They could create many things that they wanted, such as fertile land, luxurious mansions, beautiful servants. Ningshu coughed and held the bowl in his hand. He said to Huiji in a hoarse voice, Master, can you give me something to eat? This old lady has been starving for half a month. Huiji put 2 copper coins in the bowl. Remember the rules of Buddhism when you go out. Don't be too reckless and arouse suspicion. Don't reveal your identity to others. Do you understand? Ningshu put away the 2 copper coins and said, Master, I'll remember. Huiji took off the Buddha beads on his wrist and handed them to Ningshu. These are the Buddha beads that have always been with me. Take them with you. With the blessing of the Buddha's light, you will be safer. Ningshu waved his hand and said, No need. Master, you should keep them for yourself. I have my own ability. Huiji didn't force him and said, You are a mountain spirit. Don't do anything outrageous. Otherwise, you will be struck by lightning like when you transformed. Ningshu rolled her eyes and looked at the dark clouds above her head. She felt that a bolt of lightning would strike her head at any moment. Master, I'll be leaving, Ningshu said. Huiji nodded. Ningshu waved his hand. Go. I'm really leaving. Ningshu walked out and looked back at Huiji. Huiji waved his hand. Ningshu asked, Master, are you really not going to give me some money? Huiji was speechless. Go. Huiji waved his hand. Ningshu didn't want to use this ability. He felt that if he used it too much, he would definitely return it when the time came. Ningshu walked out of the Wuyo temple in the appearance of an old woman. She hummed a tune along the way and searched for the world's origin. Even the dark clouds above her head couldn't stop Ningshu from jumping for joy. She turned around with her hands behind her back. With a tap of her finger, she set up a barrier above the Wuyo temple. If the Wuyo temple encountered any danger, the barrier would envelop it. Then, Ningshu went down the mountain. This world was similar to the one she came from. Counting the time, it had been more than 100 years. She couldn't see her old acquaintances anymore. Furthermore, the demonic sect didn't seem to exist anymore. It didn't seem to have disappeared. Instead, it had moved outside the pass. Ning Shu held the alms bowl and walked into the town in ragged clothes. Here, the client met Li Hui. Li Hui should be in the village around the town. Li Hui was from a poor family with a clean record. Ning Shu walked to the bun shop and prepared to take out a copper coin to buy a vegetarian bun. Since she was a Buddhist disciple, she should eat vegetarian food. The client didn't eat meat either. The boss of the bun shop saw Ning Shu and wanted to chase her away. However, when he saw the copper coin, he smiled and gave Ning Shu a vegetarian bun. Ning Shu sat on the side of the street and ate a bun. She held the alms bowl in one hand and sized up the people coming and going. She felt that some changes had happened in this world. The spiritual energy seemed to be abundant. In the past, it was just a martial arts world. Now, there were monsters. This was developing into a fantasy world. She didn't know if there were other monsters in this world. Fox spirits, ginseng spirits, etc. Ding! A copper coin jumped into Ning Shu's alms bowl. Ning Shu saw a maid throw the money into her alms bowl. Ning Shu smiled and said, "Thank you. Our young miss feels sorry for you," the maid said with her hands on her waist. Ning Shu looked at the sedan and saw a young miss with half of her face exposed. Ning Shu thanked her. "Thank you, young miss. I'll recite a Buddhist scripture for you." Ning Shu silently recited the prayer scripture and then accepted the copper coin with a clear conscience. "Here you are. Our young miss sees that you know how to repay kindness. This pastry is for you." The maid gave Ning Shu a handkerchief with the pastry wrapped in it. Ning Shu took the handkerchief and put the pastry in the alms bowl. She returned the handkerchief to the maid and said, "Take your young miss and leave quickly. If you give me the pastry, more people will come to ask for it later." This. The young maidservant looked around and saw that many beggars were looking in this direction and were coming over. The maid was shocked. She quickly returned to the sedan and said something to her young miss. Then, she asked the sedan bearers to carry the sedan away. Seeing that their target was gone, these beggars surrounded Ning Shu and wanted to snatch Ning Shu's food. Ning Shu ate the pastry in a few bites and then glided away. Pretending to be an old woman was not as useful as pretending to be a monk. Ning Shu pretended to be an old monk with a white beard. He held a bowl in his hand and then went from house to house begging for food, begging for alms. If the owner gave him a bite to eat, Ning Shu would recite a prayer. If not, then forget it. Ning Shu left the town and went all the way to the village. Of course, he was going to Li Hui's village. Then he walked to an ordinary farmer's house. From afar, he could hear a sharp and harsh voice cursing, "What the hell are you doing cooped up at home all day long? You don't do anything and think you can become the top scholar. Your brother works in the fields every day on such a hot day. He is so oily from the sun. You lie at home all day long. It would be strange if a trash like you can become the top scholar. You dress up like a dog and recite poems every day. You don't even look at yourself. Your heart is higher than the sky. You won't be able to become a high school student. You will starve to death as a peasant." Ning Shu listened to the farmer's woman's curses and finally understood that Li Hui would have a meteoric rise in the future. He let his brother divorce this woman and found a young and beautiful woman for his brother. Li Hui, who was in the house, heard his sister-in-law's curses. This kind of thing happened almost once a day. No, almost 3 times a day. When it was time to eat, she would find all kinds of reasons to bury him. It was good that he could not eat. Although it was not a matter of a day or two, every time Li Hui heard his sister-in-law's curses, his heart would be filled with anger. It made him unable to read his book. It was really hard to imagine how a woman could be so vicious. She did not have a bit of a woman's character. Women should be gentle, considerate, and talented. Shouldn't they be able to add fragrance to his sleeves, beautiful like a fairy, overflowing with talent, noble and unparalleled? This is what a woman should be like. Ning Shu watched as Li Hui's eldest sister-in-law cleaned the chicken coop while cursing indignantly. Then, she used a knife to chop the pigweed. Her mouth didn't stop, and her hands didn't stop either. She worked very quickly. Ning Shu stood outside the courtyard and knocked on the door. The eldest sister-in-law wiped her hands on her apron and muttered, "Who is it?" Ba." Ning Shu held the bowl in one hand and bowed with the other. Benefactor. In this era, ghosts and gods were still revered. Seeing Ning Shu, the sister-in-law immediately shouted, "Master." Ning Shu said, "I came here to beg for alms and heard some noise." The eldest sister-in-law's tanned skin was a little red. She was scolding her younger brother-in-law just now. "Master, I don't have anything good at home. I only have a few sweet potatoes." "Madam, give them to you." The eldest sister-in-law took the bowl in Ning Shu's hand and went into the house to put in a few boiled sweet potatoes. Ning Shu chanted Ba and read a passage of scriptures to the eldest sister-in-law. Then, he said, "If the family is peaceful, everything will prosper. Quarreling will harm people's luck and increase their hostility. It will also cause the person being scolded to have a venomous heart. Benefactor should not speak too fast to avoid planting a seed of disaster." Although it felt good to scold, what was the use? If it was Ning Shu, he would directly praise this guy to death. He would provide good food and drink, and no one would be able to get a handle on him. Even if it wasn't good in private, no one would believe you even if you said it out loud. Even if the younger brother-in-law really became rich in the future, there would be no reason for him to mention that his brother had divorced his wife. In this era, reputation was important. If one wanted to be an official, they had to have a good reputation. Of course, they also had to have good looks. If they were ugly, they wouldn't even be able to be an official. Since ancient times, everyone was obsessed with looks. The eldest sister-in-law was a little helpless. She didn't want to quarrel, but this younger brother-in-law was really a cold-hearted person. Other than eating, he usually stayed at home or went out for an entire day and didn't come back. He didn't care about the family. The eldest sister-in-law was like a mother. She also wanted to be like a mother. But this younger brother-in-law really made her feel bad. Moreover, he looked down on her. Li Hui heard the door suddenly become quiet. He vaguely heard people talking at the door. When he opened the door, he saw his eldest sister-in-law talking to a monk. Li Hui had a good impression of monks. Previously, living Buddha Xianxia of the Wuyo temple had predicted that he would be rich in the future. Now, a monk had appeared. If this monk could say that he would be rich in the future in front of his sister-in-law wouldn't keep quarreling. "Greetings, master." Li Hui walked over. Ning Shu cupped his hands. This was the first time he was observing Li Hui at such a close distance. His facial features were regular and he had a gentlemanly temperament. With one look, he felt that this might be a golden phoenix that flew out of a farmer's house. Yes, a golden phoenix guy. Moreover, Li Hui had a lot of luck. When Ning Shu was sizing up Li Hui, Ning Shu felt that the dark clouds above her head seemed to be brewing lightning. If she were to attack Li Hui, she was afraid that a bolt of lightning would strike her head. This kind of person was the legendary benefactor. Wherever he went, he would feel like he was being protected by the gods. Ning Shu said, "Benefactor is good." Ning Shu saw Li Hui's dignified appearance, as if he was waiting for praise. He couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Was it possible that anyone who had some cultivation and knew a little about physiognomy would be praised as a dragon or a phoenix among men? Ning Shu said to his sister-in-law, "This young master will definitely be outstanding in the future. In the future, this young master will take good care of you and repay you." His sister-in-law looked doubtful. Li Hui almost vomited blood. It was certain that he would be outstanding, but to repay his sister-in-law, Li Hui's heart was very uncomfortable. His sister-in-law treated him like this, and he still wanted to repay her. Li Hui was someone who could even abandon someone who had done him a favor, not to mention someone who had been insulting him. Ning Shu saw that Li Hui's expression was not good and chuckled. Li Hui was angry, but he couldn't blame a monk. Moreover, the other party had said that he would be outstanding, but why did he feel so sick of it? Ning Shu said Ba, and then said to his sister-in-law, "Benefactor, you must cultivate your moral character. You must not talk too much." "Thank you, great master." The sister-in-law hurriedly clasped her hands together. Ning Shu said Ba and turned to leave. She silently looked up at the dark clouds above her head and rolled her eyes. Only the dark clouds would not leave her. After Ningxu left, the atmosphere between the sister-in-law and the sister-in-law became very strange. Li Hui went back into the house. The sister-in-law endured it and didn't say anything. But when she was working, she used a lot of strength, wanting to vent the discomfort in her heart. Li Hui saw that his sister-in-law didn't scold him anymore, and felt that the monk's words were useful. He suppressed the displeasure in his heart. Li Hui thought about the approaching autumn examination and was very worried. If he missed it, he would have to wait a few years for the next one. He had already passed the previous examinations. Li Hui couldn't figure it out. He had reduced the taxes for his family, but his sister-in-law still scolded him every day. Did he not do anything for his family? He hated this kind of woman. In the future, his wife would definitely not be this kind of woman. Li Hui sighed. Where could he get the money to go to the capital? Did he really have to compromise with the landlord in the village and marry his extremely fat daughter? It was too insulting. Ningxu ate the boiled sweet potato. It tasted pretty good and was very sweet. Ningxu recited a prayer for Li Hui's sister-in-law. Then, he turned into a beautiful woman and touched his face. However, it was not Tao Yao's face, but another face. Ningxu sat on a tree branch and looked in the direction of Li Hui's house. As long as she was here, Li Hui would definitely appear. This was an opportunity. After the old monk left, Li Hui was worried about the money in the capital again. He took out his bright clothes and put them on. He took out a folding fan and prepared to go out. When the sister-in-law saw Li Hui like this, she knew that he was going out. Her heart was filled with anger. She felt like she was her brother-in-law's servant. She had never said a good word to him. However, the sister-in-law silently endured it. Although she didn't know if she could succeed, the master said that quarreling would hurt her luck. Li Hui looked at the town and passed by the tree where Ningxu was. When Li Hui passed by, she gently jumped down and passed by Li Hui as if nothing had happened. At first, Li Hui didn't notice it. Then, he couldn't move his eyes away. He quickly walked to Ningxu's side and said, I am Li Hui. May I know where you are going? You don't seem to be a local? Ningxu turned around. Her face was like a peach blossom. Her facial features were different from Tao Yao's, but she was still very beautiful. Li Hui took a look and quickly lowered his head. His ears were red. Ningxu smiled and said, I live in the mountains. My father is a hunter. This is my first time out. I guess I got lost. A hunter's daughter. Li Hui looked up and down at Ningxu. She had a good figure, a good face, and an outstanding temperament. Moreover, the clothes she was wearing didn't look like those of a hunter's family. Li Hui said, if that's the case, why don't you let me send you home? Do you know where my home is? Ningxu asked. Li Hui looked at the woman in front of him. Her eyes were as bright as stars. Her small lips were like cherry blossoms, and there was a fragrance coming from her body. He felt that she was nothing more than a fairy descending to the mortal world. I grew up here and am familiar with many places. Mrs. Father must be anxious. Ningxu shook his head. My father was actually killed by dumb insect a long time ago. Li Hui asked again, then do you live alone? Ningxu nodded. Li Hui insisted on sending Ningxu home. With a wave of his hand, Ningxu built a thatched hut deep in the mountains. Ningxu took Li Hui around. It was a mountain road, so it was not easy to walk. Li Hui's feet were covered in blisters. It was clearly spring, but his whole body was sweaty and sticky. It was very uncomfortable. However, the beauty was not panting at all. She looked very relaxed. Li Hui could only endure it. He could not leave the image of a weak scholar in front of the beauty. I found it, I found it. Ningxu pointed at the thatched hut. The thatched hut was surrounded by a fence. The fence was surrounded by morning glory flowers, and it was decorated with small purple morning glory flowers. There were some vegetables planted in the vegetable field at the entrance. There was a stream in front of the hut. The thatched hut looked like a fairy. Li Hui opened his fan and fanned himself. He said, I didn't expect this place to be like a fairyland. If I didn't know, I would have thought that Miss is a fairy. Li Hui looked at the beautiful Ningxu. His eyes were shining. Ningxu smiled and said, in the past, my father and I depended on each other. But after my father passed away, I lived alone. My father said that the people outside are very bad. He didn't let me go out. It was my first time going out, and I got lost. Li Hui cupped his fist and said, since Miss has safely arrived home, then I will leave first. Ningxu bowed. Thank you for sending me back. Take care. Li Hui was speechless. He had come so far. Was she not going to invite him in for a cup of tea? Fortunately, he remembered this place. Although it was a thatched hut, the woman's clothes were not something an ordinary person could wear. She had a pure personality. Then I will leave first. Li Hui took a few steps and turned back. He saw the girl return to her thatched hut without looking back. She didn't even look back. Li Hui could only comfort himself by saying that the girl was aloof from worldly affairs and didn't know the ways of the world. Then, he turned and left. He didn't go to town and return to his house. At night, he tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. His mind was filled with the beauty's voice and smile. She was an otherworldly woman, pure and beautiful. The next morning, Li Hui thought for a moment and took some fruits from home. He also picked a bouquet of flowers and walked to the thatched hut deep in the mountains. Ningxu was drying the herbs and turned a blind eye to Li Hui's appearance until Li Hui called out, Mississippi. Ningxu turned her head and asked Li Hui, you are? Li Hui said, I am the person who sent you home yesterday. Ningxu suddenly realized, so it's you. Young master, do you need something? Li Hui took out the fruits and handed a bouquet of flowers to Ningxu through the fence. Ningxu didn't take it and asked, what kind of flowers are these? I have seen many of them in the mountains, but I don't know the name of these flowers. Li Hui, This girl was really otherworldly. Was she not happy to be given flowers? Ningxu expressed that he had been given flowers in the previous world, but at least they had good intentions. However, Li Hui's actions were full of calculation. Although these flowers don't have a name, they are very beautiful. Miss, why don't you give them a name? Li Hui immediately said. Ningxu said, oh. In that case, young master, give it a name. Then it will be called Yanruyu. Li Hui stared straight at Ningxu's face as he said this. Then he realized that he was being rude and immediately lowered his head. I was too impulsive. Miss, you can be called Yanruyu. Ningxu said, my father always said that I was born beautiful. There are always some lechers who are impulsive. Li Hui, but young master seems very kind. You are not the lecher that my father said. You even gave me something. Thank you, young master. Li Hui secretly let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she was an innocent girl. Li Hui liked innocent girls. This kind of otherworldly fairy-like girl was what he liked. Li Hui wiped the sweat from his forehead. Ningxu said, young master, come in and have a seat. Have a cup of water. Li Hui immediately cupped his hands, sorry to disturb you. When he walked in and saw the furnishings, he was shocked. Although it was a thatched hut outside, the tables and chairs inside were exquisitely carved. There were delicate porcelain vases with bouquets of flowers. It was incomparably elegant. The outside was a thatched hut, but the inside was a completely different world. It was not bad to say that they were from a wealthy family. The furniture was probably made of expensive wood, and the workmanship was also very good. Through a thin bead curtain, one could see that there was a bed in the room next door. The light yellow mosquito net was embroidered with delicate patterns. One look and one could tell that it was a woman's room. There was a faint fragrance in the room. It should be from burning incense. Wealthy families were particular about people. Ningxu poured a cup of water for Li Hui and said, my family is poor, so there is nothing to entertain you with. Just a cup of tea. Li Hui sat on the chair and smelled the fragrance on the chair. Could it be the expensive yellow pear wood? Furniture made of yellow pear wood? Poor family. Li Hui picked up the white porcelain teacup. The teacup was very simple and elegant. There were only a few strokes on it, but the artistic conception was distant. It seemed to be the work of a master. There was a touch of light green floating in the teacup, and a few wisps of smoke were emitting warmth. Li Hui took a deep breath and tasted the tea in his most stylish manner. Just a cup of tea, this was probably the best tea he had ever tasted. The tip of his tongue was slightly sweet, and the fragrance of the tea slowly seeped from his nose to his throat. His limbs and bones were indescribably relaxed and comfortable, and his mouth was filled with the smell of orchids. Li Hui's expression was calm, but his heart was not calm at all. This naive little girl was actually living in a wealthy family, but she did not know it herself. And when she said it was a cup of tea, it was a cup of tea. There was no expression on her face at all. Li Hui only felt that this place was full of celestial aura, as if it was the residence of an immortal. It made him feel comfortable all over. It was much better than his own home. There were only 4 bare walls, and he could smell the stench of the chicken coop and pig pen in the room. Everything here was very elegant, and it was deep in the mountains. There was no one to disturb him, no need to listen to the sarcastic sister-in-law at home, and there was a beauty to accompany him. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Li Hui's mind. His eyes were glued to Ningxu's face. He only felt that this scene was so charming. Was he dreaming? Was he seeing a fairy in a dream? Ningxu, go look at your cock. Thank you for coming to see me. You can take these things back. I have fruits like this at home, and there are many in the forest. Ningxu said directly. Li Hui, she was innocent, but she didn't understand human feelings. Li Hui opened his fan handsomely and said, although you have this kind of thing, I won't take back what I've given away. If you don't want it, you can throw it away. Oh, Ningxu said, and then really threw the fruit out. Li Hui was cursing in his heart. What was going on? He said he would throw it away and he really threw it away. Ningxu saw Li Hui's expression and asked, can't I throw it away? You can throw it away. It's yours. You can do whatever you want with it. Li Hui felt that it was not an easy thing to make an otherworldly woman become affectionate, gentle, and considerate for love. However, this kind of girl was much better than those spoiled young ladies. Moreover, she was pure and innocent. There were advantages to not knowing anything about human affairs. If there was something wrong, she could just show it so that he wouldn't have to spend time guessing. Moreover, the autumn examination was about to begin. He had to prepare for it. Any of the items here would be enough for him to go to the capital for the examination. After mentally preparing himself, Li Hui no longer cared about this girl's displeasure at throwing away the things he had given her. Ningxu didn't say anything. She propped up her chin and looked at the calculation in Li Hui's eyes. Li Hui probably thought of everything in this house as his now. Li Hui saw that the girl was staring at him. Her pure eyes seemed to be able to see through his secret thoughts. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed and angry. Miss, is it safe to live alone in this deep mountain? Li Hui tried to find a topic to talk about. Ningxu directly said, it's very safe. My father taught me hunting skills. Normal wild beasts can't do anything to me. Last time, I even killed a wild boar. That beast was so big and had long fangs. However, I still killed it. But the meat was too smelly, so I threw it away. Li Hui was first surprised that a weak little girl could kill a wild boar. However, when he heard that the wild boar was thrown away just like that, he felt a little heartache. A wild boar was about 50 kilograms, close to 200 kilograms. It was all meat, and she threw it away just like that. Li Hui didn't get to eat anything with oil at home. Throwing away a wild boar like that still made Li Hui, who ate coarse grain every day, feel a burst of pain in his heart. She really was a prodigal. However, if she didn't squander, she wouldn't be so pure. Squandering definitely meant that the gaps between one's fingers were wide. More or less, some would leak out. It was enough for her to use. He didn't know which hunter was so rich that he could buy so many things for his daughter. Or did the rich hide in the deep mountains and forests? Li Hui drank his tea and saw that there were pastries on the table. These pastries were exquisitely made. Even the pastries of the rich families in town couldn't be compared to them. He asked in surprise, you made these pastries? Yes, I made them. Ningxu admitted. She didn't let Li Hui taste the pastries. It was a perfect example of what it meant to be ignorant of the ways of the world. Li Hui suddenly felt stifled in his heart. With his status, he couldn't just eat things without the permission of the owner. I don't know how the food you made tastes. I really want to try it. Li Hui looked at Ningxu with an aggressive gaze. Looking at a woman with such a gaze, the woman would usually feel embarrassed. Her heart would beat wildly, and she would be extremely shy. Ningxu had a look of surprise. Do you really want to eat them? These pastries have been on the table for a few days. They're probably spoiled. If you want to eat them, I'll give them to you. Li Hui, he was so honest that it was a little unbearable. Li Hui changed the topic and asked, are you literate? I'm literate. When I have nothing to do, I have to study Buddhist scriptures and pray for my father, Ningxu said. She didn't have to worry about food or clothing. She was literate. She even copied Buddhist scriptures when she had nothing to do. Her life was really comfortable. It made Li Hui a little jealous. He didn't have a good background. In order to climb up, he had to sacrifice a lot, dignity, and conscience. Some people didn't have to do anything and they could have a good life. Li Hui took a deep breath and suppressed the resentment in his heart. He said, then, I'll be leaving. Ningxu nodded and stood up to send Li Hui off. Li Hui, didn't she have any reluctance? Didn't she try to persuade him to stay? Li Hui was a little sad and angry. Why didn't she follow the routine? Shouldn't she be reluctant to leave and try to persuade him to stay? She should at least let him stay for a meal. But this woman didn't say anything. She only drank a cup of tea from beginning to end. Moreover, she didn't even refill it. It was so awkward. Li Hui saw that he had already left the courtyard, but the girl didn't say anything to urge him to stay. This made Li Hui a little unwilling. If it was a beautiful girl with such wealth and no parents, she would be his ideal wife. She would be able to support him like the landlord in the village, and she was also beautiful. She was much better than the landlord's daughter. Li Hui was a beauty lover. Every day, he would read poems about beauties. In his mind, all he could imagine was a fairy-like lady. This lady completely matched his taste. Li Hui hardened his heart and twisted his ankle. However, he used too much strength and fell to the ground. Ningxu looked at the dark clouds above his head. It seemed to be brewing lightning. He rolled his eyes. She was not the one who made Li Hui twist his ankle. He was the one who did it to himself. Li Hui was able to succeed because he was ruthless to others. When he had no choice, he would use himself and be ruthless to himself. Actually, it was normal for such a person to succeed. However, when they obstructed him, even if they had a close relationship with him, even if they had done him a favor, he would still kill them without mercy. Even if his own parents obstructed him, he would kill them. If he was too ruthless, he could not blame others for counterattacking. Ningxu's mission was to work hard to complete the mission. He was entrusted with it, so he had to do it. The purpose of coming to this world was to complete the mission. After Li Hui twisted his ankle, it was a heart-wrenching pain. His ankle immediately became red and swollen. He had never suffered such pain since he was young. Ningxu walked over and asked, "Young master, what happened to you?" Li Hui's expression was pained. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He took a deep breath and said, "I twisted my ankle." Ningxu looked at Li Hui's ankle. It was indeed red and swollen. His ankle was as big as his arm. "It's quite serious." Ningxu tilted his head and said, "How about this, I'll treat it for you." "Thank you, lady." Li Hui sighed. He had finally achieved his goal. However, Li Hui's face turned green again. Because this woman had brought him to the woodshed and not to her boudoir. There was dried grass on the ground. She made him lie on it. Li Hui suddenly felt that the injuries he suffered were not worth it at all. He could only sleep in the woodshed on the withered grass. Ningxu said, "I can only arrange for you to stay here because father said that no man can enter her boudoir." This dead hunter was still trying to make his presence known. Li Hui's heart felt like it was about to explode. Did this girl take her father's words as an imperial edict? She kept mentioning her father all the time. He didn't know when he would be able to replace the hunter's position in this girl's heart. "I'll just bear with it for now. This kind of naive girl only knows one thing." Ningxu said to Li Hui, who was sweating from the pain, "I'm going to set your bones now. You have to bear with it. Bone setting can help you recover faster." It's just a little painful. Bear with it. You must bear with it. Ah. Li Hui was caught off guard and cried out in pain. Ningxu looked at him with a surprised look. Li Hui was a little embarrassed. His glorious image. Ningxu said, I've set your bones, but you need to rest for a while. How can you go back like this? Now Li Hui also understood this girl's routine. She said whatever she wanted to say. She didn't know what was tactful at all and couldn't take polite words seriously. So he said directly, I want to rest here for a while. You can rest assured that I won't cross the line. I'll only rest in the woodshed. Ningxu's mouth twitched. His face was full of unwillingness and rejection. He asked, if you stay here, won't your family be worried? Won't they look for you? He wanted to live in a single girl's house. What was his intention? If it was the client, he would believe Li Hui's nonsense. After all, Li Hui had a glorious and magnificent image in the client's heart. Li Hui ignored Ningxu's rejection and said directly, I used to live in my classmate's house. My family will only think that I'm in my classmate's house. It wasn't easy to find an opportunity. He wouldn't leave just like that. Ningxu's mouth twitched. Li Hui didn't have a classmate who could spend the night with him. Even if he didn't go back, he didn't care whether his family would look for him or not. He was worried that something would happen to him. Well, you can live in the woodshed. You can't enter my room. My father said that strange men are not allowed to enter my boudoir, Ningxu said. Li Hui hated the word father. Every time he opened his mouth, he would say it. Ningxu closed the door of the woodshed and looked up at the dark clouds. He really wanted to give them the middle finger, but he held back. What if they struck him? It wasn't worth it to be struck by lightning. In the evening, Ningxu prepared porridge and vegetables for Li Hui. It was a very bland food. I usually eat these things. I don't know if you're used to it. Who cares if you're used to it? Li Hui thought there would be some more sumptuous meal, but it turned out to be porridge and vegetables. Li Hui's mouth twitched. He said directly, I'm used to it. Ningxu turned and left. It was still spring, and it was very cold at night. Li Hui hugged his body tightly and curled into a ball. Why didn't that girl bring a blanket for him? She really didn't know how to handle people. Li Hui pulled the withered grass on his body. Only through hardship could one rise above others. He had to bear with it first. Bear with it, bear with it. But it was so cold. Li Hui's ankle hurt and his body was cold. It was really unbearable. Li Hui regretted using self-harm to stay. This beauty looked beautiful, but she didn't know how to care about others. However, Li Hui's heart burned with a strong desire to fight. The more difficult it was, the better. His client, Tao Yao, was always considerate of Li Hui and treated him like an ancestor. He was considerate in every aspect, cooking and washing. Usually, he would accompany Li Hui to enjoy the flowers, snow, and moon. They would sit in the courtyard and talk about the stars and the moon, from poetry to life ideals. Li Hui's favorite thing was to point out the world. Whenever he told Tao Yao, he would describe a magnificent future and the achievements he wanted to achieve. Every time, Tao Yao would look like a little fangirl, describing in detail how Li Hui would become such a person. Now, Ningxu didn't even care about him. However, Li Hui didn't dare to be rash. He had to consider Ningxu's feelings. In the past, he slept in a boudoir with a high bed and soft pillows. But now, he could only curl up in a pile of weeds. If Li Hui didn't covet anything from Ningxu, he wouldn't have to compromise like this. People with principles lived hard lives. But people who were difficult to talk to wouldn't dare to bully them. They would take care of their feelings. If it was an unprincipled compromise, who would care about your thoughts and feelings? She was a good person. She didn't care about anything. She was just waiting for others to bully her. If she didn't bully her, she would feel bad. If your efforts were worthless in the eyes of others, this was not kindness, this was self-deprecation. Ningxu sat in the house and cultivated. His hand turned into a vine. This secret manual was quite good. The vine's binding ability was very strong. If one vine was not enough, he would use 2. If 2 were not enough, he would use 10. At most, he would use more spiritual energy. Ningxu cultivated while using his spiritual energy to check on Li Hui in the woodshed. Li Hui's body was curled up into a ball, hugging his arms. His body was trembling. He was cold. In addition, the windows of the woodshed were broken. There was nothing to block the wind. The night's cold air entered the woodshed, causing Li Hui to shiver. Ningxu curled his lips. She didn't hurt Li Hui. On the contrary, she saved him and even took him in. As for Li Hui's cold, sorry, I'm a monster. I can't feel the cold, so I should think that humans can't feel the cold either. Hee hee. Lightning can't strike him. Ningxu secretly raised his middle finger. If you have the ability, go and strike those bad people. There are many bad people in the world. Why is there only one monster? She looks so gentle and kind. How can she do bad things? The next day, Ningxu went to see Li Hui with a glowing face. He saw that Li Hui's face was tired. He was so tired that even his eyes were a little dark. Young master, what's wrong with you? Does your ankle still hurt? Ningxu asked. It hurts. Li Hui didn't dare to sleep for the whole night. If he fell asleep, what if he caught a cold? A cold was a serious illness. If he wasn't careful, it could take his life. Li Hui regretted that he refused to ask for a bed and quilt. In the end, he was frozen for the whole night. According to the normal routine, this girl should have realized that he was rude and felt guilty. He should have comforted her. Ningxu looked at Li Hui's ankle and said, I'll help you rub it. Ningxu rubbed Li Hui's ankle with great kindness. His ankle was blue and purple. Li Hui felt a pair of soft hands pressing on his ankle. It was warm and soft. Li Hui's mind swayed. He felt that the injury was worth it. Hiss. Before Li Hui could finish sighing in his heart, an intense pain directly made Li Hui suck in a breath. Ningxu asked, Does it hurt? You need to massage it more to disperse the blood clots. It will heal faster. Li Hui hurriedly shook his head. It doesn't hurt. Hiss. Ningxu held a kind heart and used a little more force. This way, he could rub away the blood clots. Li Hui was in so much pain that his face was covered in sweat. She still regretted hurting her foot. He could have used other methods. He should have let the girl hurt her foot so that he could stay and take care of her. He had been thwarted time and time again. Also, this lady was really otherworldly. Why didn't she feel embarrassed when facing a man like him? Did he really not understand the feelings between a man and a woman? Li Hui really wanted to stuff a handful of dried grass into his mouth. Otherwise, he would bite his tongue and commit suicide. It was too painful. Ningxu rubbed his foot for a while, then took out some herbs and applied them to his foot. He said, Don't move around during this period of time. Li Hui directly said, Miss, can you give me a blanket? It's really cold at night. At this time, the lady should have realized that she had been rude and should have helped him into the house. Ningxu blinked his eyes, but there are no extra blankets at home. After my father died, I burned everything to my father. Is it okay if there are extra blankets at home? My father said that no men are allowed to touch my things. Ningxu silently said in his heart that he could not let this young master know that he was a peach blossom demon. Sometimes, Ningxu's mental activities were deceiving people, deceiving the dark clouds in the sky to give a suitable explanation for his actions. In short, she did not harm Li Hui right now. She suppressed the malice in her heart and did not let anyone notice it. He only knew that she was Li Hui's benefactor, but she was a proud woman. If Li Hui wanted to get her heart and make her willingly take out something, it was understandable that he would suffer a little. Ningxu's actions were just testing the bottom line. Was it fine as long as he did not harm Li Hui's life? He did not know if the other mountain spirits were staring at the dark clouds, but Ningxu was quite unhappy. He had to show that he was willing to be monitored, and at the same time, he was in fear and trepidation. Without a quilt, it would not be warm at all. However, it was not bad to have a quilt. He hated the hunter's father. Ningxu took out a set of well-made quilt covers that were incomparably smooth to the touch. The embroidery on them was vivid and lifelike. Li Hui felt that just this quilt cover alone could be worth a lot of money. And so many things were burned, what a pity. What a pity. He really did not know how expensive the daily necessities were. This kind of woman who had never suffered and was otherworldly was really something. Li Hui did not know what to say. Even if it was not his own things, just hearing it made his heart ache. She really did not care about money. He was worried to death just for a little money. In the future, he could not let this woman squander money like this. Giving me such a good quilt cover, isn't it a bit wasteful? Li Hui asked hesitantly. Ningxu's face was full of surprise and confusion. It's just a quilt cover. Why is it wasteful? Damn, even the landlords in the village did not have the courage to say such a thing. This woman probably did not know how expensive the quilt cover was, so she did not care. She did not care about money, and he needed money. It was a match made in heaven. Gongzi, when can you go back? My father said that all men are bad. They only care about money and sex. My father doesn't allow me to interact with strange men. Ningxu really wanted to chase Li Hui away. Her expression was full of disgust, and she didn't hide it at all. Li Hui, money and sex. Li Hui took a deep breath. Fortunately, his hunter father had died long ago. Li Hui hurriedly explained, Miss, I am a person who has studied sage books. How can I do such a thing that goes against the way of a gentleman? I have never thought of taking advantage of you. Please don't think of me that way. Ningxu's face was full of disbelief. Father said that men will do anything for beauty. Li Hui, what did that hunter father instill in this beauty? Why are all men bad people? There may be despicable people in this world, but I am definitely not one. I can point to the heavens and swear on this. Li Hui said. Ningxu silently raised his head to look at the dark clouds. He wanted to test if Li Hui would really be struck by lightning if he swore. Ningxu clasped his hands behind his back and smiled like a flower. Okay, then swear. Li Hui always felt that he was being tricked. He felt that something was not right. He wanted to swear, but shouldn't the other party stop him? According to a normal woman's reaction, she would cover her mouth shyly, snuggle in his arms, and gently say that she believed him. Li Hui's face was a little green. After all, people in this era still believed that there was a god above them. Li Hui was afraid. If he really had to swear, Li Hui's heart was still a little weak. Ningxu was smiling like a flower at first, but then her face became serious. She said with slight disdain, my father was right. Men say one thing, but they do another thing. They are all the same. Li Hui, damn, this hunter instilled such thoughts in his daughter in order to protect her. It was simply disgraceful. How could a man make an oath? Ningxu slammed the door and left. She muttered, sure enough, my father was right. He was right. Li Hui knew that his hesitation had caused his image in front of the beauty to collapse. However, Li Hui really didn't dare to swear. What if retribution fell on him? Li Hui didn't expect this beauty to be so difficult to deal with. It was mainly because she was brainwashed by his father. It was difficult. It wasn't easy to find the best candidate in his mind. In the end, it was such a difficult young lady. She said that she was the daughter of a hunter, but she was like a rich young lady. His trick of injuring himself to gain her confidence didn't work. Now, he was forced to swear. This feeling was really bad. He didn't gain anything and suffered for nothing. Li Hui was still lamenting his fate when the door creaked open. It was the rich young lady who brought him food. Li Hui was a little surprised. This time, there was actually soy sauce duck and a few side dishes. Ningxu raised her chin and said, I don't like to eat meat. My father likes to eat meat. I guess all men like to eat meat. Li Hui only had a bowl of porridge last night and was already hungry. Now that he saw such a sumptuous breakfast, his mouth was constantly secreting saliva. No matter how elegant he wanted to be, he was still an ordinary man. He still had to eat, drink, and go to the toilet. Before, she slammed the door and left. Not long after, she sent him such a sumptuous breakfast. She really didn't mean what she said. Li Hui understood that this rich young lady wanted him to make a promise to her. Women valued promises. Li Hui suddenly turned serious and said to Ningxu, It wasn't that I didn't want to make the vow, but I was thinking about our future. Ningxu rolled his eyes. What future can we have? Don't talk nonsense. Father said that a woman's reputation is very important. Look at how angry he was. Strangely, Li Hui felt that it was a little interesting. The woman in his heart should be gentle and beautiful, but he didn't expect such a woman to appear. It was a little novel. Since she was good-looking and rich, he would be more lenient. Li Hui said, I actually fell in love with you at first sight. Love at first sight, admiration at second sight? Ningxu asked. That's true. Li Hui said happily. He finally understood what he was thinking. Sure enough, love at first sight was all about appearance. If she was an old woman, let's see if Li Hui would fall in love with her at first sight. So? Ningxu asked. I want to spend the rest of my life with you, for better or for worse. Li Hui said affectionately, although my family is a little poor, I will definitely give you happiness in high school. These words were familiar. Although I can't give you anything, I will treat you well. Don't you feel that these words are contradictory? If you don't have anything, how can you treat someone well? Even if you want to lie, you have to be more careful. Ningxu curled her lips. I don't want to believe you. Father said that men are all honeyed mouths and daggers in their hearts. They only know how to sweet-talk women. They're all tricks to deceive women. Once they've deceived a woman of everything and then abandoned her, the woman can only end her own life. Li Hui heard his father's words and his heart was numb. What did this hunter father experience and what did he say to his daughter? If he wanted to conquer this woman, he would have to completely drive her father out of her mind. Ningxu turned around and left. He didn't expect Li Hui to be so afraid to make the vow. He originally had bad intentions, so of course he wouldn't dare to make the vow. Ningxu wanted to know, if a human made the vow, how would the dark cloud above her react? After that, Ningxu sent delicious food for 3 meals a day. Each meal was more luxurious than the last. Chicken, duck, fish, and even bird's nest. Li Hui had never seen these things before. These were all food eaten by rich families. He didn't expect that he would be able to eat these things after getting injured. Thus, Li Hui began to indirectly ask Ningxu where these things came from and why he didn't prepare such delicious food for him. Ningxu said indifferently, there are plenty of them at home. When Li Hui heard this, he felt as if a gold ingot had been smashed on his head. He almost fainted from joy. He then asked why there were so many things at home and how many there were. Ningxu replied, these are all left to me by father. There are several boxes. She then proudly said, they take up so much space. Li Hui, at this moment, Li Hui felt that he should still thank the hunter father for leaving so many good things for his daughter without knowing it. He reckoned that the hunter wasn't a simple person. How could an ordinary hunter save up so much wealth? The hunters in their village only hunted rabbits and pheasants. How could they save up so many boxes of wealth? Fortunately, the hunter father had died long ago. Li Hui suppressed the excitement in his heart and said in a sad tone, I was rude. I'm not worthy of you. Ningxu nodded seriously. Father also said that there are very few men in this world who are worthy of me. He told me not to be easily cheated by men. Father said that if a man cheated me, I should learn from Du Shenyang and sink the treasure chest. But I shouldn't commit suicide. Li Hui wanted to drag the hunter father out and whip his corpse. He thought that she was an otherworldly woman without parents. Who knew that her father had such a great influence on her? Now, Li Hui's mind was filled with the words father said, father also said. It was like a curse that was churning in his mind. This was a test. How could he gain this woman's trust and remove the suspicion and vigilance in her heart? Li Hui took a deep breath, raised his hand, and raised his finger. He solemnly swore, I'm Li Hui. Miss, what's your name? Ningxu said, Wenhua. She had many aliases. I have treated Lady Wenhua with all my heart. I will definitely not let her down in this life. If I violate this oath, I will be punished by the heavens and earth. I will not have a good death. As Li Hui spoke, his lips were trembling. After swearing the oath, his entire body collapsed. Ningxu looked up at the dark clouds in the sky. There seemed to be lightning flashing. She didn't know if the lightning was going to strike her or Li Hui. However, Ningxu saw that some of the purple luck on Li Hui's body was taken away. Falling in love with you, transmigrating canon fodder female supporting character counterattack. A person's luck was divided into several types. Ordinary people and mediocre people would see white luck above their heads through the luck gazing technique. White luck was the most common and also the most common. Society was made up of ordinary people. If there was red and white, then they would live a better life than ordinary people through hard work. If it was red, then they would not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. They would be born into a rich family. If there was purple and red, then they would be a noble person and an extremely high official. As for purple luck, purple chi from the east, that was the luck of an emperor. Luck was a rather mysterious thing. There were not many people who truly had unspeakable luck. Li Hui was originally born in a poor family and lived a life of poverty. He had a white fate, but this white fate was mixed with a bit of purple fate. This purple fate would allow him to rise to the top in the future and become an extremely high official. Becoming an extremely high official was already the highest achievement. If he wanted to go further but did not have that kind of luck, he would definitely end up dead. Li Hui had a plan in his heart. He braced himself and swore that he would be loyal to Ningxu for the rest of his life. Ningxu looked at the dark clouds above his head and the little purple luck that was taken away. He felt a little better. Even if he was biased, he had taken away a little of Li Hui's luck. Even if he was biased towards Li Hui's actions did not conform to the core socialist values of prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, the rule of law, patriotism, professionalism, honesty, and friendliness. He had to be punished. He had the intention of lying. If Li Hui really treated the person who entrusted him wholeheartedly in the future, perhaps there would not be such retribution. But how was that possible? So if a man wanted to swear, hurry up and do it. Why use your hand to cover his mouth? The woman probably did not believe it subconsciously and was afraid that retribution would fall on the man. Maybe there was no reaction when he swore to the heavens. Who knew if retribution would come in the future? After all, he had done something against his conscience. Ningxu smiled as he looked at the dark clouds brewing lightning. Suddenly, he had a wicked thought. If lightning struck her and she hugged Li Hui, would the lightning strike her or not? I've already sworn. You should believe me, right? Li Hui said to Ningxu. In his heart, he comforted himself that this was just a temporary measure. God, please don't be offended. It was nothing to be surprised about. It had only taken away a bit of luck. Ningxu tilted his head and said, You swore, so I should believe you? Of course, the gods are watching. How could I joke about something like this? Li Hui was so angry that he almost jumped up. He had already sworn, why was this woman still indifferent? Ningxu's face was full of curiosity. Aren't you a scholar? Don't scholars talk about strange things? Heaven and earth, monarch and vassal, father leads the people. This is not some supernatural power, but my promise to you. Heaven and earth bear witness to it. Li Hui said with deep emotion. Is that so? Of course it is. Li Hui nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Ningxu pursed his lips. My father said that swearing to the heavens is useless. If it really is useful, why is it that there are so many bad people in the world? Why aren't they struck to death by lightning? Why aren't those bad people punished? The ones who are tortured are always the ordinary kind people. Li Hui hugged his head and groaned. He weakly asked, then what do you want? What do you want to believe in my feelings for you? Ningxu shook his head. I don't know. I don't know what I want. Ningxu spread his hands. When you recover, go home. Don't come here again. Even if you swear, I won't believe you. My father said that a man's sweet talk is either for money or for sex. In short, they all have a motive. Especially those who swear, they even dare to lie to the heavens. They have no respect for the heavens and earth. My father said that such people are the scariest. My father also said that men who swear so casually are mostly men who hang around in pleasure houses. In front of brothels, they swear and swear. They treat swearing as sweet talk. Li Hui was speechless. Li Hui felt as if there was a beast in his heart. F*ck, he really wanted to dig up his father's ancestral grave and whip his corpse. He had to whip his corpse. He had to. It was too F*king despicable. Li Hui felt like he had run out of tricks. He was very helpless. No matter what he did, the other party would stop him. If he didn't swear, this woman wouldn't believe him and had no choice but to swear. In the end, she said that he was frivolous and was a casual person. What the F*ck do you want me to do? I'll just send you to your death. This woman's father was crazy. He said such things to his daughter for no reason. Then why did his daughter find a man? Let her become a nun. F*ck. He imagined that the woman would be gentle and understanding. She would have a fairy-like face and be like a flower that understood words. This woman's personality was really not ordinary. Although it was still spring and there was still some time before the autumn examination, the journey was long. After settling the money issue, they would arrive at the capital and rest for a while. The imperial examination would then begin. Money, it was all money. You're playing with me. Li Hui gnashed his teeth as he spoke. His expression was somewhat fierce. Ningxu took a step back and looked at Li Hui with some horror. Li Hui realized that his reaction was a little too big. He immediately restrained his expression and said, "Miss, don't you think that a lot of what your father said is nonsense? Do you want to live by your father's words for the rest of your life? I care about you. I'm willing to do anything for you. I'll even swear and bet my life. Men are not like what your father said. People are divided into good and bad. Women have bad people and men have bad people. But women have good people and men have good people." Li Hui wanted to take the opportunity to correct Ningxu's thinking. This dead father was the biggest obstacle. He was already dead, but his existence was still so F*king strong. Ningxu said, "My father said that a man's love can be extricated, but a woman's love cannot be extricated. Men can extricate themselves more easily than women, but women can't extricate themselves. Men love their wives, but women value their ex-husbands. My father said that I can't entrust myself to a strange man. Moreover, it's a man I don't know about." F*ck, Li Hui wanted to curse out loud. He casually mentioned the Book of Songs. What ghost hunter? It must be a rich person hiding in the deep mountains. Otherwise, how could an ordinary family raise such a woman? Ordinary peasant women had to work every day, face the earth and back to the sky. Their hands were rough and their faces were dark. They wore dusty clothes and had rustic faces. This Wenhua grew up spoiled and did not eat the food of mortals. She had never suffered and did not know the difficulties of life. I'll endure. Falling in love with you, transmigrating canon fodder female supporting character counterattack. Ningxu didn't know why Li Hui had to use his feelings as a bargaining chip. Even if he needed money, he could borrow it and return it when he was successful in the future. Not only did he want money, but he also didn't want to return the money. So he used this method, using feelings as a bargaining chip to make people willingly give it up. Moreover, he had to offer it up with both hands and beg this guy to accept it. He couldn't refuse. At noon, Ningxu prepared a sumptuous lunch for Li Hui as usual. There were delicacies, desserts, and a cup of tea. Every single one of them tasted very good, and Li Hui had never eaten any of them before. Li Hui felt that he might gain weight if he got injured. Previously, they parted on bad terms, but this woman still brought him good food and drinks. Her heart was still soft. She still felt sorry for him. Even though she had a sharp tongue but a soft heart, she didn't curse him like her sister-in-law. Furthermore, as time passed, Li Hui discovered that none of the items on this woman's body were cheap. Even an ordinary jade hairpin that looked very ordinary, upon closer inspection, was more beautiful than if it had been carved with just a few strokes. Furthermore, the jade was translucent. The fabric on her body was also excellent. Even though it wasn't embroidered with flowers, it was very elegant. She looked like a fairy from the mountains. Not only were there fairies in the mountains, but there were also demons. However, this woman didn't look like a demon. It was said that demons ate humans. Living in the deep mountains and forests, where did all these food come from? Li Hui asked. Did you buy all these things? Ningxu shook his head. No, there's everything in the mountains. There are wild chickens and rare mushrooms. As for things like bird's nest, my father bought it in the past. I don't like to eat it. Li Hui, every time he heard such words, it was a critical hit. He didn't like to eat bird's nest. He didn't like to eat delicacies. This feeling of being flaunted was really vexing. Very vexing. In the past, he ate coarse chaff and wild vegetables. He couldn't even eat anything for a month. This guy was so willful that he didn't like to eat bird's nest. Bird's nest was eaten by rich people, not to mention. Bird's nest. What the F***ck? Li Hui suddenly had a feeling of wanting to send him to his death. Did you hunt these in the mountains? Li Hui asked. Ningxu nodded. Yes, my father said that a hunter needs to have kung fu, or else they will be killed by wild beasts. I have to wake up every morning to practice my kung fu, and this habit has remained. Even after my father died, I still wake up early to practice my kung fu. Boxing? Li Hui looked at the woman in front of him. Her graceful figure did not look like a fierce man at all, nor did she look like a woman who practiced martial arts. Was she really that powerful? Li Hui could only suppress the thought of using force in his heart. If she really was a woman who knew kung fu, it might be a little difficult for him to use force. Moreover, he was injured now. F***ck, that hunter's father wanted to make his daughter into a female general. Not only did he brainwash her, but he also wanted his daughter to practice martial arts. He wanted his daughter to become a nun. No man dared to be this woman's husband. There was simply no way to subdue her, no way. The hunter was really sick. He wanted his daughter to be alone for the rest of her life. Li Hui was filled with grief and indignation. How on earth could he make this woman become so soft? However, it seemed that this woman had never used kung fu in front of him. This meant that she was a person who did not like to use kung fu. Was her kung fu not very good? Li Hui's brain was about to explode. For this woman, he had really put in a lot of effort. In this life, he had been so worried about her studies. Ningxu looked at Li Hui's face and curled his lips. If he wanted to use force, he might not be able to keep his chick. This era was very harsh on women. If they lost their chastity, they would have to submit. Women basically had no way out. Cutting off all the women's escape routes. Ningxu coldly said, "You'd better not stay here. Hurry up and go back. Otherwise, your family will be worried." Have you never worried that your family will be worried? Li Hui touched his ankle and said, "In fact, I am not welcome at home. My sister-in-law despises me. My parents have also passed away. In a way, I am an orphan like you." Ningxu curiously asked, "Why does your sister-in-law despise you?" "Because I spend all my time reading. Every time I read until midnight, my sister-in-law despises me for wasting lamp oil." Li Hui spoke of his days at home. His face was filled with sincere sadness and disgust. Li Hui wanted to get rid of this poor life at all times. Li Hui did not feel that he was lacking in any way. The only thing he lacked was that he was not born into a rich family. He could do whatever he wanted without any scruples. He would not be cursed for wasting lamp oil. Why do you have to read at night? Can't you read during the day? What do you do during the day? Ningxu asked. Some people were just pretending to be diligent. Or they had procrastination. During the day, I have to help with the farm work. Li Hui said. Usually, he would attend some poetry gatherings. These gatherings were organized by scholars or held by the town's famous people. However, Li Hui would not say that he was going to attend a banquet at this time. Ningxu grinned. My biggest goal is to stand out and achieve something in this world. However, because of my family, I can't jump out of this swamp. Li Hui looked at Ningxu affectionately. Then, I have to find a beautiful wife to spend the rest of my life with. Ningxu said directly, my father said that one cannot be too greedy. Otherwise, one will lose even more. Li Hui was speechless. The hunter who had lost his mind had also trained his daughter to lose her mind. Shouldn't women be demure, virtuous, kind, and gentle? Instilling such rebellious thoughts in his daughter every day was really obeying her father at home and obeying her husband after marriage. Why didn't this hunter teach his daughter the 3 obediences and 4 virtues? Li Hui only wanted to stand out. As long as he stood out, he would have everything. As long as he was in high school, he would be able to achieve something and have a beautiful and gentle wife. The landlord in the village was pot-bellied and fat, but each of his concubines was more beautiful than the last. Greedy. He was not greedy at all. He only wanted to be in high school and earn enough money to go to the capital. Currently, this woman was his hope and the most suitable. No parents, no family, no clan. It meant less trouble. I want to take you as my wife. It's true. I really want to take you as my wife. If it's not true, then it's like I swear, Li Hui said firmly. Ningxu silently watched as a trace of the purple providence on Li Hui's body was sucked away. Don't swear so casually. Falling in love with you, transmigrating canon fodder female supporting character counterattack Ningxu said directly, you and I have only known each other for a few days, and you want to marry me. My father said not to easily get together with others. Once you're together, there's no turning back. Father, you're numb. Li Hui was annoyed to death by his father's words. What an ignorant woman. So annoying. Li Hui said helplessly, then what do I have to do to make you believe me? Ningxu thought for a moment and said, how about this? Go and see my father. Tell him about it. Li Hui's face suddenly turned green and white. You said to see your father? Yes, to see my father, Ningxu said. But your father has passed away, and you want me to see him? This was the rhythm of killing him. My father has passed away, and I want you to go to his grave. Ningxu saw Li Hui's face turn green and couldn't help but grin. Li Hui let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he wasn't being sent to see his dead father. Well, when I'm better, I'll go visit uncle. Wenhua, I'm sincere to you. I'll make it clear in front of uncle's grave. Li Hui said confidently. Since she was willing to let him see his father-in-law, did it mean that she still had him in her heart? Li Hui, who was previously depressed, finally let out a sigh of relief. All the arrogance from before was to test him. Now, he had passed the test. Li Hui's heart leaped with joy. Perhaps he could sleep on a soft bed with a warm blanket filled with fragrance. Li Hui coughed. He had been waiting for Ningxu to ask him to go to the room. But when the sky turned dark and the weather turned cold, Li Hui put on the silky smooth blanket and waited for Ningxu to ask him to go to the room. Li Hui, this woman, how could he let him into the room? In the end, it was all because of his father, the hunter, who said that strange men were not allowed to enter the room. In the end, this woman was also stupid and kept following the rules. Li Hui felt that he was really unlucky. He really didn't succeed in anything he wanted to do. Did he have to wait until he performed well in front of the hunter's father's grave to pass? Li Hui tightly wrapped himself in the quilt as he thought about what kind of words he could use to appear sincere and move a woman's heart. As for his father, Li Hui didn't care at all. He was just a dead man facing a grave. In the following days, Ningxu took care of Li Hui. Whenever Li Hui caught Ningxu, he would confess his feelings to her. Ningxu's heart didn't waver at all. He changed the dressing on Li Hui's ankle and infused some spiritual energy into it. Lying here every day was a little annoying. Li Huidu stared at Ningxu with a burning gaze, reciting a magnificent poem to praise Ningxu's beauty. Ningxu only grinned. In any case, Li Hui was racking his brains to please Ningxu and win over Ningxu's heart. When his ankle could walk, Li Hui also helped to do things. He went to the vegetable field to pull weeds and helped with everything. He was honest and well-behaved and didn't ask to sleep in the room. He even wanted a high bed and soft pillow. He even wanted to press Ningxu under his body. Once he had a woman's body, he would have everything. But in the morning, when he saw Ningxu actually practicing boxing, the wind from his punches whistling, he suddenly didn't dare to be rash. He was really compromising. But if it wasn't because of love, he had to use the name of love. Was it fun? Ningxu prepared a set of high-quality light green men's clothes for Li Hui. There was a jade pendant on his waist and a transparent jade hairpin on his head to tie up his hair. Wash up well. Tomorrow I'll take you to see my father. Ningxu put the things in the woodshed. Okay. Li Hui smiled at Ningxu, appearing very affectionate. His eyes were shining brightly. But Ningxu still didn't show any signs of shyness, making Li Hui feel very frustrated. Did she not understand the feelings between men and women, or did she not like him at all? Li Hui was very concerned about this matter. Although he didn't have a very pure purpose, but when the woman didn't love him, Li Hui still felt very uncomfortable. After Ningxu left, Li Hui touched the clothes in the tray. It was smooth to the touch. At first glance, he could tell it was high-quality silk. The color was good and the embroidery was excellent. The most important thing was that the clothes weren't red and green like the nouveau riche. Instead, it was extremely elegant and light-colored. This woman's eyesight was very good. Her inner clothes were made of soft cotton, and her shoes looked soft at first glance. There was even jade. Even the young masters of the big families in town didn't have this standard. This town wasn't very rich. The people in the village were even poorer. Every day, they faced the yellow soil and back to the sky, just to have a bite to eat. They wore coarse hemp clothes. Now he was wearing hemp footwear. Now, he was eating delicacies every day, wearing silk and satin, and carrying jade. This was the life he had always wanted. This was exactly what he had been dreaming of all this time. The next day, Ningxu took Li Hui to the graveyard. After dressing up, Li Hui looked very elegant, just like the young master of a rich family. Wearing the brocade clothes, Li Hui seemed to have gained a lot of confidence. When he faced Ningxu, he smiled evilly. Ningxu replied with an evil smile, "Have you thought about how to tell my father?" "I have already thought about it. He entrusted you to me in the underworld." Li Hui opened his folding fan and slowly fanned himself. He had a charming capital. Ningxu didn't say anything. He carried the basket and brought Li Hui to a grave. He took out the incense, candles, and paper money. After lighting the paper, Li Hui directly knelt in front of the grave. He pointed to the sky and swore, "Uncle, if I betray Wenhua in this life, I will be abandoned by heaven and earth. I will die a horrible death." Ningxu raised his eyebrows and looked at the dark clouds in the sky. The dark clouds were brewing lightning. Another trace of purple luck was taken away from Li Hui's body. This was Li Hui taking the initiative to swear. He probably felt that after swearing once, the second time would be easier. Without another word, he knelt down and pointed to the sky to swear. Besides, swearing wasn't a big deal. Nothing happened. The period of recovery was the best period of Li Hui's life. If he were to return to the days when he didn't have enough to eat, Li Hui wouldn't be able to bear it. It was easy to go from simple to extravagant, but difficult to go from extravagant to simple. If he hadn't enjoyed it before, it would be fine. But since he had it before, he had to grab hold of it now. Li Hui wouldn't give up on the imperial examinations. Only when he was in high school would he be able to last. The premise was that he had to get the travel expenses to the capital and the expenses to make friends in the capital. This wasn't a small sum, but with Wenhua's wealth, he would definitely be able to afford it. Even if he didn't have cash or banknotes, he had a lot of good things. If he sold them, he would be able to get the travel expenses to the capital. The premise was that this girl was willing. Otherwise, he would really sink the treasure chest. Falling in love with you, transmigrating canon fodder female supporting character counterattack. After thinking this through, Li Hui knelt in front of the grave and swore. Those who achieved great things did not care about trifles. It was just an oath, a temporary predicament. He would definitely be able to jump out of this quagmire. To be honest, the feeling of being forced to swear was really annoying. It was because of his surroundings, because his parents had died early, because his brother and sister-in-law were not devoted to him, and because his family could not take out the money. He had to swear to win the heart of this woman in front of him. It was also because of this woman's stubbornness, and even more so because of the hunter's father who was sleeping in the grave in front of him. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu couldn't figure out why she had to repay him with her body if she had a good impression of him. Moreover, Li Hui didn't do anything. All he did was say a few words of righteousness. If Tao Yao had lent Li Hui money to go to the capital, perhaps Li Hui would have been a little grateful. But why was Li Hui so cruel and ruthless when Tao Yao had done so much for him? He didn't even give Tao Yao any face and didn't care about Tao Yao's kindness and sacrifice. It was not that Tao Yao was not good, but that Tao Yao was too good. Li Hui knew that he had found a new wife from an aristocratic family, climbing up the social ladder, and was the laughingstock of the world. Instead, he was ruthless enough to kill, just like a traitor who killed his own compatriots. That kind of hatred was even crueler than the enemy, just to destroy the existence that would become a stain on his reputation. After paying their respects, Ningxu and Li Hui walked through the forest. Li Hui said to Ningxu, "I may have to leave for a while. I have to go to the capital to take the exam." Ningxu asked in surprise, "You're going to the capital?" "Yes, I hope to show off my talent and do something for the country and the people," Li Hui said with a serious face. Ningxu tilted his head and said, "Are you going to be an official?" Father said that officialdom is complicated and there are many fights. Not only do you have to face the emperor and guess the emperor's will, but there are also the messy factions and fights between officials. Can you handle it? When Li Hui heard Ningxu's words, he immediately became happy. Ningxu was concerned about him. Li Hui said, "As long as I can work for the country and the people, I am not afraid of these things." Ningxu pursed his lips. This was too hypocritical. Even the emperor used beautiful women and wealth to encourage students to study hard. A rich family does not need to buy fertile land, there are thousands of millets in the book. A peaceful house does not need to be built, there is a house of gold in the book. Do not regret going out without a chaperone, there are many carriages and horses in the book. Do not regret marrying a wife without a good matchmaker, there are beautiful women in the book. If a man follows his life's aspirations, he will diligently study the 6 classics in front of the window. At that time, studying and passing the imperial examinations was an excellent way out of life. Only after passing the imperial examinations could one obtain wealth and beautiful women. If he had to talk about serving the country and the people, how many people could have such integrity, at the very least? Li Hui did not have such integrity now. As for whether he would serve the country and the people in the future, it was not clear. A selfish and cold person, it was a little difficult to serve the country and the people. Ningxu did not have the mentality of looking at an idol like Tao Yao. He did not have the filter of a fan. Li Hui's words could leave a radiance in Tao Yao's heart. After all, Tao Yao was half a Buddhist disciple and had a merciful heart. However, Ningxu clicked his tongue. A treacherous official could cause unrest in the imperial court and make the people unable to make a living. Ningxu asked, "For the country and the people, there are naturally people in the imperial court who worry about it. For the matters of the world, there are naturally people who worry about it. One less Li Hui would not affect it much." Li Hui sighed and said, "I do not like fighting, but I cannot marry you like this. Are you willing to marry someone who has nothing and nothing? I hope that when I am in high school, I will marry you grandly and let you become the wife of the top scholar." "Why do I want to become the wife of the top scholar?" Ningxu tilted his head and asked. "The wife of the top scholar is awe-inspiring. You have a bunch of servants and you wear beautiful clothes. I hope to give you the best and make other girls envy you and respect you." Li Hui said. "What is there to be awe-inspiring about? I am also wearing beautiful clothes now. Father said that the things he left for me will allow me to live a carefree life. Why do I have to work so hard to become the wife of the top scholar? Father said that the matters of the imperial court will affect the entire body. Even if I become the wife of the top scholar, I still have to deal with the wives of the high officials. Why do I have to work so hard? Father said that since I have a relaxing life to lead, why do I have to fight and scheme?" Ningxu tilted her head and looked at Li Hui. Li Hui was speechless for a long time. Should he say that this girl was easily satisfied or that she had no ambition? Wife of the top scholar, how nice was that? But no matter what, I have to achieve something and marry you grandly. Li Hui said. "I don't despise you. We have food and drinks." Ningxu said. Li Hui, damn, he felt like he had fallen into a trap. Could it be that he could not get money and was being held here as a son-in-law? What a scary thing. Previously, he swore and tried to curry favor, but in exchange, he became a son-in-law. Li Hui thought that he had told this girl that he was going to the capital to take the exam. In order to let him pass, she would arrange everything for him. She would sew banknotes in his clothes and put money in his bag. She would let her future husband take the exam well. This was what many girls hoped for. A husband's glory and a wife's wealth would be tied to the man. She would give everything and endure so that the man could pass. Why was this girl so indifferent? Was she not understanding, or did she really not care? Regardless of whether she did not care, he cared. Why couldn't she be gentler and more understanding? Why did she have to make everything clear? Some things were not easy to say. Xianxia expressed that he was not going to get any benefits from Li Hui, so why did he have to serve Li Hui carefully? Xianxia obviously knew what Li Hui meant. But he kept saying that he was doing it for her, that he was doing it to marry her, and that he had to make her hand over the things willingly. He accepted it like a big boss. Xianxia said directly, "My father said that I can't marry an official's son in this life. It's too complicated. My father wants me to live more comfortably." Li Hui grinned and laughed out of anger. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Then what kind of person do you want to marry?" "Wenhua, I like you, but I also have my dreams. If you really like me, please support me. I'll do my best to treat you well." Xianxia tilted his head and said, "My father said that men become bad when they have power and influence. Also, those high-ranking officials enjoy the blessings of having wives and concubines. Sometimes, they even give each other singing and dancing prostitutes. So, I won't marry this man." Li Hui was so angry that his heart almost exploded. This girl was really crazy. Wasn't it normal for a man to have many women? But because of this reason, she wanted to break up. Li Hui really wanted to go back and dig a grave. Li Hui now had the mentality of a gambler. It was hard to get off the tiger. He thought that he had paid so much for this woman, but he didn't get anything. Moreover, as time passed, Li Hui became more and more eager to get something from Xianxia. The failure this time made Li Hui very frustrated, and also very irritated. Li Hui also realized that getting hold of this woman was a very profitable thing. Even if he couldn't get into high school, he could still have a good life. Now, Li Hui had a kind of mentality. Even if he couldn't get into high school, he had to leave a way out. This mentality was very different from before. Maybe he felt that he could have a good life even if he didn't get into high school. In other words, Xianxia's feeding during this period of time had taken effect. She would think when she was full and warm. But to let Li Hui be a son-in-law, Li Hui would rather die. A man's dignity couldn't be insulted. Li Hui looked at the woman walking in front of him. She had a graceful figure and hair as black as ink. Walking in the mountain forest was very relaxed. Her steps were so relaxed that it was as if she was dancing. This woman was really beautiful and also like a fairy. It was just that people couldn't resist her. Li Hui caught up with Xianxia and asked, "Wenhua, what do you think of me?" "I want to marry you." "Do you want to marry me?" Xianxia said, "My father." "Okay, I know what you mean. Basically, it was my father who said 4 words at the beginning, which was what he didn't want to hear." Xianxia laughed in his heart. "Since you don't want to hear it, then forget it. But if you want to get money from her, that's impossible. Eat my food, use my things, spend my money. Even if you pass the exam, you still want to kill me and make me into a talisman. You take all the good things in the world." "I haven't finished speaking." Xianxia raised his eyebrows and said with a bit of displeasure, interrupting others, "Is this the etiquette of a gentleman? I know that uncle has a very important place in your heart, but do you know that your father is already dead? You haven't even lived half of your life. Are you going to guard the thoughts that your father instilled in you for the rest of your life? What's the most important thing for a woman? It's to have a man who loves and dotes on her. They respect each other and grow old together." Xianxia nodded and asked, "Do you love me?" "Of course I love you. Otherwise, why would I want to marry you? If not for love, a union without love is painful." Xianxia, wasn't everyone getting married in a blind marriage? What love was there to talk about? It was precisely because he felt that she was a woman from the deep mountains who did not understand the ways of the world that she deceived him. She understood the ways of the world. If she did not, Li Hui would be a little harsh. Doesn't your conscience hurt? In life, who would not be short of money? If one was really a gentleman, if he really needed money, he would at most ask for it. However, this guy had the heart to take both money and women. Therefore, Li Hui was not a gentleman. She was just a beauty. If she was an ugly old woman, Li Hui would not be fooled. After all, Li Hui was a scholar with ideals and pursuits. He wanted a fairy-like woman. If it was just for money, he would have married the fat daughter of a landlord. Ningshu's face was full of suspicion. My father said that one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. We have only known each other for a few days. How can you say that you like me? Li Hui immediately said, heaven and earth can bear witness to my feelings for you. Ningshu silently looked at Li Hui's head as another wisp of purple luck was sucked away. Ningshu really wanted to wipe his face. Sometimes, it was not a good thing to see things too clearly. Ningshu frowned. But before my father died, he repeatedly told me to find a simple man to spend the rest of my life with. He especially told me not to marry a high-ranking official and not to get entangled with people with power and influence. He hoped that I would live a peaceful and happy life. Li Hui fanned himself with his fan, trying to extract information from Ningshu's words. He knew that the man buried in the slope was not simple. He seemed to be experienced in worldly affairs and was extremely wealthy. Perhaps he was a court official who had resigned from his position and lived in seclusion. If that was the case, marrying this woman might give him unexpected political resources. In life, no one can stay out of trouble. You may think that you can get rid of trouble, but trouble can still come to you. The way to change your fate is to face it head-on. You are not an ordinary person. Do you want to spend the rest of your life in this desolate place? Yes, I plan to spend the rest of my life in this place. Li Hui took a deep breath. I will endure it. It was probably because she had spent her childhood in the mountains and forests. The outside world did not have much influence on her. If she did this outside, she would probably be drowned in a pig cage. My father said that I will find a man who is sincere to me and spend the rest of my life peacefully. Those glory and splendor may seem noble, but you need to work hard. Moreover, men have no choice in politics. There are all kinds of temptations. Ningshu said. Do you think that I don't know how I feel about you? If I am in high school, I will only have you as the wife of the top scholar. I promise that I will not marry a concubine. Li Hui said solemnly. Ningshu tilted his head and looked at Li Hui's purple luck that had been sucked away. He smiled slightly. He really treated swearing as a common occurrence. While chatting, Li Hui swore a few times. Ningshu counted with his fingers. He was clearly guilty, but he still insisted on swearing. Ningshu chuckled and looked at the dark clouds above her head. Lightning was brewing in the dark clouds and crackling sounds could be heard. She had never forced Li Hui to make an oath. Then you agree to let me take the imperial examination? Li Hui saw Ningshu smiling and quickly asked. Ningshu only said, since you want to take the imperial examination, what does it have to do with me? Go if you want. Li Hui, after visiting the tomb, Li Hui stayed at Ningshu's house for a few days. When he had nothing to do, he used the wife of the top scholar to tempt Ningshu. He also promised Ningshu that he would only have one woman in his life. Ningshu directly said, Father said that it is normal to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. How can you only have one? In short, I don't believe a word you say. Not even a punctuation mark. Li Hui was about to kneel down. He finally understood that this woman was very wary of him. Who knew why this woman would not be shy when she saw a strange man? It seemed that under her father's teachings, she saw men as scourges. He tested her again and said what she wanted to hear. In the end, she did not believe him and questioned and refuted him. He wanted to vomit blood. What did she want him to do? Swearing an ancestral curse was useless. The hunter's father was really a bastard, causing a good girl to become like this. Did he not want his daughter to enjoy the pleasure of sex? If he did it with her, it would be too late. End of chapter 2081. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.